seen nothing yet. Yeah, hop in my DeLorean, get ready, get set. Where I'm taking you now is on my own road. I pick my own path, bringing 80s Rico. Put my hand on the throttle, best to buckle up. Rev up the gigawatts, hang on to your butts. I'm just a 90s kid. I just need a time machine to fly away. Hit me up, top power party, big fly. The future's back, DeLorean style. This is my time. Got my Ray-Bans on, my acid wash jeans, put metal to the pedal, flash back to the beat. Step into my time machine. Feel the vortex, crank up the reverb. Back from the future, haven't you heard? 85 is where it's at. Let's revive the whole world. Let's revive the whole world. Still want my MTV.
You broke this heart of stone. I always hoped that I would find you. Now the emptiness is gone, and the winds of change have almost blown through. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You're the better part of me, one that I can always cling to. Was blind but now I see. You made a way for all we've been through. I'm right where I belong. So thankful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. You broke this heart of stone. I always knew that I would find you. You're right where you belong. So grateful you're beside me, always and forever. Just you and me from the stars. Always and forever. You'll always be forever in my heart. Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want, and do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Wake up with no alarm, brand new kind of charm, and fresh hot coffee in a big old mug. Can't wait to get my face in the morning sun, yeah. Make a list, check it off, doing only what I want. Cause there's nothing better than making waves. I'm front and center in my own parade, on parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good. I'm feeling. Hold up, windows down, rolling with the classic sound. Spent $5 on Walmart shades. Can't wait to stop traffic in my own parade. On parade, on parade, on parade. Oh, I'm feeling good. I'm feeling, oh, I'm feeling good. Solid gold, I'm shining into full. So come and take a look. I'm feeling good.
You have the Fool, the Wheel of Fortune, as well as the Sun. Okay, I'm seeing you trying something new, and I also see a lot of good luck, a lot of warmth here, a lot of good energy. There's a lot of red and yellow. I'm also hearing the word slacks. What?
How you doing, man? I'm sorry about yesterday.
My name is Poon. I'm from Thailand.
So, how is it meeting Slacks in real life?
I mean, you could see his energy in the streams, but in real life, his energy is like way higher than you would expect it.
Ladies and gentlemen, man, please introduce the winner! J-Ball, come on out! Come down!
It's been a blast. It's like one of the best weekends so far. I get to meet like everyone. I get to meet Slacks. I get to meet some of the talents. I get to be in one of the best tournaments I have been to. So yeah, it's a blast. If you have an opportunity to apply to one, just go for it. I mean, one day it could be you, like in my position, and it's gonna be like really great. Yeah. Thank you for this opportunity. I mean, like, it's been a blast this weekend, and I wouldn't have made it without like this sponsor and stuff. And yeah, if you have stuff from overseas you need to carry on and need to get delivered, just get it from here.
DreamLeague Season 22 is brought to you in part by Intel Arc, Acer Predator, DHL, Monster Energy, 1xBet, and the United States Air Force.
2 weeks ago, we started yet another DreamLeague, and here we are on the very last day of Season 22. We gotta crown a champion, because only 3 teams are left fighting for points and for glory. So for one last time, PogChamp Pandas, could you play me in? And what a ride it's been to get to this point. 2 weeks of Dota, 4 best of 3s for many of those days in Group Stage 2, and now we've reached the thrilling conclusion. And I'm joined by my esteemed guests, Pyrian Flax, SVG, and Cap. Gentlemen, this is the future of Dota. The DPC had died, and we at DreamLeague had to carry the torch. Pour one out. But daily Dota will always be alive and well. And it's been a wonderful trip getting to this point, Pyrion.
Gosh, hasn't it? I've had a ton of fun. I'm wondering if today, Neil, if I may,
Please.
will result in extreme gaming or extreme flaming.
Ayo!
BetBoom.
Could I get a rim shot, Jens?
Wait, he's busy.
Oh, okay.
BetBoom or Bet Bust?
Oh, you had more.
And will the Falcons fly high or crash into a cliff?
Oh, my man.
Really saved your best ones for
I
the
just
last
came
day,
up with
huh?
it just now, just to make Avery shake his head.
So bad. I have no response.
It's coming.
It's because
coming home, Neil.
Did you know that he has kids? Therefore, he has to do
kids?
dad jokes.
That's true.
Wait, Neil
Apparently I
has
have kids, yeah.
He has
I
kids.
don't like to mention it. I don't like to talk about it too much.
You're just here to talk about the Dota period, of
Wait,
which
is your
we've had
sweatshirt a prediction of the champs?
spoilers.
What?
Look
a
at these
swallow
Falcons.
is going to win.
Well, you know, it's a bird.
A bird.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, sure. It's
close enough.
Extreme Gaming also has a bird in their logo, isn't it? It's meant
That's
to be
a
a bird.
bird?
That's
It
a
has
bird?
like wings, but I don't really know what it is.
Look it up. I thought it was like a set of wings. What do you think it is?
I thought,
Oh.
I thought it was like a pair of elk horns or something.
Elk horns?
Yeah, on your shirt.
No, these are like swift.
I thought it was elk for extreme.
All right, if you can't see the logo representation here, how about we see it on the bracket? Because we can see the three teams that remain. Yeah, there are wings on it.
Wings.
I see it. I see a vague representation. I see it getting a 2-1 victory over Team Spirit. That was the very first series of yesterday. Ame ends up conquering Yatoro, which has been the trend of this entire Dream League. They beat them in Group Stage 1, they beat them in Group Stage 2, and then they beat them in the bracket. The second series of the day was Team Falcons getting a 2-1 victory over BetBoom team, which many people guaranteed would be a shoo-in. But it wasn't that straightforward, Cap. It was a little bit more complicated than just a 2-1.
Yeah, it was definitely like a closer series, and I think that gives me high hopes for the finals being interesting, no matter who makes it through, because I think Extreme has the potential to take on any team, and BetBoom showed, at least in one game, they were able to bring down Falcons. They had an advantage. And
it was like
2
1.5
and game 3
games that they were
times.
able to.
So it's like, you know, like they could put up a fight. Hopefully they learn something from that. Hopefully the biggest thing would be draft-wise. Hopefully they learn from that, because it did seem like the panel felt strongly about the drafting advantage Falcons had.
Especially in Game 3 also, like Skitter in his interview indicated that he himself found the drafting situation a little bit peculiar. He was satisfied with the draft that he ended up with, but getting to that point, he said that this was a tricky series to draft for.
Yeah, they had that little bit where they were supposed to draft Lifestealer, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
The Lifestealer was a point of contention, which I imagine will continue today as well. Faceless Void also, because Ame has been crushing it on that hero, and we saw Skitter do the same in this game number 2. This game number 2 was a nail-biter.
So are these the carries of the tournament now, Void and Lifestealer? Is that pretty much, you think, going to be the most contested going forward?
Yeah, Void, Lifestealer. I could still see Sven get some gameplay, especially for Falcons. I think they're still very confident on it. I think the hero still does his job. I think this Lifestealer is very strong later in the draft, but very exposable early. People are just forgetting what kind of owns this hero. And when you pick it early, you get a really strong lane matchup versus him with some BKB peers. The hero can't do as much of what it does, but I do think aspects like the infest save, the Ags infest versus some carries and stuff is changing a lot of these matchups that people just weren't ready for. And honestly, people underestimating new Radiance.
Right.
Giving so much extra evasion. These matchups like Troll and stuff just don't stand a chance unless you're itemizing really properly. So I think people were just a little bit behind on this, and Falcons took advantage of it. But whoever gets to that finals, I would not be over cocky if I'm Falcons, because their way they draft is very predictable. You know what you're going against. If you can throw it off even a little bit, you know, in game 1 or 2, start to ramp that momentum in a BO5, you can win a series.
Yeah, they showed that despite their original Group Stage 2 record being almost pristine, they are still not bulletproof, as proven in this series. But thankfully, they have something to be proud of, as them making it to these grand finals means that they are now directly qualified for our next Dream League, Season 23.
Which is great for Nigma.
That's right, because the META qualifier will no longer have Falcons gatekeeping
They are
them.
the real winners here. It's coming home.
We then went through 3 qualifiers. It was Dacha, Dream League Season 22, and Birmingham, where Falcons were automatically just fighting their way through, and everyone's like, are these guys just stomping all over the region? Is it actually a deep region? And then the results of these past 2 events just prove that maybe there's quite a bit of depth in that region.
Yeah, that's why I'm really looking forward to watching that qualifier when it happens, and the grand finals, which I think will be really interesting, watching Winter Bears and Riyadh Chefs go up against each other. So.
Riyadh Chefs.
Riyadh Chefs.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay.
Check it out on Wikipedia.
I don't think they're a team anymore.
Oh, okay.
That was just the other team that I remembered that was not Nigma. So.
5 red names. Although PSG Quest, though. And, I mean, Winter Bears I wouldn't meme on. Winter Bears I could see legitimately being a threat.
I'm not memeing. I don't think Nigma's going to make it through.
Okay.
It's a very real possibility. But at least Falcons not being in contention will hypothetically make it a little more close.
Yeah.
And as a result, our 4 teams that are qualified to DreamLeague Season 23 will be BetBoom Team, Extreme Gaming, Gaming Gladiators, and Falcons. Which means that Liquid are also going to have to go through the qualifier now. So Western Europe got a little bit more tricky.
I think it'll get them back in fighting shape. Liquid, I think, having to go through some qualifiers and step up their game, put a bit more work in, I think, is what they need. Because we know they're a good team.
Mm-hmm.
But I think a very long 2023 with a lot of deep runs has done Game and Liquid no favors in a way of keeping their work ethic high, and maybe they're just burnt out and a bit of a break and a need to qualify. That's pretty hard.
Yeah, they got smacked down by last Dream League, and they came back strong, so we'll see.
I know it's a rarity to look at this bracket on a championship Sunday and not see Liquid and Gaming every single time, but it's the birth of a new era in this championship Sunday. And as a result, we are taking the advantage of the fervor and the excitement, not just here in Sweden, but also in London, as I believe we were having a live watch party. And at that watch party, we have a proud reporter on site. Do you know who it is?
Oh, gosh, let me think.
It's at Meltdown London.
All right. Do you
Odie
want me to
Pixel.
say? Because I've got to guess. I've got to guess who it is.
He says Odie Pixel.
No,
Odie Pixel.
I reckon it's like T-Gov. Someone that you
T-Gov?
can find. Yeah, I reckon. He
The
lives
governor
in London,
himself.
Right? Or he lived in London. He's a Brentford fan. Little inside
Oh,
knowledge.
that's a little
there.
sus.
Wow.
Yeah,
Brentford.
exactly. Yeah.
Not a Chelsea fan.
God, fucking hope not. I wouldn't talk to him if he was. Meltdown Bar. I've been there many times. Sort of the pretty much the only esports bar in London. It's still going. It's been going for ages. I cast a tournament there, and I cast with No Tail, and it was the old Fnatic lineup with Hani and Trixie and
Era.
Pi. Yeah, that and Era. And they played a 5v5 against people in the pub.
Whoa.
It was great. It was a really good night. And my casting desk was next to the bar, so I would just reach up and they would just hand me drinks all night. It was the best gig ever.
Wow.
Yeah, that was Meltdown Bar.
That's a sweet setup.
It was good.
How drunk were you by the end of it?
They were like, do you want to go on to a club? I was like, I want to go home. Yeah, it was good.
Well, if you're interested in joining that kind of experience, although No Tail probably won't be there.
No.
But T-Gov will be there.
Yeah.
Then you can go to Meltdown London. I believe that you should just be able to show up. I don't know if we had tickets.
Yeah, no, I mean, you can just go.
Just go.
If you want to get there from, let's say, west or south London, you can get on the overground.
The tube?
No, the overground, it's not. It doesn't go underground as much. Hence the name, the overground.
Makes sense.
It doesn't go through a tube. The whole point of a tube is it's basically another word for a tunnel. No, the tunnel is the one that goes under the channel. This is, so the overground train goes over. You can get it. There's a stop right next. You get off there. You're at Meltdown Bar. It's dead easy if you're in West or South London. I don't know how to get there.
The bar's at the train stop.
No, you get off the train. You go down the steps and under the bridge.
Is this off the tube
there.
or is it in a
That's the
tunnel?
overground. It's above ground. The pub
bar's above ground.
The bar is above ground. The
That's
train to get there that I used was also above ground. I am filling time here, by the way.
Are you, though?
Ted and No Tail are going to be there.
Ted and No Tail are going to be there.
Yeah,
We're going to put him into a cannon and fire him over.
I mean, I could just fly there
All right,
straight
Ted,
after this.
you got to catch your flight.
Okay, let's go. I'll see you guys there. That would be funny, actually.
If you were
Towards
here
the
for
end
the
of
first
this
part of the
three-game
broadcast.
series, I was back, ran into I made it just as the throne falls.
Game 5 of Grand Finals. You're like, guys, I'm here.
I can make it back for that, no problem. It's like a 2-hour flight.
Would you say it's coming home, Ted?
I would say it is definitely coming home.
And not just
for
now.
one of these three teams.
It's coming home for one of these three teams.
Yeah.
Do you think it'll be a 5-game Grand Final?
No.
Probably not.
I said yesterday that Falcons were not going to lose another game and then win the whole thing, and of course they immediately lost the game.
Correct.
I'm sticking by my prediction, by the way.
What's your prediction? Oh, wait.
7-2 Team Spirit run.
Yeah.
I still think it could happen. I'm still pulling for him.
For Extreme?
No, for Team Spirit.
For Spirit, okay.
Yeah.
Bernie gets to the grand finals. By God, is that Team Spirit's music?
That's right. Yatoro's going to walk out.
They just tag him in like some kind of WWE match.
Wearing an Ame mask. It was Yatoro the whole time. Got ya.
We should do more of that. Just tagging people in.
I was saying we need more WWE style entrances at LANs for teams.
Yeah.
Just people walking out the ridiculous music with ridiculous walks.
Yes. Also, the fans not knowing who's qualified. And then you hear some music like, is it? It couldn't possibly be. It is! And Ame comes out like that kind of thing. Like a John Cena entrance. Oh, hello.
I hear the doorbell, and I see a man underneath. But can this man hear me? He's looking suave.
Robson!
I'm going to text him right now. Hey, look, he can see me. Tigov! Speak to me!
Robson!
Speak to me!
I don't think he can hear us because he's in the tunnel, right?
Yeah, but he might see
it. Yeah, he's in the bar in the tube underneath the overground.
He's in the tunnel.
Gotta work on your cabling over there, Ted.
Sorry, Ted, yeah. Yeah, sorry, gosh.
Talk to me, you fool. Speak.
How the way he's just looking in the camera.
What an angle, too. Just
I was like, is this a bit? Is he supposed to be hiding his face with his beard? What's going on?
They don't know we're coming. A Meltdown Bar has no idea that Robson's going to be there. He just snuck in, just filming.
It's like one of those scenes you sneak in like the back of an office building, like, I'm in the back right now. They're not going to find me back here. I've been playing Dota for a week off their net.
That's actually his waiting room for the next patch.
Eating peanuts and leftovers.
How long he can survive in Meltdown Bar without anyone knowing.
Oh, I think the manager's coming. I gotta go.
When he gets caught, then Crownfall releases.
Oh, that's his new bit, huh?
Oh.
Hide in the back of a bar until they release Crownfall. 3 months later.
He'll be there.
Eventually, I imagine that we will be able to check in with Tigov. Right now, technical difficulties because British infrastructure. You know what? He's probably on Virgin Media.
They are probably on Virgin Media.
Is Virgin Media the most hated company in England?
No, they're the most hated company in my road. I don't know about anybody else.
What's the most hated company in England?
The most hated company in England?
I feel like in America it's Comcast.
Yeah, oddly enough, it's DreamLeague.
What?
No, I mean,
what did we ever do to them? It's not coming home anymore.
No.
Well, Ted is an ass. He will no longer be working with us.
I don't know who the most hated company in England is, honestly.
How do you not know? I feel like there has to be one.
Well, there's a whole bunch. I'd have to think on that.
Who's the Comcast of England?
I mean, everybody hates Virgin Media, in all honesty.
Yeah,
I don't want to throw them
go.
under the bus on the internet because someone might be watching and they're always listening. And if they hear someone flaming Virgin Media, they pull the plug.
And then you won't be able to stream.
Yeah, exactly. Fuck Virgin Media.
There we go. There we go. He said it.
We got there.
Yeah.
He said it.
Home anymore.
Who would win a best of 5 between Virgin Media and Comcast?
No good guys in ISPs.
Did you read the Between the Lanes of the DDoS blog post that Valve released?
I did. Yeah. It was weird. I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know if you guys remember this. You'd be at a LAN, especially a smaller LAN, and it would just get DDoS like almost instantly.
Yeah.
Like you go live and you just get DDoS straight away.
No, I wasn't there in the 90s, Ted.
Oh, okay. Yeah. Very clever. You were a player back then, actually.
Yeah, I was getting DDoS.
Yeah, you were the ones getting DDoS.
Though to say that blog post is funny, that's something a DDoSer would say.
Well, no, I just thought it was strange of them to bring it up. I guess they're so sure that it can't happen again. I was like, why would you remind people about this? Some DDoS is like, oh yeah, I did used to do that, and immediately fires up the old DDoS machine. That's what I thought would happen.
That was one of their main points of contention, is that technically it used to be very difficult. And then when it started becoming very cheap and affordable to DDoS just recreationally, they're like, okay, now we need to take care of this.
Interesting. Does anyone understand what they were saying they did?
Yeah.
I didn't understand a word of it.
Yeah, well, that's okay.
It's about packets
Wow.
and the UDP protocol.
Yeah.
And the Steam Datagram Relay.
Listen, the real important thing is nobody uses Skype anymore. That was a truly...
Skype's just to leak IPs left and right.
Did your team ever get DDoS because of that?
We got DDoSed a couple times.
Who was the problem?
It was Yawar, I think.
Why is it always
I remember, no, but it was like if you had it on your computer running it at any time, you were susceptible. And then at some point, my Skype got hacked. And I was just like, you know, you can have it, man. Like,
Good luck.
I don't care enough about this application. That was the one thing that got hacked. I just left it.
If I
I
remember
don't have
rightly,
any connection to this.
even a request, a contact request, meant that you could get the IP address of the person that you were sending it to. So all you needed was their Skype ID, and a lot of people had just used their online name or whatever, and so they found them
it
really...
was bad. It was bad. I remember there was a 1 month period where every Dota game just got DDoSed.
Yeah.
But thankfully here at DreamLeague, that's not a problem because we're going to start on schedule. And what is the schedule? I'm glad you asked. The first series of the day is BetBoom Team versus Extreme Gaming.
Ooh.
Prediction! Capitalist!
I'm gonna go Extreme Gaming here.
Whoa!
I'm gonna think BetBoom are gonna do the classic BetBoom thing, and once they fall hard.
Do you think that upper bracket series tilted them out?
Maybe, but I also just think I just have a lot of faith in Extreme. I just really believe in these guys. I feel like watching each one of their players, they all stand out in different ways, and I think they're a team that is going to be one of the best teams of the year.
I like the idea. It starts here at DreamLeague Season 22, and it starts here with our first series of the day. Let's get into it. It's BetBoom Team versus Extreme Gaming. BetBoom Team versus Extreme Gaming, and I am now joined by BSJ and Lacoste on the panel. Lacoste, I missed you yesterday.
Oh, you did?
We spent every single day of this event together, and then I was robbed of the Lacoste experience.
Yeah, it was you guys, leaving me. I was the only one on the night shift. I didn't have to change my sleep schedule, but you guys got fucked pretty much.
No, it was okay. It was like a 2 o'clock start.
You got to watch a banger series, though, Lacoste Extreme versus BetBoom, which means that BetBoom are now in the lower bracket. BSJ, how did they end up here? What's going on?
Well, we got to talk to Skeeter from Falcons, not Extreme, when they beat BetBoom yesterday, and they basically said the entire draft was like a ton of mind games. He thought it was one of like the funnest series and like a bunch of curveballs and all this like shenanigans that happened in the strategical phase. So I wanted to talk a bit about like what led to BetBoom ending up in this lower bracket. And so I've got a few drafts from BetBoom from yesterday and earlier on in the tournament. And we want to talk about the Lifestealer hero. This hero has been pretty much the carry of the tournament. And so this is the first series that BetBoom, or the last series that BetBoom played of Group Stage 2 against Aurora. And you see Lifestealer versus Morph and Razor. So it started off with Lifestealer getting like allowed in the draft and getting countered and still winning. So then we go to the next draft between Team Falcons and BetBoom, and what ended up happening here is that 16-17 pick, Skeeter literally said that they wanted to pick Lifestealer there, decided not to because they thought they could get cute with the Terrorblade Flex, and then they regretted it later and lost to Lifestealer. So then we go to the next draft between BetBoom and Team Falcons yesterday, where if you see the Doom Morphling bans from Team Falcons, Skeeter confirmed that they were setting themselves up to 14-15 Lifestealer, and BetBoom decided to yoink it on 13th pick and then lost with it. So then we go to draft 3, where BetBoom was like, we lost with 13th pick Lifestealer. We don't feel confident on this hero anymore. And you notice in their first round of bans, they actually took out Lifestealer themselves. So that actually transitions me to Extreme Gaming strategies throughout the entire course of this tournament, because I'd like to note that they are 6-0 on Lifestealer, 6-0 on Void, and they have a formula going, and we're going to see it today on almost all of their games that they have won, and that is a carry that offers counter initiation and a ranged damage dealing mid. So we saw Naga TA in the first one, we see Void Sniper in the second one, in the third one we're going to see a this is a series against BetBoom earlier in the tournament. They have Void OD where they won, which is range damage dealer with counter initiation carry, and then they lost without that formula. And then we go to the last draft for them, which has been like their evolution over the course of the tournament. They're doing the same strategy with different heroes, which is the Lifestealer Lina. And Lifestealer, even though he's not like a Void Naga with a stun, he has the Infest that saves these ranged damage dealers, so you don't really have somebody to go on. And this is what Extreme Gaming has been doing throughout the entire course of the tournament, whatever heroes they're using. So BetBoom's more like, let's figure out what to do with these meta heroes, while Extreme Gaming says we have an identity and we're going to stick to it and you have to beat it. And I think that's why I'm favoring Extreme Gaming going into this, because they seem very solidified with a bunch of different ways to do the same thing.
But it still seems like the carry pool is shared quite a bit. Like Ame, Faceless Void, I suppose, is his main signature, but Lifestealer seems to be popping up for both teams. It seems to be the same thing that was the issue with Sven, that people are like, oh, this carry is really good, and then they just keep ramping up the pick priority until you reach a threshold where BetBoom tried to pick it first phase, and then you realize it has shortcomings.
Yeah, and that's the cool part about the metas. It's kind of like a rock, paper, scissors, round robin of heroes getting cycled out, where Sven went from getting popular, and then like ignored in the draft almost entirely. And then now we see Lifestealer coming up, and this is something that's happening every day. Like, it's cycling every day, and this only happened yesterday in the previous series. So BetBoom has what, like 12 hours to figure out exactly like, okay, how are we going to deal with this going into this series? This team's undefeated with a hero that we were kind of experimenting with yesterday, got outsmarted by Falcons at the end, and it may seem like nitpicking of one hero, but when we heard Skeeter talking about his win, he was like, I couldn't even believe what was happening in this draft. So I know it's going to be like, I'm looking forward to the chess aspect of this series today.
And there is a little bit of past history, as Extreme did 2-1 BetBoom team in Group Stage 2, but I like what you're saying about the fundamentals, because Lacoste, we've been covering a great deal of Extreme, and the dynamic that Brian is describing has been systematic. It's Ame on a melee carry, XM on a ranged turret. And of the 100% win rate that heroes that you mentioned, the Lifestealer 6 games 100%, Faceless Void 100% on Ame. Sniper!
Yeah, still 100%. I can't believe that this hero got so many, like 23rd, 24th pick. He got banned a lot when they were playing against Extreme Gaming for a good reason. If you don't have enough gap close, this hero is going to pop off. And yesterday, in their series against Team Spirit, it was the only time out of those 6 games before that he played that he went for a different item build. He decided that he needs a little bit more damage, so Maelstrom, kind of a classic build compared to, you know, his old Dragon Lance into Aghanim Scepter, where he becomes super active early on. And one thing I noticed about XM when he plays this hero is like his laning stage. Like, I don't expect it to be as good, and every single time he impresses me how much he can get from the lanes. And one thing also to notice, to point out, is that supports are playing very early on around XM Sniper, because they know the hero is very vulnerable, so you'll see some like 4-minute TP rotations coming up from DY just to save him.
Yeah, both teams are playing around a lot, because even in the Spirit series that we saw yesterday, XM got ganked like 2 times in the early game, and then at 10 minutes he was still top net worth.
Yeah, this guy is nuts. I mean, especially when he plays Tank Cardell, it's... Brian, you know about Tank Cardell? Have you been on the panels?
I have not been on enough of the night shift panels to know about the Tank Cardell.
Tank Cardell, it's a new meme. It's a new meme in the town.
I'll have to go through some of the VODs and catch myself up in the breaks.
It's the build. Do you want to hear it? This is like the third time
I need it. Sorry.
Do you want to hear it? Okay.
I do, Ted, please.
Go for it.
Sniper is a very squishy and vulnerable hero.
I'm following you so far.
People are like, there's a sniper. He's all on his own.
We're going to get him.
Yeah. But you get the Dragonlance, you get Heart, you get like AC and stuff. You just tank up. He's like Tank Cardell. People jump him. They're like, why isn't this sniper dying? This guy's so tanky.
He's the offlane.
He's a bait.
So this is an offlane sniper.
Oh, yeah, you put him. Where do you put the toughest guy? You put him in the offlane.
True.
Tank Cardell.
What's the order? Is it Heart first, AC?
It's up to you.
Okay.
Dealer's choice.
Whatever your heart desires.
Oh.
Yeah.
I see what you did there.
If you want 100% win rate on it, though, you probably play it mid. You probably play it like XM.
Yeah, probably just copy paste.
Yeah.
Please copy XM. Don't do this. Yeah, it's great to see. I mean, he knows the button, the headshot button, like I was talking about.
Yep.
It's an important
It's
button.
a console command. I'm not going to reveal it, but it's a little console command you put in, and there's a secret button. You can also make it voice activated. So you can just
headshot,
and it procs. But I'm not going to give away how you get that. But he knows how, obviously. He's a fellow knower.
Sometimes it feels like some of the people you're playing against are using that, some of these snipers, because you're getting peeped 100% of the time.
I have to say, there was a point where the sniper was getting chased yesterday, and this is in the green room, and the other guy was not going to die to a regular auto attack, and it was going to be one more auto attack to kill the sniper, and Jenkins is like, turn around, faith in the headshot, faith in the headshot, and then he turns around, gets the headshot, and Jenkins is like, yes!
Peeped Laurel in the face, that OD went down.
I just can't believe, like, the fact that you guys have the same meta on this headshot shit. I've been dealing with Jenkins for like the last week.
And one can only imagine how GPK would react to that, because it's BetBoom team who are having to recover after a rough series from yesterday, especially the game 2. The series itself was very competitive, and they should be, I suppose, proud of the fact that they were able to take a game off of Falcons. But really, they should have taken the whole series off of Falcons.
Yes, most definitely. That I think they had really good drafts in both of these games. They basically won 1.5 game, and then just, you know, a little bit of old chat action happening by Toronto Tokyo. They were too confident diving tier 4 towers using Supernova, and instead of killing the melee barracks, they decided to fool around and didn't have megas in the end, which I think is a big deal. I think there was a window of opportunity to close out the game with megas. You know, they also had Lycan, so there's always this like split push potentially happening, but late game they like, I think this is the team, like we've seen this team so many times just fall short whenever, you know, something happens in the game, and the stonks is just like going down pretty heavily for them.
I never know it would be better for a team to, if you're playing a series, 3-game series like that, and you lose 2-1, but you could have and probably should have won one of the games. Is that more disheartening than just getting walloped 2-0? Like, I think you're like, guys, we were so close. If we beat him again, we're not going to fuck up like that. We know what we're going to do. We can definitely win this. That's got to be better than just, wow, we got walloped and we don't know what to do and we probably lost next time we play. I think it'd be better to lose close and to have thrown it, really.
I mean, on the plus side, it wasn't an elimination series. Right. And they're trying to gather as much data on Falcons as possible, hopefully for a best of 5. But to do that, they're going to have to make it through the lower bracket final. They're going to have to make it through Extreme Gaming. So are you ready for our lower bracket final? Because I am. Let's get ready for game number 1.
They have a kind of unique playstyle, like this Chinese playstyle right now.
Wave goes down, they manage to get the duel! The duel! Oh, save! Is the tear away, but it doesn't matter, they get him anyway!
我认为推爱的蹦战队是一支在后期胜率非常高的。
I think BetBoom have done well this tournament because they have had a lot more time to gel with their new member of the team, Miero, and I think his wide hero pool is giving them a bit more of an advantage in the draft, on top of the fact that they're already very high skill laners.
There's no way Extreme not gonna play differently when they have like Ame.
But you go for a nice thunder turnaround from Ame though.
这个比赛在最后阶段，我相信他们应该会败下阵。
That point that you brought up, Brian, I guess it's something that we kind of gloss over because we've covered this team for 2 weeks at this point. But yeah, Miero coming in as an offlaner, and we just accept it at this point. He's so naturally slotted in that at no point I'm ever like, yeah, but what happens if they had Pure in this situation?
Yeah, it's funny because the difference I think the most is that Pure had a really small hero pool since he was new to the role, so they were picking his hero super early on in the draft and just jamming it, similar to like Amar when he was new to the scene. But with Miero, he's got one of the widest hero pools of any offlaner at this tournament, so he's getting a lot more last picks and a lot more late game like cheese picks where they're counter picking the carry in lane and all this kind of stuff. And we've seen him be the one offlaner that really picks summons guys, and it's had mixed results.
Like the Lycan.
But it's something to always be ready for, and that's something that Extreme Gaming's got on their radar for sure.
And we'll see which of these heroes pop up in game number 1 as the draft has begun. But in terms of pick priority, we've also been seeing XM on Extreme get last pick almost the most of any mid laner in the tournament.
Yeah, they want to give them this just like advantage in the draft because he's playing these range heroes, these Linas, Razors, ODs, snipers. So whenever it's a good game for it, they will pick it. So they want to have, something from this mid lane. Ame, like they haven't been last picking his hero, I don't think, in many games so far. A lot of the times you will see DY's hero getting first picked whenever it's available. I think there was at the first couple of days of DreamLeague, 8 Crystal Maidens out of 10 games in the first phase. That's pretty nuts.
Some very targeted bans coming out of both teams. BetBoom take out the Flex Terrorblade and a Shadow Demon in the first phase. And Extreme opt to ban a GPK Storm in phase 1. BetBoom start out with the DK pick and Extreme respond with a Timbersaw.
The Shadow Demon Terrorblade specifically we're like telegraphing the fact that they're going to first pick DK because illusion creators are the guys that counter DK because DK's illusions are just absolutely broken. So Terrorblade as a support, Reflection just insanely strong against DK at all stages of the game. So they are kind of like, if you're not going to ban it, we're going to pick it. And then what's odd about that though is Timbersaw is one of the hardest counters in my opinion to DK. So that's a hero that usually gets banned, but since they targeted the Enigma Storm, it's in there.
I want to go back to this Shadow Demon ban. I think it has something to do with their series against Falcons yesterday, Game 2 and Game 3. They have a little bit of a PTSD from that hero.
The Power Treads Shadow Demon?
That's the acronym.
Now, he caused a lot of issues, so like they couldn't really team fight. A lot of the times you would see crits staying really far away from a fight and just having one job, and that's like counter-initiate. And I think this call might come from Nightfall. He's like, I'm not gonna be able to play my hero if I'm getting purged like 2 times in a row with the Aghanim Scepter later on in the game. Like I just can't play Dota.
The respect band sniper.
Finally, BetBoom team recognize the true power, and they also take out the Lifestealer.
Neil, when has that been a thing in Dota? Banning sniper in the draft?
When they're scared.
Only against X.
There was like 6.83 like 8 years ago.
Yes, sniper patch, that was it.
Sniper was the best one out of those 3, right?
He was.
I think
Sniper was getting first overall picked on that patch because he was played mid with the 3 shrapnel charges, and it was like you could just solo kill anybody at level 3. That was just...
What was it? Was that literally what made him broken?
Yeah, because they eventually had to nerf it, but he had no activation time on the shrapnel. Like nowadays, there's like a slight delay.
Yeah. While it's in the air.
Yeah,
right?
while it's in the air, but before it just instantly laid down, so you could just perfectly set the position of it.
And was that still when shrapnel affected towers?
No, it was the patch right after where they removed that aspect, but then gave it 3 charges, and then
that was good old times.
Can you imagine?
Damaging towers. I want to see some maybe Crystal Maiden. I really love Crystal Maiden against this. Timbersaw in the lane, it always gives you a kill threat, this early magic damage that Crystal Maiden provides. Double Frostbite most of the time, plus the Blood Grenade should be enough to kill off this. And there's also Marana, potentially for save, or even Toronto-Tokyo. Save didn't play Marana. And if we compare the position 4 heroes that they play, they're completely different. Like Save plays these, like this is gonna be his like 8th or 9th game on Techies or something so far. Lost the one yesterday, but in terms of scaling, he's more sacrificial compared to Jin-Q when he's playing these Hoodwinks, like something that can scale and build into damage items.
Obviously, both these teams have had a lot of success because they're in the top 3.
Yes.
Save was actually 9-0 on Techies this event before that game yesterday, so he's now 9-1. I mean, Save is known as like the highest skill laner. Like every carry player hates this guy because he just ruins your day. And Techies, universal, long-range, reliable nukes. He just chips you down really well, takes all the advantageous trades, and I think they have to keep in mind the Ame Faceless Void 6-0 set up by the Phoenix. Like, they have to be considering, like, do we just take our... That usually BetBoom takes the 2 supports right here, but they've banned out the Lifestealer, like, Sven in the pools, Void, these are, like, the meta-defining carries right now.
Naga.
They take the Crystal Maiden, Naga, so maybe they're thinking, like, if we let them have Void, we have some sort of counter with the Naga, but you already have Timbersaw to deal with that, so I'm pretty sure Extreme Gaming will feel comfortable picking Void right now. I don't see why they wouldn't, because it's then setting XM up for the last pick. He has a slew of heroes that are range damage dealers, other than Sniper, that are still in the pool. The TAs, the Linas, the Vipers.
OD.
OD. So I have to imagine Extreme's going to stick to their formula that's been working for them so far.
Lacoste, was it you saying that you think Techies is like one of the best heroes?
Yeah, absolutely. Like, this hero is just too good. Has everything. Has a good laning stage, good scaling. You have Taser, which is probably like one of his best abilities, if not the best ability.
Super obnoxious.
Yeah.
Definitely difficult to push Roshan against techies. He can always see on the map, like he can control areas of the map where your carry wants to farm, protect Roshan. And there's that Faceless Void, gives them a lot of team fight on their side. These heroes are not that easily killed with the Sunray behind them.
Would love to see Lion on top of it. Lion Timbersaw is like the EG classic, and then it gives you an Illusion Destroyer against DK, which is very important.
5 seconds remaining.
Is there any other reliable stun? Because they're lacking stuns right now if it's not Faceless Void, and as a Faceless Void, I want somebody else to be a threat. It just makes my job much easier as a carry.
Tiny's still in the pool. Tiny, I think Tiny's fine, even though you do have like 2 melee heroes. He stops the aggression, has this AoE control stun. When you're trying to go on Timbersaw, gives him enough time to get away.
How reliable would you consider Bushwhack to be? Is Hoodwink still in the pool?
With a Timbersaw, maybe not, but they go for it. I was actually concerned.
Perfect timing.
I was concerned about the Timbersaw destroying trees, the Phoenix Egg destroying trees.
Yeah, I feel like teams don't care too much about it. This is something that also I look into when I'm playing Hoodwink, and I do play Hoodwink a lot, but yeah, they're like, I don't mind. He'll just cut down your tree.
Yeah, Beastmaster off lane with it. Like, you just got to be careful. Like any hero that destroys the trees. But it is the stun, it is the burst, it is a threat, it's damage into Chrono.
And the break against a DK as well.
Yeah, absolutely.
So are we picking the carry hero? Do you think Sven? Maybe even Troll? I feel like you need to have a hero that also kills the egg, something that maybe lanes well. That's why I'm maybe leaning towards Troll. But Troll is a big bait. I feel like this hero, it always feels good.
I'd
good
rather
matchup.
go Luna, personally.
Luna as well. Yeah, Luna works definitely. Good in the lane against this Timbersaw, magic damage. She can hit the egg as well, but against Faceless Void, with no protection, it could be tricky later on, but it also gives you a tempo because the hero farms much faster than Faceless Void at the early stages.
Yeah, I think that's the reason why Timbersaw is banned so much, is it is like an anti-carry in the sense that you don't want to pick the Svens, you don't want to pick Morphling, you don't want to pick any illusion hero, really. So, like, I mean, they go Morphling, but I'm going to confirm this. I thought I checked it on Dota Buff that Morphling has a really bad matchup against Timbersaw, but I'm going to confirm it.
What would be the justification behind that? I would have thought that Whirling Death wouldn't be as big of a deal for a Morphling. I guess, I mean, as long as you're not standing next to trees.
Let's check it. It looks like... well, I know for a fact Morphling matches up carry to carry really well with Faceless Void, because you can buy the Shard, worst case, and you morph during Chrono, and then you turn into him, cast Time Dilation, cast Time Walk, and then, like, you have Ultra Mobility, and Time Dilation is just an insanely broken spell. So, I'm checking... Yeah, Timbersaw is Morphling's 8th worst matchup on Dota Buff, with a 2% disadvantage, so... I think
2% disadvantage.
Yeah, that means that
hold the front page, Brian.
Hey, I feel like Purian doesn't respect the 2%.
Dota's a game of inches.
Of the 2% Purian, you don't understand.
You see a hero on Dota Buff having like 2% win rate after patch dropped, you know the hero got buffed a lot.
Right, of course.
Puck and Doom taken out by Extreme Gaming. They take out an offlaner, they take out a mid laner. Meanwhile, of course, XM's heroes saved for last, and BetBoom take out the OD, maybe take out the Lina.
Yeah, that makes sense as well. The OD, just pure damage against Morph and DK, chewing through their high armor, high HP. And then, yeah, Lina, same idea, but just heavy magic.
We've seen quite a few teams go for this last pick, Leshrac.
Leshrac would be nice for Extreme as well. Oh, I like the Zeus ban. That's a good ban, but that kind of sets them up for Alina, so they have to be very careful of that.
Maybe they pick Lina themselves.
GPK Lina? I've honestly been very underwhelmed with GPK's like later picks in the drafts. I feel like he's been the underperforming player for BetBoom in their losses. Obviously, they've had mostly success in this event, but when they lose, it really does feel like GPK is frustrated or something. Beastmaster.
Whoa!
There's the
they
last
really want to cut down that tree, huh, from Hoodwink.
So DK mid and offlane Beastmaster going into a Faceless Void and a Phoenix support.
DK is one of the decent laners against Lina last pick, and it's like reliable, so that's probably why.
Oh yeah, and then that would justify why they banned out the Zeus as opposed to the Lina. There's also Templar Assassin still available as well.
It's a lot of armor on these heroes, Morphling, DK. XM, he doesn't play Invoker. At least he didn't play it so far. I think it could have been a really good Invoker game.
Because you're looking for magic
Spirit
damage?
Vessel, magic damage inside Chrono, something that can buff up Faceless Void, push him over the edge against this Morphling matchup.
I'm still fine with the Lina.
Lina's still available. Leshrac also, if you want a more traditional magic damage. Viper was in his pocket a few times.
It'd be good against DK, bad against Morph, but they also kind of have answers to Morph, so I wouldn't hate Viper.
And plus they already have a break mechanic.
Oh,
Mars.
they rotate the Timber Saw to mid against
that-
DK. That actually makes a ton of sense.
Wow.
That's smart.
Extreme Gaming getting Mars as the last pick.
You don't see that every day.
Something you don't often see, considering it's XXS. I always talk about him and Namar being the best Mars players in the world by far. I don't think anyone comes even close. What they're doing on the hero is just insane. BetBoom, they decided to go with Beastmaster, another Zoo hero. They did look good at the first stage of the game yesterday when they were playing this Lycan. He was on top of the net worth. He's pretty much the only one who plays these Zoo heroes from the offlane still. I like Extreme Gaming. I feel like this Faceless Void, Mars combo, and also I don't see the real answers for this Timbersaw. I feel like this looks pretty good for Extreme Gaming.
I think what makes the Timbersaw pick shifted to mid really cool is that Beastmaster relies heavily on ancient stacking, and if you pick like a ranged damage dealer, they don't want to invade. They're just going to play their own game.
Right.
So Timbersaw's a great hero for like getting level 5 or 6 and just walking into your triangle and yoinking your stuff. So I think that's going to significantly slow down the timing of the DK and the Beastmaster. Mars on last pick, like, yeah, he's against Morph, a hero that's like traditionally decent against Mars, but I think Extreme Gaming's got everything they want, and once again, I feel like this Summons hero from Miro is going to kind of fall flat.
When you're contesting these Ancients as a Timbersaw, though, you need a +1, though.
Yeah, he'll need help.
And
but Phoenix is like a decent support. Like, you leave Void alone, he might even have 6, so he might be able to connect if possible, and then Phoenix as a support is going to set up the ward and poke with long-range Fire Spirits and everything. So, yeah, I like the way Extreme set themselves up.
I'm not saying they've won, but if you ever want to know why flex picks are important in a draft, that's a fantastic example. You pick the Timbersaw and suddenly you're like, yeah, we'll just flex him mid. That's the power of that. And now you're like, oh, now it's DK against Timber, great.
But it's XM not on a ranged turret. Will that bring them success? We'll find out in game number 1 with the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the lower bracket finals. BetBoom versus Falcons. Production, you gave them a button for noises, but you don't give it to us? What happened? I was going to use Suns fans his little bird scream he did yesterday.
It's not even Falcons.
30 seconds.
Oh, well, I just saw
That's
Falcons.
why they
I
didn't
wanted
give
to be
it
able
to
to
you.
do Falcon. Did this one work? Hey, the BetBoom one works.
You need an extreme gaming button.
Yeah, now I need an extreme. Yeah.
Oh, extreme.
Anyway, welcome to Lower Bracket Finals. BetBoom versus Extreme. We've got BetBoom going back to a Summons hero. They've done this twice now. It did not work for them in the upper bracket final against Falcons. That time was the Lycan. This time it's going to be the Beastmaster. Why are they doing this, Avery?
Just trying to pick up the pace, punish some of the greed we're seeing out from these lineups. We talked about the Faceless Void yesterday for Extreme being their second best hero this tournament behind the Sniper. Ame is, I think, undefeated on it, right? Or close. And
yes, he is.
It has by far looked like his best hero, one of his best heroes of all time. You have to slow this hero down, and the way you slow it down is you pick up the pace. You put a hero in his lane that eventually kicks him out, takes his tower, takes the map over, accelerates the Roshan timings, which Void can have a hard time contesting unless he gets a really good start or the pace is a bit slower. The Beastmaster is here to do all of those things for BetBoom and put them in a position where you're constantly having to fight with the Faceless Void from behind. And if you can do that, the hero feels a lot more manageable.
Do you like this pick of the Beastmaster more than their Lycan attempt to counter Skeeter's Faceless Void?
I think they can both function the same. I think on paper, Beast is better versus Void than Lycan.
Okay.
But I don't think it's that different in the current meta because I think Lycan's a slightly stronger hero than the Beast right now. and the Beast itemization has been a little hit or miss for me. I'm not convinced by the Zags build in a lot of games. It used to be the go-to. The Shiva's build-up is too slow for the hero. You kind of have to go this Helmet of the Dominator route, but the hero has been nerfed a little bit in terms of what that looks like and how strong it is in a fight. So I like it better as a hero for BetBoom, but I think Beast can be better versus the Faceless Void with, you know, some of the random Hawk rooting and long duration stun can be really nice here. They have a lot of disable in their lineup that can set up the damage for the Morphling. The biggest thing, though, is you got this Timber mid versus DK, which it's just going to be a free farm lane for XM. And I think DK actually does fine here. I think he's one of the melee strength heroes that can survive this lane, and I've even seen it go where if you somehow get 6 first and you start laying in the Corrosive Breath, you don't skill a lot of armor points necessarily anymore, and you can actually set this hero up for a gank if you have high damage supports. So I would not be surprised to see BetBoom try and rotate supports mid here since they have the Techies, they have the Maiden. This isn't just some dead lane for DK and it's over.
They do have very high damage supports, right? So
yes, and I expect them to want to use them this game because the Suicide Leap and max level Frostbite seems very strong here. That's why you pick these heroes. You're trying to lock down the mobility between the Void, the Timber, even the Phoenix to a degree. Just shut these heroes down and set up the chain damage and burst them. Because honestly, XG's draft it's pretty scary. Like, they have a lot of damage to throw out. They have insane damage scaling on their supports. Probably the 2 best scaling damage supports in the game right now. Outside of maybe Shadow Demon and
they're going to put that damage in to get a first blood for Jin Q. And secure the Lotuses. Though I think you are probably getting all the Lotuses in a Hoodwink Mars lane.
You should. This is a lane that should win versus basically anything. And that's the issue. I feel like XG's lanes are very solid for the Timber and the Mars, which is who they want to have a good game here, because then you can combat the DK when he tries to push to a tower. You can rotate these heroes and combat the Beastmaster when he tries to push a tower. So BetBoom need to be really careful with when they rotate and who they rotate to try and pressure these tier 1s and not get caught in these team fights they're unprepared for numbers-wise and get slain. Because then you're not picking up the pace, you are picking up some tombstones that XG are going to put you in. Or put you under.
What do you think of the early Phoenix pickup from Extreme? For some reason, it really stood out to me because of our conversation about Spirit's support duo they ran in all 3 games, right? Which was not as much team fight.
I mean, XG really like Phoenix because it sets up for the Ame Faceless Void. It's a hero they fight really well around with all of XXS's hero pool right now, which is, you know, the Mars plus all these other Initiator stunners that he plays. They just, I think, like how it synergizes with the later core picks, and it's honestly looked like DY's best hero of the tournament.
Yeah.
So he's very comfortable on it. They know how to lane the hero pretty well. I mean, this is a lane where, you know, you have 9 denies on the Beast, but Ame's still at 20 CS, so I don't think XG are sad with the early stages of this lane. It's going to get real hard from here, though. This is, the level 3 to 5 for Beast in this lane should be untouchable.
Yeah. I guess what I took from it was that I quite like the Phoenix just because, one, Extreme is probably going to focus on teamfight, which they tend to, right? And I think the other thing is, I think Sunray's just such a powerful ability in the current meta where it's not a heart meta, but there are a lot of tanky boys running around. These Primal Beasts, Svens, Lifestealers, so on and so forth.
Yeah, it's really nice. We see the early ring for Ame. Unconventional item choice on the Faceless Voids in the current meta, but responding to the lane pressure that is just an insane amount of harass here. If he doesn't have a region item, he is just 100% dead on these dives in. Here he can actually fight back a bit. He'll get a bulwark kill.
They're going to chase after DY. Now that DY is dead, they might go back for Ame here because there is still a big wave under tower. The Boars are going to chase after him. Ame will take some decent harassment from this. In fact, may even die. No time walk up for another 7 seconds. So they're going to kite him around. Bloodstone to help, or excuse me, Blood Grenade to help finish him off. So they get 2 kills up here. Maybe DY gets a rebuttal on save. Nope, he's going to TP out.
Nice push in by BetBoom. This is what you want to have happen on this lane. They can even rotate the Maiden through the gate for that type of play, but I felt like they didn't need it. Toronto Tokyo will contest the rune, but feed away his life. Though that rune does get taken by GPK, and that would have been a big one to give away. Still, I would look for BetBoom to collapse on top again at some point here if you're not confident pushing in the mid with the DK. But GPK looks like he's doing more than fine on his own, so...
Yeah, there is going to be this kind of like double pressure going on, right? Of both top and mid. And Extreme, they kind of have to make a choice, right? Which one are you going to actually fight and which one are you just going to sacrifice? And it looks like for now they're trying to fight mid, but even that doesn't work out. They don't bring enough heroes. Jin Q, he'll die as he attempts to go for the Crystal Maiden. A lot of damage done to this mid tower already.
This is why this DK Timber matchup in mid is not one-sided at all. This is a lane DK can do a lot in. He can take the fight to the Timber with the support rotations. And suddenly XM's just on the back foot. You don't have the early fighting power in the Phoenix Hoodwink to compete with Maiden Techies here. And it's limiting how aggressive he can be on the lane. That's good pressure going into mid for BetBoom. And meanwhile, you're farming top with the Beast. So you have 2 lanes right now you can go to and really force XG to respond, which is not what this Phoenix Hoodwink want to be doing right now.
They really wanted to be able to sneak that kill on Nightfall, but he does morph into strength in time before the Bushwhack connects on him. And that just means Jin Q showing himself down here means top and middle are all the more susceptible to this pressure that BetBoom puts in as GPK takes that tower. And you could see the Sharks are circling up there in that top lane.
That's a fast tier 1 mid. Really fast here. And this means this DK can go for that rotation top. Now, we have seen XG respond to pressure on the Faceless Void very heavily in their previous games. If I'm BetBoom in this game and I'm calling for this push with the Helmet Dom on Beast, which is what should be happening right now, I want to bring extra numbers because you need to fully expect that XG are willing to commit to this fight. They've done it time and time again for the Void to keep his tower alive, give Ame a better early game.
Aren't you like guaranteed stronger if you're BetBoom in this 4-on-4, 5-on-5?
You are. That's why you just don't want to overextend here, right? The supports are already here for XG. They can TP in the Timber, they can TP in the Mars. You do not want to overextend, feed away a bunch of kills, and give Ame a game where he was struggling.
But you also kind of want to do it soon before level 6s come in for Extreme, right?
Yeah, just keep the pressure up. Be willing to rotate the numbers. See heroes on the map makes it easier. I think what's happening right now is okay for BetBoom, but I would like if they just brought the DK up here and took the fight. I don't think they're weaker. You don't have Chrono on the Void. You don't have Egg. What are you really afraid of, right?
Yeah.
It's the Timber Mars you're worried about overextending into, but again, if you play it out, save your roar. Not the scariest. And while you're in this stalemate, it is some time for XG to recover a little bit.
Timbersaw farming away in jungle, gives the Hoodwink a bit of solo experience mid. And the Faceless Void is closing in on that 6. DY is also close to 6.
And both,
wow.
We're going to get it here. This feels a little too delayed for my taste.
Yeah.
See if they get punished for it, but might also just be the case that XG don't want to commit if it's just a slow push by the Beast. Definitely don't want to just leave a Morphling in an empty lane, and he'll just get it for free here. Chip away with the Skelly Boys. That's going to open up the map a lot. This is the type of gameplay you want versus a Faceless Void lineup. Strong push heroes that can man fight him, not give him easy chrono opportunities, take away the tier 1s, invade the jungle, and suddenly Ame is going to fall behind in the farm battle here versus Nightfall if he can't stay on these camps. It's going to be XG trying to respond with a gank of their own. They do not have the Hoodwink ult for this.
Yeah, this is a hard kill. Like, he lands the Bushwhack, Chakram cuts down the tree, so he's immediately able to morph strength.
It's just too awkward.
Yeah, I think there's no world where that duo gets a kill on Morphling.
I mean, maybe if they find him on their side of that tree line, I can see it, but not on the other side. And
an early Blink Dagger from GPK didn't make the rotation up to top. The arena goes out from XXS, locking in some of these heroes, and Toronto Tokyo is the kill that they get for it, but it's still a 1-for-1 trade-off. And Nightfall is still happy to sit in lane and keep farming as the Morphling.
That was Blink reveal for GPK. Not too sad about it. You still have this Beast farming top, creating a little pressure on Ame, and is Midas getting delivered? So that's his catch-up mechanism. That was a haste rune for the Timber that didn't really yield that big Morphling killer teamfight XG we're looking for. If BetBoom don't give away any sloppy core kills on the map, they're gonna take away more space right now. They should be happy doing that. Working towards that Helm of the Dominator will give you early Roshan in this game as well. Very solid start.
One thing that I feel kind of okay about Extreme's game here is the fact that this Dragonite's getting really farmed, but they do have some pretty good Dragonite answers, right? They got a break mechanic, they got 2 different percentage-based damage spells to pump into them, and I think Arena can help when it comes to dealing with the Black Dragon and illusions running at you and stuff.
I think their lineup can easily deal with BetBooms in those later stages, particularly the 5-on-5. It's a good time dilation game. Even if you end up in a situation where you just chrono 2 or 3 and it's 2 supports, but you kill them, that team fight isn't that hard, I think. But the big question is here, are you going to get there on even footing? You have to contest some of these big objectives at some point, and you need to make sure those fights go your way, because if BetBoom win any team fight right now, they're just going to explode in terms of map control. Suck all these camps away. Quick little smoke gank trying to find save.
So a single kill for Extreme, something to work with, I guess. I mean, everyone in this game seems kind of down to just farm. I mean, I'm looking at this like Hoodwink, who's working towards the Maelstrom. Timbersaw's not trying to go to these side lanes too much. Neither is GPK, really.
I think they could have used this Beastmaster a little bit more, but again, if you just want to farm for Helm of the Dominator, get Roche and pick up the pace from there, I don't think it's too bad here. It's not going to incredibly hurt you, but you're giving time for Ame to use this Midas right now, and he is recovering. This is where Void is. I mean, Void's not offering you anything right now, so you have a 5v4 on the map. You have the early Vlads on the Morphling. You're gearing up for this push timing. Could be very early high ground in this game as well for BetBoom if they can bait out a team fight. You misuse some ults. Suddenly you have all these auras.
Yep.
Can catch XG off guard, and they'll accelerate that Dom out.
They are going to have this window where they are like overwhelmingly strong, right? It's going to be some like Helm of the Overlord Vlads plus the Dragonite with Manta Ags and then a Morphling with... what do you go in this game as the Morphling? Do you want the magic damage to try and blow up the Faceless Void more? Or do you want more of that right-click hard carry build? We saw that yesterday.
I wouldn't mind like Manta into some stat items, because you're going to get your damage buffed a lot in this game based off the base damage. You have the Vlads for yourself, but you could have some extra buffs from the Beastmaster, including that Inner Beast. So you're getting a lot of attack speed, some extra damage. I think if you just go right-click on the Morph, you're going to be happy.
Okay.
I think you just want the Manta to dispel time dilation here. Dodge some spears. Way too good on the hero. Throw a couple clicks in, but this is not a tower. I think BetBoom really want to contest too much.
Man, that's all the more scary. I forgot that these Morphlings are going Vlads now. So you're going to have Helm of the Overlord, Beastmaster with Vlad's Morphling.
Yep. It's going to be really good. But you have to use it for something. You can't just go these items and then just do nothing and hope that Vlad's is outscaling Midas.
Yeah.
Which Vlad scales pretty well, but it's... I think Ame is pretty happy with the space he's gotten here. Early ring for the lane into Midas. This is a lot of net worth that doesn't do anything if he is forced to fight. But so far, he's not been forced to fight. And you're still looking at a 1k difference.
Not a single time. Extreme not making any real preemptive moves. They're fine with BetBoom going out there, doing something. Ame only has to react to some sort of tower dive, hit a Chronosphere. Other than that,
interesting smoke.
Yeah, I guess they think they are trying to set up a kill on Ame and they're going to bait him out.
And honestly, I'd say normally the smoke would land because as BetBoom you would be in this dire upper jungle. But there's just nobody there. And you
a lot
have
of mines all in this area, though. XXS is going to run back into some of them here. Might have to use the arena just to protect himself. Does manage to pin the Crystal Maiden. Sunray trying to keep him alive. Not quite good enough. Stuck inside the arena, though. Now inside the Chronosphere, they're going to go for the Dragon Knight kill.
Damage?
Can they kill this big tanky boy? They need the Timber Saw to do it, or maybe just the burnout of the Sunray. No problem there. XM takes a lot of damage. So does Nightfall. Blast off. Finish them off as the mine's just too much. And now the time dilation's going to go to work. Jumped in the middle of 3 heroes. Got it off. Fortunately, Icarus Dive was up for DY. Otherwise, it would probably be both supports dying in that situation.
Oh, so much damage going into the Timber at the end. It really shows the single target burst BetBoom have, because this is a fight where you get locked in that arena on the egg. It's not the worst start for XG. You just have to commit so much on this Dragon Knight to take him down. And Roar will stall out the finishing blow there. XM just getting killed by these mines. Double mine into the blast off. Save really just decimated that team fight for XG.
It's also how they killed the Mars too, right? Like he ran into 2 different mines. Like that sort of thinking ahead from Stave.
GPK in the chrono, by the way.
When he was taking a sip.
Yeah, he's like, I'm dead. I'll drink some coffee here.
Typical Dragon Knight gameplay right there. Double mine explosion. Bye-bye, XX.
And you remember what I said, if BetBoom win a fight, they're going to explode this map. That was a barely won fight. And we can already see they got a tier 2, they got another kill mid. Now they're ramping up the pressure into Timber for another time. It's a pretty tough kill, but they're just going to push the tower.
It happens fast.
It's not even a fight they had to win, they just had to get the ults out of XG, and suddenly you can push these objectives. Because no Chrono, no Supernova right now. That just means there's no contesting. XG really need to try and get as much out of these big team fights as they can when they commit the ults. Otherwise, you're just looking down the barrel of a Beastmaster, Helm of the Overlord. And they're going to go do Roshan here, I believe, during this nighttime before it swaps over. If they really want to. It's pretty fast. Grove Bow for the Morphling, pretty nice here as well. So you got to find some trade if you're XG while you know this Roche play is happening. Maybe a tier 1 mid. Probably the best you can get right now. If you get some deep vision out as well, maybe set up for another fight. Be able to push the lanes deeper on the Void. Will definitely help. He's going to go Butterfly. Yep, that's, I think, perfect item choice here. Just, or Scotty? He's debating, huh? I don't even care what it is, just some stat item.
Sure.
Like, I think any stat item is going to get the job done here, because you're balling up, buff your base damage, put an Aegis on this Warflame, you have your siege mechanism, and just go to work. Again, if you find any team fight right now where XG commit Chrono Egg, you're looking at a high ground for BetBoom. If they're anywhere near the base.
They immediately smoke up. They're going to push through this jungle area, trying to find some Extreme members who were playing on the opposite side of the map because, you know, they took mid. They're going to just try and get as much farm for that Roshan as possible. Might just run into the smoke. Is Timber Saw, can he get a Timber Chain down to the low ground here? Double mine setup. Lots of damage, but the Eternal Shroud is going to work here for XM.
And there's an arena on the backside.
Win for Miro. Oh, they're having a hard time. Primal Roar goes off, and that's the death of Ame and probably XXS2. Had to kill that Beastmaster quickly, couldn't get the job done. They're getting run over in the mid lane as well. XM was still run down. This is looking like it could be a very fast game 1, Avery.
They used Chrono on that as well, by the way. That was an arena Chrono to try and take this Beastmaster down, and it did not succeed. You're in trouble now if you're XG. These are not fights you can get nothing out of with an ult committal. If I'm BetBoom, I am walking down bottom. I am knocking on the base door and saying, what are you going to do about it?
Fancy new toy.
Oh, XG! That was me.
That was you.
That was fast. Good turnaround. He's going to Conda, actually. So he just wants extra burst damage on this Void?
Yeah, I mean,
I don't think it's bad here. I think
it's better when it comes to, like, better chance of killing the supports, right? Maybe better chance of blowing up the Faceless Void. Maybe worse against Timbersaw, because he already has that Eternal Shroud, so.
I mean, we saw how fast Ame died in Aurora there. I think after that kill, Nightfall's like, you know, if I just get Conde here, like, what chance does Ame have in this game? Does make their siege a bit worse, but...
But do you need it when you've got a Black Dragon at some point?
Yeah, maybe not.
I say at some point, level 14 needs several levels before we actually get to the Black Dragon, but he's going to have Ags pretty quickly here. Just 1,500 gold away.
For the last outer tower. Still have Aegis for 2.5.
Proto is coming back up soon, but without Shin-Q, will lose a lot of damage, does manage to shoot himself down the cliff, and almost away, Nightfall. Oh, he didn't quite kill him. The damage just a little bit shy. Instead, he'll get XXS. Nightfall charges into Extreme Space, and they can do nothing to stop him.
Nice man to dodge, and that is the strength of this push lineup right now. Absolutely no fear with Aegis intact. You're going higher on a 22.
Well, they wanted to push the pace with a Beastmaster, and I think we could say this was definitely a success. No matter what happens in this game, BetBoom definitely gave themselves a really good position to win.
Showing that these Summons heroes are not as dead as everyone thinks they are.
Yeah.
And they can just farm for a bit too. This isn't a game where they have to just immediately end it. They're on some crazy clock. Their lineup scales pretty well here. I mean, you are worried about the ultra late, but you have Dragon Knight, you have Morphling. These heroes can fight a Faceless Void even in those late game scenarios. It's not out of the question. Just keep building the auras. Boots of Bearing done. Looking for Mech on top of the early Vessel for save to deal with some of the healing, and XG making an aggressive move right now. I feel like this is as good as it's going to get, but you still have Aegis on the Morphling. Just going to break here.
Got the ward up there. Nightfall grabs the Hoodwink, gets away with the waveform right on top of some of these heroes, and finishes them off. DY charges through, gets a Supernova on the high ground. Not too bad. Gets the arena out to hold some of these heroes in here. GPK and Nightfall are going to get hit by that explosion. Both get Fire Spirited. The Timbersaw needs to finish up these heroes, but he's stunned for so long, he can't kill GPK. He's stuck here forever. And that was the last hope to be able to get a second kill in that team fight. Not win the team fight, a second kill. That's it.
Just a really nice find on the Faceless Void here. He gets nothing off in this exchange, completely shut down by Miro. And the Timber has no BKB, so you can just chain stun him with these Frostbites forever. Really obnoxious spell for him to deal with. Just a really clean execution here from BetBoom in game one in terms of exposing Faceless Void's weaknesses.
Yeah.
Showing that, yeah, this hero's scary in the late game, but if the game ends at 20 minutes, he isn't doing squat.
I think what's even scarier is it's not like BetBoom destroyed them on lanes or got like some crazy first blood fight, right? I feel like this was, for their lineup, this is a pretty standard start for them. What this lineup can do, and
they can do even better in that early game.
Yeah.
But they were just happy playing for their timings, and there's nothing wrong with that.
Hit their timings and just demolished Extreme in like 5-minute span. Now they're up 15K, looking at...
Still respecting the Chrono here.
Yeah. Chrono without Supernova, but I guess the real threat is the Sunray in that Chrono. Let the illusions go to work. Again, no Black Dragon just yet, but it'll still do some work as Extreme struggled to kill the illusions quickly. Lightmere pulling the Dragonite, try and pin him backwards here into the base. Already down to half health. Primal Roar goes out onto the Faceless Void. They throw out the Chronosphere. They trade out 1-for-1, but Extreme no longer having that Supernova as BetBoom just call a reset.
Nightfall does so much damage. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Like the fact XXS just dies there in his own arena. And you can't even do anything about it. He's just instantly gone. We'll get Ame to Mjolnir, so XG hold. Find a big Dragon Knight kill, some extra experience going their way, and Ame's going to push towards his Lincolns with the early Ring of Health.
Yeah, it's cool.
This'll come in handy.
They just need to continue to stall this game. Now, as good as this game has been for BetBoom, it's not over yet. And if XG can find some big team fight with Chrono where Ame lives and they get big core kills, they can easily get a huge amount of gold out of that exchange because of how far BetBoom are ahead. You got to think about the next Aegis here, too. You don't want to throw going high ground and give up an Aegis. It's worst case scenario.
You have these long cooldown team fight spells. It feels really bad when you're using it on your side of the map and losing fights. But if you're winning fights and you get on the enemy side of the map, you can usually stall long enough for the spells to come back up again, right?
And to me, the big saving grace for XG might be this Phoenix. I feel like DY has been doing a consistently very high amount of work in these fights. And BetBoom have not really been able to get on top of him. There's a decent amount of front line here for XG to protect DY. He needs to get good, egg double Sunray fight off. This Chrono needs to go off for Ame. They need to find some core kills. And ideally, you deal with the control here for BetBoom, I think, more than trying to just burst this Morphling. Which means take the Maiden out if you can to free up the fight for the Timbersaw.
Yep.
And kill this beast before he roars your Faceless Void.
What do you think of his Holy Locket rush? I think it's kind of cool, right? It's probably the only hero that uses a rushed Holy Locket. Like, IO uses it, but like typically mech and other things are better first.
Yeah, let's see my Witch Doctor.
Oh god. I don't want to see that.
It makes sense here. You have some big meaty boys on that front line that the heal's going to do a lot of work first.
The problem is the little bit of heal he's doing may not be able to account for the massive amount of burst damage Nightfall does in just a half a second.
But it also represents the pressure XG have been under this game. What else do you buy here when you know you're about to get pushed down with another Aegis in 2 or 3 minutes? You can't afford to go for some huge item, Hex or something.
Yeah.
Need an interim item. You could go Vlad's or try and get a pipe of your own, but I feel as though XG knows somebody is getting stunned in this game, and the heal is going to do the most for that hero when they get stunned. Still looking for this Black Dragon for GPK. He is too rich for his own good here. He needs level 18.
Ame could, he would love to be as rich as GPK as he's trying to get to that Lincoln's. They're also trying to get a Lotus on the Timbersaw, like you said. They know somebody's going to get stunned. XXS does have his BKB, so it's going to be a 9-second BKB in this next fight. But so does Nightfall. Jeez.
There. He's got Elven Tunic on top of it. He's been thinking about this Butterfly a lot this game. I think he's just debating when exactly he wants it. But BKB will definitely help him clear through this egg if he can wait for him and just kill it. Ignore a lot of the spell damage that actually have to throw out. Forces more emphasis on this Chrono. Doing a lot here to shift the fight. And again, you can't throw it on the Morphling really, so it's going to be a scary force in this engagement. Another BKB for BetBoom. Bolstering their high ground potential here.
Triple BKBs. 9 seconds for GPK and Nightfall, 8 seconds for Miro. I mean, what does Mars, Timbersaw, Phoenix, Hoodwink do against 3 BKBs? The team fight starts for 8 seconds. These guys are just not going to do anything.
You have to start the fight on your turn. You have to find that spear back again. Chain lock somebody down and get the burst damage in on them. Force BetBoom deep into your base, or then maybe you can get that Chrono on the 2 or 3 in the back. That's what an ideal fight probably looks like for XG here. A lot on XXS finding this spear.
Oh, Shin-Q spotted, almost immediately gone on, but it actually turns bad.
Yeah, that's not where you want to end up in this XG base.
Yeah, this is exactly the kind of situation Extreme kind of wanted, was some sort of spear back deep inside the base. They take away the Aegis, not quite for free though. GPK still like takes the range barracks.
He is Black Dragon form now, and a cheese on top of it. Very hard target to go on. Just taking the buildings. They can play this very safe if they want to.
Yeah, force Extreme outside of their base to try and go on the back line, or try and spear in GPK. That doesn't sound the best, but they try and they miss. GPK outblinks XXS.
His form is running out here. 5 seconds left. They're gonna clear out. does not want to get caught there without that extra resistance.
Yeah, and if Extreme were to chase, they'd just be running into a whole bunch of mines, so.
But that is another hold for XG. They are holding their axes here, and they're buying time for Ame, who did not come to that fight. Still working towards that Lincolns to try and deal with the Roar Dragon Tail. The Aura's continuing to pile in. You already have a Vlad's there, Save. You don't need to. Calm down. I know we're back on the Aura train. You know, it's been a while.
Yeah, where's the, I don't know, any other Solar Crest or something?
Solar Pipe.
Dire are scanning.
Lotus for themselves. Not terrible here. Glimmer Cape's good.
Oh my god. Amp damage with a Conda Morphling.
Ooh.
Poor Ame does not know what's about to hit him. They're going to lead with the blast off, so the Lincolns does nothing for you. He doesn't have buyback. BetBoom probably just end the game now.
Yeah, that looked pretty straightforward. Let's just smoke and kill Faceless Void, guys. Okay. There you go. 4v5 for XG. And the
look at him just rip into the Timber Saw, man. Okay. There's a buyback, but it's not the one that BetBoom is really scared of. It's because Ame doesn't have one. GPK forced to use his BKB as he was in pretty deep there.
So that's all 3 BKBs for BetBoom. Something to consider here.
Yeah, leaves an opportunity. Maybe not for this lane of barracks, but maybe they could still play for that final one. They go out, actually use the Supernova and the Arena to go on GPK. Now, the Timbersaw actually does some healthy amount of damage. For a second there, I thought he wasn't going to die at all. Blast off goes off onto 2, trying to get away. Back to the fountain they go. 1 dies, and now XM is going to get roared. A second, not quite falling. They back away. The Faceless Void is coming back up, and BetBoom will respect that. They're going to TP in, try and catch some heroes off of this one. It goes for save. Reactive Taser slows him down. They'll get that kill eventually, but not the collection that Extreme needed out of that fight. They needed to be able to kill some other cores that were getting away.
Surprised that net worth isn't worse for them after that. They lost to Rax. They got double buyback forced out at their 2 cores. And it's like a 1,000 gold difference. I don't know about that. That's but it's pretty much what BetBoom came here for. You use the cheese on the Dragon Knight as well, but there's 1 Rax left. Almost guaranteed in another successful push. There's no glyph here for XG. They did save the Chronosphere. They got a gem out of that, I believe, so maybe that's some of the net worth swing here. That would explain it. And a lot of net worth on Jin Q, who's going Divine?
Okay.
I just see...
Sure. Why not? Nightfall's going to hit this butterfly timing.
He was debating Divine, but he will go the Broach Hoodwink, which is still very strong here. He's got to do something with the gold he has. And he has the Grove Bow, mini crit. Sleipnir.
Yeah, when you already have the Chrysalis, I'm down with Divine.
I mean, they just need more damage threats in these fights. The problem is you're looking at 1 last Rax and a triple BKB lineup.
Yeah, you're pretty much guaranteed to be playing against Vegas.
Like, you already have to be preparing for the Vegas at this point for XG. Yeah. They're going to try and smoke and take the fight before that happens. Not a bad idea if you can find the initiation with the Mars and save the Chrono for the secondary.
Oh, but GPK's up on the high ground, breaking the smoke. Mars already at half health. Gets off the BKB before the Conda hit.
Yeah, this is not a play anymore.
Up to the high ground. XM slowed down, but does have the Ogre Seal Totem to help get him away.
Second Black Dragon.
He's spotted. So he's not going to get that sneaky Chronosphere on the side.
And again, BetBoom don't have to force any engagement here. They can let the creeps do the work. Just wait for XG to have to respond to the map, and then look for this bottom push or the next Roshan. That's really all they care about. We'll give XG a little more time here to try and get to their next set of damage items, which, again, Broach on the Hoodwink. Probably the biggest one here. And the Divine's queued up immediately afterwards.
Broach double Divine. Yeah,
this
if you can get there, I believe in you, Shin Q.
This works on the Acorn, so
yeah,
it's an insane amount of damage. and an insane amount of value damage in this game because you're looking at 3 cores that are all armor based. Like there's a lot of armor you would have to get through here normally. AC done on this Beastmaster on top of the Dragon Knight armor on top of Morphling with insane agi. Downside is again triple BKB lineup. In a burst situation, this Brooch type build isn't that reliable.
If you're Extreme, you have to contest Roshan, right? I feel like a second life Morphling is way too hard to beat for a Chronosphere lineup.
I mean, it's one of those things you're screwed if you do, screwed if you don't.
Yeah.
Like, you need to contest this Roshan to win this game, but in theory, this Rosh contest is extremely difficult for Ame to play because he has to jump in deep. I mean, I guess best case scenario is this Rosh spawns a bit early, BetBoom start doing it, and then you can find them in the pit with the Chrono. But BetBoom are not going to give you that opening.
No, they've got tons of mines to give the heads up of where these heroes are. They know exactly where Extreme is. They back away to this left little forest area.
Oh, if they find
XXS, he's going to break on him. XXS blinking forward, just trying to find whatever heroes he can. It's Toronto Tokyo. They're going to push him in and easily take him out. BetBoom, play the distance here. Blast out, now going in. Oh, got off the Supernova just before that Primal Roar. They take out the techies too, but it looks like XXS is going to be dying. Here's GPK pops, BKB finishes them off. Ame trying to lay into him, but here go, into Chronosphere, right on the Morphling, right on the edge of it. He got him good. They don't have buyback either. What a play from Ame. If only it could have been finished by a bash there on the Beastmaster. Not good enough though. GPK, he'll TP out. You see Extreme already hit a back off because their bottom lane was being pushed in.
Yeah, they can't even Rosh immediately here. That feels really bad. What a sick fight from them though. So much clutch spell casting there. The fact you get that egg off mid-roar cast animation salvages that initial go. And then the Chrono catching Morphling on a waveform before BKB. Pretty much the only way he dies there. Just sick reads from XG. And it also shows what they're willing to commit on this Crystal Maiden to try and get rid of this Frostbite and open up the fight a bit more. XXS gives his life, but in the end, it does not yield that Roshan.
I mean, it's still 30 seconds. Ame can go back through the gate. I think you could do this.
I think you have to, right?
You have to try.
I don't think you can't try it here. It does go down fairly fast, and I mean, this is dire side, so BetBoom would have to run all the way up here.
Don't want to do it.
This is a big missed window. I mean, I feel like there had to have been a world there where Ame roached and somebody else defended that melee racks.
Yeah, yeah.
And again, it's not the prettiest way. It wouldn't have been super smooth, but that's a chance you can turn this game around to a huge degree, and now you're just going to kind of look down the same barrel you were looking down before.
It's third Roshan, right? Like, that is a massive net worth swing because you get that free Ags out of it.
I mean, it would have been gigantic here. And Ags on anybody, like this Timber, the Void. I think they had to find some way to do that there. That's a missed opportunity, and now you have Bloodthorn on the Dragon Knight, Aegis on the Morphling, and an Ags to the Beastmaster. I don't know, man. I guess, do you believe in the Ame Faceless Void? He delivered there. Perhaps he can deliver one or two more times to swing this game completely.
Radiant's middle tower is under
He's got the levels now.
Oh man, Jinkyu doesn't even feel like he can commit to the Divine Rapier. He wants to go for the Lincolns first. Does have that 20 talent, which is a little bit of anti-synergy because he has a Revenant's Brooch as well, so it's not helping him.
No,
it's
good
but
for the team.
Helps
and
others.
Shiva's for the Timber. Actually, you're getting their late game items here. This fight's not out of the question, but you're going to have to take it very well. And again, you don't want to end up in a situation where you let BetBoom BKB commit onto your Megas with that last Rax. That could be a lost one fight, in a sense. Refresher Phoenix. Okay, I mean, they don't have buybacks, but they have a lot of extra firepower now.
Okay, so you get an Arena, a pin with the Supernova, and then you get a second Supernova with the Chronosphere. And that's... If you manage to get both those off, then that could win the fight for sure.
I can see actually winning this fight with what they have right now. By no means is it out of the question. Especially if you can line up the Grove Bow Broach hits going through off this Acorn on a target, plus Shiva's Guard amping it up. You're going to deal some serious magic damage going into these cores if you do not get that BKB off in time.
It's funny, catching multiple heroes in the Chronosphere isn't obvious, but even more so, if they're close enough for the Acorn shot to actually bounce around, kind of need that extra damage. You need those bounces. You don't want it to just be a one-off hit.
Also, these tier 4 neutral items for Extreme, they got some good RNG. They got double aesthetics cap on the Void and the Timber, which is huge here for the tank ability. And they got Timeless Relic on the Phoenix for the extra spell damage.
Ooh.
So these are big coming through. You still have that Grove Bow, which, you know, another tier 4 item for Jin Q here on the Grove Bow. So
tier 2s, man, they're all the rage.
You got what you were looking for. Double Mindbreaker was the tier 4 choice for Nightfall and GBK here, which I think normally would feel pretty good here versus the Faceless Void. But again, you have to deal with aesthetics caps coming through. Maybe they get saved. 2 minutes on this Aegis.
Yeah, what are we waiting for on BetBoom's side?
That's a good question. Are you just going to let this Aegis run out without trying for this last max?
There's no way, right? They have to be waiting on some sort of item.
Generation.
Kind of have everything. Waiting for save to select as tier 4. I mean, nope, they're just going to smoke. They're going to try and go through another lane. They just want to find the Void.
I mean, if they go top, it's pretty much anybody they find, they're guaranteed that Extreme's going to be split, right?
Well, may have to read. Back very far.
A lot of pinging here. Oh, yeah. XM, he charges in, but he does have that aesthetics cap, and they're going to use the Supernova to try and protect him. The Arena goes out, pins the Crystal Maiden once again.
Buys instantly. They're going to try and force something with the cooldowns here. Remember, he still has another egg. And they still have that Chrono up.
I wonder if BetBoom knows he has another one. Somebody's checked that out on him. Because if they don't go soon, Dragon Form's going to be on cooldown.
Snags a Wisdom Rune.
He starts going for it. Just a couple of shots before he's chased away. Waveform through, XM getting low, got the spin. Immediate Primal Roar goes out onto the hood. Wait for the Chronosphere right on top of these two heroes. But they didn't get off the Supernova. Can the Phoenix get it off? No, it's going to be frostbitten. Mind killed, no buyback there. Timberscott's going to be up next. He Timber chains backwards, being chased at by Save, who's trying to finish him with the beauty right clicks. Does manage to get him with the Conda hit. Meanwhile, Ame in a mess of heroes. So many illusions surrounding him. Time walks back, gets hit by the Dragon Tail. Chased down, finished off. No problem there for BetBoom. They may have a buyback on the Faceless Void, but who the hell cares? If there's no Supernova, no Chronosphere, you cannot fight anymore.
And maybe that ending is a little closer than BetBoom wanted, but they were in control of that game from minute 5 to minute 40 here.
Yeah.
And they get the job done with the 3 Aegises. It was an okay Chrono. I think in a closer game, maybe that Chrono can do some work there, but it's not good enough when you're down 25k. You needed that second egg to go off. You needed the Hoodwink to get a crap ton more damage out. BetBoom just good enough positioning to get that last bit of damage through and convert on the racks and just get the GG. And I go back to that third Roshan there. Like, if you're XG, you have one window in this game where you found that clutch Chrono kill on the Morphling and you had a chance to get that third Roshan. I feel like that was it. You either take that chance and go for it, or you're stuck in this position where your win probability is probably less than 5%.
Yeah.
A little hesitation or just a little misread of that situation, but either way, very solid game 1 for BetBoom, and they showed that this Ame Faceless Void is not invincible.
And they kept the faith in the Summons hero as well. They kept the faith that the tempo is what maybe can win them this tournament, and they show it here in the first game against Extreme.
BetBoom team stick to their identity in this game number 1. Despite the loss in the upper bracket, it seems like they have not missed a beat, or maybe like a half beat when we saw them kind of get wiped. But you know, that happens in every single game. XG, on the other hand, I feel like they were chasing trends out here. Initially, the swap to the mid lane of sending the Timbersaw there and bringing in an XXS Mars seemed good on paper, but it was a flaw, perhaps.
Yeah, didn't really feel like the influence of the Timber. So a lot of the times when Timber is shifted to a mid lane, you would see him pop off, like dominate the early, dominate the mid game. But against Dragon Knight, against this all like heavy magical damage, they also rotated to the mid lane, GPK. Dragon Knight, also very, very good player. Like, it's hard to make Dragon Knight look flashy, but with the recent changes to like Breathe Fire and stuff, Timbersaw, he doesn't sustain himself through this mid lane. And I really like the way they played around this Beastmaster, because they did the same thing yesterday. Faceless Void, they saw it, and they're like, okay, we're going to pick this Lycan. I think Beastmaster does even a better job, because he does have a root mechanic, this constant spam. Amit tried to itemize against it, getting early ring of health, but you're playing against Techi's Beastmaster. You have Crystal Maiden Aura, so there's going to be a lot of spam coming in that lane. And you're also laning with Phoenix, which is like one of the weaker position 5s, especially early on. So they completely dominate that. They killed 2 towers 10 minutes into the game, and this game was very one-sided.
I was surprised because I would have thought Timbersaw against DK, what an easy lane for Timbersaw. And I think that this DK just ran over him. Like, he just bullied him. DK just sitting there on the dire high ground, plinking away at the Timber, taking the tower. And like Lacoste said, this top lane for Ame was not the one. Like, I felt like XG had potential there. They were starting to build. Even the Hoodwink was starting to build, got this Revenant's Brooch, and you could see that they had some idea, but they couldn't get there. I think BetBoom really did just have this lineup that goes early, can take buildings with Beastmaster, with DK, and then you have this Morph as well. There's a lot of damage, and I love this this Beastmaster Techies lane was an absolute nightmare to play against. Like Lacoste said, you got one of the weakest laners in Phoenix backing up a Void. He can time walk off the damage, but when is he ever going to come in and get last hits? He's going to get plinked constantly.
BetBoom has been known to be like a very scary team early on, like dominate the laning stage. I think coming into the second game, they will need to stay away from these heroes, especially in the safe lane for Ame. They need to stabilize his lane. We talked about before coming into this series about like potential Crystal Maiden. DY picked it 8 times. I think they need to stabilize this lane and pick a carry hero that can, punch back, that's not exploited by some of these zoo heroes. So I could see, Sven pop up in the second game for Extreme Gaming, but I love how BetBoom, like how fast they played in this one. 10 minutes into the game, 2 towers gone, then 20 minutes into the game, like everything looked very scripted, what they wanted to get from it. They killed tier 1 tower, they killed tier 2 tower, they killed Tormi 20 minutes in. They wait for the XP rune, pick that one up. So a lot of value gained in just a matter of a minute.
It's a very systematic victory out of a BetBoom team. So let's see what my tech analyst at BSJ was able to get out of this game number 1.
Thank you, Neil. For this game, I'd like to highlight the carry players, Ame as well as Nightfall, where they're dishing out Ame's first loss on Faceless Void for the tournament. And we're going to see just how much more impact Nightfall was able to have on the Morphling. We're seeing hero damage almost tripling up Ame. And then another stat that I think we're going to really like for this game is building damage of 17,000.
That's a bug, right?
Yeah, that's a bug. Ame's damage, the bashes don't proc on
that must be
That's
it.
what happened there. So we have a few clips of just Nightfall really ramping up the tempo of this game. I think the Beastmaster summons plus the Morph Vlads, like we missed the Chronosphere off the screen here, but they weren't able to finish either of the 2 targets off, and just this sustained damage of the constant right clicks coming out from Morph, you'd think it'd be difficult for him to do this in a game where there's Chronosphere, there's Arena, there's Hoodwink in the back, Phoenix, but this is where they win that fight that we just saw. Then they take the tier 2 and the tier 1 that Lacoste mentioned, turn that straight into a Tormentor. So not only are they winning these fights and Nightfall is being constantly active throughout this game, but they're also heavily punishing Extreme at pretty much every time that they slipped up. We see this net worth lead just compound, and we all thought like the late game was going to go towards Extreme, and at the end of the day, BetBoom has struggled to close out these games recently. Like, that's the games that they lose often looked like this, managed to drag on long enough, like the one against Falcons yesterday, similar story, but that Morphling Vlads, the timing from the Beastmaster, it looked really smooth to watch, to be honest. Like, it's just crisp.
So then how dependent on the Beastmaster lane going well is Nightfall's activity right now? Because I would think that with the Chronosphere, you should be able to win any team fight early on, but Morphling is more than happy to meet the pace of this Faceless Void
well,
right
what
now.
was really nice about the Beastmaster's lane going well is that he's constantly forcing reactions from XG, so a lot of the time the Chronos would actually come out on the Beastmaster, on the DK, before Nightfall was even there, but he would connect to the fights late, where the abilities have already been casted. You saw like the one clip we showed, it was Miero getting focused in the Chrono and Nightfall was just full HP, and after these key abilities are on cooldown, Nightfall just got to go to town. So I think that enabled him to play his hero the way he wanted to. And the Vlad's time, like, it was like when I was watching from the back, I'm like, this game's probably going to slow down like every other game. And then I'm like, wait a minute, they have more Vlads. Maybe not, you know? And I think that's what a lot of us missed on the panel, and just impressive performance from BetBoom.
And I'd also asked you backstage about the alternating builds on Morphling, either getting a Falcon Blade early on or getting a Vlad's early on. I thought the Vlad's was mainly because, we're pushing with Beastmaster, let's go together. But it's also because he didn't really have to worry about any burst damage on the Morphling.
Well, yeah, he kept doing a good job in laning stage early. Like, a lot of times we'll see these Morphlings get randomly sniped, whether or not that's because they're shifting low and somebody hits them with a stray or acorn shot, or Hoodwink comes out of the trees. But he was getting hit by spears and bushwhacks, but he would get that strength morph off. And because the only weakness of Vlad's generally is that it gives you 0 stats, 0 HP for a 2,000 gold item compared to builds of old coming out from Morphling. So the fact that he was able to greed that up effectively, like it is a very greedy build in the sense that it speeds up your farm while also speeding up the tempo of the game, just shows like BetBoom's vision of this game. Very clear once we see it play out.
And maybe their entire vision will play out in the entire series because they are up 1 game and Ame's Faceless Void falls. Find out the conclusion, perhaps, if it's a 2-0 after the break. Our bracket finals continues. A BetBoom team currently up 1-0 against Extreme Gaming, where I was just mentioning I feel like Extreme Gaming have lost their identity in this game number 1, but I've got the numbers to back it up. Sure, Ame was on his signature Faceless Void, a formerly undefeated Faceless Void, but XM was on a melee hero. Now, in this entire Dream League Season 22, XM has played melee heroes 10 times with a 40% win rate.
Okay.
That was the 10th game. Ranged heroes, he's played 27 times with a 63% win rate.
Wow.
That's a pretty big dichotomy there.
That's like the opposite of Nothing to Say, because I remember Nothing to Say always
yes.
playing like all the melee bruisers. So
Yeah.
all these players, they do have like the archetype of heroes that like fit them the best, and sometimes it's just like how it gels with Ame's pool or how it plays into their game plan. I really liked the swing of the Timbersaw to mid for all the reasons we talked about, and it was because it allowed them to invade. But then I thought what BetBoom did so masterfully was they didn't actually spend any time stacking. They were just up in Ame's face, up in XM's face in the mid lane just constantly. So who cares if you can theoretically go to their side of the map if they aren't even utilizing it. So.
How much time do you think Extreme Gaming spent on BetBoom's side of the map? It was not much.
Ame literally did not hit a building.
0 tower damage throughout the entire game.
Yeah, he did not want to go through that water, get his feet wet. But yeah, difficult game for them. They need to reset coming into this one. They've been known to play pretty much anything. They have the widest hero pool here at the tournament, so they can do a full shift, not even go with like one same hero from the previous game. It was a bit greedy. I like the greed, but Faceless Void, he needs time to come online. You also had this position for Hoodwink going into Maelstrom Crystallis type of a build. Like it's Jinkyu, you know that he's going to be as possible, humanly possible, greedy on certain heroes. And sometimes it does pay off. Sometimes you're just like, okay, I don't have a position for. We did compare them coming into this series where you'll have techies who build into Spirit Vessel, Glimmer, Guardian Greaves, whatever it's necessary for the team. And on the other side, you have someone who just wants to give more damage to the team.
But the team player of save ended up being advantageous in that game number 1. And now, draft of game number 2 begins. Chen, DK, Enigma, and Centaur banned out by Extreme, and BetBoom team, very targeted bans. The Terrorblade Flex, the XM Sniper, and Primal Beast. First pick Timbersaw, and XXS right off the bat gets responded with a Mars.
Interesting. That's why we said that they could, shift things around. Last game, 24 Timber. This time around, they first phase it. It's a good answer. Yeah, for Mars. Yeah, so it's a good answer to Timber in terms of him not getting out of the arena. You need some follow-up damage, that's for sure. Like, you don't have enough, but, later down the line, you might get this Revenant's Brooch on Mars, which always feels good. But, yeah, I think Mars works fine. I think Mars has been one of these off-laners from the first phase that I've been impressed the most.
I remember seeing this stat, by the way, about BetBoom team coming into this series, and I wanted to go check it again. On first pick, which they had last game as well, they first picked the DK. They're 14-3 this event, and on second pick, they're 8-11.
Wow.
So it's kind of crazy how that happens. I don't actually know enough intricacies of drafting, but the fact that Extreme gave them first pick 2 games in a row, like obviously one of the games BetBoom gets to choose, but one of the other game Extreme chose to prioritize Radiant, I guess, or second pick because
I think that was the case in their Spirit series as well. Extreme, I think they're prioritizing last pick. I think they like having 24th pick.
Yeah, it's interesting. I wonder how much in these type of series this late in the tournament you should adjust to such a stark difference in the opponent's win rate based on first and second. Like maybe in that case you just take first pick knowing how important it is to them.
But then is the goal to take them out of their comfort zone or for you to stay in your comfort zone? Because maybe both teams are happy with this.
Be like water, Neil.
Be like water.
I keep looking at the Extreme Gaming logo, and earlier I said it was a bird, but now I think it's a pair of big eyebrows.
I can see it.
Little eyes.
Yeah, I actually thought it was always like a mask type thing squinting at you.
Yeah, I think it is like the horns of a demon. Yeah, the horns of a demon looking.
Oh, okay.
There's his little eyes, you see.
I gotta pull it up now too.
Hellraisers is the eyebrow logo. 2 red rectangles.
Oh yeah, that rebranding didn't like. It was like, what the fuck are they doing with the rebranding?
Wait, what rebrand are we talking about?
Hellraisers.
Oh yeah. That was pretty terrible.
So, Lion, you wanted to see that one in the previous game, position 4.
all of the guys that counter Timber in the safe lane and all the guys that counter Mars in the safe lane are like mobile dudes. So
Mobile dudes.
Like the Voids, the Morphs.
Have you
stuff
played
like
the
this,
latest mobile dudes?
No, I haven't. That sounds like a really great game.
It could also be a movie, Mobile Dudes 2.
Mobile dudes.
Yeah, so
they're dudes.
I can't even focus on what I was trying to say. But basically, Lion synergizes better with these offlaners than
because
I
he
think.
stops the mobile dudes.
Because he's good against the mobile dudes.
Move out! We are outwardly mobile dudes.
Shadow Demon also shuts down mobile dudes. The disruption, great save, and the demonic purge.
I actually think he's better against stationary dudes because he
Stationary dudes. The enemies of mobile dudes. They meet on the field of battle.
Well, he keeps them stationary for a Mirana arrow to come in and get the stun.
Yeah, good pairing. This has been Dota combo ever since these two heroes came to Dota, pretty much. So, disruption, save against Mars, save against Lion, always going to be popular. Setup for the arrow, but if you're using that disruption, you could also be setting up for a potential spear, potential Lion Earth Spike, and Extreme Gaming going back to that profit. So they want to dominate the matchup, and we'll take Morphling for themselves.
That's almost certainly DP5 then, right?
I think it's mid.
You think it's a mid DP?
Yeah.
This is a hero Gorg was talking about yesterday, actually, when he was
What was
on.
he saying?
So I said I was surprised that DP wasn't in more games. This is where we were just chatting. And I was like, I see DP in tons of games, and she just seems to like run over you. And she's so hard to kill. And if you don't have the tools to kill her, she just never stops. And it's like this chaotic element in the fight, kind of like a Timbersaw, in that she's hard to kill, she does a lot of damage.
She just runs at you.
And she just runs at you.
Yeah.
And so I was like, I've hardly seen her compared to what I would expect. And he was like, yeah, I thought she'd be first pick material. And he was like, he really, really rated this hero. It's like, I don't know what she's
Was
doing.
he saying what role specifically? Or?
He said he would think it's a flex between 1, 2, or 2 and 3.
Yeah, he was like, you can do 1, 2, and 3 on this hero and succeed with it. That was what
for Extreme, you are right. DY has played it, but XM has also played it. So for them, it's a 2-5 flex.
Yeah, I just think like traditionally DP is not very good against Shadow Demon, like as a core, because usually you are running around and your survivability items are purgeable.
Sure, like the Yules.
Yeah, so it's like you're BKB'd and slowed. Maybe he'll go like some like Witchblade Kaya-Sange build with a BKB.
Yeah, I think that's the big one, because the items that you buy on the hero feel really good. Like, let's say Eternal Shroud, Kaya-Sange has been buffed. Shiva's is a good item of a choice later on the hero.
Now.
I don't think you can just rush it, but if it's a good game for it. And BetBoom, they respond with PL. A lot of the times throughout this DreamLeague, I've seen PL, what looks good on paper. But this hero, if he's like really destroyed in the laning phase, he needs so much more time compared to other heroes to come back. He's not your Luna, he's not your Swen. So if he loses the laning stage, see ya. He's going to be playing in the jungle while the rest of the team needs to play 4v5 for a good 30 minutes.
It is the be-all, end-all against Morphling as a carry, though. Ame definitely has PTSD about TI-8.
Ooh, true.
Morphling versus PL, but it's not Ana. It's going to be Nightfall playing the PL. I've had my skepticisms about PL. I think the biggest thing about this is that there's going to be that like 10-minute to 20-minute window of PL being pretty useless on the map. He doesn't have Ags yet. He doesn't have Diffusal. He probably lost his lane because he's just not a very strong laner, and Mars has been winning like pretty much every lane. So how much can Extreme get done? Like, are they going to go the Vlads? Are they going on the Morphling? Are they going to have this DP be a core that's just slamming it down your throat? But like, that's kind of the question, because yeah, you said it's going to be a lot of weight on BetBoom's 4, right, to slow down this bulldozer.
If this DP's 5 and they're looking for a mid laner for XM, something that can
The
deal...
Lash would have been great.
Lash would have been excellent. So you need something that can kill off these illusions. Was there one game where he played Pugna specifically against PL?
Does it have a limit to how many you can drain from the...
I don't think so.
Okay, I can delay... Okay. Yeah, but
I think you kill off all the illusions.
You're saying when you life drain into the Nether Ward with the shard?
Yeah.
I thought it had a cap, but maybe not. I thought it only selects like 5 secondary targets, but I'm not sure.
I like
he did 24 pick Pugna. It was against a Naga Siren.
Naga Siren, okay.
And they're banning out all the magic damage dealing mids. The Zeus, the Leshrac, removed, Lina banned earlier.
Because if we're talking about Pagna as a potential aspect for Extreme Gaming, it also gives you this speed, because you can pressure PL. If you shut down these supports on BetBoom, well, okay, it's gonna be Timbersaw one more time in the mid lane.
I think Beastmaster is going to have a bit different of a game versus Morph compared to Faceless Void. I think Morph will lane that better, as opposed to Void's always been countered by these annoying summons offlaners with constant poke because you can't time walk off their damage consistently. While Morphling's kind of meant to be picked against constant poke. So I think this Beastmaster plays a nice part in the BetBoom draft, but I also think Morphling with Vlad synergizes much better with that than a PL, for instance. So I'm a little less convinced by this ninth pick by Miuro.
Yeah, it's not the lockdown. They have good counter initiation with Mars, with the DP silence, one Earth Spike if they try to go and kill off this Morphling. These heroes don't also buy into any kind of silences. Later on, PL might pick it up, but we're talking about fourth item. You're basically have Roar, Disruption into Arrow. That's your lockdown against the Morphling.
Is there a Batrider or a Kunkka here? I don't know if you prioritize having some guy that deals with all these summons and illusions, or if you deal with the Timbersaw in lane. Batrider is more of the Timbersaw counter. Well, we saw the core Batrider yesterday. That's why I mentioned it.
Given the speed that BetBoom indicated in Game 1 with Beastmaster, I would prefer a hero that says, get off my towers. Just a lot of clear against the illusions and the summons. Because he still has OD in his pocket if you want to deal with Timbersaw specifically.
That does not deal with those.
It does not deal with summons, though. Puck, a little bit of a hybrid, though. We got magic damage, and we got right clicks in the late game.
Yeah, builds into Maelstrom. This is a very mean late game hero. We talked about not having enough lockdown for Morphling. Now they threw in Puck as well on top of it. I feel like this is one of those games where Puck doesn't die. I feel like Ame and XM will have a free time in the early... maybe they die in the lane once or twice, but, it could also be with 0 deaths on one of these heroes as well. I really like what Extreme drafted for themselves here.
Yeah, at best you're praying for a disruption into Arrow setup, and the Roar animation, I imagine I'm going to see a lot of times of Beastmaster getting halfway through and then phase shift.
Using reality res.
Yeah, exactly.
Never going off.
You see the suck animation and you're like, nope, they fogged me.
I actually have a really tough time reading this one, to be honest. I think both teams have a little bit of anti-synergy. Puck's more for the late game, while I thought Morphling needed to tempo it up against against the PL, and then Beastmaster tempos it up, and then PL's supposed to scale. So I feel like both teams are going for a little bit of a hybrid, semi-carry / late game. The Puck counters PL with the Ags, Mjolnir. The Morphling gives them momentum. I actually have no clue who's going to win this game.
But the fact that they went for the Phantom Lancer, they saw the Morphling, they went for the Phantom Lancer as opposed to many of the other carries that were still in the pool. Faceless Void was still in there, Lifestealer was still in there, Nagasign was still in there. The Phantom Lancer you said was the be-all, end-all carry.
It's specifically the best carry. Maybe Anti-Mage is the other one that's really good against Morphling specifically. It's just mana burn. That's pretty much it.
Which means that it seems to indicate that they'd be okay taking it late.
Yeah. So I think if the game does go late, you have a few sheep sticks, maybe Mars goes Yules early. I would lean towards BetBoom's draft, but I'm also not swayed one way heavily or the other.
That's okay. I'll take a 50-50. Pyrion, what you feeling?
I am scared of PL, always. Lost the game to him last night. It was horrific. And I never enjoy seeing this hero in the game. So when I see him on the enemy team, I think, we lost. So yeah, PL's going to win.
Lacoste, you agree?
I think I said Extreme Gaming. I think they have this one in the bag.
It sounds to me like we might have a 3-game series on our hands. Friends, let's continue this lower bracket final with the PogChamp Pandas.
That's right, the panel is backing Extreme in their draft here in Game 2 to make a comeback going into Game 3. But, Avery, they are against the most dishonest hero in Dota.
Yeah?
Is it a good PL game?
Oh, which one? Phantom Lancer?
Yes. You said Phantom Lancer the most dishonest hero in Dota.
Did I say that?
Yes.
I don't remember.
Oh my god.
No, you're absolutely right, Austin. He is the filthiest of the filth.
Ugh,
disgusting.
I'm kind of curious. They went for the Beastmaster again, but they have this Phantom Lancer, so I'm not sure what their timing looks like exactly.
Phantom Lancer can fight if he has good lanes.
Okay.
The hero usually doesn't get good lanes.
Does he have a good lane here?
Not really.
Oh.
The hero's too dishonest to have a good laning phase.
I see.
So, I don't know. But if he gets Ag's Diffusal, even if he's behind, you can still go into the fight here because you have frontliners. Like
Sneak attack.
Workout.
Now, Disruption Arrow does stop the Mars, so it looks like they won't be able to find a first blood out of this. And Nightfall did manage to nab that bounty rune away, so they got 3 out of this situation.
I kind of like what BetBoom have other than this last pick puck. I think the last pick puck got him a bit.
Wait. Oh, BetBoom. I see.
Yeah. I think Puck can carry this game. I think he can almost 1v5 this game if it goes really late.
Okay.
But again, you're up against this problem of, well, can you get there on the side of XG? Because last game, we felt similar and they just never got there. Beastmaster accelerated the game way too fast. They had Dragon Knight there as well, which I think is a difference compared to this Timber. I think TK can help those high ground pushes a lot more. He can force these objectives a lot faster, take over the map, give you another stun setup. They're missing a little bit of that out of this Timbersaw in terms of fitting that type of paradigm, but maybe they have arguably a little more damage scale between the PL Timber here versus the Morphling plus the Mars. Pretty hard hero for this XG lineup to deal with unless the puck is very farm. So if you're XG, you're just looking for XM to have a beast game here. And if you're BetBoom, you're looking to just outpace XG again, not let him get to that puck late game and force these objectives, force 2 single target supports to deal with the Beastmaster summons.
Toronto Tokyo getting a little impatient. A little bit banter between him and Jinkyu.
Like everybody likes talking to Jinkyu, man.
Yeah, it just seems like a happy guy.
He is, man. He's always laughing, always smiling.
Yeah.
All right. Look at the Chinese coming out here.
You're one of the good ones.
Jinkyu off on a little trip here. Was trying to keep Toronto Tokyo out of lane. Eventually the creeps will kick him out of that whole situation.
You just want a strong Mars here. Get the bracers up, out CS this PL a little bit, and then get an early 6, kick him off the lane, or look for the kill. We're aiming here. We've seen XXS carry games on this Mars tournament as well. Definitely not out of the question. You just struggled in that previous game. Just the pace just wasn't there. You have to be in a position where you can take these fights, slow down the momentum, be willing to fight around the tier 1s if possible, but especially those tier 2s in Roshan. Otherwise, what are you really doing on the map with this hero compared to the Beastmaster? And the ores are just going to prevent you getting that all-in damage in a fight. So we'll see if they can get off to a faster start. But right now, they're looking okay, except for XM, who is struggling versus Timbersaw. 5 denies the first 2 minutes here for GPK.
Yeah, he was getting owned when it comes to the CS. What do you make of this DY Death Prophet, by the way? Do you think this hero is actually a good 5?
He's okay.
Because we've seen him on and off, right?
It is something DY has played before, so they are used to this flex, and I think they knew they were likely going to have to do it. You know, you're against Shadow Demon. Initially, what you saw, Shadow Demon, Beastmaster, Mirana, just not fun heroes for a core Death Prophet to play into here. A lot of kiting, a lot of single target burst and lockdown. So I don't mind that they took him off that core role, but is he necessarily offering you a lot here as a support? Not really, because he's not going to win you this lane versus the Beast. And he's not going to have much gameplay versus these BetBoom cores, because I think this hero, when he loses the lane as a 5, just doesn't really offer you anything.
Yeah.
You need to snowball the lane, get an early 6, be active in the fights to get to those later stages where you can get to that one item you need, whatever it is, and then you're kind of a beast. But
yeah, it worked very well against Secret. This is when we last saw it here at the DreamLeague, in fact, at the very beginning. But
I don't know if that says too much.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hero that they haven't played very often. They played it once per tournament, basically.
But he was playing a bit back in the China pubs and I think the previous tournament. So I've seen him play it before.
Yeah.
I just don't know if this was the game for it. When you know BetBoom are one of the few teams that will bust out these Lycan and Beastmasters, really makes that hero suffer. Not a hero that likes to play versus pace because he's relying on a mega cooldown ultimate as well. And has a trouble siphoning these heroes, so it's a tough game for him. I would be surprised if he has some crazy teamfight impact compared to what we saw game 1 with the Phoenix, which, you know, they also had the option of taking this time again. Opted not to.
XXS trying really hard to put as much damage on Nightfall, trying to keep him low so that maybe him and Lion can actually get a kill on Nightfall at some point in time.
I mean, this lane is going very well for XG, but you are against Phantom Lancer, so it's guaranteed. Just a matter of how much advantage you can get. And right now, Nightfall is surviving, but they are running out of mana. Lotus up, and I mean, Jin Q is draining him slowly but surely. They're trying to set up for this level 3 to 5 kill window.
Yeah, this is actually pretty obnoxious, the fact that
triple CS.
Keep on hitting him, and then Nightfall won't even have the mana to like lance for the range creep and stuff.
Yeah, this is obnoxious. But he's staying on the lane. That's the important part here for BetBoom. He's finding a little bit of something. I'm more concerned about this mid lane, man. Like,
they gotta get him on the pin here. No, he had tons of stick charges. DY.
Oh, that is.
He'll die. A Death Prophet 5 position dying in lane is a bad start for Extreme.
Yeah, this is not a hero that functions well on the map when your lane is tough. You're just sacrificing your 5 to try and give Morphlane a game here. And the thing is, Morph can't really do anything with it because this hero can be pretty slow. He ideally wants a lot of solo XP. This could be a tough game for XG, especially with how mid is going. Because if this Puck were having a smoother game off the lane, you were rotating, you were ganking, you were getting him runes, I could see you build some momentum off of that. But XM just got massacred on those early waves CS-wise, and he's a bit behind GPK, which means you're not going to have some pressure there. It's going to make it way more difficult to contest the power runes away from the Timbersaw here. And if GPK wants to rotate to either of these side lanes, he can kick these heroes out.
Yeah.
I'd prefer him going bottom and converting on the tower for the Beastmaster than top here, but if you end up diving top with the Mars, that is a turnaround they could look for, and they're just going to commit the tri-lane bottom.
Okay, you're loose in this lane. Time to bring it back. They're going to run down the Beastmaster here. Does leave XXS alone, but it looks like he's going to be able to TP out successfully. So they don't lose anybody for this exchange, though a lot of people may have to go back to base.
It's a big move for Ame. XG showing once more they're willing to commit resources to make sure he has a good game. And important to shut this Beastmaster down. Now, the big move for XG would be if they can kill him again here. Killing these offlane summon heroes once is nice. Killing them when they come back is amazing. Do they have the resources to complete it is another question, as they did not get that rune. And this mid-wave is something that they have to deal with.
Arrow doesn't land. No, he's able to jump to his orb in time.
That was very close.
Yeah, that was right as the orb was about to expire. I would say you would love to be able to see XM make that rotation to bottom lane, right? Coil, guaranteed kill on the Beastmaster, but there's so much pressure on this mid lane that he is having a hard time finding the space to leave.
Wisdom rune.
Leap, and he gets there just before Jin Q does. Double Wisdom rune. They really need this kill on Toronto Tokyo. He's out of leap charges.
They don't know that, though.
Yeah. And he's just going to be able to TP away.
That's a big win. Really big win here. You're going to make these two supports even more susceptible to the Beastmaster pressure when it comes.
DY in trouble again. Turns around, silences. There's the counter rotation of XM. The coil goes out. He might still be able to get DY, though, if he hits another poison. Got him. And he's got no heals, so...
Yeah,
oh, he does. Bottle. Nice bottle pass.
I don't know if it's enough, though.
I think it is. Pop a one just in case.
Oh!
He's good, he's good. Oh, he's not!
Oh, he is dead. I was right.
Got nipped by a wolf, and he got crit.
That's not too bad for him, though. Honestly.
No.
That's honestly best outcome.
Yeah, might be.
I think he should have been going for it.
8-minute rune?
He had nothing left.
It ends up spawning top.
2 big runes for GPK here. Limit the puck's resources, which means that gank in the bottom, they had to settle for the Shadow Demon instead of finding that Beastmaster.
Oh, the Invis just immediately finds... Oh, never mind. Shin-Q finds him. Will he be able to get away, though? GPK should be able to connect pretty well with this Timber Chain. Chakram all but guarantees it.
And he will not go down to the Lizards. So GPK is having a hell of a game here. This is an incredible start, which is what you want on this hero. I think that was another issue for XG last game. That Timbersaw versus the DK, he did not win his lane. He did not have a fun start. He was not getting those runes. This hero looks completely different when he's ahead.
Yeah.
Can ramp that damage up and just aggressively use it here. So it feels like similar to game 1. BetBoom getting what they want out of this early game. And when you have a Phantom Lancer in the top 2 net worth out of the lanes, I don't think you can be sad. That is like top 10% of outcomes that you would want.
So, BetBoom maybe looking at a repeat performance here of decent laning phase. Let's see what they do with the Timbersaw rotation. I'm expecting this Timbersaw just to be stronger than anything else in the game, but we'll see. Maybe Extreme can outmaneuver. They get the kill on bottom lane. XXS making that rotation. A lot of rotations down to bottom lane that are not killing the Beastmaster, though.
Yeah, this is not slowing down his progression, which is what you look for with these kills. I mean, it's taking him off the lane a bit, and it's buying Ame space, which is great.
Yeah.
I think making these rotations is still worth it. You're just not getting that big prize, and Beast is still stacking a little bit here. He's making sure he has some jungle to fall back on.
Also, from what you were talking about from draft, it seemed like this is an amazing puck game where he can carry and do all this sort of stuff. Is it really that good of a Morphling game? It's giving Ame all this space. Is he going to be able to pay it back to his team?
He gets to his items. I can see him taking down the Timber, taking down the Beast in a fight when you lock him in there with the Arena. I think the Morph will give them the damage they need, but it's not some crazy Morphling game. I'd be surprised if Ame pops off, but I think he can do the dirty work here, get the job done, so to say.
Biggest concern going to be matched up against a PL. GPK tanking for the Siege Wagon here. Extreme Gaming really trying to push him back. The support sitting just outside of the range here. Keeps on trying to poke at him with the Shadow Poison.
And you lost that Wisdom Rune, so you just don't have Exo right now. Don't have Finger. A lot of extra damage to pump into the coil that you're missing. You're going to lose that tower. Tower pressure already ramping up here, similar to game 1. You have the early core tower takers. BetBoom just need to rotate to them to get them into fighting position. And Lincoln's first for Ame. Defensive choice here to deal with disruption / roar, and there's no other stun, I guess.
Yeah,
so it's value.
He got caught out once or twice in game 1 on that Faceless Void game. Ended up going back for a Lincoln's at some point here at the Morphling. He has the ability to just rush it, so I'm sure he's much more comfortable with that sort of game.
And he's getting to sit bottom. BetBoom are devoting the resources elsewhere. They're going to take top tower instead.
XXS acting like maybe he's going to go for it.
I mean, he
Is his team ready to rotate? TP's coming in, Shin-Q. Instant Hex. Are they going to try and follow this one up? They're going to wait for him to doppelganger. Then, oh, he went immediately for the wrong one. Actually pinned the Mirana. The real one's just sitting there. Does he fake them out? Ame knows. Ame knows your tricks, Nightfall. Turns to the Phantom Lancer and throws his own spear right back at him.
Get him?
And he'll get him with the Phantom Rushdown.
That is a big kill for Ame to get off that laning phase. Now, you got to be thinking about this bottom tower here. If you're XG, you just give it to the Beastmaster for free. Do you trade off the Exo? But that's a big team fight. And it points the question for BetBoom of, would you really want to go to your PL to push the tower instead of going to your Beastmaster to push the tower here? Because he's just not strong at all in that fight.
Yeah.
Like, that is a fight that XG are super happy to take.
Drew a lot of attention to Nightfall's lane, and he is not happy with the outcome here. XXS, spear back, knows that the roar was coming. His only hope is to stop that, but even then, trying to get away from GPK, the Chakram will connect a second time for a kill for BetBoom. 3-6 now with a slight net worth lead for BetBoom, thanks to their early towers.
Dire's middle tower
Just a
is
missed
under
TP down there from XXS. Like, there's no one else who can help him defend that tower. You just can't linger. Gives away a big kill.
Man, Nightfall was really farmed. He was going to have such a fast Aghanim Scepter.
Just a weird play call. I think they were trying to force some reaction and get out more than take the fight. But there's a decent amount of catch, and that was a heads-up TP by Jin-Q to find that insta-hex before the arrow, set that all up. Got them a lot on the puck and the Morphling here, and Ame is still having a very strong game. It'd be another smoke. Looking for the Beastmaster here with that coil, something they could not find in the early stages of this game. You can also get this obs out on DY in a deep position. Makes setting up for the Beast later a lot easier as well. They have one ward on the lane.
Disruption, take your Wisdom Rune. Trying to get out. They have detection for him. He was barely underneath the sentry for a second there. They're going to follow the Spirit Siphon until he runs into another sentry. A little unfortunate. Oh, arrow nabs him, but save is still dead. Either way, though, it's still worth it, right?
Yes.
To trade a support life for the Wisdom Rune at 14.
For the 14 one, 100%, I think, most of the time, unless you're some crazy high-level support.
When does it stop being worth it?
I think the 7-minute one is worth it as well. 95% of the time, I think the second one is the same. I think it's always worth it unless you basically are a fourth core and you're trading that out. Then it becomes a bit murky. Also, like, obviously way later in the game.
Yeah.
It's not really worth it.
Okay.
Because you lose a hero, if you lose a fighter objective or Roche or something, it's incredibly not worth it. So at a certain point, it skews that way.
So I could still all chat worth if I do it at 21 and 28 minutes?
You can do it even if you don't get the rune.
Okay.
That's just the Dota way. I mean, you should be saying that before you pick it up.
That's true. Miro finally connecting a gank on this Beastmaster, and I think they have him. Yeah, Finger of Death.
Get the
make
creeps.
it a lot easier. Trying to run down that Satyr as well.
Yeah, those things are worth a lot of gold.
XM will collect.
Oh, 100. Big find for him. A lot of extra gold in the support's pocket, and every time they can gank kill Beastmaster in this game, XG are going to feel very happy. Buys them a lot of time, a lot of space. They regain a lot of their jungle control, reset the Beastmaster with his summons.
They didn't want to use EXO for this tower?
I'd rather just hold it up. I'm not against that choice.
Why? I would think you would want to force a reaction out of BetBoom.
I think having your spells up to combat what BetBoom wants to do in this game for now is a lot stronger than trying to do something, having it backfire, and then you don't have ults, then you're just going to give up the whole map to Beastmaster.
Okay. I guess I'm just... I'm not sure how good Exorcism is in a team fight for 5 position Death Prophet.
It's still strong. It's still strong. Like, if you get siphons off, you're going to live, and the spell does do a decent amount of damage. To me, this game is about getting Morphling and Puck Farm. So if something leads to that, you're happy in this game for XG. If it doesn't, you just need to be patient.
Okay. Well, BetBoom, they're also being patient because they're probably going to hit that big Aghanim Scepter spamming time for Phantom Lancer with a very large Timbersaw Beastmaster. I mean, it kind of looks like they're going to hit the same timing window, right? Somewhere in this 20-25 minutes, they're going to be super duper strong.
You want to fight for that Roshan setup. Yeah, at some point in the next 4 minutes or so here. Ag's Diffusal PL should give you a lot of firepower in that fight if he's not the one getting caught by a disable. It's a lot of damage this early in the game to deal with. And of course he has the front line to go in. He has Disruption save as well, Moonlight Shadow, set the fight up. It's a very easy engage for BetBoom if they can just draw XG where they want them. So far it's pushing tier 2 bottom. They're going to look for the wraparound.
Play to their wards here on the side, but nobody from Extreme really showing. Extreme just being very defensive in their positioning, sitting behind these towers. The only one really out there on the map is XM, pushing in this top lane into tier 2 over and over again. He's going to back off, though, so I wonder if Extreme are going to go for some sort of play. They're under vision right now. D-Ward doesn't actually spot the ward So Extreme may think that they a little bit more subterfuge than they actually do.
I mean, Diffu's done, so it's BetBoom who want to take this fight right now. They're looking for the Morphling top, but he's nowhere close to there. They'll take Ame into the smoke.
Who's going to get the initiation here? Smoke goes off as they break. Shadow Demon going to be the first one down here. Can they get the Timbersaw as well? A tanky hero. They're throwing so many spells at him right now. But the Morphling's the one in trouble with the Prime Roar. They burst him down. GPK is super healthy. No problem standing up against the full 5-man of Extreme. DY will try and run, but he will be caught by GPK blinking in aggressively. Blink Dagger and being that tanky. That is disgusting mid-Timbersaw right there.
That was a disgustingly good arrow by Toronto Tokyo.
Caught
Ame on the morph. He was in Timbersaw form, tanked an arrow to the face, and then just gets immediately roared afterwards. We're going to see here, this is not the worst setup for XG. They get everybody, Ame shifts. Oh. He just gets stunned into oblivion. It's like 7 seconds of stun. That impale almost bailed him out, but Miro had really nice positioning here.
No wonder they didn't do any damage to GPK.
Yep, I think he dies, and that's a fight that might go pretty well for XG if that arrow does not land.
Yeah, because you turning into the Timbersaw is a great way of killing the Timbersaw, right? Hit him with that Whirling Death.
And he would have ended up pushing the fight bottom, which would have been away from the Beastmaster. Instead, he gets arrowed and sits there, which allows Miro to come in and actually land the roar. Huge arrow for BetBoom. It leads them into that fight, into Roshan, exactly what their lineup wants during this PL period. Get Nightfall even more active. And he's living the dream. 0-1, the PL dream.
Dire are scanning.
So happy. Up by 1K net worth, 2K actually make that.
But I mean, he is living the PL dream. 0-1 in an even game. Oh my god. Can't get better than that.
Man, you really hate Phantom Lancer.
Yeah, I do. I think everybody has that one hero they wish they could just delete from the game forever. Most of the time it's like Broodmother or Tinker, Ricky, Pudge, so that your own team can't pick it. For me, it's PL, you know. And I think it's a valid choice. I think Ame and Jinkyu's might be Magnus for different reasons.
Bane of their existence.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The Yasha now done after the defusal.
No, Bane was Maposhka. He was playing that.
Jinkyu, it's trying to protect him. XXS is not going to be able to save him from the disruption setup, though. So that's going to be another tier 2. They're chasing after a Mirana right now. That's there are 2 cores and an ultimate being used to kill a support. GPK is immediately going to try and take advantage of this situation. With this Timber Chain, he could chase after them, but just kicks him out of lane. It's good enough for him.
It's on tier 2 for BetBoom, though. They're slowly ramping up the pressure, just like game 1, but they are on a slower pace. At this point, they were threatening that high ground. That 24-minute mark.
It's all relative, but what is Extreme's timing with this puck? When do you feel like the puck actually starts being strong enough to combat this Timbersaw Phantom Lancer menacing them right now?
I mean, they want to get to his 4th or 5th item territory.
Okay.
Which is a lot.
That's a long ways away.
I mean, you could fight in between them, but that's, I think, when you start to feel a lot more confident about what this puck can do for you.
Okay.
Especially versus the PL.
Smoke's going to break on a boar as the Phantom Lancer is sitting up here on the high ground, so they're immediately going to be spotted, immediately slowed down by the boar, and DY will be left behind. Fortunately, no stuns from GPK, so Jinkyu can TP out. But
I mean, smart move to get the hell out of there. That is not the target you wanted to find in Aegis Phantom Lancer with this type of single target lineup.
What were they looking for?
Maybe the Beast on the Ancients. Like, if they get up the ramp without being broken, you can plan a ward. You see Beast, you pick him off and get the hell out.
I guess the last time they saw the Phantom Lancer TP top after GPK, so maybe they thought he was still farming in that area.
They're trying to catch up here as well. Looking for the puck. He'll get some TPs onto that outpost and he'll escape.
Looking. They're they're gonna start needing some Yules, Rada Atoses, Scythes, something. Seems like Extreme are just gonna be playing a game of tag here.
Yeah, they're gonna rat for sure. This is a game where you need to rat, get stuff out of the map while the group up happens from BetBoom. And the group up should just convert on objectives here. You don't want to be chasing heroes around this map. You either want to be pushing or find the catch setup with 1 or 2 that you can TP the rest into. That's reliable. But they don't have really reliable catch right here. If I'm BetBoom, I'm just continuing to push with my Beastmaster and not overcomplicate this game.
Yeah, you still have another 45 seconds with the Aegis, so lots of things you can take, like the enemy Tormentor, and they're tier 2.
Mirana Shard. A little extra damage. XM pressuring mid tier 1. Like to get something for their trouble.
Ame's pushing in bottom at the same time, so BetBoom have to force them back, so of course they're going to hit the high ground with this Aegis.
They're setting up mid. Again, though, I don't know how reliable the setup is.
Steel Scepter caught him with the arrow.
That's a sick setup by Toronto Tokyo.
Whew. And now they're like, okay, we could go back to this high ground push.
Yeah, this is the exact type of map play that you want if you're BetBoom. You're clumping, pushing the towers, forcing XG to react to, and you're catching the split push on the other side with minimal hero commitment. Just a dream here. They're just going to get a tier 3 for free.
Ame's not backing down from this one. He's like, I am not ready to take a team fight.
Shinkyu's almost dead.
Yeah.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Just not ready yet. They are just nowhere near ready for the pace BetBoom have set off these 2 Beastmaster games. Another Rax at 25.
Throughout the arena. Caught a Beastmaster with the Timbersaw, locked out on the other side, but the team slow to be able to follow this one up, man. They just can't get there. Now they throw out the coil, but Ame's only just now joining the fight. They're going after GPK, but he's already Timber Chained away. Ame will waveform to the side, turn into the Timbersaw.
GQ's dead.
I don't know what he wanted out of that, but GPK just assassinated Shinkyu.
Blink Timbersaw. Gets in, gets out, and stays taunting, I guess. I don't know what that animation is.
Yeah, it was like the Morphling doing his front stroke the entire time. Last game.
It's like he's riding a bull or something. Look at me, I'm GPK. Coming into the fight.
Radiant's middle tower.
Oh, man.
This game's just spiraling. This series has been spiraling for him.
Yeah.
Even that fight, there's like a coil on the backside for the Phantom Lancer. They're going on the Timbersaw. The arena wasn't committed into. Nobody was on the same page in that exchange.
How much of this do you think it is Extreme not playing their best Dota? How much of it is draft? How much of it is just strategy?
I feel like they just didn't respect what the Beast can do. And they're kind of playing the same meta they've played throughout the tournament. Okay. But maybe that's just assuming, oh, like Beast isn't a good hero right now, or we'll just beat him. But you end up in these lineups with a crap ton of single target, no way to clear the summons, no real way to push lanes out that easily in the early game or defend towers, and Beast just takes games over and he puts you in this position. Which doesn't mean you can't win them, because the hero can fall off later. But it feels like a struggle. You're going to give up some buildings, you're probably going to give up some racks, and then hope you can come back. PL's not necessarily going to make that line too easy either. Again, it just comes down to how much farm you can find on this puck. How long you can stall this game. Get XM to his items, and then you have a chance.
When they met early on in the second group stage, yeah, BetBoom did win that series, but at least it went the distance. In this situation, though, BetBoom looking at it just like a very dominant 2-0 potentially. Unless Extreme can draw out the game, which they did kind of manage to do in game 1. I don't know if they have a better chance at winning. Definitely not if this puck keeps on getting caught. Now, he does dodge the arrow, but it's going to be
no chance.
Impossible to get out of a 5-stack.
Yules for Toronto Tokyo has already paid for itself with those 2 kills. Not a kill they get with almost anything else. It just closes the map so much every time this puck dies.
Extreme actually getting out there with the smoke immediately. That is very interesting. I guess thinking, well, they killed our puck, they're gonna split up, but somehow they missed the kill on Toronto Tokyo. Ami's gonna chase after him. He got him on the Yules. Now they're gonna fight, but it's underneath the tier 2. This is gonna be hard. They certainly can't do anything about GPK as he's going to continue to chase after them. Disruption. Setting it up. Ame can only wait for him so far away. He could turn back into the Miranda, though. Had a leap and a blink to be able to get more distance. Somehow they actually going to be able to get away with almost everybody. They'll leave DY behind, but that was not as bad as I thought it was going to be.
He got out. I mean, those leaps did work, I guess. But that was all for a 5-position Mirana. So it doesn't really do anything here. Look at him go.
Ride him, cowboy.
Yeah. Yeah. And you're going straight into this Aegis. Now you don't have Exo to contest this. I think you're getting to the point where you have to find a coil connection on Nightfall and somehow kill him in that.
Yeah, we haven't seen that a single time in this game.
I mean, we saw it on the fight when they pushed Rax top, but there was no follow-up at all.
Yeah, that's true.
He just stood there. Going for the Timber again. Do you have the damage for this?
Maybe with Ami turning into the Timber Saw. Yeah, they got him with a Finger of Death as well. That was a lot of gold, which is great for Extreme, but also says a bit about how far behind they were.
Most of it went to Jin Q, which is
not great.
Yeah, and probably not the hero you wanted on the most here.
No, it's not.
But that ward pays off. The ward they got out earlier, they smoked back to it. Lose a DD rune,
might actually get a little bit more.
I think XM would have rather had the DD rune, to be honest.
Yeah, maybe. Especially if he can't even get the kill, especially if he's going to be caught by Miro. Primaroar does have another orb. Maybe this actually makes some space here on the side. Okay, never mind. XXS,
I don't get out.
TP, Shin-Q, also a TP. They all get out.
Okay.
Everybody away.
I mean, every time you take these fights on BetBoom side of the map, you're happier about it, at least.
Yeah.
You're not getting pushed down. You're not losing buildings. You're stalling out this Aegis a little bit. Like, a minute's already gone. Not the worst. Just, again, where is the damage going to come from? It has to be coil lockdown on these cores and Ame being able to lock onto targets. He's going Butterfly. In fact, he has it. So he's starting to do some decent right-click.
Yeah, he's keeping up. The puck, not so much. Puck actually the poorest of all the cores, which means we may never see that Maelstrom Ags go to work.
He needs a one fight here. They need a big base defense hold that can get him to that next stage, which means you're probably looking for the Spearbacks again. Spearbacks and a bunch of mana drains, slow some heroes down, make BetBoom commit deep. And they're just going to try and siege it up, so they don't have to dive you here. They don't have to force the fight. They can just let Nightfall sit there with his second life, daring them to do anything.
GPK jumps forward, immediately goes for the line. They have to use the arena, try and protect these heroes. Oh, Shin-Q, he was barely in reach of the Phantom Lance, and he'll die as a result. A quick buyback from him. Coil locking down all these heroes. That Finger of Death did absolutely
Why did
nothing.
that even hit?
Hit him with the pinky finger, apparently.
I think his finger broke.
Radiant structures are fortified.
BetBoom. Oh, they've got free range to take another lane of barracks, I guess, because
that was your coil.
Ame's not even around and no coil.
About to get megas here for the
they're just
second
gonna
time in the
keep
series.
Going. What is Extreme's plan here?
Mana drain the Lancer.
Cutting the wave, but the bottom lane's still pushing it.
Well, you got your Maelstrom.
You did.
You gotta wait for another coil, I guess? Is that even a thing?
Maybe he's going high ground. Let's go, Ame.
Yeah, rat him up.
Go, go, go.
He's doing it.
Hit that tier 3.
I don't think he outpaces you here, but he's trying.
Yeah, I mean, maybe
actually, he's doing some damage.
Maybe he could like actually get one lane in exchange for Vegas or something. He's going for throne right now. What?
Cancel the
TVs,
boys.
They have to back out.
Dire's courier has been killed.
This is actually catching BetBoom off guard. Just didn't expect this kind of pushing power.
Rune. He is not taking damage right now. Turns back into the Timbersaw, hit by an arrow. Oh, he's dead now, and he doesn't have buyback. They're going to kill Nightfall. Looks like they got him inside the arena. They got him once. Is it even possible for them to kill him a second time? Do they have disables? They're going to immediately stun. Half health. Okay, they're doing it.
Ooh. Okay. Big
Not
moves.
that hard.
Big moves here from XG.
And without the Phantom Lancer, nobody else is really going to hit buildings, I think. So it's not like they can take advantage of this time that Ame's dead.
I think that was very close to being series over for XG, but the Ame throne pressure.
I mean, I love that kind of play because I think you were losing this game.
I agree. I think that was the correct play to make. Like, imagine he gets out there, too.
Yeah.
Which was a possibility. Now you're working towards Divine Broach for XXS.
Oh, is Phantom Lancer even going to exist if Mars shows up?
That's some damage to throw into this coil and throw into the Phantom Lancer now. I like the plays XG are making in this game. I mean, their percentage to win this game is probably very low, but they are taking advantage of the chance they have, which is make something out of nothing. And that is what they have done here.
Yeah. Went from 4% to 11%. They've given themselves like a solid chance to make the comeback here. Timbersaw going to get an Aghanim Scepter. That boy is going to be tanky.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if you can ever get nags on Morphling, though, you can steal it. Just still a pretty strong combo.
Yeah. We are coming up on 3rd Roshan, right? So
yeah, there used to be that patch where this was when the Ags Timber became really broken. Morphling was the counter because you steal it back, and then you're even more broken.
A little bit more gold with an Arcane Rune in his back pocket. Dangerous.
I'll finish it up here. Yeah, he's a beast. GBK he's a monster right here. The one thing is he doesn't have BKB, so all these heroes from BetBoom can get chain stunned in an isolated scenario, like we saw there.
Yeah.
I just don't know if you can isolate. Like, how many more times can you creatively find ways to isolate him? I think that was the biggest thing about what that play from Ame did, is it allowed them to find Phantom Lancer alone.
Mm-hmm.
When one core's alone, XG can just go to work. When they're together, there's Disruption Save, there's Roar Interrupt, there's Moonlight Shadow, Yules from the Mirana that can go on somebody. It's a lot tougher, but there is Divine.
They ping the courier, I believe, on BetBoom. They saw it on the high ground ward that they have there, so they know about the Divine Rapier being complete.
It's a huge damage power spike here.
It's also kind of awkward, like, yeah, he's huge amount of damage and stuff, but also means he can't go in first, really, right?
I mean, or you just have to go and pray that fight works.
Just blink BKB, jam it, hope it works.
They're only down 6K.
Damage.
Not the best DE team. Yeah, they're going to give it to GBK over the right-click carry.
Yeah, with PL, Arcane Rune going, these next, like, 10 seconds, Timbersaw is pretty scary.
And PL just doesn't want to run in, try and smack people here.
Yeah, it doesn't want to show who the real one is either.
Will GBK try and go with this double rune timing? Do you wait for the next Roche? BetBoom have been pretty disciplined this series. I feel like they just wait next Roche here. We'll see. They do have the Golem HP. Ame with a BKB. XG are the ones who want to smoke out. There's no way you try and go high ground here, though. Up that hill.
I mean, maybe
look
if
at the
they
wave
wrap
top, man.
all the way around, though, they might be able to surprise
Is this time to smoke out? Like, BetBoom just see this wave and...
Oh, they pinged. Oh, never mind. That was Shinkyu's. They might know because the board. DY is going to pop. He just goes straight in, trying to get the vision. They run into the Timbersaw, the worst person to run into. They want anybody else, not him. Nobody's showing, though. Oh, no! Somebody does show, and it's the Phantom Lancer, saved by the disruption. But he comes back in. He's going to be coiled. Can they get him? The Divine on the ground, but they need to be able to kill this Phantom Lancer. They're just not doing the damage. Ame just can't do it alone. He needs some more help, but XM, he doesn't deliver enough damage either. The Maelstroms get thrown out. Phantom Lancer kites back, then goes in for the kill. Ame's dead, and so is Extreme here at DreamLeague. This is going to be the end of their run. Got through that first round of the playoffs.
GG.
Up against Team Spirits, but they will end at a 3rd place.
I mean, just in case GPK needed a little more spell amp, he ends up with that Divine Rapier off the ground.
Nice.
So a very, very smooth game for him. He just took it over from that laning phase onward. Messed X up in that one-on-one, and then the puck, he's just playing a full recovery game, can never get there. BetBoom showing dominance here in this lower bracket final with a clean 2-0 off 2 Beastmaster games. If you're Falcons watching them, you really have to respect these Summons heroes, right? Because they beat Falcons off some of the same Summons gameplay as well with the Lycan and almost with that Beastmaster.
Yeah.
And it's showing some promise here because it's abusing the current carry hero pool. None of the carries people are playing do well versus beasts like the Lifestealer, the Sven, the Morphling, the Void. These are all slow, melee-oriented right-clickers who don't like getting kited, don't like the BKB piercing stun. I think there's a lot of value in what BetBoom are bringing to the table here, and it's working for them. And they are going to a grand final here.
They are. The second time they're going to be going to a DreamLeague grand final. It did not work out for them.
No, if you remember, they ended up getting almost reverse swept 3-2'd by Gaimin a long time ago, but they are not up against Gaimin, so that they've got going for them, and it feels like they have a lot more momentum and a lot more consistency right now.
That's true. BetBoom bounced back after getting dropped by Falcons into the lower bracket, and now they're heading to the grand finals.
Which is also a step up compared to Season 21, because in Season 21, they fell at 3rd place after being eliminated by Shopify Rebellion. So BetBoom are no strangers to podium finishes at DreamLeague, but this time they will get another chance in grand finals, and it'll be another chance against Falcons as well, as they conquer Extreme Gaming in a dominant fashion. Lacoste, this Phantom Lancer got away with murder in this
Absolutely. He had way too much farm coming out from the laning stage. He was also paired up with Mirana, not the strongest position 5 in terms of protecting him, but they popped off completely. Like mid lane as well, GPK on this Timbersaw. He was destroying puck in the CS department. One hell of a game from BetBoom. I thought that after yesterday, they might not be able to recover, but I think I said it multiple times that I think this team will win the whole tournament, like even during the group stage 1, because what I've seen from them at BetBoom Dacha, they looked super strong. They looked like very consistent. Some of the times that they lost, sure, you might look bad, but I think the problems that they had, they managed to sort them out, and you can feel that they bring some new stuff to the table. These offlane heroes that nobody's playing, these Lycans, these Beastmasters pressuring the enemy safe laner, it really is showing. And I think coming into the next series, they might start to think about, okay, how do we deal with this? Because Falcons, they're also very quick at adapting, but we gotta give credit to Epileptic Kid, aka Nightfall. He's been playing this Phantom Lancer, one of the best players out there. He was always shining on these illusion-based heroes, and this time around got so much out of the laning stage and transitioned that into the dub.
And they picked it laser focused. They saw the Morphling, they knew what they were getting themselves into, and we were all expecting him to have at least like a somewhat rough laning phase, but he just plowed right through it, no issues whatsoever. And yeah, being paired with this Beastmaster who we don't see anyone pick. It was picked 2 times before today, and then rammed in twice in this series, completely took Extreme off guard.
One of those heroes that for some time on previous patches, we got sick to death of seeing.
Oh yeah.
And I mean, it's changed a bit, and I know Wraith Pact isn't a thing anymore, and perhaps Zoo isn't the thing anymore, but he still does Beastmaster shit, and still a strong hero, and worked for them, created this tempo of just pushing, and had a BKB piercing stone, which is always good. I mean, he's still a really good hero. It's just, I guess maybe there's other offlaners that people are preferring more, but BetBoom here just saying like, yeah, we can win with this. Also the DP, apparently, that's why I guess people aren't picking DP. It didn't really work out. But yeah, PL, scary. Like, it gets to that point, they're obviously, you just think we've got no way to cope with them, and indeed they couldn't.
And perhaps we will get some insight from the man himself behind it, because we got a Nightfall on the line for a winner's interview. Nightfall, we're praising your Phantom Lancer. Would you consider it to be your signature hero, the PL?
Hello guys. I mean, yeah, of course. I played PL even since I just first joined VP like 4 or 5 years ago, and then was like pretty trash on all other heroes besides PL, kinda. So I was only winning with PL back then.
Yeah, but you made a name for yourself on that hero all the way back then. Even when it's not good, you're playing it a lot. In this game, it was a fantastic performance, a fantastic series from you and all of your teammates. And I'm happy to see it because it means that you guys recovered well from yesterday's series. Your Falcons series against, in the upper bracket finals, that game 2. How'd you guys, I guess, come back after such a heartbreaking loss in that game 2?
How we come back today?
Yeah, exactly. How you clear your mindset to come in focused.
I mean, obviously it's hard to like fully come back mentally, but that's just life, and it's not even a grand final. Like we knew like we're probably gonna play in grand final against Falcons, so it's only like a game for upper bracket. So I mean, that was sad that we lost, and we lost in that such a like kind of like bad way, like game 2, which was kind of like I think favored us for like draft wise and like just lanes and other stuff. But I mean, that's just life. We just like try to forget about like yesterday game and like play good today and win.
And it worked out well. Congratulations, Nightfall. I also got BSJ standing by for a quick question for you as well.
Hey, Nightfall, we're going to keep it a little bit light since strategically you're going straight into the finals. When you're juking as PL after you doppelganger like that one instance top, like how do you decide whether or not to do the AFK like you did in that game or do like attacking a support while you're juking with the illusion?
Okay, I mean, that was kind of like rough situation. I think I shouldn't really like end up in that situation. I already like kind of like fucked up. Honestly, like I should have just back, but in this situation, I realized I'm like that, and only like way to survive is like doing this stuff. Then when like if I fake with like illusion and like fake, I don't even want to hit because like there's a chance they understand it's real one hitting, and then I just gonna die momentarily because he will just coil like real one. Then.
Okay.
And I mean, I can hit with main when it's like a little bit more like safe, when it's like messy, and like I won't die like for hitting with main one like momentarily.
That makes sense. Yeah, it definitely exposed you a little bit. So we got one more clip that we actually want to show you from that game that was a moment that a lot of people get scarred by, where the opponent is going to be split pushing your base on Ame, and that's going to leave you stranded on the Phantom Lancer, and you're going to end up getting focused as you lose your Aegis. So here's the part where you guys are sieging base, and I just would love to hear your thoughts about the team comms and what ends up happening here as you guys notice your base is getting taken by Ame.
I mean, we're sieging base, and we just realized like he's just hitting our Tron, and he realized it on Morph that they can't really win a game like with human way, like they can't teamfight us at all. So he like tried to Tron us, and we all TP it to kill him. Not sure if like everyone needed to TP, because like maybe if like for example Shadow Demon like stayed with me, I would survive. And that's so. I mean, it was already not like. I mean, it was already kind of surprising for us that he is like going for Tron, because I mean, for example, I thought he's just gonna go for Axe, and then like we just don't care. Like we'll get like first sight, and then but in the situation hitting Tron, I think like some people like did TP when they didn't need to TP, and like it ended up being not that good for us, like 1-for-1 trade. But I think they can't really still fight us, even though like me died and more died, like still they can't like take fight against us.
Yeah, awesome, man. Thank you.
Just a way to free PL game.
Yeah, good luck in the finals, my friend.
You're the one who made it look free, Nightfall. Any other Phantom Lancer, I think they would have had a tougher time in the laning phase. Now, I won't take too much of your time, but you're obviously going to win the next series, right? But what is it going to be, a 3-0, a 3-1, or a 3-2 against Falcons?
Can't really say. I think it's gonna be a close series, so like maybe 3-1.
3-1? One game. You're just gonna give them one game for charity, right?
I mean, I hope we max give one game, but anything can happen.
Anything can happen, but I'm looking forward to it. Best of luck in the Grand Finals. Another DreamLeague Grand Finals for BetBoom team. Congratulations, Nightfall, and we'll let you prepare.
Thank you, guys. Bye.
Thank you. Yo, I'm loving the energy. He's pulsing right now, and he should be excited as he has now stepped back into a rematch, a best of 5 this time, though, against Falcons. They succumbed 2-1 in the upper bracket finals, but we heard it from him. They recovered from the mental. It's tough, but you got to move on. And I mean, if you looked at today's performance, you'd think that they didn't even get scratched at all. 2-0 dominant.
Yeah, he kept answering the questions like, I thought he was done. And then he's like, no, I have to say more. Like, I want to talk more about like what I was doing in that game and thinking. So you can definitely tell they're high energy, and like putting in that extra oomph, even during interview, tells me like that the spirits are high and that they're really looking forward to this finals. I mean, they were ready for this lower bracket. He seemed unfazed from yesterday.
Yeah. After what happened yesterday, they did manage to reset, and they know that they messed up in that one. It was definitely in the bag, but this team, the more I see from them, the more I believe in them, even though like their results against Falcons at DreamLeague here, you know, Falcons were always victorious. We go back to BetBoom Dacha, they also did manage to beat them, so not the greatest. Coming into a BO5 meta is definitely different, so I want to see how Falcons will approach it, and I feel like, you know, I feel like they could take it. I feel like BetBoom should be able to take this one, even though they're not the favorites.
Well, perhaps we can get some thoughts on the ground in London as T-Governor raising a glass to us. T-Gov and Meltdown, how are the vibes right now at that watch party?
I mean, again, UK Dota, we're not very good at much things, but drinking, we are excellent at. So we are drinking a lot. We're watching a lot of Dota. You know, we want to watch the finals, best of 5, but again, we're drinking and we're watching Dota. So what can go wrong? I'm sure Ted is very jealous right now because sitting on the couch, not being able to drink, like, I feel like I got the good straw here.
You did, mate, and I think I can see some people I know in the background there as well. So the pie's getting started early. That looks like good. Can you get a cider in for me and drink it in my honor, please?
Yeah, we can get that for sure. I've got on my next segment. I'll race someone with a little bit of a little drink race or something. I don't know if that's allowed, but I'll see if I can get it on the show. But
all right, you got a best of 5, Robson. So pace yourself, mate.
Do we need to though? Like maybe we just do one a game and we drink responsibly, of course.
Yeah.
But we then want to get ourselves to the grand final, so now we have more motive to get to a game 5.
Nice.
Because every time you tune in, I'll just deteriorate each game, and I'll just slur more, and I'll just be lower and lower down. I'm a short king, but I'll be on the floor soon.
Hell yeah, brother.
We have available here.
The sloppier, the better. I'm looking forward to it. How do you think the ratio of fandom is at Meltdown? Like Falcons versus BetBoom fans? Who are people rooting for, you think?
I'll be honest. 4 people walked out when Extreme just lost.
So a lot of Ame fans.
Yeah. A lot of Ame fans, and they're in tears. It's raining, so we can't actually see them if they're crying on outside, but I would argue we also had a lot more cheers for Extreme, so I'm going to lean probably Falcons for the grand finals here, but we're not really biased, so maybe BB has some fans, but I think, Falcons have the edge right now.
Fair enough. Given, I don't know, their mostly European roots, I suppose they're carrying the torch for the Western Europeans that were not able to show up in this bracket. Were you at all surprised by how this DreamLeague has played out, T-Gov, yourself?
I mean, not really. I feel like Falcons are just dominating everything. So, of course, happy for Nigma. They might be able to qualify now. So, again, happy for Falcons, happy for Kuroki. And, of course, again, I don't know what I'll be saying in 2 hours' time because the more alcohol I drink, the more unhinged it will get. So, yeah, please. Be nice with me, thank you.
It sounds like the real Dota experience, right? Over the course of time, you play more and more games and you become more and more unhinged.
We should give you a challenge, actually.
What's he drinking? What's that?
This is a Lena. It was, fun fact, it's actually my girlfriend's that I just stole for the bit, but so it's like a raspberry gin thing. Not really my cup of tea, but for now, it goes down, so it's fine.
Yeah, you guys have specific cocktails that are Dota-themed right now, don't you?
Yeah, we got about 12 or 13 heroes, so new cocktails, new heroes. Yet to get new hero in the game yet, but that's coming soon. But yeah, we've got about 12 or 13 different cocktails, we've got shots. Again, there seems to be more alcohol than Dota here right now, but hopefully the grand finals should change that soon. Fingers crossed, because again...
How many heroes did you try?
So far, I've only locked lips with Lena, but room to explore the rest. Again, the day is young. It's only, what time is it? It's only 2.
Yeah. So there's plenty
if the grand final goes 5 games, come on. I've got a lot of time here. All right, back to you with that one, Lacoste.
T, I've got one question for you, mate. Obviously, this patch coming relatively soon. You're going to do the patch watch. What have you got planned for us? What are you going to do until the patch drops next stream? Have you thought about it?
I've got an idea. I'm going to be losing my... Mate, you don't need to duck. You can just be part... Okay, it doesn't work. What was it? I'm going to be losing my mind. I think this might be one where I do it for 2 weeks, but I can't leak it yet. I'm still working on it. Valve gives us no hints, but I've been working a lot of stuff. I've potentially done a lot of cool stuff, but again, I don't know when I'm starting. I feel like I could be doing it for 2 weeks to a month potentially. I might lose my shit. I'm sorry for swearing, but
no, swear away, brother.
It's DreamLeague, brother. No worries at all.
Fair enough. I'm fucking scared, mate. I'll be real. You're gonna give some hints. You're gonna give something. I don't know what I'll be doing, but I'll be doing something relentlessly until it happens, and I'll be hopefully the voice of Reddit to Valve to release it as early as possible.
We admire your dedication.
Amen.
That's right. We never look to you for doing things in moderation, T-Guff, so you better be completely sloshed by the time we finish this grand. There we go. There we go. There's a good lad. We'll check in with you again, T-Guff. Keep your ear to the ground on Meltdown Bar, and we'll see you in a bit.
Bye, Roxanne.
Bye-bye. That's right. All of you can join him if you are looking for something to do at the Meltdown Bar in London. But if you're looking for some more Dota, you have to wait a little bit. Grand Finals is about an hour away, but don't worry, we have plans with these gentlemen. If you were tuned into the night shift, you may recall that we had played a little game called Guess the Rank. Would you like to see one of those be done live yet again?
Yes.
Yay!
Brian?
Of course.
Yeah.
Again.
There we go.
Our favorite game.
That's the enthusiasm that I live for. Friends, we have a little bit of time to kill until Grand Finals, but don't worry, we got something very, very exciting planned up our sleeve. We'll see you in a little bit with Guess the Rank.
Welcome to my private garden. It's my own menagerie. If you're looking for a party, I own everything you see. Heavy is the head, where's the crown? They said it's my time, and I'm gonna run this scene. If you don't like the way I rule my empire, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me, all hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? There's only room for one hustler, sitting way up on that throne. Guess I'm showing my true colors. 24 karat gold. I'm gonna wear that crown. Y'all better hit the ground. It's my time, and I can guarantee, if you don't like the way I rule my kingdom, you can go ahead and you can kiss my ring. All eyes on me, yeah. When I enter the scene, quit it. All eyes on me. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? Make way for the king, yeah. All hail to the king, get it? If I say so, then it is so. If I say no, you better get low. On bended knee, yeah. All hail to the king, get it?
from fire. Oh, my back, but it's made out of iron. I won't give up, I'm not scared, I'm trying.
Thank you, as always, to the PogChamp Pandas for bringing us in to a little bit of game time. Not Dota game time, at least not professional Dota game time. Instead, maybe a little bit of ranked Dota game time, because my panelists here are going to play a little game with me called Guess the Rank. You may have seen this video be shown of professional players, or you may have seen Lacoste beast all over Kazu and Pyrian earlier when we did this during Group Stage 2, but I'll explain it again from the top. My three panelists are going to watch a Dota play from any one of your pubs. It could be you in the clip. And using their expertise of the entire spectrum of ranked medals, they are going to guess what rank of Dota they're watching. Now, Brian, I have high expectations for you. You have educated a great many players from the bottom to the top. So surely you should know the whole range, right?
Yeah, I'm intimidated by what you just said about Lacoste's performance last time, but
I got lucky.
Like 8 times you got lucky.
Was he like 8 for 8?
He wasn't 100%, but
he was close.
It was shockingly how easy he could tell the difference between like a legend and an Archon.
Wow.
Yeah, because there's a big difference between these players.
Is that true, Pyrian? Is there a big difference?
Not really.
No. No.
But you said that these are your people, Pyrian. Why can't you pinpoint these differences in the gameplay?
Because I tend to overvalue them or undervalue them. So I'm like, this looks like some Herald gameplay. But of course, it's a good clip. So they've picked a good moment.
That is true.
So sometimes you think, oh, this is just, this is Guardian or Archon or whatever, but they're actually a Herald that just made a POG play. The dead giveaway is what's everyone doing while these moments are happening. If there's some lad just standing around waiting for his spells to be up and nobody's got any items and any farm and it's 45 minutes into the game, you can tell a lot.
I think the key is to focus on the guys around, not just the one guy who's getting the rampage, who's shining in those team fights. It's also about like what the other people are doing. If they're standing still, it takes them 5 seconds to react. You know what the Herald was that.
All right, Brian, now you know what to keep your eye on.
Yeah, they're just giving me the guide.
Well, then there you go. Without further ado, let's roll the first clip, and we will be watching a Visage in this Dota gameplay.
It's not Herald.
And I need you guys to guess the rank of this Visage. And obviously, you're going to look at all the teammates, the items, the skill builds.
Bracer in the backpack. He wants to...
Dude, this guy's Maposhka.
He's sniping Aegis, yeah.
Build the Roche. This guy's good. Can already tell. Good itemization as well.
Patience.
There's a silencer. That means that's maximum ancient.
This guy's good. This guy's good.
Dude.
He has AC. Look at his farm.
Why didn't...
What minute in the game
didn't even care.
What minute when the game was it?
Let's roll the clip one more time.
33?
Because that was surprisingly low activity for this. It was
34?
34 minutes into the game. Spectre is soloing Roche.
Spectre just watches him standing there. Can he not see
He's invis. He's in Visage because he has Aghanim.
Oh, it's DK. DK's soloing Roche, and then he's just like, well.
Oh, he's got the Ag, so I hate this shit.
Silent as the grave.
What's his score? 9-2. I can't read from here. It's too far away, Neil.
It was a nice. How did he even know? This guy is a cheater because he didn't have any vision. Gets it right.
Maybe he scanned earlier.
This guy. This
report him.
That is not a viable option. I need you to guess what rank he is.
We have to write it down, right?
Correct.
Okay.
Write down the rank option. And again, I will remind you the order. It goes Herald, Guardian, Crusader, Archon, Legend, Ancient, Divine, Immortal.
That's what made me laugh is these lads had no idea what the other ranks were. They didn't even know they existed. They were like,
yeah,
other ranks?
I have a cheat list here.
What's going on?
I've got it on my. You'll see it on my notepad here.
It's almost like if you're at the top of a mountain, you can only look up because you've got to hold on. Whereas us at the bottom, we're looking up, clawing our way up. We can see all the ranks. We're looking at their asses all the way up. But I'm ready.
All right, gentlemen, please reveal who you think this visage was. A Crusader, a Divine, and a Legend hacker. Quite the range here. You thought that was...
I'm nervous that he's thinking Divine.
You thought that was Crusader gameplay, Brian.
There's a Slardar not amping Roche and a Spectre not ready to go. DK soloing it.
And on the other end, Lacoste, you thought that was a Divine visage.
Yeah, you don't see this in lower ranks, this type of a play. He was so ready, prepped everything. Like even in the high Immortal, you'll see guys try to pick up, in pro play, you'll see a guy try to pick up Aegis. Doesn't even have a slot available.
True. And Ted, in shame,
Legend.
You've erased your entire thing.
Yeah, because I thought we'd done. I mean...
You're not done.
I wrote down Legend. You read it off. What? It's not going to be saved for anything, is
because
it?
You know you were wrong. Because you were all wrong. Oh. That Visage was an ancient level player.
Damn it.
Wow.
Lacoste, you were close. And Brian, very...
It was also close. It was one rank away.
I got baited by all the chaos, but maybe this
doesn't.
4K bracket or whatever is like...
You got to recalibrate your brain a little bit, Brian. You've been watching a lot of professional Dota, a lot of BetBoom versus Extreme.
True.
I'm going to
expectations were too high.
This guy probably played like 3 up to 500 games of Visage.
Yeah.
He knows his shit.
He's a Visage specialist, but no other hero, which is why it's still ancient. All right. Zeros across the board. Let's run our second clip. We're watching a Vengeful Spirit in this one.
He's going to swap himself in, have the barrier.
He's got Ether Lens.
High ground defense. 44 minutes into the game. They're winning 51 kills.
I told you, this is me.
That was...
I don't know about this one.
That was the enemy Magnus, right? It's all for the greater good, though. They get the kill on the Night Stalker.
Wait, did he go to swap and then the mag blinked in and he accidentally swapped the mag? Is that what happened there?
Let's watch it one more time.
One more time.
Let's run back.
Go over there and watch it.
Keep our eye on the initiation here. His Phantom Lancer's dead and his Crystal Maiden's dead, but Mag's ready to make a play. He's eyeballing it. Tornado. Blink. Oh! Oh, you hate to see it.
Yeah, that's a rough one.
With this new thing added to the game, I think you can't click allies. I think with the
that's
update,
true.
So
the Dota Labs was added specifically to help this poor Venge.
But this guy's pretty bad. Etherlands on Venge, like what the fuck is that? Like what are we watching? Then he had Axe, like Solar Crest is fine. Etherlands shows that he's, Pepega ranked.
You've got a strong read, Lacoste, but is it pinpoint accurate? Let's find out, gentlemen. Reveal your whiteboards.
I've got the complete opposite read as
the rank.
Lacoste.
Crusader, Guardian,
Immortal.
Brian.
Yeah.
Explain yourself.
They have a Wind Ranger carry. There's like no way this guy's Crusader picking Wind Ranger carry.
You've never played in the ship bracket.
I was watching his pub yesterday, and he was having, I think you had Hoodwink. No, it was OD Pixel who had Hoodwink as a carry in one of his
Well, that's
games.
like more preposterous, but Wind Ranger's actually getting picked in the Immortal bracket.
Yeah,
so
but your assumption, Brian, is that everyone in these other brackets, which is like 90% of Dota players...
I understand this.
They
don't
never
pick meta
watch
shit.
pro games.
No, I'm saying because it's meta shit, they wouldn't be picking
players
it.
get stuff from these pubs, from these lower rank pubs. There's always going to be one guy spamming a certain hero.
Well, I must be wrong based on your reaction.
Easy dub, Crusader, easy dub.
Piran, you're very confident right now.
Yeah, and
you should be, because that was a Crusader level play.
Wow.
Brian.
Close again.
Yeah.
I'm thinking I'm getting bamboozled here, like purposely
Don't
putting...
overthink things.
Okay, I'm overthinking.
We're watching the play at hand. You can use the auxiliary information of items and teammates and meta.
Okay.
But we're grading the play.
Just you guys out there, just remember, Brian, if you even buy boots, Brian's like, this guy's bought boots.
This guy's good.
They only buy boots in Immortal. bracket.
He's got to finish Magic Wand. He's probably immortal. Maybe divine. Yeah.
Don't worry, Brian. You have many chances for redemption. This is just hazing the newbie because these two are veterans.
I deserve it. I'm way off on both of them.
Listen, Kezu was in the same situation as you the first time we ran this.
Yeah, Kezu's his response was, I cannot understand this. Why is he doing these terrible things? These players are so bad. What is this? They have picked this draft is ridiculous. There's no way these boys are immortal. They are immortal. You're kidding me.
Live Kezu reaction, my friends. All right, let's roll
Good
the
impression.
third clip. We're going to be watching a Keeper of the Light in this one.
I like the items, except the drum. The guy, okay, he has Tranquil Boots, all good.
Octarine Core, Aghanim Scepter, drums on this Caudle. He's zooming.
Aviana's Feather against OD, AM, very good item pickup.
The
Look at
Jukes.
him.
The Jukes.
The Tranquil Boots healed him too much. He's not flying anymore.
Expert usage of Fog as Anti-Mage is trying for dear life to kill. But the Feather is too strong.
The Jukes. The feather.
The Jukes.
He's giving him the Jukes a hazard.
Oh my God.
This guy's good.
Is it the shoes?
Is it the shoes? He's on fire. The Will-O-Wisp.
Miss.
The heal.
Oh my God.
They needed to tip him before. What are his teammates doing? Like, they waited.
They were
until
standing there
he
with their
survived.
jaw open. What am I watching? What bracket am I watching right now?
There's no way I'm at least far off on this one.
Brian,
Unless you guys are wamboozling me again.
Are you saying wamboozled or bamboozled?
Bamboozled.
It sounds like you're saying wamboozled.
Yeah, it's wamboozled.
That was some expert level Caudle Jukes. Piran, were you impressed by that?
I was very impressed.
Very good. This is why Aviana's Feather is a broken tier 4 item.
Federer?
Yeah, Roger Aviana.
Federer
Roger
is a
Aviana
broken
Federer.
neutral
Yeah.
item.
All right, friends. Please reveal your whiteboards and what rank you think this player to be. An immortal, a divine, a divine. I'm actually shocked at this one. That Keeper of the Light was Archon.
No
Yes,
way!
my boys, yes.
No way!
An
Okay, they're actually
Archon,
wamboozling
an
us.
Archon level player pulled off Jukes like that.
That's insane. The fact that he was
He
playing
can
Caudle
move
at
his
all,
fucking
like,
hero. The fact he can click the buttons just move his hero.
You know what?
Incredible.
I was thinking that he's lower because he had drums on Caudle,
True.
which is like pretty dog shit. But you know, everything else was on point. The Force Staff, Octarine, good neutral item, and then the gameplay. Wow.
Dude, the Jukes, the using the Illuminate to heal himself at the last second.
Whoever that was, props to them. Props.
Yeah,
of
we
the
might
day.
see this guy on some like tier 1 team next
that
season.
guy has to be a rager or something.
It was,
if he's in that
it was
bracket
Save
still.
Smurf is what we were watching. It was Save Smurf.
Oh, that makes sense. That his 9th Smurf, yeah.
Archon level gameplay. That's how high the bar has been raised.
Yeah.
The floor in Dota.
Tough. He's tough. In NA, that's immortal.
True.
Yeah, what server is this? We need that
That
context.
is a fair point, actually.
Good point, Piran. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that was the third clip. Let's roll the fourth clip. This is a Faceless Void.
Oh, not
I've lost
again.
all confidence. Okay, he's got an Ags. That's a bad sign already.
There's a
Wait, what
high
is
ground
that item?
speech.
He's got Ags that's not against like Naga summons.
Wait, what is
That's the Mjolnir with the Arcana.
Yeah, it's Mjolnir.
Okay.
Oh, what a chrono opportunity. 5-man chrono!
There's a Witch Doctor. That means it's
The Rampage!
This is like items are atrocious. He has observer boards, maybe even 2 observer boards and the
Clean off those
sentry.
glasses, Ted. Keep your eyes peeled.
I can't see that far.
Well, the
I'm
last
very
guy was
old and
Archon, right? That's what you
short-sighted.
The Caudle was Archon, correct. This Faceless Void was waiting for his moment. Waiting for his opportunity.
If this guy's immortal, I'm gonna punch you, Neil.
Why is this my fault?
Yeah, shoot the messenger, you know?
Right, as one does.
I would never actually do that just for legal purposes. Jenkins' team usually comes after me for less, so.
Our HR department is very robust around here. Gentlemen, Piran, what was your read?
Am I
How'd
not
you
a
feel?
gentleman?
No, you're the specific gentleman that I'm referring to. An ancient.
That's too high.
I said the same
Crusader. Lacoste, why do you think it's a Crusader?
He has to be somewhere in the middle. He can click the buttons, use the chrono. Aghanim Scepter as his like second item, third item maybe. He went BKB Mjolnir into Ags. That's pretty atrocious. People don't do that in high level ranks, so it has to be somewhere in the middle. Maybe even lower than the middle.
Brian, how high is your rank confidence on this Crusader claim?
I'm within 1.
Within 1?
100%. It's either Guardian, Crusader, or Archon for sure.
Then how about within 0? Because BSJ and Lacoste are right. It was a Crusader performance.
Let's go.
From that Faceless Void. That was a Crusader rampage right there.
Nice.
I wasn't really watching.
Oh, you weren't?
No.
The fact that they had a Witch Doctor, you know it's bottom half. That hero's like...
Homie's just there for the shard.
Everybody complains about the hero, and I haven't seen him in like a year, so I'm like, it must be somewhere at the bottom.
There's this one guy that always likes to play Witch Doctor, Crystal Maiden. Like, you always play... If you're playing unranked with some of your friends, you're always going to be playing against these heroes.
Dude, the hero specialists.
Yep.
They are the salt of the earth of Dota.
Witch Doctor, busted hero.
Still.
Played a lot of Witch Doctor.
How many clips do we have?
We still got around 6 more, so don't worry. There's plenty of chances to make a gap, because right now we are tied across the board. Let's roll the 5th clip. We're watching a Crystal Maiden in this one.
I could feel it coming. Well, where is she? She's dead.
Well, nice clip,
4 seconds.
She's waiting for her moment. Don't worry. Patience, child. Blink Dagger, Point Booster, Drums. A long TP to the outpost. I think she thought she was TPing
What
to
was
tier
that?
3.
She didn't get the shard. She's going Ags ahead of the shard. The shard's really good.
This is Immortal top 50 gameplay right there.
How do you know, Lacoste? What's got you thinking that?
Just kidding. This is another one of those Pepega ranks.
Pepega ranks.
I'm getting mixed signals here. Brian, you seem confuzzled. You're staring.
Yeah, there's like a mixture of high level...
Would you like to see the clip one more time?
Yeah.
Let's roll it one more time. Let's see if we can get any more details out of this. So CM sees her Sven barely make it out.
Spearbreaker finish the charge.
Yeah, and then...
This is important to see, like... No, there was no foresight there that Spearbreaker was going to be there. Like, it didn't look like a prediction, you know? Like, originally I wasn't sure if he predicted...
Then why TP to this outpost?
Because he sees the wave pushing into him. So that means he's not Herald.
Lays down the sentry before going for the play.
He got surprised by that Spirit Breaker rushing in. This was
yeah, that was a
intentional.
reaction for sure.
Did they have a tier 1 tower top or not?
No, she TP'd to the outpost.
Well, that doesn't mean anything.
Because there wasn't a tier 1 tower
they could just
there.
TP anywhere they want. Doesn't make much sense.
There was no Radiant tier 1 tower. I don't know if there was a Dire tier 1 tower. But that's not the question. The question is, what rank was this Crystal Maiden, Brian?
I've got mine written down.
He's got his written down. Pyrion's got his written down. Lacoste is putting the cap on the pen.
I'm sniffing the pen.
That's good.
Lacoste smells a Guardian afoot. Pyrion smells a legend.
This Crystal Maiden's a legend for
sure.
sure.
I mean, she's legendary.
But
legendary in the Immortal bracket.
No!
That was an Immortal Crystal Maiden!
No!
I kid you not.
I thought it was a healthy mixture of like low skill items in play, but then like the sentry on the ground and killing him was like a cool reaction.
Yeah, what about the itemization? They had like 15 different stuns to stop her from
That's what I'm
using
saying,
her
I'm saying
ulti,
it wasn't
blink dagger
configured.
into point booster. That was drums. With no
Drums?
charge. At least she used all the drums charges, which I'm a big fan of.
That's true.
I was just surprised she was going for the Ags without the shard. I mean, maybe she's waiting to get the shard for free, but its shard is really good.
Shard's really good.
You'd think you'd want to get that, then you get the Ags even quicker. That's what I'm saying.
And there was a lot of cancels for the ult. That was my reasoning.
Yeah.
These Immortal players are too greedy, though, you know?
Yeah.
They see a wave, they go to wave.
Immortal.
They die at wave.
Immortal. What is
This is Immortal gameplay.
That actually is very true.
There you go. Got too greedy. Gentlemen, that is 5 clips down.
Play it.
We're down to the
Stuck.
second half.
Run it!
Run it. We're watching an Ogre Magi.
Oh, this is
This is
nice
definitely a moral.
items. He just ate the
Satanic.
moon shard by accident.
No,
or
no. He
never
needed the
mind.
Midas slot.
He swapped it in.
Is he
He's
gonna
walking
die?
face
Please
first
die.
to this Lich.
Please die. Please die, Ogre.
You're talking about the Lich, right? You want the Lich to
the
die?
Ogre.
Is this turbo?
Didn't even press satanic.
It's 23 minutes in?
Run the clip one more time for our nearsighted friend.
Is that say 23 minutes?
23:28. This is
Yeah,
turbo.
that's turbo
This
mode.
is turbo. 23:31.
That's my boy
look how
Garrett
straight.
Bateson from Bradford, aka Gary B.
Gary B.
Playing some turbo mode. Yeah, look, he has satanic ready. Doesn't even pop it. Vampire Fang. This is pretty horrible, right? This is like.
I'm hiding because Lacoste is going to copy me, you know?
Oh, of course.
I've been owning so far.
Please, no eyes on your own work.
Yes. I've already written it down.
Piran, what'd you think of that play?
That play was Geraldo Rivera.
Geraldo Rivera, we're going into the vault for heralds across the board. Give everyone a second point, because that was a Herald Ogre Magi. Good read, gentlemen, good read.
Yeah, nothing made sense.
If he used the Satanic Lacoste, would you have bumped him up a rank?
Yes, I think it would be the next rank, and that's a Guardian, yes.
The epic 1v1s.
Oh my god.
Are always Herald.
I live for those.
Yeah.
Lich versus Ogre
I don't think
Magi.
he even used the blade mail there, did he?
I don't think so.
Also, why would you eat a moon shard if you still have
For the Midas.
For the Midas slot.
Well, you can use Midas still and have moon shard. Just put it in the backpack and use it when it's off cooldown.
This is why he was a herald.
Well, what do I know? This guy was good. Like, and everything that he did made a lot of sense.
Because we were left here wondering what the herald was that, Lacoste.
Yeah, exactly.
Exactly. All right, let's run our next clip, Bristleback.
Oh, God.
This is going to be a tough one. Items are good. Everything's fine
There's
so
a
far.
Witch Doctor.
You and this Witch Doctor.
The Dagon Rubik. The
Dagon
Watches
Rubik.
Whisper.
Yeah, Bristle's going in against the Legion Commander.
Oh, no. We see where this is going.
Into the mines, into the Bloodstone Eel.
Honestly, there's mixed signals here for sure.
Maledict gonna pop him.
Ooh, he survives the Maledict. Think about it, gentlemen. Think about it. Scribble it down. Bristleback and going into a Legion Commander dueling, but surviving.
Yeah.
Did Mag throw that play, Brian?
I actually thought the Mag play was like theoretically high level. Like it should have worked. He was preventing the heal by skewering out of his teammates and then putting him into mines.
True.
So I thought that was actually supposed to work.
Piran, what you feeling on
Lacoste
this one?
is copying me.
So,
am I?
Yeah.
Some of the hero choices mean it can't be that high rated, like Legion Commander and Witch Doctor. Like these heroes are just not picked at these high levels.
Sure.
But at the levels that I play at, you see these heroes quite often. And yeah, I can believe that it was a legend level.
A legend, a divine. I think Piran might know his people pretty well because it was a legend Bristleback. A legend Bristleback. What a legend.
Good items, though. Like, these are the items that you see in a pro-level play as well. Neutral items. He had, what, Cloak of Flames. Guy knows his stuff.
I thought the Mag Skewer was high level. I know it didn't work.
But why couldn't you kill him in the duel, though? What was the rest of his team doing? Legion Commander pouring her heart out right now.
There's a Bristol. He's facing away from him. You know, he's a chunky boy. They're trying to click him. They're fucking themselves up by doing so. They skewer him into a bunch of damage and they will die. Legendary play.
Classic legend play. Vintage legend gameplay.
We've got the reverse 3-2-2 going here.
Yeah.
All right, then. Don't throw it, Brian. You got to make a comeback.
I already have.
Because we're going to be watching a Storm Spirit in this next clip. Show me some Storm Spirit gameplay.
Ooh.
Some Storm Spirit high ground defense.
A nice 61-minute game.
A Parasma Bloodthorn Scythe of Vice Lincolns. The Vortex Ravage!
Good play, but it's about enemies clumping together. They know that they're playing into Aghanim Scepter Storm, so
the
I feel
classic
like that's
axe
a bad,
buildings.
bad sign.
Hey, look, it's Witch Doctor again. The dead giveaway Witch Doctor. Or is it? Oh, that Vortex seemed pretty good. Obviously, it's a product of the teammates, the enemies standing next to each other. But how good
He was
it?
slightly underfarmed for a 70-minute game. Didn't even eat his Ags. Was going for a refresher. That's a good sign, but he's not that good. He actually saw that from some like high-level pro.
He saw that in a YouTube
He saw
video
that, yeah.
for sure.
He would definitely not buy that item, so I think he is Crusader.
You think he's Crusader? Brian thinks he's Guardian.
High Archon.
Guardian thinks he's High
For
Archon.
extra points.
Well, let me tell you, my friends. You shot everywhere but the spot, because that was another legend Storm Spirit.
My gosh. These legend players.
These legend players.
See, high Archon, the next thing is legend. So I'm so close. High Archon. Not quite legend. He's been working on it, but he's just not there yet. Keep going, brother.
Yeah, the close
we have,
read.
What, two left? That's it?
We have 2 left and a tiebreaker if it comes down to it.
Okay.
Ryan.
And the tiebreaker is probably like who's closest, right?
Yeah,
Sure,
the tiebreaker,
we'll do
we
that.
have to go down to the actual number.
I don't know if I have that information.
Just make one up.
Piran, why are you even worried about the tiebreaker? You're going to win, right?
Just in case.
Just in case. Just in
Preparing
case.
for the late game.
Just in case, let's roll a Marcy clip for our next Guess the Rank.
Marcy?
Marcy.
Oh.
Who plays this hero? Double Bracer, Diffusal Blade, Aghanim Scepter.
Looks like a carry Marcy. What are you laughing at over there?
She's slapping. She sees an anti-mage.
Good items. Oh, let's see this one.
Get in there.
Oh, the silence.
Oh, God. Why aren't we watching the mag for this clip?
Yeah.
Well, there should theoretically be the same rank, right?
Well,
if
not
matchmaking
theoretically.
confidence was high, you know, it was like a 2-minute queue, mag should be the same rank as this Marcy. But
carry
what
player gets all the
rank
glory.
is that? Piran, you feeling this is a high-level play or a low-level play?
Bit of both.
Bit of both.
Yeah.
A little
Pretty good though.
A little sweet and sour sauce.
Yeah.
No peeking Lacoste.
I already wrote it down.
Well, then let's reveal it. Gentlemen, show your whiteboards. Ancient from Brian, Divine from Lacoste, Divine from Pyrian Flex. It was Divine Gameplay!
I'm out.
Another +1 for Pyrian.
Last
Another
one's worth
+1
3
for
points.
Lacoste.
Please.
I think what reveals most of these players are itemization. It's very easy to spot, like, because they like sometimes you'll see like 3 good items and 1 item that doesn't make a lot of sense, and you're like, okay, this guy like probably doesn't know what he's doing.
But
Exactly.
these
That's
days,
what I was
But
going
this
off
guy was
too.
good. This guy was good.
But
Double
everyone can
bracer.
roll up on Dota 2 Pro Tracker these days and figure out what to build,
They
right?
could, but they could also go to the toilet, do something else during that time, pick their hero, grab some food, then come back instead of doing the research.
There's theory and there's practice.
That is
and
true.
Lacoste and I both spotted divine gameplay in the practice, not just the theory. So, yeah.
But the execution is wildly different.
All right, so
Exactly.
last
one's worth
one,
2,
I need
right,
to
Neil?
do it differently than Pyrian Flags to have a chance.
You do.
We'll say the last one's worth 2, Brian.
Nice.
Yay.
To keep things interesting, Pyrian can either catapult above you, Lacoste can just narrowly close the lead, and Brian, you can fish for a tie, perhaps.
Okay. Lacoste, you got to miss it. Wait, can we have it be where, like, you know, Pyrian answers first and then he answers second and I answer third?
You can't have your answer. I mean, if you write it down first, I'm not going to let you change your answer after seeing
Well,
them.
the point is, you know, if I answer the same thing as Pyrian, I already lost.
The point is, you should be better at the game, Brian.
I should.
Like all these players
I'm just
are
doing
hoping to
carry
be.
player excuses, okay?
All right, friends. For our very last clip, we're going to be watching an Elder Titan.
Oh, God.
Oh, God.
Give him the business, the briefcase.
Why the blade mail?
Camping the Tormentor.
Or the Luna Eclipse, of course.
Yeah, makes sense.
Spirit comes in, gives him some spell immunity.
Okay.
Good neutral
Oh,
item.
this is the 5-man stomp into cleavage. He's not level 20, though.
The splitter, the stomp, the swap. He's swapped into it and he's punching. He's briefcasing. He's going to business.
Good play by play. Tsunami, keep it going.
The rampage from the Elder Titan, assisted by the IO and everyone because it's a team game.
Pops his head like a grape.
That's wow. Cap is literally in the room right now. All right, Pyrian. Think about it, Lacoste. Should we roll it one more time? Let's roll it one more time. Let's see this
Wanna see
Elder
something
Titan
else.
gameplay.
So he starts with an Earth Splitter. Do they have vision? They don't have. They have the Watcher, right?
No, they have a ward. It's off to the near the Ancients, and it's a Radiant Sentry. The Wave of Terror comes in first.
That's glorious.
Punch, 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 punch.
Like, these are not the combinations of the hero you see in high-level play. Abba, Silencer. This Silencer is the Crystal Maiden and the Witch Doctor. Nobody picks this hero for a reason. So this is pretty low. This is also off-lane ET, because I checked there was a Dragonite, there was an Anti-Mage as well. So, yeah, I'm not liking the Blade Mail.
Think about it hard, Lacoste. This is your chance to be a 2-time champion of Guess the Rank. Brian, what's on your mind? You seem anguished, my friend.
There's definitely mixtures of high-level play and low-level play. Like, he's definitely not bottom 2 or 3 ranks, but he's definitely not immortal either.
Pyrian.
I've already answered, so.
Don't reveal quite yet, but what's on your mind, my friend?
I couldn't possibly tell you.
You couldn't possibly tell me. Your ranks are too strong for me, traveler.
I just hope I didn't answer the same thing as Pyrian. I know I don't have the same answer as Lacoste.
Well, let's see. Pyrian, you reveal yours first. Show me what you got.
I thought it was a trick.
You thought it was
I
a trick?
went for immortal.
What was I tricking you with?
Well, that it was like not
immortal.
All right, we have a chance, Brian. That's good.
Maybe. Lacoste, what did you think that this Elder Titan was?
So I was thinking, let me just check the ranks one more time. I was thinking Archon or Crusader, but decided to go with the Crusader because I think he saw this clip on YouTube or, some big off-lane ET. He didn't want to play this, but wanted to try it out. And he's like, blade mail meta.
Stop erasing,
A little bit outdated.
No, I already said Immortal.
Yeah.
I'm getting ready for the next round.
There is no next round. This is the last round, my friend.
No, unless I tie him.
Yeah, but if I lose, and it's
he already knows that it's not a tie.
Says who?
Because it's not Immortal.
Brian, what do you think the rank was? Archon. Now, why did you think it was an Archon?
I was thinking similar to Lacoste. I think the blade mail was a bit sus, but you're also not platinum tier IO and Herald, so.
Interesting. I gave you a chance.
I'm nervous right now.
To perhaps equalize the score and figure out who among you was the best at guessing the rank. Would it be Lacoste, the previous champion of Guess the Rank, wildly smashing expectations the last time he played? Would it be Brian, the fresh new kid on the block, hoping to make a name for himself as we bring him into the fold? Or would it be Pyrion, the bona fide expert of low-rank Dota? And gentlemen, Pyrion Flex is the champion! That was an immortal Elder Titan right there.
What? Nice playing with you, boys! I only cheated a little bit as well.
And Pyrion, because you won, we got drinks on deck! As a way to celebrate, Cheever, what have you brought us here?
Well, I thought I saw Tigov on the camera there earlier with you guys, and he's like, "Oh, we got these Dota-themed cocktails." And I know someone that just won and that likes drinking, and some people like to drink their sorrows
drinking?
into drinking as well.
Loves drinking.
Loves drinking, great. And, they got Dota-themed cocktails.
That's right.
I figured we could have some Dota-themed.
Ooh, okay.
No, there will be mostly mocktails, because rules. And no, they will be 100%. But
that's what the after party is for, Brian. Don't worry.
We can make some Dota-themed.
I would love to.
Okay, so I will say you can obviously drink them yourself, but if you don't want to, you can prepare them for people that are going to be here later. But the goal is to make them look really cool, and we got loads of colors to do that with.
Ooh, okay. So we're going for the visuals here.
We're going for the visuals. I do want to warn. This one with a blueberry thing, and this one a cherry thing. Those are mostly. Those are not to be. Those are what do you call those? Syrups. So
they're not meant to be half the drink.
So don't just chug this.
Yeah. Unless you want sugar overdose, in which case, good luck with that. But I figured Ted.
Wait
a second. Maybe not Ted.
Ding dong. Someone's at the door.
Tigov?
Tigov off in the distance.
That's not Tigov.
That's not Tigov.
That's the barman.
That's a lot more hair than Tigov has.
Oh, there he is.
Hey, who do you have by you?
I have one of the best bartenders in all of London. All these fans are coming just for his hard work. And I kind of forgot to ask your name. What was your name, boss? Matthew. Again, Matthew, the best bartender in London. And we're going to probably be making drinks. I think. A drink. A drink, sorry. I'm guessing we're allowed to do that. So. Enigma. We're making Enigma drink. We're going to do a little challenge. Him versus me.
Wait, Enigma's purple? Correct? Is the drink going to be purple?
I've been DDoSed.
Oh, no. We can still catch bits and pieces.
I'm going
Yeah, pour.
Oh no, we've been DDoSed.
Something.
So I'm gonna just keep talking as if it's a real segment.
Goodbye, Tigo.
As if it's a real segment.
I'll miss you.
They were faking it the whole time.
We can make a purple drink.
Okay, go for it. Or do you want me to make it?
Well, you won.
Okay.
We can do it together. I mean, I have also have a microphone. I figured we could do it together.
I figured I can't come around there because then you won't have a shot. So
but this thing is on wheels, so you can turn it however you want.
Let's just do that. What is
the reason why there's water?
Is that that used to be ice and now
no. But if you want the sides, you can put it on sugar because we have brown custard sugar and we have. I think this is why.
Are we sure?
That's for the after party. Put that away.
Put that away.
Someone left their stash here. It might be salt.
Anybody have a credit card?
Sorry. It might be salt as well. I don't know.
I do have my hotel key card.
I'm feeling better already.
I bet.
What's this?
The Ginger Joe's and
Joe. What's this?
Version.
What is that?
It's that's just sparkling water.
Mineral water.
Yeah, it was sparkly.
Slow down, everybody.
Okay, apparently the bag is just sugar.
Yes, we know it's sugar.
What do you thought? What did you think it was?
Somebody accidentally left their bag
It's very suspiciously packaged.
It
is all
could
I'm
be
saying.
salt as well. It is sugar. All right. But if you want to make a purple drink,
Do you want me to make a cocktail?
Yeah, a
Who's going
purple-
to drink it?
either me
Sun's
or
fast, so he
anyone
can
you
shit
want, or
himself
you. You
during
can
the
drink it
cast.
yourself if you want
I
to.
won't be drinking this.
Okay.
Okay, let's
Here and I'll drink it.
Jenkins could drink it
let's
as well.
go. This is what I call the... Oh, that's bitter. That's what it's called.
That's the name of the drink.
That's the name of
That's
the drink.
bitter.
I haven't washed my hands. I apologize for that
It's
in
fine.
advance. We'll slice this bad boy up.
You wipe with left or right?
We'll get... I just smeared all over the toilet seat. Isn't that what you're supposed to do?
Disturbing. And we also have a cocktail shaker if you want to shake with some ice and stuff.
Oh,
All
I prefer it
professional.
stirred.
And mint. And we have cinnamon sticks as well.
Right, so what we do
And
is we
actual
get,
cinnamon.
get all our lemon chunks in there.
Oh my god.
Oh, that's bitter.
Oh God.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Neil,
And
you
then
said
we
you were
get a
gonna
little
drink
bit
this?
of
I'll
little
drink
bit
it.
of unflavored original mineral water.
When life gives you lemons.
Okay.
Pour that.
Tyrion is off doing mad science right now, and I'm eager to see what he concocts. But oftentimes I wonder if you are thinking, what happens behind the scenes? Because on camera, you know, we're all good times family, right, Lacoste?
Yeah, absolutely.
But that may not always be the case. Because earlier during DreamLeague, we actually got a chance to film a talent true sight.
It's just the communication of how they wanted to do things. It was just off. Like around the Roche fight, they were supposed to go there together and just do it properly. Because what they did, it was just absolute garbage.
I mean, it was garbage, but do they really need to communicate? It should be obvious to all these players. They're very good. They could just get there at the right time.
Yeah, but they should just make it easy and communicate. They're in a pro team. It's very simple.
Sorry, I'm going to interrupt you there, guys. Apparently the cast is ready. We're going to go throw back to them. So, Suns fan and Syndrome, take it away for Game 3.
Play it.
Dude, I cannot believe you subtexted me on broadcast. Like, that's so unprofessional.
I mean, yeah, it's just like this morning. We're supposed to have breakfast together. And you're telling me, oh, we can do it at 10 a.m., but then I come down, you're already there.
Guys, please, please, please. You've been arguing like this all morning. I can't take it. Ah!
All right, that point that you had about the Wraith King in the pregame panel, bring it back again. Post-game discussion, I think we bring it back all full circle, because, guys, the goal is always the same. It's analysis and a discussion. You understand that, right?
Yep.
Perfect. Yeah. Then as long as we can get Kezu to analyze like Purge, then it should be fun. It should be... I need you to analyze like Kevin. You know, he does good analysis. You can try to do something like that.
Oh.
And that should ultimately make things very smooth. We need to show respect necessary for a time like this. It's an important moment. Did you just yawn?
I guess I did, yeah.
I think you should go wash your face.
I think I'm fine. Thank you.
Yeah, I know you think you're fine, but I think you should go wash your face.
I don't think it's been affecting my panel work at all. Like, I predicted 3 of the heroes in the last draft perfectly, like the last 8, 9, and 10 picks.
That's okay, but it would really give me some peace of mind if you go wash your face.
Okay.
Well, 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 look who's got some papers.
I see you're a paper man yourself there, looking pretty good, good. Just doing some light research, you know what I'm saying? Yeah, just a little bit on this side. But, by the way, what are we casting today?
Oh, I think we're doing upper bracket series today.
Upper bracket?
Yeah.
Upper bracket is for bitches, man.
I remember upper brackets.
Welcome back. I know it was only a short break, but that's because we want to have some Dota 2 on your screens. We are closer now to the grand finals than what we were before. In just a couple minutes, we'll start our best of 5 between BetBoom and Falcons, the rematch. Let's find out who's going to take it, but first, let's get started with the grand finals. In true DreamLeague fashion, I'm here with my commentary team for the grand finals. How are you doing, Shannon?
Hello. I see everyone wore their best today,
So did you.
including myself. of
Yeah,
course.
great shirt.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Where'd you get it?
DreamLeague.
I know. Good memory, because not everybody knows that where it's from anymore.
That's true, but I think it was because of Slacks, but he wasn't here, so I think I got his. Fit perfectly.
Like a glove. How are you doing, Sin?
I'm good. Yeah.
You're wearing button up. Very good.
Yeah, I told Shannon I'll dress up a little bit for the last 2 days, and he was like, me too. So he put on the bird shirt. I'm very impressed with him.
Bird is the word.
That's his Sunday best.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
I mean, if he can come to work looking like that.
What are you talking about, dude? This is very formal.
You in a Western?
Huh?
You in a Western?
Yeah, Westworld. I'm one of the robots. One of the killer ones.
Oh, that's
Be
where I know
careful.
you're from.
Yeah.
When's the last time you cast at the grand finals? That is not
3
one
weeks
that
ago.
you oh yeah, that actually you're right. You're right.
Got
I forgot
him.
about that. But before that one, that is not one you organized yourself.
Yeah, the captain's. DPC? Does that count? Did a bunch of them.
Does DPC really have finals?
I mean, like regional finals, yeah.
Oh, when the COVID was preventing other.
Yeah, COVID helped me get grand final.
Speaking of COVID, we got T-Governor on the...
Ready to lag out again, T-Gov?
Grand finals vibes, guys. Grand final vibes. I was learning how to make a drink. We've actually now made the drink.
Show us.
I'm just going to show you. Yeah, show you. Hold on 1 second. I just need my mic operator. Please provide me the mic arm. Thank you.
Are you ready?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, he looks really confused. Yeah.
He's got a lot of practice.
Hey, you want to whack it?
Yeah, so does
Whack
T-Governor.
it.
Come on, get whack.
Ooh. Jesus.
Okay.
One of these.
Yeah.
Trainer.
Yeah. Don't forget these out the way. Get things out the way. Yeah. Yeah.
It's too quick for him. He's a support player. He can't move like that.
There we go. Enigma.
Well, I will say,
is an
T-Gov,
enigma.
yours looks a lot darker than Matthew's. What happened?
More alcohol. Don't be silly. He owns the business. I don't own the business. I ain't allowed to.
Good man.
That's good. Cheers. You're meant to be the professional. What was that?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Real
You
good.
get freebies in your drinks at Meltdown. So, yeah. But no, yeah, that's all we're doing. I hope this sets the good grand finals vibes because, again, every time you tune into me, I'm literally just drinking.
Yes.
I don't know why you're coming back to
But
me.
I will
I'm drinking and
say,
watching
T-Gov,
Dota.
this is a purple drink. I know that there's multiple colors of drinks. I'm looking forward to seeing some other colors as well. Although I will suggest leave the cocktail making to Matthew because he definitely seemed more used to handling the cocktail shaker.
What response do you want to give, Shiva? It's not after 8. I can't give you any response here. But yes, I will leave the cocktails to Matthew, of course.
Thank you.
Hello, everyone. We'll leave the casting to you.
There we go.
Analysis.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Have fun back at the studio, guys.
Thank you, T-Gov. Have fun in the Meltdown Bar. Of course, it's still open. You can just tune in or walk in, rather, to the Meltdown Bar in London as we are about to witness the finale of the DreamLeague Season 22 playoff bracket, Jenkins.
Yeah, I mean, I think these two teams are definitely two teams people expected to make it far, especially Falcons after winning BetBoom Dacha 3-0 in the grand finals. I think people did expect it to be a repeat with Team Liquid always getting the second place. So maybe this is the time that BetBoom breaks the curse of always getting, top 3, top 4, because it has been a while since we've seen them get to the grand finals. The last time was DreamLeague as well, with Gaming Gladiators.
Yeah, they went to 5 games.
And they went to 5 games. I think BetBoom was up the first 2, right? And then it was a very even series.
Yeah.
So I'm hoping at the very least, even if Falcons goes on to, crush the finals, it's 5 games.
Sharon, how many 0 games do you think BetBoom will win this series?
Why are you asking me this? We're meant to hype things up.
Shannon thinks they're going to get stomped.
Really?
I don't. That's exciting. We disagree for the first time ever.
Wow. I'm actually a huge BetBoom fan, but they disappoint they come crashing down at the last moment. It's the most predictable thing.
But you know what's not predictable? They've got Miro now.
That's not how you say it, but yeah.
They're smiling on camera. True. They're having a good time. The vibes are good.
So you're saying they hated Pure?
I did not say that.
That's basically what you just said.
I said they love Miro. Pure love. It's the driving force in any good engine.
Keep going.
Yeah.
I was done.
Oh.
I thought you were going to quote a philosopher there.
No.
Not this time around.
Not.
Can you play us a tune?
Can you make a train noise?
Choo-choo.
No, like chugga, chugga, chugga.
Chugga, 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 chugga.
Wow.
Keep going.
Wow.
Keep going.
The train has come to port. And it has all of Team BetBoom, and they're ready to fucking go, Shannon.
So this is your train conductor outfit then?
No! Maybe I'm training people to do ayahuasca, but that's about all.
So you're stealing jokes from the green room now, I see.
That's every day. I don't have any other content.
A lot of your material comes from other people, I've learned over time. That's good.
Yeah.
Leeching off of me and our failing business, of course.
Let's not talk about that, dude. Let's not go. Can we get the actual panelists on here?
Very soon. I will say
more torture first.
A little bit more torture, because do you think? Because we saw BetBoom after the end of the lower bracket finals just now, and they were pumped, full on energy. Sinren, do you think they can carry that over? Because that is very important to not get obviously fatigued as well in the best of 5.
I think it's important to keep in mind a couple of things. First of all, yesterday when they lost to Falcons, it was 2-1, and they could have definitely 2-0'd that, so they showed that they've got what it takes. And then today for BetBoom, like Shannon says, a lot of the time they've faltered once they start facing a major loss. But today they overcame that pretty easily, honestly, against Extreme. So I have pretty high hopes for them. I wouldn't say they're the favorites, but I feel like something like a 3-0 blowout for Falcons is unlikely for me. I think
give
probably
us the odds.
Maybe like 60-40 for Falcons, perhaps.
Okay.
I mean, that makes for a 3-2 series, right, on average.
A 5-game series.
It does sound like a 5-game series. Well, if we're getting 5 games, we should really start, with the series, because otherwise we're going to be here until past midnight, because we've had some very long games with these teams. So let's get started with our grand finals. For top-tier teams, we are going to get top-tier talent on the panel. It is Kezu, Effie, and Purge that are joining me and Jenkins. Hello, how are you doing?
Doing good. Yeah, excited to watch the games.
Yeah, how about you, Mira?
Pretty good. Looking forward to a 5-game series.
Would be cool. Kezu?
I'm doing fantastic, and I'm with Mira. This will be a 5-gamer.
A 5-gamer?
For sure. 100%.
100%. You heard it here
Calling
first.
it now.
I have heard that you predict. I mean, you've dodged my panel the whole time, but your predictions haven't been.
This time around, it's a bit 50-50. Not so good this time around, but I think this one I'll be on the money.
All right. Well, I'll look forward to it. I mean, we saw yesterday, especially game 2 in the series we saw yesterday, was fantastic, and I just hope we can get more of the same. And to get this series started, Purge, What have you got for us? What did you figure out about the teams?
Well, since we've gone such a far away from the beginning of this tournament until now, the beginning of the tournament, there's so much focus on the offlaners. It felt like the Timbersaw, the DK, the Mars were the heroes to watch. But I think what's happened now at the very end of the tournament is the carry meta has developed in a big way. At the start of the tournament, we saw a larger variety of heroes. We thought it was all about Naga, Sven, heroes like that. But we have some graphics actually that we'd love to show the heroes picked in group stage number 1. These are the most picked carries of this stage of the tournament. Terrorblade up at the top with a 50% win rate. The big outliers were Naga Siren and Luna at a 60 and 63% win rate. We thought these were the top carries. Sven had some great showings, mostly on Falcons. But in group stage 2, things switched up a bit. We had this like late hitter life stealer that started to become very, very popular. And we also saw Faces Void kind of come out of nowhere. He kind of got picked towards the end of drafts, and he just won a vast majority of the games. Terrorblade's kind of being ignored. Naga Siren as well, not getting picked much, and the win rate is low. So how that cascades into these two upcoming teams, we need to look at how the two teams picked their heroes in Group Stage 1 versus Group Stage 2. Here's the BetBoom carry picks throughout the entire tournament. Right now, Morphling is their most picked in both Group Stage 1 and Group Stage 2, and their other heroes aren't quite winning as much. So it feels like Morphling is a possibility, and I'm sure if we had a couple more data points on these ones, we'd see Lifestealer popping up. And on the other side, we have Falcons, who have just been winning with Sven pretty much the whole time. They're 7-1 with Sven.
Wow.
They won upper bracket with Sven one game as well, so they're 8-1 total on Sven. Keep in mind that his win rate was like close to 50%, so they're like the Sven team, and everyone else is just not hitting that same thing. Maybe a little bit of Skeeter special, but we'll definitely see more of the Lifestealer today in the draft that we had in upper bracket finals. Falcons thought like, oh, the Lifestealer, they're not going to see us picking it, and then they just stole it right off from them. So there's definitely going to be an interesting carry meta coming in this final match.
Yeah, I must say the 81% win rate on the Lifestealer in Group Stage 2 as well, that is fantastic. And it also makes me feel like a lot of teams, not with the Lifestealer, but with the Sven, a lot of teams were looking at Falcons like, ooh, they're winning with Sven. Let's try out the Sven. And then everybody just got baited, Kazu.
Snaking even called it out in the interview.
Yeah.
Like, people are just picking Mirana because we play it, but they're not good at it.
Yeah, it's kind of like a classic, and I think it happens with the team that's just the best. And I don't think Falcons are the best because they play OP heroes. They're just playing heroes that fit them very well, right? The first pick, Razor, Mars, that's like an Amar special. Even the Mirana as well. I don't think other teams play it nearly as well. Like BetBoom picked it yesterday. I wasn't really too impressed with the pick there at that point. So it just goes to show when you're the trendsetter, you need to be a bit careful as the opponents how much you copy and why you copied in the first place.
Yeah. To be fair, though, I do want to be fair. I think the Mirana didn't succeed yesterday, but it has been a BetBoom specialty here.
Yeah.
And of all of the teams in this tournament that were kind of copying Falcons, BetBoom are the ones that felt most authentic on it. There is a shared hero pool between Toronto, Tokyo, and Snaking, just like there's a shared hero pool between ATF and Miro. So I expect to see a lot of picks just being stolen, block picks, things like that, and it's going to look very natural. Is what I expect.
I would say so too. There's one big difference, of course. We saw Falcons in the previous Tier 1 tournament. They were the champions, so they are the team to beat. For our Wisdom Rune, sponsored by the US Air Force, we have got the most recent wins, most recent Tier 1 victories of the players of BetBoom. And Denkis, it's been a little while for a couple of these players, and Miero even has not won any Tier 1 event.
Has it really been Arlington Major for Toronto, Tokyo?
No, well...
And, I mean, I guess I see with the three, like, old BetBoom players, Epic League Season 2, it feels like this team has perpetually been good enough to be top 4, but never enough to make it all the way through, as if there is some mental block there. And then Miro, I mean, he's the new kid on the block. Like, that actually makes sense. I feel like he's bringing the energy to this team.
Wait,
he's why I think
2021 is the year TI10 happened, no?
TI11.
Yeah, it was 2021. I just double-checked.
Wasn't it?
2021. It has to be because 2020 we stopped the clock for COVID. So the TI, the Toronto Tokyo one was 2021.
Yeah.
So that would have been the last one.
No, but Arlington Major.
Was 22.
Arlington was after.
He won Team Spirit, and that was after TI10. That was his last
Oh,
win
so
with
the
Team
date,
Spirit. And then
the
he
date
did,
was just wrong. So it was 2022 that Arlington won.
Yeah.
Correct.
Oh, there we go.
Yeah.
My bad.
Don't worry, we fixed it.
But that's interesting to note that his last big accomplishment was with Team Spirit, which was the team that he won TI10 with and the Arlington Major with. Then after that, after it didn't go so well at TI11, was it? he decided to just go off on his own, make his own team and be a captain and go his own way. And he's still yet to prove himself. He's had a lot of top 4 placements, but has he gotten the wins that he wanted with that team spirit?
Probably not, and also I would imagine Purge, it looks a little bit, I don't know, I wouldn't call it salty, but obviously he sees the rest of Team Spirit. They since have won Riyadh, they've won TI again.
Shiva, I think it's an amicable breakup where both parties go separate ways and they both go low.
But that doesn't stop you from comparing yourself with what could have been.
By all means, and it's been a long time since they won a tournament, but they have, without a doubt, been a fantastic team. They have great rosters. Toronto Tokyo had no trouble getting good players to go on his team. Yeah. So I think they're both in good spots right now. Obviously better for BetBoom in this case.
Better for BetBoom in this case. They are the challengers here coming at Falcons. Let's see what will happen in the grand finals.
Well, it's been absolutely crazy, and the fact that we made it to grand finals and the adrenaline is still kicking in. Going into the grand finals, obviously, we're pretty confident. We've had a good streak.
Eclipse very deep. Falcons are going, and 23 Savage falls.
If we're going to win this tournament, I think it will mean a lot for us. We're going to get this confidence and be even a stronger team.
We'll keep him in place. He's just getting bounced all over the place.
Their laning is very solid. I would also say over time, they've got a lot better with their chemistry. And their new offlaner, Miro. So right now, I feel like they're in a bit of a honeymoon phase, so they're doing very well.
I mean, it's obviously probably the best team.
I think it's really difficult to draft against Falcons right now.
It is really difficult to draft against Falcons right now, but that is exactly what BetBoom has to do right now. I will say, though, yesterday, if yesterday is anything to go by, they did a good job.
They did it yesterday. I was going to say that.
I mean, they were prepared, Jenkins, for that one.
But it was difficult.
Yeah.
Like, Skeeter even said in the interview, like, the third game was obviously very good for Falcons, but he was like, that shit was chaos in the draft. Like, we had this whole plan. We didn't think they were going to second pick the Lifestealer. They ended up picking it. We had to completely reinvent a completely new plan. Like, that is very tough to deal with. And you are speaking from the perspective of the team that is the most difficult team to deal with in the draft. So BetBoom has done their research.
And in that game, too, that game could have easily gone in the direction of BetBoom. I mean, if they had taken that game, that would have been a 2-0 BetBoom versus Falcons. So it was by no means an easy series, and I don't expect the drafting to be easy either.
No.
Because what we saw yesterday that you guys both now talked about is the fact that when you open the second phase as the second pick team, and I think both in game 2 and game 3 there were kind of steals going on, like with the Lifestealer opener, and in the third game it was the Sven opener out of the phase, because I think it can be very telegraphed what you want as the first pick team later on, because you have to ban 2 heroes, then the second pick team gets the last ban into the pick. So I'm actually looking for potentially more of that to happen today. But I do feel like so far BetBoom have been the best team to come up with like a pre-game strategy of how to draft against Falcons.
Yeah, I agree.
They also have their Miro summons heroes that they've been playing recently. The Beastmaster looked great today. And sure, the Lycan hasn't had that much success, but it's also something that you have to think about because BetBoom have been drafting more towards getting a surprise pick on Miro in the last phase, in the last few days.
And both teams are really prioritizing these like unique team-specific heroes. Falcons grabbed arguably their best hero with Shadow Demon, and BetBoom is like the team that is the only one that picked techies as a whole, but they still look really good on it. So having those little specific picks like the Helm of the Overlord offlaners is just a really nice arrow in your quiver when you're going into a long series like this.
So BetBoom do end up getting their techies. Save has an incredible track record on this hero. I mean, he's been by far the most impressive techies in this tournament. This guy has been winning lanes that he has no business winning and completely shutting down the enemy carry just by, blowing up from fog and killing them and punishing them in that level 1, level 2 window. So it wouldn't be surprising if the follow-up pick comes out here, something like a Centaur to play with the techies.
The other heroes I'm also looking at potentially is like, so Mirana is still open. Both teams have played it a lot. I would also say with a lot of the bans that are currently going on, I think Sven should be on the radar for kind of both teams, right? There's no Lifestealer, no Slardar, no Enigma that you have to play in later either. That's kind of the heroes I'm eyeing, at least for now. I mean, BetBoom will have the ban into the pick out of phase, so it's kind of up to them.
But there's still the Mars and Centaur that are still open in the draft, and I feel like if you take this Mirana, you're losing either a Mars or a Centaur. So
I agree.
It's either you trade strong offlaner for strong offlaner. I don't think you could just take your position 5 here.
BetBoom could ban the Mars and pick the Centaur, because I know we've seen a lot of SD Mars from Falcons. Or they leave it, because I also know that, I mean, there's still the CM, there's still the Mirana. There's a lot in the pool. There's still an Undying. If you're anticipating the Mars coming out, it kind of blocks the strength offlaners, which is pretty much all of them. Or makes it feel less comfortable.
I just don't have worries for Amar. Like, even if he's against these counters, he knows what to do. He might have a slightly disappointing lane, but he's always going to recover with it.
We did see him give First Blood for the first time yesterday. I think it was against Undying as a Mars.
But did he recover?
Yes.
So they go for the safe 5 pick that Falcons would have also potentially liked grabbing without revealing much about their draft. So I think this is a safe position to be for BetBoom. They can't necessarily pivot as well, but they've got catch between these two supports. They've got solid laning, so I think it's a good place to be in the draft.
Still a Batrider available, actually.
And I think this is quite surprising, if I'm being honest. I think what BetBoom are saying now is they want their overall last pick for Miro instead of picking his offlaner early on, and they're content giving away the Mars or the
Because of the
Centaur.
summons heroes that they can get him. Yeah, I agree. They're feeling comfortable. Even in that Lycan game that they lost, he was top net worth coming out of the laning stage and for like most of the early games. So I don't feel like they're going to chalk that one up to the Lycan being bad.
I wonder if they'll ban it later, because it is quite effective against Shadow Demon. Like, you don't have to worry about the ulti at all, pretty much. Not surprised they picked the Sven. If BetBoom picked it, then they're already against the Shadow Demon, which isn't great. So Falcons set themselves up very nicely to get the hero that they have an insane win rate with. Like, they are so good at being ahead on Sven and then using him in these little crucial moments to blow up a hero that shouldn't be killed. We saw it yesterday. The Kunkka, it might have been the lower bracket series or something, but if you can kill a Kunkka in the first like 3 seconds of a fight, the game is over. Like, the fight is just completely over. Sven facilitates that for you, and Falcons is so good at playing around those little windows to kill one guy that shouldn't die.
Yesterday, we saw BetBoom draft the Troll against Sven, which traditionally is a very good matchup. But you're playing into Batrider, which they can flex to be core for Malrine, and that went horribly for BetBoom. And then also the SD purging the Fervor and breaking that is, Falcons has covered their bases in terms of the Sven counters in this game. Banning the Lifestealer obviously helps as well.
Are you comfortable picking this Beastmaster so early with Mars still in the pool for Falcons?
I mean, I guess they're mainly wanted for like to help the carry-to-carry matchup maybe, because you're gonna lock down the Sven and his BKB, but this is a very like double-edged, I would say, matchup. Like, it's not like Beastmaster hard counter Sven just because he has the stun. Because I think Falcons, they're gonna look to close the phase with like any hero that can go in and jump, like you're saying with the Mars. I think that would be a pretty chill one.
That's a really good pick on the Void. I was thinking when the Beast comes out, if I'm Beastmaster, the last thing I want to play against in the game is a mid Batrider who can run at me with travels at like just in time for when I want to run at their towers. Like, you sit in a lane as Beast, and Bat is the easiest hero, just running and killing him over and over again. But the Void, with the time dilation as well as the Chronosphere, you can actually show up to these fights and kill a mid Bat. I would still look at the potential flex if BetBoom picks a mid that Bat is good against. They did it yesterday. It went really well.
I feel like a lot of this game is going to be whether or not Void can Chronosphere Shadow Demon. In some games, it's effective if you can catch him. If you can't catch him, and the SD gets to outplay you by disrupting allies or Void himself, the game gets complicated. So that's definitely something I'm going to be watching in team fights.
Yeah, the good news for Void is there's a lot of follow-up damage for this Chrono in the double supports of Mirana and Techies. It's not that he won't be able to kill these targets, but it is of utmost necessity to go on the Shadow Demon.
Yeah.
We've seen this matchup a lot throughout this tournament, and it's always like, oh, you think Void's a good hero to jump the backline, but often Shadow Demons just position themselves in ways that they never get chronoed.
I could see Falcons like still look for the Mars that you mentioned, Mira. Even maybe, I know we haven't seen much Tidehunter, but Tidehunter has always been, he's incredible when Beastmaster comes rising up in the meta as well. Lanes well against Void, so I can see that. Or maybe you go for like the mid pick for Mr. Malrine, something that can jump. I feel like both teams will need to look at backline jumpers for the reasons you also mentioned with the SD is super important, like being able to get into the backline on potentially Void, Mirana as well is very high value.
Good puck game still, honestly. There's no instant disable. It's not easy to chrono a puck either.
Are you worried about time dilation or Chronosphere if you're playing puck?
Not so much the chrono, but yeah, the time dilation's a bit annoying. But they go for the Primal.
I think Primal has a good win rate as well in this tournament.
And they don't have last pick on Falcons. Primal's great. Malrine invented this like wave cutting Primal Beast bullshit.
The non-laning mid.
You never lose lane because you don't lane.
Can't argue with that.
To be honest, I'm very surprised with how these drafts progressed. I mean, if you told me that these Amar heroes like Mars and Centaurs would not be in contention for the majority of the draft, I wouldn't have believed it given how Group Stage 1 and 2 went, but it feels like these teams just tripled down in draft preparation. Like, if Falcons had gone for Mars here, they already have their idea of a solution in the Void versus Mars on lane, and they think that they have enough follow-up damage. But going for the Primal Beast hero to hero makes a lot of sense. I think this is a really great hero at dealing with Beastmaster, actually. The Trample is a really good tool at clearing these summons early on, offsetting these pushes, which a lot of Beastmasters do. I'd go as far as saying Primal Beast deals with these pushes much better than a Mars or a Centaur ever would.
No, you're spot on. I think the Primal is so good against heroes that need to tempo up the game, like these Lycans Beasts, so I do like it for that reason, actually quite a lot on Falcons. I would also say that Marine is probably the best mid-Primal that we have currently in Dota.
Also, just this Sven versus Beastmaster lane matchup, I think that Sven is one of the better heroes to lane versus Beast. He doesn't struggle as much as something like an Agi carry would because he gets the extra Warcry armor, he has a stun, he has ways to get on top of the Beastmaster and kill the boars.
It's definitely Sven favorite. Maybe this is like where maybe Save on the techies can like offset the matchup. I'd say it's like one of the best laning supports from the 4 position.
What build do you go on Beastmaster versus Sven? You guys know what skill build you do? Is it like axes or is Boar kind of spooky because he can kill him?
I feel like on this meta, you pretty much have to go.
That's kind of what it looks like.
You can go like 2-4-0 if you really want double axes, but
I suppose you get the Boar anyways because Sven always has to stun the Boar first. That's how it works.
Yeah.
Canonically.
I think like since you're almost always gonna play around the Dom 2, you're gonna have to go Boar build no matter what. Like you pick this hero for tempo.
It's also like Sven eventually needs to like ping pong between the lane and the jungle, and when he does that, you need to like pressure the tower at least a little bit with the summons, so you will want to have them. I mean, Falcons are just... I wouldn't see anything wrong with the Amar Mars, which is a very bold prediction, of course. Somehow that is still in the pool.
BetBoom just cover their bases here. I think Tide actually would have been a great offlane pick if they decided to do the pivot, because it's a very simple counter initiation to BetBoom's Chronosphere, and it lanes quite well versus the Void. The Huskar needs no explanation. Malrine loves to tease this hero.
I'm looking if there's anything else that like stands out that would be better than the Mars.
I mean, if they really wanted to dumpster the lane, I think a Viper would do very well. But that's like a very one-to-one matchup thing and not really focusing too much on the game. But it is Amar. He'll probably just ask for...
I don't love the volatility of a potential Viper pick, personally. I can see it work, but I think you are risking quite a lot, which I feel like they're not in a position where they have to do that.
I feel like it's not individually tanky enough to not just get Chronosphere every time and killed. Like
Doom.
it's a tanky hero, but...
Forgot about Doom?
Yeah, I forgot about Doom.
It eats the Dom creep. It's very good against Beast, and it does perfectly fine against Void in lane. You have a lot of damage over time. You're going to farm, he's going to farm. Doom farms faster.
Are we a little...
later.
Are we a little worried about the damage output inside of BetBoom at this point?
I think there's a significant amount of damage coming from the BetBoom supports early on, and whichever mid pick that comes out here is going to probably be a turret type of hero that lanes against Primal Beast, a range damage dealer. So it should be fine. Looks like there's a lot of damage going into the Chronosphere. This Doom actually makes the Void's life very difficult. Even though the laning stage is fine for the Void, the second he gets Doom and dives this hero, it's going to be very difficult because Void is the means that BetBoom are going to take the fight. And I already think that Sven has a good lane versus Beastmaster. It's not that Beastmaster is going to get off and hit every single timing. So Void having a good lane was very important for BetBoom's draft.
Like, Void is always the type of hero where eventually in the game he like becomes the strongest, but Falcons have pretty good answers. Like, Doom is one of the best offlane answers. You Doom him, obviously he's going to have a hard time playing the fight. I would say that this time around, Falcons have a better draft than BetBoom. I feel like yesterday, BetBoom had the upper hand in at least 2 of the 3 games.
Yeah.
But I just like Falcons lanes and mid game a lot more this time around.
Yeah, I agree. I feel like they got most of the heroes that they want. I think the last pick Pango is good though. It's going to make team fighting a lot easier for them because he doesn't have to worry about like SD ulti. It's hard for Primal to grab him unless he blink jumps first. So I think it's a good pick for BetBoom, but I like Falcons better.
I think Falcons slowed down their draft a little bit with this Doom, and then them playing into Pangler means BetBoom actually have an insanely fast draft comparatively. If this Pango can rotate a couple of times to Beastmaster's lane and kick this Sven out, I can see BetBoom hitting a very nice tempo where they just like take all the towers, take all the objectives, and maybe choke Falcons out, but the side lanes look very strong for Falcons. I don't have a concern that they won't be able to fight back. They're just going to win slower and take their time in this game.
I also feel pretty good about the mid lane for Falcons because I feel like Mallory's going to cut the wave. He's going to get 6 before Pango. The Primal Beast already counters Pango. You grab him, it stops the roll. It literally stops it. And then the supports having free side lanes are going to come in, get all the runes for a Primal Beast who's already in a counter matchup. I feel like this is a pretty big outdraft. This is like 70-30 in my eyes for Falcons.
So if BetBoom is going to have a good game, who are we keeping an eye of? Who has to overperform here?
Pango.
Yeah.
Pango needs to rotate, like I mentioned, to especially Beastmaster's side lane, like bring the tempo to Beastmaster's lane, kick the Sven out of the top lane very early on, and then you can hopefully take over the map. But like I mentioned, it's going to be hard because Falcons are equipped with strong side lanes that will maybe fight back easily. So BetBoom have a lot on their shoulders in terms of enabling GPK and GPK enabling the rest of his team too.
Yeah. What Mira said is exactly how BetBoom should look to win this game. Enable GPK, he goes top, help the Beastmaster, and like bring the game open.
All right, all eyes on GPK to see if they can make a dent in Falcons' armor here in game number 1 of this best of 5 grand finals. We are heading over to our commentary duo via the PogChamp Pandas.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to this best of 5 grand finals between BetBoom and Team Falcons. Suns fan here with Cinderella Man at my side as always. How are you on this lovely day?
I'm a little bit worse than before you called me that, but I'm still good enough.
Okay,
So
that's great to hear.
You will never go for that ever again.
Cinderella Man? I feel like that could catch on.
Yeah, for very few people, very few select people. Probably you. I bet Jenkins
All
loves
right,
it because
Twitch
it's
chat,
stupid.
make sure that's what you call him for the rest of this game.
Nice little banner.
Appreciate that. As, yeah, we get some interesting picks. Miero gets his Beastmaster, which we've seen a couple times along with his Lycan, except they had to pick it. I don't know if they had to, but they picked it way earlier than they have.
This is the earliest they've picked his Summons hero in this tournament. I feel like it's been last pick every game that we've seen it.
Yeah.
Maybe 4th one time. But yeah, they're definitely changing things up a bit here, BetBoom. Can't say. I mean, this is often what happens when you get to the grand finals between two teams like this. They've played each other multiple times this tournament already, and the meta has obviously developed with them. There aren't really any major surprises in this draft, right? When you look at it, there's no like massive curveball hero that you wouldn't expect. Maybe the Doom is a little bit surprising for Amar, but it's not like the archetype hero for him makes a ton of sense, and it's against Void, so it's not really shocking. But what likely does happen over time in a best of 5 like this is that the teams will adapt from game to game. So I think this is very normal. You start out slow, and then as strategies fail to reach their goals, you start getting a bit crazier down the line. So let's see who gets out with the upper hand here in game number 1. You, of course, think Falcons will absolutely run them over in every game. You have no hope in BetBoom at all.
We'll see.
BetBoom are here to prove you wrong.
I mean,
feel like BetBoom are warmed up.
To be
today.
fair, let's just listen to our soundboards that we have for each team, and you tell me which one is underwhelming. Okay, that versus like there's no comparison, Cinderin. Okay.
When you spam it that much, it doesn't even sound like you actually.
Yeah, we're gonna be hitting that button a lot, I'm sure.
Yeah.
But no, I think BetBoom. I've said this before. I feel like at their top, they're as good as anybody in the game right now. They have been. Even when Pure was on the lineup, they had that potential, and at times they would show it. But it feels like it's always expected that they're gonna drop the ball at some point. Like the panel talked about earlier, they were in the DreamLeague finals last year. They were up 2-0 and they ended up losing. It's like part of you feel like that's kind of expected on some level, you know? So I feel like there is kind of a monkey on their back to some degree, and they just gotta get through it one time. I think that might blow things open for them. Yeah. Obviously, Miero is the big difference on their team.
Save was also saying that in the pre-finals interview, right? He was like, it would be really big for our confidence to win this. I mean, obviously, for any team, that's true, right? But I think especially for this team, I think it's very telling that he focuses so much on the confidence side of that. Because I think that's something they've been struggling with over the last couple of years, is that they know they're good enough, but when it comes to these like absolutely decisive games that make or break on lands, whether you get top 2 or in this case an online tournament, whether you win the whole thing, they've just generally I think dropped the ball is just fair to say, and I think they would agree with it. I think they agree with the criticism of them that the more clutch the game gets, the more likely they are to falter. And in this tournament so far, they've kind of overcome some adversity already. So I think that's a very healthy sign.
And I will say, Falcons, I feel like there was a certain point of the BetBoom tournament, ironic, I guess, and most of the portion of this tournament where they look to be unstoppable in the fact that they're not really making mistakes. But I feel like in the last few series, we've seen some windows that they've provided their opponents. Like, there's a chance for them to pounce on it. And I feel like one advantage BetBoom has is they played a lot against Falcons between this tournament and the last.
Yeah.
In fact, I think during that time, I wouldn't be surprised if they played them more than any other team. So I feel like they should have learned a lot from these games. Let's see how they actually put that forward into the best of 5. Skeeter gets his patented Sven, of course. Feels
you
like
love saying that.
He absolutely loves this hero. Yep. And we've seen teams ban it again, so were you surprised to see that not get taken away? Because it's not like it was a first pick Sven either. It was in the second phase.
The thing about the draft order, how it works right now with the whether you get 1 or 2 bans in the second phase, there's a lot of things that you need to get through. So you can't ban everything. That's as usual the case, but I think the first phase bans from BetBoom made a ton of sense. I don't know if they could have found the space for a Sven ban in the second phase, because obviously other cores were getting banned out. And this time around, they're trying a different solution with the KB Piercing Stun and the Beastmaster. That is, however, against Disruption, which is considered one of the best spells against Beastmaster in general. So you did pick your poison here. So am I surprised they gave Sven? Not really. If they lose to it again, if Skitter gets his 10th win in a row or whatever it is with the Sven, maybe they're going to do it for game 2.
Yep, a save in a bit of trouble. Blood Grenade. Is that going to finish him off? The right clicks from Snake King will suffice, and now it's a 2v1 as Miero has to back off a bit. I mean, I do like one thing about BetBoom, and I mean, we talk about the draft being so difficult against Falcons because they have all these flex, but if you're bringing out heroes like Lycan and Beastmaster, which again, the cast yesterday, we feel like they should have actually 2-0'd Falcons with that Lycan. But if you're able to make these heroes bannable potentially, that could open up the draft a lot for BetBoom as well, because Miero can obviously play all the meta offlaners like the DK, the Mars, and whatnot.
Yep, for sure. The difference is this time around compared to the previous games where we saw his Beastmaster and Lycan run, I think he has a much worse laning matchup this time. He's still going to do fine, but the previous times we've seen it, it's been an outstanding game, so it's kind of where you're expecting him to do very well. I'm curious to see how things are going to go if they draw or even lose this lane, which, I mean, at the pace it's going right now with the first blood on to save, could very well be the case that Falcons just run away with this lane. And Beastmaster is a momentum hero. If you're not winning your lane, is the hero really serving its purpose? I guess we'll have to see, because I don't think he's going to win the lane at this rate. I think he's probably drawing it at best.
Yeah, in this mid lane, GPK 22-2 versus Mallory's 20-3, so very even thus far. Not much to write home about as of yet. But this bottom lane is something I do want to talk about. So Amar gets that last pick Doom, which we've seen be underwhelming at times in this tournament. How do you feel this works in this draft for them?
I think it's good for a couple of reasons. I think when you're playing offlane Doom, I think it's very important that your team has other means of catch. I think some of the problems that the last pick Dooms have run into is you play with a lineup that might not necessarily have the easiest time initiating fights, and I think Doom's job is 10 times easier in games when somebody else gives vision. When you're drafted to, I need to blink Doom the carry to start the fight, a lot of the time that gets very difficult when you get into these like Rosh-offs and smokes and all this stuff, but in this case you've got the Bad Rider who can frontline for you, you've got the Primal Beast who can go in first, and that is going to show you the Void, and that's when you go.
Right.
So it doesn't have to be you starting it, and it takes a lot of pressure off you. So I like it a lot more in this game than many we've seen, and I also think just the raw impact of landing a Doom in this game is massive. Like, Dooming Void is a full-on fight winner. So
yep, absolutely.
Should be happy.
And more thoughts about the Falcon, like the way that they actually draft. I mean, the Bat Rider could have been flexed, right? And the fact that we don't really talk about this too much as well, but the supports being flexed is actually pretty important as well, because we've seen Crit dominate on Shadow Demon. We did see Snake King play it yesterday to very good effect, his save. Not being able to get the blast off there because of the disruption from Snake King. But just being able to interchange all these heroes just makes it such a difficult task for each team. drafting against Falcons.
Man, these Techies illusions are eating the board. That's quite surprising how much damage those do nowadays.
But it is funny that we've gotten to a point where we're seeing these first pick supports, right? The Techies and the Shadow Demon. Speaking of Shadow Demon, blast off coming for Snaking.
Nice Stormhammer.
And the slows from the boar into the axes are finally enough. And that's the first kill on the board for BetBoom.
1K lead right now, looking very good for them. Worth keeping in mind about this matchup between the two teams, I would say across all the games we've seen in this tournament, Falcons the better comeback team. So I think if BetBoom on average in these games are going to get off to a worse laning stage, oh, nice arrow, no. Then I would have more faith in Falcons pulling back games where they're in a bad spot. That said, though, yesterday BetBoom did have a really rough game one until they full-on turned it around with one team fight, but that also felt, how to say, on like more of a macro strategic level rather than outplay necessarily. In the game where Skitter was playing Luna against the Lifestealer of Nightfall. So
the onslaught's coming. Miero is the target for Malrine, but now trying to walk it off as there is a TP coming.
Did get cancelled immediately though.
As GPK forcing crit back up. As bottom lane, Amar, because of these rotations, is just dead. 1v2. Cannot hold up to the damage here. And for his build, he did go for the Veil of Discord this time around.
Yeah. It's very good news for BetBoom if they're winning the Void lane. Like, Void, inherently not the strongest laner, oftentimes will be bullied by specific offlaners that I guess aren't too popular right now. Doom definitely not one of them. So this is looking quite good for BetBoom so far. We know that Sven, in many of Falcons' games, has just pulled ahead by thousands of net worth around the 20-minute mark. But if Nightfall is doing this hot and they find like one good fight, I guess this is an interesting way of looking at it with Falcons and their Sven, right? Have they had a close game where it was like, oh man, Skitter really needs to clutch this in the late game? It feels like most of the time they've kind of just been owning it up around that mid-game part. So what if that doesn't happen?
All right, the first Doom of the game. Tries to TP. Not that that would have helped here, but the damage is way too much. And actually that TP probably hurts him quite a bit as he has to walk now.
That's a pretty big mistake, actually. Amar is absolutely going to come in for an Infernal Blade there, and wasting that TP is going to cost him a wave of creeps at least.
GPK will be able to snag the Invis as Malrine is forced away, but that is the use of the Rolling Thunder. So won't have that for the next 80 seconds.
Wonder if we're going to see Nightfall smoke to get to lane here, or if he's just going to run down. He'll just walk normally. He has the Chrono, which I guess they would like to put to use. Malrine, oh, that was a short charge. The thing is, what combos do you have?
With Chrono?
Yeah.
Yeah,
don't really have anything. I mean, you have a Swashbuckle.
Blast off, arrow.
Blast off doesn't even work.
It doesn't actually proc?
I think Techies get stuck in the Chrono, right? Am I wrong?
You might be right.
I think so. I mean, I would imagine it works similarly to other flying abilities like Dawnbreaker ulti.
And there's definitely no Wombo combo, that's for sure.
They can arrow, but that's not particularly much damage, it's just lockdown. So I think Nightfall's own farm is very important for finding kills, and not only is that a little bit of a worry, but of course the Shadow Demon disruption will always be a problem for him, so it does feel like there's some problems that they need to overcome. All right, Malrine's going to show himself to kill a courier and then back off. And the Beastmaster show begins. He has his Dom. He's going to start pushing this tower. Panel talked about Doom as a potential solution to this.
Yep, until the Overlord comes out, and then you have to wait for the talent on Doom to eat the Ancient.
Yep.
That's still a talent, right? I think it's 20.
I think so.
Middle tower is under attack.
Be a while. Snaking. It's going to get gone on right now. Oh, 15 talent. All right. Arrows there. Should be an easy cleanup as Disruption will delay a bit. But eventually, they want to give the kill to Nightfall. He does find it eventually. Skeeter, I should say, actually showing himself.
Sabotaged by his own creep wave. If not for that, I think Nightfall actually doesn't get that kill. I think they have to give it to someone else, but he got blocked by the wave coming in. Time for the 10-minute power rune. Malrine on the money.
Yep, arrow not going to be there, but the shield rune ends up being bottom. That is a very good rune for Malrine if you can get to it.
Yeah, one of the best heroes in the game to get this on. right in your face kind of hero. Massive strength gain, so it has a ton of health.
And more importantly, he looks really cool when it's activated.
Oh yeah, is it this cosmetic that goes golden? It is, right?
I believe so.
It looks...
Of course,
looks
it's
like the upgraded BKB.
It's a bit blurst with his arms being a different color entirely, but that's Dota for you. Good stuff. So the Tier 1 tower did go down for Miero and company. They're still sticking around, waiting for potentially Skeeter to show up, but we can see on the minimap that nobody is remotely near.
I think, I don't know, I feel like this is kind of a waste of time. I think at this level of play, Falcons are not going to fall for this, I think. But maybe BetBoom are just going to brute force it. They have the Siege Creep Wave and the Beastmaster Dom. Maybe they're like, you guys have to come up here to defend.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo actually breaks the smoke and leaps to safety. Snake King not really able to find an opening here, but we can see Falcons in terms of net worth getting more out of the map right now. A lot of it had to do with the 3 heroes of BetBoom just chilling there. Snake King, he's going to get gone on. And again, this might be a slow kill. Arrow actually sidesteps. Swash not enough. He'll walk away, surprisingly enough. Great juking from Snake.
Walked in a straight line.
Yep.
BetBoom will take mid tower, so opening up the map further. This is what Beastmaster wants to have happen, but like we talked about, it did give up the pressure on the top tier 2, and while all of this is happening, BetBoom are bringing a ton of resources to take these towers, and it is going to cost in the efficiency department, where both Sven and Doom are just completely free farming the map. So Falcons are very willingly taking this trade to get toward that mid-game timing that they're very well versed in when they're playing Sven. And I guess, you know, a lot of the games that we've seen with Doom, his laning stage has gone atrociously bad. I think that's a big part of why we've seen pretty weak results. Amar's having a great start.
Yeah,
his game is going, he's going to get farmed here. So this might not be your stereotypical group stage 2 Doom performance.
Actually upgrading to Shivas right away. I feel like maybe we've seen that one time in the games that we've cast. Very rarely if you go for that 2,000 gold recipe.
I think he has the luxury of not going Blink specifically because of his teammates though, right? Like, you don't have to initiate like that with Doom when you have these heroes backing you up.
Oh, he might be in some trouble, though. Unbeknownst to him, he's going to get backstabbed by BetBoom. Nightfall.
He is quite tanky. He's got 30 armor and the speeds, but no backup.
Really looking to get the Doom off. Does he actually want to commit it? I doubt it at this point. And he's just going to get destroyed. As BetBoom get another valuable kill to the name. And that's going to give the Maelstrom for Nightfall. And we can see he's middle of the pack in terms of net worth, bottom of the cores, but this Maelstrom will likely catapult him to top 3 not too far in the future.
Yeah, the distance here isn't alarming yet, but it is, of course, Sven that is pulling ahead. It would be very alarming if he was not number 1 for the side of Falcons, but still going according to plan for them for the most part. But you're right, this is not the type of lead that is very scary for BetBoom to deal with. We need to remember that Faceless Void just has a thing for winning late game. So as long as you can get there, and let's not forget Beastmaster, for me, I find this hero quite different than Lycan when it comes to scaling. It's actually quite interesting. I feel like Beastmaster is clearly the better late gamer. You would think that Lycan, okay, he's more like right-click heavy, he has the wolves and everything, and he builds these like combat items. But a lot of the time in late game situations, Beastmaster can do a ton of damage. He'll have amazing utility. It's way better to have those 2 roars when you get Refresher than having a Shapeshift most of the time. Late game is often decided by who makes the first misstep, and Beastmaster's an amazing Punisher.
And I will say, the Wolf Bite, a small sample size, has looked terrible.
Yeah, it did nothing the 2 games they had it.
It has looked really bad, and that's 4,200 net worth being used on an ally.
I mean, it's a good point. Like, maybe the Lycan would have looked better if he bought another item.
Yeah, if you go for like the AC Basher, like just actual right-click build, perhaps his crit.
Lasso
going
opener.
in for the lasso. Skeeter is, wow, okay. That Techies evaporates.
This is mid-tower,
probably. We'll be able to
probably.
get the tier 1 as well, but Swash being quite annoying for Mallory. And of course, GPK with the defusal as he's opting to go Blink next. TP's coming, so looks like they want to fight. BetBoom gets the inhibit onto Skeeter. Crit going in, but he actually gets stuck on the tree line. Rolling Thunder, but Disruption's going to save him for the time being, but he is completely surrounded. Skeeter is mega dead. Nice rotations from BetBoom, kind of catching Falcons off guard a bit.
That's huge for them. A lot of the games we've seen Falcons, Sven, they get this tower, and they just, you know, every God Strength has success. he would find the techies kill, he would get the mid tower and go back to farming, but BetBoom say no. They immediately respond here. And there's no bigger hero to kill in this game than Sven. Like, for the foreseeable future, that is the biggest kill you can find. Even if he's not top net worth, he's still the best kill, just because the way the hero functions is so much about this staying on pace. Every death costs him probably 1,000 gold against the Void. You're not farming, the Void is, so this gap is going to narrow down. It's a big find there for BetBoom. They defend their tower. It's going to only be temporary, though. It's pretty low health. They will get it eventually, but still delaying things. Dagger coming up for DPK after this nice triple wave. He's
Are looking for the Doom. Obviously no blink, but there's the onslaught from Mallory into the Pulverize and the Doom to follow. Save is there. Try to hold them back a bit, but GPK is definitely dead, and Save spotted in the trees. That's going to be 2 kills for Falcons now.
And ironically, now GPK did not get his dagger because he didn't kill the ranged creeps. He specifically cast his spells in a safer way because he was worried he was getting initiated on. But now that he died anyway, if he had just killed the whole wave, he would have had his blink. So that sucks a bit. Toronto, Tokyo will get disrupted. No purge for the haste rim, though.
Yeah, Toronto, Tokyo now with the mech. And yeah, Amar will be going for the blink after the fact.
Yeah, pretty standard.
Tower is under attack.
This kill on the Pango bottom there is really big, though.
Radiant's middle tower has
Very much slows down BetBoom.
This is a game that we're going to see the lasso onto Toronto. Gets off a leap, the mech as well, but now he's out of mobility. Just a matter of time. Crit gets credit for it. But this is definitely a Lincoln's game for BetBoom, I would assume. The lasso, the Doom. I mean, even Demonic I mean, that's maybe the issue is there's a lot of single target for Falcons, but all 5 heroes having something that you'd like to block.
Yeah.
Does BetBoom get into the pit? We'll see if Falcons are aware of this at all. And this is what, of course, Beastmaster provides you the opportunity to get an early Rosh.
Yep. Overlord creep. The dragon is quite tanky.
Light Collector, Syndra.
Oh!
Get back on your game, please.
Light Collector on the Doom.
That's right. And the Aegis will be reserved for GPK.
How much move speed do you have on Doom when you use Scorched Earth and you have Light Collector? He's actually going to be hasted with this. That extra 10% and phase boots will be real quick. And during this nighttime, the mana regen is awesome, obviously, for Doom. He's just going to be able to spam his spells off cooldown if he wants.
You're really obsessed with this item. Is crit,
it is
found, but blinks.
Mark my words, that item is getting nerfed badly in the upcoming patch in 4 months.
I think that's going to disappoint a lot of people if it's 4 months away. Oh dear. If it's 4 months away, we better see 8 new heroes. That's what I'm saying.
Dire are scanning.
Zamar actually pretty close to the blink, so I feel like we were just talking about that. We'll have that mobility option now. And I mean, that's the scary thing from BetBoom's perspective. They do have the Aegis, and they're going to start going for these Lincolns, but just look at Falcon's side. They have so many initiators.
Yeah.
Once this Ags comes online for Sven, like, pretty scary stuff.
And like you said, I don't even know if Lincoln's is that good. Like, maybe it's a necessary evil, but you have so many things that break it that you can kind of just overpower it.
Yeah, I think the play is Lincoln's into Tier 5 Mirror Shield, which...
Right.
Is that even in the game anymore? Yes, it's Ex Machina that's out.
If you get to Tier 5 neutrals, you have a pretty good chance of winning the game, because then you have the Faceless Void 60 minutes in.
Yeah, that's true.
But let's get to minute 60 first, shall we?
We will.
I have my doubts.
We better get one 60-minute game in this finals.
Well, I think we'll get at least one.
Okay.
But I don't know if this is the one. We'll see.
Yeah, the Beastmaster makes it a little bit less likely. Well, yeah, there we see. Yeah, almost there, guys.
A quarter of the way.
Pretty close. And the Tormentors will be up in 30 seconds. And Falcons have been pretty good at being that team that goes for it relatively early. As BetBoom will smoke.
I like this smoke a lot. I think this is a great timing to do it. At the end of the night here, if you find some kills top, perhaps you can transition to getting your Tormentor when you're already up here anyway. Falcons will not be caught off guard. Toronto is the one to break the smoke. Not ideal. Immediately blink away from Amar. They're... I guess nothing's going to really come from this. Both teams aren't able to steal the Tormentor. Wisdom Rune 50 seconds away. Don't know if either team will be looking for that one either. Crit actually here cutting the wave top very aggressively. Looks like he might be punished for it. If Nightfall Chronos, he will be dead.
Yep, and the Chrono will come. And the arrow to help Nightfall secure his kill. And now we'll see if they just take the Tormentor since they are kind of grouped up here. Although Amar thinking about initiating here.
Yeah, no, doesn't have to worry about the Chrono now.
He gets scanned out. Very nice scan from BetBoom.
Maelstrom, Sanjin, Yasha, Void. If this was Guess the MMR, I feel like Lacoste would be like, people in high rank don't buy this item. So this has to be Legend.
Yeah.
And it just goes to show how context is very important. This is not a build most of the time, but against Doom and against the...
I mean, if you even go back, the TI where Thompson buys Diffusal on Gyro, like, you look at that and like, this is very low.
I mean, that does make sense though. Thompson is a legend, so...
Yeah, just in a different way, that's true. As it does feel like BetBoom.
And you are ancient in both ways.
I am old. Yeah. Don't remind me. But the Lincolns are being queued up on the side of BetBoom. And I don't know if that's what they're actually waiting for because, I mean, their Aegis only has 50 seconds left. They don't really get that much out of it. As Crit will be walking over by the mine. Save is going to spot him for real this time. Moonlight Shadow is there as well. He will likely pulverize mid blast off. Goodbye, techies. But still, tank a gank. Not too bad for your support to do that.
It didn't seem like he reacted to the first mine going off. I think he might have not noticed.
It's possible, yeah.
But at the end of the day, I don't know if you get out there anyway, so... Yeah. Still staying as a stable 4K. The gold hasn't really changed much in the last few minutes, so... You could argue this is good news for BetBoom. The Sven is not having this insurmountable lead that we've seen in a lot of games from Falcons. But the upcoming 5 minutes feel like they're going to be deciding a lot. Will Skitter, once he gets this Ag...
They want this dragon! They will get it. Goodbye, Goofy the Dragon.
253 gold, very specific.
Looks like the tier 2 is gonna be Falcons to take.
This is his Ags. All right, so Skitter will show up with... This is when it usually gets scary for the opposing team. Skitter is level 18 with Ags. They find some sort of a good team fight. Skitter comes in, cleans up supports, and they build the fight up, and then they get the Roche. Let's see if the usual pattern for Falcons' Sven games will repeat itself. I do believe they, like we talked about, they have not lost the game with Sven in Group Stage 2, right? I feel like they've won all of them.
All I know is he's lost one the entire tournament. Save initiated on. Actually a lot tankier than what it may seem like. As the taser making it a little bit more difficult than the blast off dies midair. So Save, basically the only BetBoom member that's been dying in the last few minutes, it feels like. Still a relatively low kill game, and there's the axe for Skeeter. I mean, both teams are definitely feeling confident that once they get to these items that they're wanting to get, whatever that threshold may be, that's when they're going to feel confident in actually fighting. I mean, the fact that, again, the Aegis on BetBoom wasn't used in any capacity, really.
Sorry, just want to quickly mention how disappointing it is. He's 1 second slower than the average, which is probably himself half of these games, so...
Yeah.
Very disappointing from Skitter.
Oh, there we go. There's a shield rune on Malrine. Yeah, that looks good.
What's this Pokemon called?
I don't know anything about Pokemon, so I don't have anything good.
Electrosaurus.
Okay. Oh, now what is it? It has a bubble. Very tanky. As Malrine has the Eternal Shroud, Blade Mail Blink, and Ags will be next. And in terms of breaking...
This is straining to keep looking at. It's so bright.
Well, stop looking at it.
Well,
if somebody says don't look into the sun, what do? You look into the sun?
Don't think of an elephant.
What? Okay, Malrine.
Have you ever heard of that?
No.
You don't know that book?
No.
Oh. It's not a movie, so you wouldn't know it.
Yeah, true. If they make an adaptation into a movie, then I would have seen it. 6K lead for Falcons, so the lead growing slightly over time. And BetBoom, I mean, the fact that they smoked, perhaps they thought that Falcons were Gonna get a bit aggressive. But again, they take a tower here, a tower there with that God Strength.
Step by step, very methodical. They
Yeah.
keep building the advantage slightly, but once again, not necessarily too worrying compared to most games we've seen from them with this Sven. This is probably in the lower third of advantages they've had minute 25. So chances for BetBoom, not the worst. And we know Sven, for a fact, this hero, 1 or 2 bad fights, and everything can come crashing down. I also remember BetBoom played this matchup earlier in the tournament, the Void against Sven. They played it against Team Spirit, and were successful in that game. That was a bit of a mess, to be honest, from both teams that game. But BetBoom managed to clutch it out. I think that was over an hour in. It was actually that long of a Sven game. Just a bit ominous for this, but...
First Lincoln's up. This one for GPK. It's actually funny. Not only do they have a lot of single target spells, they have 4, is my count so far, that go through BKB as well.
Yeah.
That is not too common to see that many. So the BKB with the Lincolns underneath it, as it were, going to be maybe not even that effective.
It seems like a very deliberate choice from Falcons to build their Sven lineup this way. So that the one thing that Skitter can struggle with is if people BKB and just kite him. But his entire team are just going to hold them in place so he can deliver.
Yeah.
And with a second Roche.
Yeah.
This is going to roar, though. Right?
At some point. There it is.
Okay, half health.
That's a happy belch from Roshan. But we can see Falcons are on the way.
I think they want to take the fight after Roche dies, actually. I don't think they're going to just back off from this smoke and do nothing.
Yeah, that's the Aegis, and that's the cheese. Falcons. Let's see if they stick around. It looks like that is the case. They put down a ward by the Lotus Fountain. Malrine. They're not going to be greeted by anyone.
BetBoom's not letting them have it.
They just TP out en masse.
Nice hit and run. Clean Roche.
Will they be able to use this Aegis now? I mean, my understanding from BetBoom's perspective, tell me if I'm wrong, they want to go ultra late. Like, Void is the best theoretical carry in Dota because of these double chrono potentials.
Yeah, I don't think they necessarily mind, but it's still... I think they would like to use this Aegis to try to win a fight, and then they don't necessarily need to use that to high ground if they do win. But it feels a bit like a waste to have a Pango with Lincolns and Aegis and then not even try to fight with it, because it's actually quite difficult for Falcons to kill him twice.
Crit is spotted. Toronto Tokyo not going to be fishing with the arrows yet. You can hear the ADHD on BetBoom's side. GPK spamming that ult. And again, no fight to come. I mean, when there is a fight, it's going to be a tasty treat for all. Other than the team that loses.
Ah! All right, is that... Was that a prediction?
No,
I hear from
I needed to hear something.
All right, was that your ADHD there?
Yeah,
you got inspired by the animation canceling of the Pangorol. You're like, I can do this too.
That's right.
Yes.
All right, so with this Aegis, GPK and company actually crossing the river, potentially. Indeed, that is the case. But Falcons on the other side, reading them like a book. Not the book that you mentioned, because nobody's read that one.
When's the last kill?
It's been a while.
Oh, sentry
Those are sentries.
That's good.
Observer.
Oh, that's what. So they killed Save minute 24. Okay, it's only been 5 minutes. It feels like it's been 10.
Yeah, but I think Save has been the only one to die in a long time.
Yeah.
As well. He's died like 3 or 4 times. And if you're Falcons, of course, you're just trying to dodge. As they get another tower to the name, and okay, Miero with his Black Dragon gonna at least poke here. Arrow gonna spot out the TP. And now the Agnum Scepter on Malrine. Not sure you're getting any break that's crazy out of this. I guess the Inner Beast. Obviously just the damage is the big reason for it.
Break time lock, but...
Yeah.
I feel like most of the times when Primals get this, it's just a feel-good item. You get a lot of stats, you get more team fight damage, and then if it's a break, if it's a good break game, it's just the icing on the cake, but you don't necessarily have to have that. The axe in itself is just that good. Power run,
HD, GPK ready to go. Seems like he's been ready for quite a while. Very anxious to get a fight going. I mean, what are they waiting for then? So he has his Lincolns. Void. So Nightfall opting, as we go to a pause now, of course. A pause from the farming. Nightfall is going for Mjolnir and then Lincolns. Then he can fight Cinderin. And who else? Who else wants a Lincolns? Miero has the BKB. We'll be going for Assault next, which makes sense. Still less than 2 minutes to go on the Aegis.
Yeah.
Are they just happy farming? I mean, we've had games like this.
They did just smoke. You would think that this is not just a defensive smoke. Like, they are looking for trouble, but Falcons is just dodging everything. They have not really been caught off guard a single time this game on the Dire side.
Yeah, and to be fair, it is typically Falcons that are the ones taking Roche. So normally with these Fen games, they have the Roche advantage. So it's nice to see the other side of the coin every once in a while. But when they're not using the Aegis in any capacity, I don't know. They have the Aegis, they have the cheese. Still a minute and a half. As GPK is working on his Aghanim Scepter. So because of the Lincolns, kind of delays the Ags, which is going to be most of his damage in these fights, now that he's level 18. And if you're Falcons, are you looking for itemization like the Force Staff types or Halberds or whatever to break the eventual Lincolns?
I think so. I mean, Crit, correct me if I'm wrong, Crit already has it, right? Yeah, so Crit can do it himself. He can just blink Force Staff, lasso someone immediately. Doom will probably replace the speed aura for Lincoln Breaker.
Yeah, he's had that the whole game, but that combined with the Light Collector, your obsession.
Yeah.
Ridiculous speed.
Just goes to show move speed is very good. When you can move fast around everything, if you think about it, it's like the one stat in Dota that always is active, right? It's the one thing that matters for everything you do. Fighting.
Unless you're hexed.
Well, okay. It matters for fighting, it matters for farming because you move faster between camps, it matters for team movements, it matters for everything. So having high move speed, very, very valuable to get for free. Malrine will get the rock throw.
Yeah. Good stuff.
So that he can throw rocks. Very good descriptive title for that ability, the name.
Yep, that's, I think, a test for Valve to make sure that they can port Dota to mobile. Rock throw, you got to make it as simple as possible.
Yep, Slardar with sprint.
Yeah, they got rid of that though. I don't think they were
they made the
ready
games
for the
a little
mobile.
bit more elaborate.
Yeah, GPK, like the Pango Q could just be swashy, right? I mean,
that
that's
is
pretty
not descriptive at all.
I think it is.
That could be literally anything.
No, swashy is good.
What?
Toronto Token, I mean, his arrow, right? There's his ult. Just
it sounds like a
invis.
laundry detergent.
Yeah, swashy. Yeah. Looks like they're going to go for their Tormentor as the Aegis is gone, and the Ag's coming very shortly for GPK.
I want to give a shout out to Toronto Tokyo. Did not die to the Tormentor this time.
Good job.
I was going to say it's a 50-50, but I think the Tormentor has had the upper hand.
All right, Cinder, I think it's time to talk.
Okay.
About block of cheese.
Good one.
They're going to start collecting cheese here pretty soon.
No, they're not. Oh, well, they're collecting cheese, sure, but they're not going to make the block.
No. The banner collection has been shown to be ineffective, so it's time to kill Roche Dire side every time and get those cheeses.
Do you know if the block of cheese barrier is purgeable?
I doubt it.
Because if it's purgeable, then it's irrelevant against Sven.
Cinderin, we're trying to hype up something here, okay?
Yeah, pick something else.
Block of cheese. Everyone's excited for it.
No.
Yes.
Clearly not.
Type cheese in chat.
You're the kind of person where somebody's like, make a wish, and then you wish for something that never happens. You know what I do? I wish for basic things, because then my wish comes true.
Okay, what kind of basic wish are we talking?
Like, make a wish. It could be something like
I hope I wake up tomorrow. That kind of thing?
Okay, that's very basic. That's like, something like, I wish for, I wish I get my favorite dinner soon, or, I wish I get a nice kiss today, something like that.
I'm available.
And you're like, I wish for it in the right context and with the right person.
Okay.
But
fair enough.
You could. I bet you're like, I wish for world peace, or like good luck. Not getting that.
Yeah, I think good luck is the best thing to have, actually. skill doesn't matter in life. It's all luck.
Damn, these players.
Look how you got here.
These players have been really lucky.
Yeah.
I wish I was lucky.
Of course, it's all nepotism, you know? That's how they get on these teams. Oh, we have a roar into the arrow. Skeeter, he's all alone for now. The Rolling Thunder applied, and he is gonna die.
A moment of weakness, ladies and gentlemen.
Malrine getting chased. Will get stunned by GPK. Nightfall is here as well. Has the chrono available. Do they need it? Gonna try to kite him out a bit. The stun's still there. Crit actually keeping in there. Chrono, beautiful timing. Down goes Crit. Nice disruption from Snaking. Gonna delay this a bit. But there's just so many heroes. But here comes Amar. He wants to fight. He gets off the Doom in the middle of the time walk. It looks like Void's just gonna be able to walk it off. Now a buyback onto Skeeter. Has his God Strength available. Oh, Void is just getting destroyed as he gets backstabbed by Skeeter. So the buyback is successful. Falcons and BetBoom absolutely sick of this garbage conversation we've been having and finally take a fight as Amar, all chat ensues, and now the chase is on Miero. He takes out his courier with a casual right click, and here comes Skeeter. The roar comes out, but it's not gonna matter. Miero dies.
My goodness, that is so clutch from the side of Falcons. I mean, the way this started out, yeah, nice bug, actually. It's like, how can you doom someone mid-time walk? It should be impossible, right?
Yeah.
That's what Amar is triggered by. He still ends up getting the kill, but...
That was strange.
It should not really be a possibility, I think, unless it's like on the frame,
Let's
maybe?
see. Here he comes. From the north very shortly. He's broken. Time walk number 1 into the chrono. This was very nice. The disruption from Snaking doing absolute work. And here you can see Doom at the top. Nightfall sees him. That is strange.
That should not be possible.
That is strange.
Because one of two things should happen. Either you get
They're going
Doom
high
and
ground,
stop
by the way.
time walk,
We can talk about mechanics after Cinderin. Tier 3, down. And Skeeter, I don't know if they're going to stick around. God Strength is no longer there, so they'll be happy with the Tier 3. Okay, you can talk now.
That follow-up play from Falcons to that situation, by the way, is exceptionally difficult to decide in the moment.
Yeah.
It's so... It's such a big decision to make that a lot of the times you're hesitant to make it because the risk-reward can be really skewed in the enemy team's direction. If you buy back Sven there and don't find the key kills, it feels really bad. But they do find the exact heroes that they were looking for. They found 2 cores. They got to use the Pulverize to cancel the TP out from the Faceless Void. Malrine, I think, clipped him on the AoE of Pulverize from the secondary target. And the buyback from Skitter does pay off. Of course, worth keeping in mind the death he had mid was honestly a bit of an uncharacteristic blunder for Falcons. He was just way out of position,
but he
completely
didn't
alone
use
in
God
the middle.
Strength. That's why the buyback was actually good.
That
this
is
hero
true.
sucks ass at buybacks a lot of the time.
Yep, fair.
So that ends up working out for Falcons somehow.
Double Havoc Hammer.
Oh, hell yeah.
Time to bring the hammer to BetBoom.
I like hammer time.
Yep. Give me another ninja gear.
Satanic for Skeeter very shortly.
And it's Roche number 3 time.
Yeah, okay. This
BetBoom.
is going to be the Aghanim Scepter. This actually provides some net worth for BetBoom.
Who did he give that to?
Well, GPK has his. Miero's doesn't feel very good.
Probably just
it's
the
got to be
Void.
Nightfall. They actually don't have the greatest of Ags here. As Malrine going to spot Toronto Tokyo in the trees, but the rest of BetBoom still taking Roche. The lasso used as well as the Pulverize just to get 1. Toronto Tokyo and company. Looks like everyone else is going to get out. Indeed. So BetBoom again taking Roche.
Really well
And that
played.
cuts the lead to 7K as the Ags was consumed by Nightfall.
That is the best death Toronto Tokyo's had all tournament, probably. That was very, very nice. Just giving all the information, buying them the time. They get the full Roche and the full disengage specifically because Mirana breaks the smoke and dies. Like, that's about as good as it's going to get. The type of impact you can have on position 5 this late into the game. A very well-timed and placed death will give them Nightfall top net worth now with that Ags infusion.
Yeah, that's nice. It's always nice. What is it? It's 6K, right?
Yeah.
Counts the synth, so...
Yeah, should be.
Pretty close to Lincoln's. Obviously doesn't really want to fight without that, but has the Aegis, so... We'll see. I mean, he also needs Shard. It's actually pretty damn important for this Ag,
Yes,
I would say.
he should absolutely buy this next if they don't get the Tormentor. Shard on him.
I wish we had that timer. Hopefully that's in the next patch in 4 months.
They are missing 3 shards, so he actually can't even get it.
Oh, yeah, you're right.
He has to buy this after Lincoln, surely.
GPK needs his Shard as well, surely. And he's buying it next as I say that.
Okay, I think that's not nearly as important as the Void one. Oh, his courier died. Amar killed the Lincolns.
All right, well.
It's so why is Amar there on his own? It's so wild.
That's true.
It's really wild. He had vision, of course, otherwise he will not be playing there. But even with vision, you're not safe against Moonlight, Shadow, and Smokes.
And you can see the strat from BetBoom is indeed the Lincolns. They're going for 4. Toronto Tokyo just starting his now.
Yeah. Techi's opting for the Lotus. I honestly think he could buy Lincolns too. I wouldn't mind.
Oh, okay, then it's 3. Yeah. Because Miro's not going for his. He does get Ninja Gear though, which is incredibly good.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
S tier on Beastmaster for sure. You want to get the moment of the element of surprise.
Right, Nightfall looks like they want to fight. They actually want to do something with this Aegis. Feels nice and confident with that big fat juicy ogre golem. Who's now uppercutting the tower. Didn't know you could do that to buildings. Oh, crit, he gets the lasso. Repositioning, kind of a big deal here. Can they burn through the Aegis? Lincoln's is popped. That's going to be death. Whoa! He gets off the time walk, but then the hammer comes in from Skeeter. Pops the God Strength as well. Roche, Aegis down. Will they surround him now? Miero gets off the Doom onto Amar, and Nightfall pops the BKB and now runs away. As Malrine gets stunned mid-animation, but the Doom applied to the Void. Amar still looking for that high 5 as Nightfall looks to be dead as the rest of his team will abandon him. So nice find from Falcons, good defense. And it all started with the fact that Nightfall gets lassoed into the base. And remember, he's fighting without the Lincolns because the courier died. Makes a huge difference here.
Yeah, that's true. Maybe you just don't do that without that Lincolns on you. Like, perhaps the difference is just too big. It feels like this could have... It's also clutch from Falcons. Like, if they mess up if they miss a beat here, they use the wrong spell on the Lincolns or whatever, this can go very wrong, but they're very coordinated and very prepared to take this kind of fight.
Crit spotted, bash by the Swashy. And he pops his BKB, gets roared. Mid-animation, Skeeter trying to help his teammate out. That's going to be the first death. Well, he actually gets saved by the disruption for the time being. He's actually alive somehow. And Save just getting beat down by Skeeter. As Malrine with the rock throw, Amar jumps in as well. Focusing on Miero for now, he gets decimated. And now Toronto Tokyo in his own base is just going to get run down. This is all without the Faceless Void available.
Radiant structures.
That blows this game open. 19K net worth lead for Falcons. I have no idea how Crit lives there. That's insane.
Yeah, I mean, it's just so clutch. The disruption, he comes out of it, he pops BKB and Yules to buy time, and he eventually survives the whole thing. Also, kind of question BetBoom even looking for that to begin with, though.
Oh, no, that's bad.
They didn't have their Void, and they were the ones to aggress, right? The Pango opened up on the bat. So they started out a 4v5, and they end up paying the price for that. That's going to cost them a lot. 2 buybacks on supports. They lost additional heroes.
No barracks, though.
Yep. I'll keep the base intact, but this lead, we were talking about how the 5K didn't really necessarily cut it for Falcons. 22 looks quite healthy to me.
Yep.
Especially considering, in a lot of these late game situations where Void can get really scary, you're still playing against arguably the hardest counter to a hero in late game in all of Dota. So it's not as clear cut as many of the other Void games we've seen in late game. Doom, if he has your number, you're going to have a hard time.
Yep. So they did end up getting the range racks, but nobody really cares about that. Aghanim Scepter, after all this fighting, Snake King was not even close to having this a few minutes ago, by the way.
Yep.
That is filthy.
5 SD now with this.
Yeah.
Wonder if we're going to see Snake King buy an Aether Lens and just play max range Lincoln Breaker with this. Could be a possibility. It's also great for the disruption save, of course. He already has the dagger for that. Amar will get the shard.
What do you think BetBoom could have done to itemize? Can they itemize any better? Because you have to go Lincolns. It feels like you need the BKB as well. And even with that, we talked about how many Lincolns breakers through BKB that they have on Falcons. It's absolutely absurd. Now you have 2 extra, or I guess 1 extra with the Shadow Demon Axe.
The X factor is definitely the bat, because I think there is a world in this game where you don't buy any Lincolns. But I think the bat just is a big problem because of the displacement whenever you're looking to push. If you're just dealing with the Doom and the Pulverize, you could tank up your Void mega hard, get all the items, and get an Aegis, and then, you know, Falcons will struggle. But they're just pulling him into the tier 4s, and the fight is 10 times easier. And that is difficult to itemize against. Maybe 1 or 2 Lotuses were needed earlier than what they did. Obviously, Save has the right idea by getting one for the Faceless Void. You can put the Lotus on him and he starts hitting the tower. It removes the lasso pull. But might have missed that timing now as Falcons looking for potentially the killing blow here, honestly. If this goes well,
they're scanned.
Right next to the enemy base.
Yeah, BetBoom are aware.
Skitter's going to go to work here.
Most likely. Smokes will collide here in just a moment. Save with the Glimmer. Provide some vision as Skeeter in the base now. Will get this Rax for free. See if they try to run away. GPK in his ult. Able to get the stun off onto Malrine as Nightfall is now surrounding him. Arrow is going to connect. Do they have the damage? He's so tanky. And there's the disruption from Snake King as the Ancient Creep destroyed by Skeeter. That kind of breaks things up a bit. But remember, that is God Strength down.
Yep.
So Falcons probably do not want to fight. But this opens a window potentially for BetBoom to try to chase. But not really opting to do so this time around. And we'll know about Roche in 30 seconds as well. As, okay.
Well, he's dead.
Yeah, he's dead. Good. Good stuff. No longer can deny as the smiley face with a double chin comes out from Amar.
All right, extra parentheses. I guess they have a bit of a...
I mean, if there's anybody you can tilt, it is BetBoom.
I think it's because of Toronto Tokyo's all chat against Amar yesterday. That's really what they're trying to get him back for.
Does he really need a reason? As okay, Roar comes out, but the disruption to follow, and here comes Superman. Skeeter. You can see the Demonic Purge breaking the Beastmaster right now. But he is able to TP out, surprisingly enough. The Doom again, this time reserved for the Void. Nightfall dead for 90.
GG.
And that is the GG for game number 1. So Falcons take the first one of this best-of-5 grand finals. And it felt very methodical the whole game. And then once BetBoom were ready to fight, they just get crushed. I mean, that high ground where they tried to actually do something with the Aegis just punished pretty damn hard.
I genuinely think we're going to reach a point very quickly. It might even be the next game. I think Shadow Demon is getting banned. I feel like Falcons, this is... The way the meta has developed is that we've had these like Timber Saws early on, we've had Dragon Knights, we've had Marses. The thing about Shadow Demon is he's good against both the Mars and the DK that teams have been prioritizing. So if they're in the pool, I think Falcons will first pick Shadow Demon anyway. So either you got to grab this one for yourself or you got to ban it and then find another way of dealing with certain other heroes. It just... This hero in the hands of Falcons, whether it's Snake King or Crit, finding insane impact every single game we've seen it, and just blocking out certain cores from having a game. But yeah, wow, BetBoom only 8 kills this game.
Yeah, like it was a rough one for them as Falcons strike first, Shiver.
They strike first, and they strike, I was going to say hard, but it was more like slow and methodical here in this first game of the best of 5. We did say that Falcons probably had the outdraft here. In this game, we saw a nice itemization from BetBoom to try and stop that a little bit. In the end of the day, though, it was not enough. I'm joined by Jenkins, by Effie, and by Kezu. Kezu, this game was a very low kill game, I found.
Yeah, I feel like that BetBoom had some opportunities more early on as well, where Void was 6 before Amar, but they didn't make any moves there. I was definitely looking, and Mira was talking about in the green room as well, like for GPK to... First of all, be more involved in the game. I feel like also when they play Mirana, at least when I compare it to Falcons, they don't use Moonlight Shadow as well as other teams. I really feel like that Sinren also nailed it kind of towards the end of the game. This SD, I think, is creating too many problems. Like, somehow now you feel like you have to pick Mirana, you don't feel comfortable picking the bad because SD counters both. So I feel like going the next game, I would put higher priority on the Shadow Demon.
I can see that for sure. Honestly, BetBoom didn't get value out of their Pango. That's what it looked like. There were a couple of moves that they made early on. Like there was this one smoke after Pango's Diffusal Blade where they got the kill on Doom, and there was this moment where Falcons made an aggressive move mid where their Sven got punished and shut down because of the Rolling Thunder, but otherwise they couldn't really play into their Beastmaster push draft. We saw that BetBoom got their Aegis timings. They did make a really good couple of moves early on where they brought the Void to the top lane, they kicked Sven out, but I just felt like they could never bring their heroes together cohesively and find the team fight. Falcons were just out farming all over the map, and all of their heroes had inherent farm farm steroids inside of them, right? You have this Bat Rider farming the whole map, Shadow Demon farming whatever he can.
Stacking
you have
as
Doom
well.
printing money with his Devour. You have
Yeah.
Sven just naturally farming the entire map, whereas on BetBoom's side, they were losing the scaling war and they could never actually find the opportunity to take over this map.
I do think it's like a cool thing from the Falcons side, though, that, like you said, BetBoom got 3 Aegises, which also means they got, I think it was 3 cheeses that time. I don't think that we saw a banner. But they got all of these items from Roshan, and Falcons didn't care. They were like, that's fine, we're farming. We're going to go late game. We know our late game is better than yours. You know, we have the Doom versus the Void. So Void is not just free versus Sven. We have SD to break. You know, I like that. I think that's really good Dota. When it's like boring Dota, I want to see more fights and chaos because it's funny and it's interesting. But the ability to like give away objectives because you know that like the Beast plus Void is going to take it and you just don't give up the map, I think that's really cool. That's like smart Dota.
Falcons are like the best team at knowing when they want to fight and what they need to contest. So like to go to your point, I feel like it's BetBoom, they probably feel like very pressured in the game to like try and do something, but every time they moonlight or they smoke, they don't really run into anything. They get 3 Roaches, they probably feel good about it, but they didn't find like any translation of these Aegises into like any good play on the map.
It didn't do anything, yeah.
It did nothing.
But isn't that credit to Falcons for being able to avoid properly?
They're like the best map play team.
It felt like they were always getting something out of the map. Like when you saw BetBoom pushing or getting this Aegis or playing for any objective, there's always something happening on the opposite side. Whether you're just splitting the farm equally between 5 heroes or you're getting a pick off on the Mirana in the bot lane with Doom +1. There were other situations also where when they were getting the second Aegis, I believe, Falcons smoked anyway. They didn't care. They saw that the Aegis was on Pango. They thought that it was useless. They smoked into the triangle and they made an active play, not even considering the fact that they're playing into Aegis. And honestly, I think they were just comfortable the entire game. It never felt like they were pressured, even though they didn't contest any of these Roshans. Faceless Void got a lot of net worth, but Doom, that hero deletes net worth. He doesn't care about the opponent's net worth. It's an anti-carry hero, and Falcons played cleanly.
Yeah, it showed. Indeed, Falcons seemed very comfortable just dragging the game out until they were ready to strike. I'm going to find out what Purge thought of this first game with the best of 5.
Thanks, Cheever. For the Acer Predator head-to-head, I wanted to look at the 4 position heroes because their impact was a little bit different. Save has been doing excellent so far in this tournament on the techies, but his KDA in the last game left something to be desired, even though he played it very well. Whereas on the other side, Crit, playing the Bat Rider, had an absolute abundance of net worth. Look at those GPM differences. And this is partially because Techies is a kill sort of support. He's there to win the lane, and then transition into ganking and getting kills on the map. The hero damage, not very similar here. Save did accomplish his goals there by following up on initiations to do damage, but those kills didn't always lead to things, which means his GPM is going to be low. Whereas on the other side, Crit, very capable of getting kills. This is a great moment for Save to follow up off the first 2 stuns to layer a bunch of damage down while he's disabled. All this extra magic damage is going to kill Sven, and this is part of the reason he had good damage impact. But look at what Crit's doing instead. He's grabbing important heroes, he's pulling them out of position, he's very fast because he's got BOTs. So that means he can even split push, jungle and other creep waves, but still show up to fights, and constantly impacting the fight by helping to make sure that his core gets to damage the heroes that they want to. So Crit was able to get a ton done this game, even though his damage numbers are lower, and that's why I wanted to focus on him, because his impact was just quite a bit different here.
Yeah, I'm just curious though, because we've seen Save obviously crush on his techies, right? Do you feel like he accomplished enough in the laning stage itself? Because I didn't necessarily feel like they crushed the lane as hard as we've seen him do with the techies at times.
Yeah, that's probably because they had a Beastmaster, because Beastmaster before 6 struggles to get kills, basically. He went the boar build as well, so pro players are going to be able to anticipate, oh man, I'm going to be slowed by 30% movement speed. So he gave a good lane to Beastmaster, which kept his net worth high. That means he's not getting kills in his lane, and then he needs to go to the other side of the lane to try to get kills, and so it can be, and they were a little successful in that. They killed Doom a few times, but Doom's net worth was still high. And then after that, the game just got really stagnant for like 15, 20 minutes. So there's just a long period in the middle where Crit was farming, had a BKB, a Yules, and Boots of Travel, and Save on the other side had, you know, a couple items, but not as much impact. So
can maybe place a couple of mines, but you also don't want to be caught out by yourself. So yeah, couldn't do as much. I believe, you know, I'm sitting here with Purge, but I believe Tigov, you're sitting there with Purge. What?
Yeah.
Drinking a new drink, I appreciate. Yeah.
You have an imposter with you. I think you have the fake Purge with you. I don't know why, but we just found hot news in London. We've actually got ourselves.
Oh my God.
Yeah, we've. Here you go.
Hello, everybody. This is Pudge.
See, it's literally the real guy. It's
Really
Pudge.
close.
You know, I've asked him so many questions, and he keeps giving us the same stuff. Like whatever Pudge says he likes the same thing. They also share the same birthday. Dox yourself. When's your birthday?
17th of August.
Purge, when's your birthday?
That's my birthday. It's the 17th.
Oh my gosh!
Wait. Sorry, August 17th. Very different.
Okay. Purge, what's your favorite color, Purge?
Blue.
What's your favorite color, real Purge?
It'd have to be blue.
Oh. What's your favorite Dota hero, Purge?
I don't have one. Trick question.
Okay. What is your favorite Dota hero, real Purge?
I play any hero. I don't mind. I love them all.
Another trick question. 3 for 3. Purge, what is your most hated hero in the game?
I don't have one. I don't even use my bands.
Be interesting for. Come on. Give me one hero.
Well, I'm obviously the fake bird. Do you think it's a bad answer?
That's true. Give me a real answer for once, please. The stream needs it. DreamLeague needs it. A real hero you hate.
Techies.
There we go. Thank you very much. I don't know why I'm trying to act like slacks. Bye-bye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I guess we're gonna be stuck with Imposter Purge, but we'll keep him for round because the other one is in the UK. So, you know, we'll have discount Purge right here, and also for game number 2 coming after this.
It's been love since we met. Right from the bar to the bed, all night long, roller coaster. A 5-inch scar on my shoulder. You smile, I'm high. I put my heart on the line. I'm addicted to you, I can't lie. It's whenever you kiss me goodbye. I'm high in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. Be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. And we faced harder times when sweet words turned into lies. We got caught in our nest, yeah. I put our love on a rest. Hit the brake, I turn over. And never ever say that you know her. Got a flame to fuel every night. Keep her safe and hold her tight. High in your love, high in your love, high in your love, high. It's never enough, never enough, never enough. I'm so high in your love, high in your love, high in your love. I'm so high. I can't stop thinking of you. When the world is going down, I won't be there. I won't be there. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. To the air. I'm in heaven with you. heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you. We'll be up and losing ground into the air. I'm in heaven with you. I'm in heaven with you.
Tonight is all about you. Just go on and have what you want. And do anything that you like to. Oh, you don't even have to stop, no. You sparkle like diamonds. Yes, you do, no matter where you are. And you got everyone's attention. Yeah, you're breaking every heart, yeah. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your night, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. You look good in the spotlight. Just go on and set yourself free. And why not have the time of your life? 'Cause tonight you're royalty. Yes, you are. Wonder if you ever realize it's yours for you to take. Just let it show what you feel inside. Don't hold back, don't make them wait. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky. Just let the music take you anywhere you wanna go. Oh, never hide what you feel inside. Come on, baby, let it show. Set the world on fire. It's your time, so do whatever you like. It's your light, you got the stars in your eyes. Let them shine and set the world on fire. Light up the sky.
Hello, and welcome to your guide to learning the basics of Dota 2. Hero controls. How you control your hero is very important in Dota 2 as it improves your efficiency and effectiveness of your decisions during a match. On your keyboard, you'll find the keys W, A, S, and D. These are crucial to moving your camera around the map so you can see where you, your teammates, and your opponents are. Since you should never look away from your monitor, you shouldn't ever move your hand away from WASD in case you press the wrong key. For this reason, it's best to use your mouse to activate both your items and your abilities. This way you'll ensure you make no mistakes. Thanks once again for watching our Dota 2 tutorials for Dota 2 players new to Dota 2. Make sure to use these gameplay tips in your ranked games if you're looking to gain MMR fast.
We are going from tips for beginners to tips for professionals, as we have Jenkins, Kazu, Effie, and Purge here to basically tell BetBoom what they need to do differently to have a shot in this grand finals. Of course, you're watching DreamLeague Season 22. We're in the middle of the draft of the grand finals. This is game 2, and Falcons took that first game. In the end, quite convincingly. It didn't really seem like BetBoom really knew how to properly execute that, but new round, new chances, and they get their first pick, which is what they love most, Kezu. This is their preferred pick order.
Yeah, I feel like what they could do here is you either ban SD and take DK potentially. Okay, they'll just go with something completely different, which is just to take out the DK. I think for Falcons, they love their CM openers when they do play into some Timbersaw-like heroes, so I wouldn't be too surprised to see that come out.
I think what BetBoom were trying to do at the start of this BO5 was make their Beastmaster work earlier on in the draft so that Falcons would have to start expending a ban on it, because they did one with 2 Beastmasters today. Should be noted, it came out in the last phase and not the second phase. So I understand why they tried it, but they also just picked it into Sven. And it wasn't a great lane for it. I even remember in an interview, Mira was saying that he thinks it's the last pick hero, and that's when it wins. And I respect that they tried, but they should just move away from that unless they get it in the last phase, if I'm being honest.
Yeah.
I would rather see for BetBoom team, if they're going for these earlier phase offlaners, the Centaurs and the Marses.
The more stable ones.
Yeah.
I
You guys see this? Aoi is cooking some shit here.
I know, it's
just
so
a random first phase gyro. They can get SD, they can get Mirana, they can get CM.
I mean, this was a carry that they were playing sometimes at the very start of the tournament, I believe we saw it. And its flex potential, or maybe it was Gaming Gladiators that did it. I don't remember.
They
but
did.
There was some. Okay.
Falcons, Gaimin, and OG all played this gyro early on, and it was all in response to Timber, which
Yeah.
we see here. So it's actually not that surprising, because it's a mixed damage carry. It lanes very well versus Timber, and if you pair it with a stun safe laner, it can heavily punish. Also, the flex is still open, so that if gyro gets caught off guard by a surprise void or something, you can just not commit it to carry.
I'm just shocked that BetBoom didn't ban SD. And Falcons has the pick out of this phase.
And the interesting monkey ban as well.
I mean, there's maybe still other heroes that Falcons could prefer over the SD simply because you see like a Timber. Like, I think the CM is still good. I think heroes that Falcons could also consider banning would be a potential. I think Mira already mentioned Void. Could be annoying unless you want to draft around it later with like a save. I think Sven as well. Sven is one of the few heroes that when Gyro has like 4 slots plus minus outside that Sven can man-fight him quite easily.
This monkey ban is actually interesting. While it's a good hero versus Timber, it also means that potentially they want a puck for BetBoom or are looking at puck. Because I know it is Malrine who likes to play monkey mid versus puck.
Maybe it's also to just help solidify the Timber's potential to go mid. Now, they show you this gyro. They're like, this is probably carry. So they're putting the ban so that maybe, you know, GPK can go mid on the Timber. Then they can cook a new offlaner later on.
5 seconds.
Mr. Falcons.
Yeah, surely this is just one of the support picks, right? It's like between CM and SD.
Crystal Maiden.
I like the Crystal Maiden here. I think you pair this hero if you are playing this carry flex gyro. Crystal Maiden's one of the better heroes you can lane it with. It has 2 CCs on lane alongside the rocket barrage damage. That's a really scared Timbersaw.
Yep, and I think Falcons, they could pick up a Mars if BetBoom doesn't want to commit to revealing that it's like a mid-Timber, which I think would be a mistake, so I think it's very likely they're not going to pick Mars. So Falcons can take it, and then the Mars plus CM is enough to very easily kill the Timbersaw. We've seen Falcons run that exact combo versus Timber and just destroy it at when Mars hits level 6.
Wouldn't it also be good to pick Mirana here if they want to get their hands on it, because it's good against Crystal Maiden and it's good against the Gyrocopter because you can kill the missile that fast?
Yeah, they can get Mirana.
They don't really have an obvious setup is the only downside, but
Yet.
you don't necessarily need one at this stage, you're right. It could be delayed.
You can also just secure it later.
Oh, no, back for the techies.
I think the techies works better here because between Kunkka and Timbersaw, they just have an abundance of damage and good other setups. So I think they aren't going to struggle as much getting kills on the lane. Not that they had a really tough time last game, but there was just a lack of kills in the mid game. So they've got much better catch here that Team Falcons is going to have to play against.
And the Mirana is still open after this
that's
Kunkka.
true.
You have the X setup. You also have the double flex of Kunkka Timber. Either could be going mid or offlane.
Yeah. I could see just very casual, I feel like some Rubik for crit. I think you have good spells to steal. The only problem I see with I like the Kunkka, I think the team fight is great. The only problem with the flex between Timber and Kunkka is they actually share very similar counter matchups both in the lane and in the game. Pango very solid for Mr. Malrine, just like some team fight match against the Kunkka. Like, not only do you match it, but you're also not really in a threat of dying yourself when you're rolling around.
And it works well here because you see which mid matchups you could be going up against. It's either Kunkka or Timber, and Pango does very well. You can secure a very early Pango here. And the Rubik, great call on that.
Do you guys think it's still worth it to stick to gyro carry, or do they maybe need more damage? Because I am worried about, like, I just feel like getting into fights is going to be a little bit difficult. Like, you're going to have to use BKB, otherwise you're going to be controlled. And then half the time, Techie's disarm might just, like, proc on you with your Ags.
Well, now they have to run it as carry, right? Unless... I suppose they could have Amar... No, they would still have to run it as carry. Like Amar offlane gyro. I mean, I could see it. The guy's a psycho.
I'm not worried about gyro carry here. I don't think there are many issues. It frames fast. It has a lot of damage. It's not directly countered by anything. There's no Spirit Vessel buyer. The way that you deal with gyro carry is you get something that stops his Satanic heals, and you can't pick Doom now that you've revealed your Kunkka plus Timber double flex. So that's not a threat to the gyro. Your supports don't buy a Vessel so far. I wouldn't be surprised if Mirana came out overall last just to have that Vessel buyer on BetBoom.
5 seconds.
Well, surely Falcons is going to ban out some Toronto Tokyo heroes at this point. Considering, I don't think there's no flex potential there anymore, right?
On Falcons?
On BetBoom itself.
Yeah, I think they're pretty much set in stone with what they're going to do. I would say for... Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Mid and offlane, basically, is the only thing that could change, I suppose.
Yeah.
I would assume Falcons bans should be potentially straightforward, like some Mirana, Phoenix, maybe. I think it's pretty good, like more team fight. Because when BetBoom, I feel like when this water park comes out and you jump in with Sven, you really want to blow the team fight open, like make sure you have as much power and speed to kind of like do that. Whereas BetBoom, they need to make sure that the offlane hero for Amar like offsets the Sven gyro matchup. Because for now, I kind of like BetBoom's team fighting. I think they should be pretty happy with the Sven 18.
Bro, I know they don't pick it, but this would be a banging-ass Necro game. It is good against all 3 cores of BetBoom.
Do you guys know if Flak Cannon hits if the Warcry armor applies to them?
Yeah, it does.
Okay, so Gyro versus Sven is interesting in that Gyro is like Luna, where he's a mixed damage carry, and Sven counters mixed damage carries very well because he has 2 sources. He's a BKB buyer. It's just in his item build that you have to do every game, and the Warcry counters the physical damage. So usually when you're playing these Sven versus Gyros, it does feel like Gyro has to play more tempo than the Sven and exploit his team early on. But for overall late game scaling, I do prefer Sven here.
Yeah, me too. I like the ET for now at least. Like you see 2 team fighting supports being taken out. I feel like they took the supplementary last one, which is the ET. I'm kind of looking for Falcons. I think this Amar hero needs to offset the Sven gyro matchup like Miro just talked about, because I also prefer Sven. I'm not sure really what you can bust out here that has like a... You buy BKB and you offset the fight by locking down the Sven. I'm not sure how amazing Amar's Magnus is. Maybe they just want him to play Mars anyway. But I feel like there must be something that I'm missing that they could go for.
There's a lot of times in the early group stage where Gyro kind of struggled with these ultra tanky frontliners like Timber and Kunkka because he can't really kill them super fast. He's not as high a burst damage as a hero like Sven, so it made team fights a little bit goofy at times. So
Going back for the Doom?
Doom would help. Percentage-based damage, take out the important hero, whether it's Sven or the Timber Saw or otherwise. But the team fight is still really good on BetBoom, and their heroes synergize well.
And it will be a Timber mid.
I guess the Doom helps the man fight against the Sven because he can't heal later. Like maybe that's their idea of offsetting this like satanic man fight. But I personally kind of like the adjustments of BetBoom. I would give them a better shot than compared to game 1.
I like what they have going for them. I think the Doom is also going to be a problem, but they're not put on a timer the same way they were in game 1, where if they went into late game territory, there wasn't much counterplay for them. Void versus Doom is much different than Sven versus Doom, right? Sven can just press God Strength and go in beforehand, and if he gets doomed, he can still output damage.
Fair enough. What are we thinking, Purge?
Isn't it your turn to talk, Jenkins?
Back to you, Jenkins.
Sure it is.
I'm just thinking about the matchups. Like, how is Pango versus Timber? Is that bad for Pango?
In the lane, yeah. In the game, it's fine.
In the game, it's totally fine, right? But I feel like in the lane as Pango, you can just shove the wave, right?
Yeah.
You just push out the wave.
Which means you have as Pango maybe more time to help your side lanes?
Yeah, I think so. I think this is another slightly Falcons favored draft, but it's not as bad as the last one by my estimation.
I like BetBoom's draft better personally, but yeah, there's good things for both squads for sure. I just feel like they're not going to be able to deal with these tanky frontliners quick enough outside of Doom.
Doom kind of does it. I was thinking the Necro is a dog shit hero, but Doom is percentage damage. If you really want to, you can get the 20 talent for more percentage damage on his Inferno Blade. I've seen people do that. Very strong versus 4 strength cores. Amazing versus Timber. It's actually the best matchup in the game versus Timber currently.
I'm with Purge. I slightly favor BetBoom because I think Doom suffers versus these dual core lineups where you have to pick one and the other pops off, and GPK is on a much more useful hero than he was in Game 1, so BetBoom have a much, much better chance.
And if the game does get dragged out long, you would favor BetBoom still as well?
Depending on how well they play around the Doom, yes. Like if you can get a couple of Lincolns up, I think BetBoom have a really good shot.
It's a 1-1.
It's a 1-1. I like it. Let's find out if that prediction is true. We're heading over to Sunspan and Synderen.
Game 2 of the grand finals of DreamLeague Season 22. Sunsfan here. Synderen. Oh.
Yeah, they got you off fast. That's good.
So Falcons take Game 1. The panel feels more comfortable with the BetBoom draft this time around.
Yeah.
What are your thoughts, young man?
I'm just really surprised with the adjustments we saw between Game 1 and 2. Shadow Demon just got ignored first phase. You first pick the Gyro.
Yeah.
You gave away Timber and seemingly needed to use reserve time to solve it. Like it was going to be a very obvious pick, I think, for BetBoom. So interesting here for Falcons that they changed some things up and others remain the same. And of course, they're very comfortable with the Gyro onto Skitter. He won 3 games in a row in the previous grand finals he played on this hero. So he's warmed up. But I think
that's one way to look at it.
I think the lineup that BetBoom have against Falcons is actually, I would say, clearly favored if the Doom doesn't have a good game. I think Amar is going to be very important for Falcons here. I think you need to Doom the Timbersaw over the Sven in most, if not all, fights. This is a mid-Timber, so a big part of the reason they picked the Gyro against this hero is that they've had success with it as an offlaner. Or rather, they've had success with Gyro as a counter to the offlane Timber, but BetBoom immediately identified that this is what's going on. They banned 2 of the counters in mid, and they just commit to putting GPK there with the Huskar as well as Monkey King out of the picture. So, I think BetBoom did a pretty solid job here in the draft. Let's see if they've got the plays to go with it this time.
All right, I have a quick question. Do you think there's any heroes that are getting banned or first picked because now they're kind of flip-flopping between the two, that are actually just overrated? Do you think that there's any heroes that at the beginning of the tournaments have been rated so highly and we just haven't seen that many games from them?
Okay, I'm not sure exactly what you... I feel like you asked 2 different questions.
All right, yeah, answer both.
Now I forgot both of them.
All right,
try again.
I don't know if it's just you and me casting, but the Timbersaws have looked kind of underwhelming, Synderen. And this is
Okay,
first
so it was
pick
a loaded
or first
question.
ban.
I see.
All,
you just
all
hate
questions
Timbersaw.
are loaded.
Is it possible that you hate the Timbersaw this game because it's played by BetBoom, who you think will get stomped?
No, absolutely not. I am as unbiased as they come.
That sounded
No, of course not.
Absolutely not.
No, why would you think that I'm biased at all?
I personally don't think Timbersaw is overrated. I actually think this might be I think Mars was in a way overrated.
Okay,
actually.
there you go. That's an answer.
And I mean,
Sure.
we're getting to this stage of the tournament now where it's also not being given as much attention nearly as it was a couple days ago. But I think largely it's because teams have come around to what the solutions are. And then Mars has just got... His games have just been too good, I think, for what he deserved. Whereas the Timbersaw games, I think, have been a little bit more polarizing, I guess, is the one way to put it. But by putting it mid, BetBoom, they ran it against Extreme with great success earlier. They're going to try to replicate that performance, and he's off to a great start against Malrine so far, 14 for 2 against 7-0 in that mid lane.
Yep, the classic Timber versus Melee matchup, the dream generally. But we'll see if Malrine is able to come back at all because, I mean, like the panel we're talking about, he should be able to farm and eventually he'll be okay. But yep, GPK definitely off to a very good start. And on the other side, we see, well, The Elder Titan becoming more and more popular as this tournament progresses. This is a TI type hero, if you will.
Yeah.
It's the AoE control. And in combination with like the Torrent Storm, for example, being able to set things up could be pretty powerful in these team fights. But back to the Gyro.
Yep.
Your thoughts on this hero? Because in this tournament, you talked about it, he picked it 3 times in a row in the last finals, but we haven't seen that much this tournament.
I mean, we've barely.
Wasn't changed.
I feel like we've barely seen it in Group Stage 2. I think it was mainly a Group Stage 1 hero. Yeah, I don't know. That one's puzzling to me as well, to be honest. Like, sure, I get the counterpick against Timber, but then they didn't ban Sven, who I think, in theory, should be one of the better heroes at going toe-to-toe with Gyro. So it is, that one is a bit surprising for me. I don't really know what I think about it. I also don't know if they picked it as a flex, to be fair, right? This hero can absolutely be played as a support by both Crit as well as Snaking in particular. But they do commit it onto the carry position this game.
Yep, and his build is, from what I remember, it's Crystallis into Ags, pretty much.
With a value of Falcon Blade to go, right?
Yeah.
So Falcon Blade treads and then Crystallis Ags. Probably what he's going to go here as well. Save, taking some serious damage, will jump away.
It's funny that they first picked Techies last game.
Oh, is he getting him here? Oh, okay, Sticks. That was a nice play,
they
though.
first picked Techies, and he just gets it second phase this time. It's like, you know, they're trying to like create these like ban scenarios. Like, okay, now you got to force the ban surely on Techies, but Falcons don't care, apparently. Still give it up.
Yeah, and then they give the Techies away, and I'm like, okay, surely now they're going to pick Shadow Demon, right?
Yeah,
Like, this has been a great pick for them against Techies. Nope. Let's go Rubik. Against Chakram, I guess? I mean, there are some good Rubik steals in this game, but this one also is a little bit of an... I would love to pick their brains about what the mindset is behind this pick as well. Like, Chakram is a good steal. Torrent Storm is obviously insane if you can get it, but it's a big if.
Yep, and for his save, he has to get a shard first, unlike Shadow Demon. So yeah, we'll see how it works out this time. I'm excited to see some... I mean, we have seen Rubik as even an off-lane in this tournament.
Oh, yeah.
And see how
Don't
far
think Crit's going to go Dagon.
You never know. Homing missile coming for Miero.
Nice Torrent.
Torrent will connect, though. Snaking still applying the pressure as he had another blast, but wouldn't be enough to finish the job.
It was 5 mana short from Frostbite. I think they might have actually tried to go for that kill with a bite, then Skitter could have connected. But
Snaking going for double boots, it looks like. Better not misclick that as Malrine will be forced to TP back to base. And let's see how many creeps he ends up missing here.
Not too many.
Yeah, it's a good time
push
to
out
go.
the wave first. Yeah, GPK still running the show mid.
6-minute power rune is coming up as well, so.
Nice creep, Amar.
Well, bottom lane, though, that's first blood for Skeeter. Has always been, as the blast off actually hits, but save will likely fall. Pops the Fairy Fire. Sticky Bomb onto Skeeter is there, but is not enough for the kill, but he is really low. We'll eat one more Tango and get the Lotus as well, as GPK getting gone on a bit by Malrine. As the 6-minute rune did spawn some nice damage onto the Timber Saw, but
I think very important for the outcome, the future outcome of this top lane is the creep Amar found. He's got the ice armor from the Ogre, and this means that the Sven and the the Sven and the Elder Titan will struggle to stick on him and do the damage. And in turn, it frees up Crit a lot more on the Rubik. Amar will definitely be able to hold his own. He's got 15 armor and that slow. So effectively, he's just going to be bullying the Sven relentlessly. And if ET tries to help, I mean, what are they going to do to him? It's not like they can kill him. So this was the dream creep Amar found for this situation. Time for Wisdoms. Looks to be a 1-for-1 split. Save as well as Crit. Crit will stack the Ancients for the Gyro for later. This feels like this is the archetype game that's just going to be a lot about stacks. When one side has Sven and the other has Gyro, can either team make the invasive maneuver? Can they steal the stacks? Can they kill them when they're farming them? Or are both teams just going to be able to take them?
Yeah.
Will be a big deal. I guess if you're looking at it from a theoretical standpoint, which team is better at defending their Ancients, I think it's pretty even. On one side you have the ET, and on the other you have the Pango, who's amazing for fighting in that area. Gyro himself also offers a lot more in the way of defense than the Sven does. If his stack gets invaded, you'll have the call down to help with zone control. Nice play
Crit
from GPK
gets
there.
bursted. GPK, nice combo. Rolling Thunder not actually going to come through from Mallory, just faking it out.
Nice and easy.
It's bottom lane. X.
Big damage.
Skeeter back to the
That
other
frostbite
side.
again.
Nero getting gone on, but GPK makes an appearance. Rocket Barrage just ripping through him, though. Has to use his call down to try to get away, but GPK will likely have enough damage, and indeed he does. Ends up being the 1-for-1. And that's one of the reasons that the Gyrocopter is a hero that they like, as the Echo Stomp comes through for Toronto Tokyo into the TP.
Nice play.
Is fine.
It's very close.
But Gyro just being such a good laner. This is one of the few carries in this meta that can just get kills straight up in these lanes. Rocket Barrage is something to fear for sure. Especially when you're coupled up with the likes of a Crystal Maiden that can apply a bunch of pressure and also give you mana.
Yep. It's a very, very strong duel. It's what... Feels a bit like what Maiden Jugger used to be, back when Jugger was a
Jugger.
thing.
Yeah.
But
sad days for him. F's in the chat for Jugs.
Yep. Back when it was a lot of melee offlaners, but Jugger's Blade Fury was way better, especially on level 2. Maiden Jug was a classic, but we have not seen that. It feels like for years by now, actually. It's been a long time since Jug was a big deal. Pango gonna TP bottom with the haste here. Malrine has big plans to connect with Skitter, as well as Snaking, and they will definitely kill
Homing
Nero
missile
here.
coming for him. And that is an easy, easy cleanup. Skeeter gets credit. And he's having quite the game so far. Malorine's still working on that defusal. You can see his net worth. He's about 800 behind GPK on the Timber. So, see how much pressure GPK can apply.
Still, the lead in general is Falcons, with especially the Doom discrepancy over the offlane Kunkka. That has really... BetBoom specifically avoided the Timbersaw matchup, but then they picked Kunkka, who is also not going to enjoy this lane very much.
Save. Gonna take a Rolling Thunder. Shield Crash to follow, but yeah, it comes out early, thinking he could finish the job, but that's not to be. The arrow.
Oh, okay.
X Torrent, but not going to be any follow-up. He's definitely playing very passive right now.
Despite that kill not happening from Malrine, he's completely zoning the enemy team off the tower.
First Doom of the game is applied to Toronto Tokyo. Trying to walk it off as Nightfall forces Amar away.
It's okay.
Skeeter jungling in the enemy triangle.
So I don't know if they stacked that themselves or if that was a little bit of a steal, but this is obviously what we were talking about. The game largely could be decided in part in this specific area with the stacks, and you're seeing both teams put a lot of emphasis on it where their respective position 4/5. Interesting that Toronto Tokyo has this many stacks. The crit ones make a lot of sense because he's playing top lane, so he'll generally be around the triangle, which is what you want to stack for the gyro. But the ET doesn't have access to the triangle as easily. Crit will do two.
That is a
I
tasty
believe this
treat.
is 2 quadruples here.
That is
At
nice.
least it's a quadruple ancient, right? I think. Amar in trouble.
Yeah, TP from GPK. Burst!
Nice and easy.
Amar is dead. So BetBoom able to find a couple of nice kills here in the laning stage, but like you said, the net worth still leaning in Falcon's favor. Still very early on to... Oh, that's a
nice great
deal.
deal. Yeah.
Gracious.
So I'm not sure if that was a triple or quadruple, but the relative net worth exchange there when you kill this stack and the enemy team doesn't get it is probably close to like 600.
Oh, GPK blinks. That's an early blink for him. Homing missile will hit him eventually, but he's way too far away, so smoke gank unsuccessful for Falcons. Look at that animation. It's good stuff. And then, of course, the dinky dink sound. Always a classic. But that provides some space for the tier 1 tower, so Falcons won't go empty-handed at the very least from their perspective.
Do you actually... Okay, about the homing missile sound, do you think that started out as a joke in beta,
probably.
and then they kept it?
Probably.
Because, like, it's a missile. You'd think that it's going to have some sort of explosive sound when it connects, right?
Yeah.
And then they're probably like, oh, we just need some sort of placeholder sound. Wouldn't it be funny if it just sounded like a little pellet that hit a frying pan?
Yeah.
And then they thought, oh, that's actually really funny. Let's keep that.
And nobody complained. Everyone loved it.
Oh, there it is.
The other steal coming.
Yes, the expected steal from Crystal
Freezing
Maiden and
field.
Rubik.
Torrent cancels it, but got a lot of worth out of it.
That is so big for Falcons.
Yeah.
Especially, they didn't even need to commit cores for it. Well, okay, here we go the other way.
This is.
Does anybody
stack
want to farm
stealing
their
central.
own stacks? Hello?
What in the world? Amar, he's going to be wise to this, but they've already stolen basically everything. There's the Doom onto GPK.
Oh, it's going to
Valerie
cost
coming
them.
with a huge swashbuckle. Gets the shield crash as well. The Rolling Thunder is coming as GPK will be hounded and eventually taken out. And they'll get Toronto Tokyo to boot. So a little bit of punish, but BetBoom still, that is a massive Ancient stack that they stole.
It still feels like an overall Falcons win in total, right? They invaded and they stole Ancients too with their supports. It was a smaller stack, but they get the Timber Saw as well as the ET kill, and they get to push out these waves.
Only person crying right now is
me and the
Skeeter
club
on the gyro.
Oh, okay.
He didn't get to farm any of it.
Not true. He's still top net worth though.
Yeah, he's
by 4 gold. Oh no, now he's number 2. And okay, now he's crying.
Okay, very good. Keep us up to date on the net worth discrepancy between
He's
the two.
behind. He's ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Skitter, top net worth.
Radiant's bottom
Has the
tower
Chrysalis
is under
and Point
attack.
Booster halfway to his Ags
Skitter
already.
second on net worth.
Okay, you can stop that now. The bit's over. Appreciate it though.
Radiant's bottom
Good effort.
tower is
All right.
under attack.
And we can see both position ones farming away. But as you did mention, Skeeter's now number 2 in net worth.
Yeah. Trying to take the lead here, but he's still second.
I mean, once he gets that Ags, though, I think he'll be first, Cinderin.
Yeah.
That thing really,
That's fair.
really
Or maybe
helps
this
the net
creep
worth.
wave that he's close to could be the difference maker here in bottom lane, but he's scared.
Why were we put on Grand Final? Mistakes were made all around.
No, it's perfect. These games are very farm heavy, so we get to shoot the shit a lot, you know?
That's true. That is accurate. Nothing's actually happening other than farming.
Oh, well, here comes Miro. Welcome to hell.
The boat does cancel the freezing field, but that is a lot of magic damage from Skeeter and company.
And Skitter takes first place with that kill. He's back, baby.
That's right.
And he's staying on top this time. Mark my words.
Okay.
Not going to relinquish this lead.
Yeah, that cleave's not going to help Nightfall get back into the lead.
All right, so all jokes aside, it's a very healthy sign for Gyro that he's keeping up with Sven. It feels like in this tournament, Sven has not been... No hero has been able to keep up with this guy if he's free farming. You see the 181 CS on Nightfall to the 130 of Skitter. It's just the kills. Like, he got so many early kills in this lane. The 4 that he's got now to his name have really made a big difference. He's going to go through the gate and try to take some of the top half of the map away as well from the side of BetBoom.
You know what hero feels like it's dropped off a bit, even though I think it's really effective against the Timbersaw. And in fact, it was picked against Timbersaw many a time early in the tournament and the tournament before is the Luna.
Yeah.
But we're not seeing it nearly as
True.
often.
I think Falcons are very hesitant to pick Luna because they've run into... I mean, they had the Lifestealer game yesterday, but they could have banned that because they closed the first phase anyway. But you're right. In a way, you could have maybe picked Luna's their Gyro, but it doesn't have the flex. And I guess it's also a little bit more... How to say? It's a little bit more dependent on your other heroes and your strategy. I think when you run Gyro, if you just have a good... a good stable lane support, you're going to work with most stuff that Falcons want to run.
Yeah.
Luna may be a little bit more specific to seeing more information in the game, and also especially what the enemy team is running. Gyro can work around most stuff. There's the Doom onto
Malrine.
Timber.
Absolutely. GPK is dead. And Malrine not going to go for another kill because they find save in the jungle. The freezing fields have been really good this game. It's the 3rd one already. As the call down actually will not hit, but save still cleaned up by Malrine. And now the lead has grown to 5K as Nightfall looks like he might want to fight despite being down 2 members right now. Okay, thinks better of it. Finally counts 1 to 5. Is he going to pop his ult to farm this one Ancient stack? Not even a stack.
so strong right
will
now.
continue with the Shivas as Toronto Tokyo is the one that will tank most of the damage. So God Strength used, and then he's going to try to get this other Ancient.
I feel like these 2 Doom picks that Falcons have done in this grand final so far has just been flat-out game-winning, both of them. Like this one, he's ruining the Timbersauce game, who had such a good start. GPK is now down to 5th on net worth. And with the lanes that he's getting on Amar, he's just getting this fast Shiva, and I think one of the things that sets Falcons apart the most from other teams in this tournament is how good they are at obtaining vision through heroes. Like, Amar just walks in.
Save.
He trusts his teammates, doesn't give a crap.
Yeah, he's tanking a lot. GPK on the sideline. You can see Amar not willing to go too deep there.
But that's what you can do when you have a farm Doom like this in this game, is you can just frontline. You just walk in with your Shivas popped, you get all the vision. If the enemy team turns on you, your teammates get to have a free fight with the Pango and the Gyro.
He's going to get ganked here this time.
He's alone.
He is completely... All the mines placed from save. Look how tanky he is, though. Eventually, they do find the kill. BetBoom getting
revenge there for
something
GPK.
finally. Feels like this game was slipping away.
I mean, it's still not looking great. We don't have the best track record for Sven being down 5k minute 18. This is a win more hero. You want to be ahead, and then you just keep building and building and building. And in comparison to the Sven from Falcons last game, where they were in a much better position than this.
Yeah, we got the boat. It's coming, and the blast off is there.
It's not
Echo
enough
Stalk
yet.
to follow. Crit eventually taken out by the Chakram. They have a lot of long-range poke for sure on BetBoom's side.
They got there eventually. Falcons not responding with their Doom dead. They weren't really interested in trying to take this fight, and BetBoom get a little extra. So, trying to keep the ball rolling off this momentum. Now Doom is ready again. So, what'll it be? Amar and snaking. This is a very unexpected move for him. He has no idea.
Oh boy, the Scorched Earth. He feels it. He gets doomed. Freezing field to follow. Oh boy.
And they can just leave him.
Yeah, absolutely. Knowing that it is not, you cannot deny. What do you think about that, by the way? You can't deny anymore. And now you can with Poison Touch. That was the trade-off.
Yeah.
You can only have 3 in the game, I guess.
I don't know. I like denies. I miss denying myself on Pudge. I tell you.
I miss denying myself on Centaur. That's really old school.
Oh yeah, that's true. You actually used to be able to.
love
that. Is so long ago.
Yeah,
but that was a bit of a double-edged sword though, because sometimes you didn't want to.
Yeah, that's the whole point. It's a double edge. Of course, it should hurt.
That's fair.
BetBoom.
I think it was
Retreat.
largely considered a buff to the hero that you didn't kill yourself with double edge, because a lot of the time in fights you would, finish off the enemy hero and then
GPK,
survive.
they find Crit in their jungle. He is eventually going to get taken out.
Malrine with a response.
Yes, Rolling Thunder activated. Amar coming in with the Shivas. Does not have Doom yet, as the boat is coming for him. And Malrine getting some nice connections. The Swash is enough to finish off save. Torrent Storm is there as Nightfall focusing all his efforts onto Amar. And they should have the damage to rip through him. Indeed they do. There's now Speeder. Ooh. Okay, no Timber Chain, but they have the X.
This is a
He doesn't
huge
have BKB
kill.
this time. We'll have to try to fight his way out of this 1v4. It is not to be, as BetBoom getting some valuable kills.
That is so huge for them. Swinging back in a big way, we've now got GPK at the top of the charts. Sven is also going to overtake Gyro, so now the power dynamic is going to change quite significantly. You're also starting to... Miero, who's had a terrible game, is actually going places now. Has that Torrent Storm up and running, starting to work on the BKB. He's still way behind every other core in the game, but definitely is recoverable at this rate. And I wonder what Falcons' adjustment is going to be. I feel like they're going to chill until they get the next 2 BKBs. I think they just want to farm, get Gyro his BKB, get Doom his, and then look for the next move. Because if there's one thing BetBoom's lineup doesn't deal with very well, it's BKB. They actually have a terrible lineup against it, in my opinion. The only thing you have is Sven hitting, but he can't stick on his targets if they're just BKB. They're just going to be able to kite him. And they can, effectively, when they get the BKBs, they can choose to just Doom Sven over Timber. And use the BKB duration to ignore Timber and then clean house after. Falcons will now go for Roche, no God Strength. BetBoom on the opposite side of the map will not make it here in time.
And BetBoom, did they get every Roche last game, or was did they get every single one?
I believe so, yeah.
Falcons, like we talked about, usually the ones are the ones to take Roche and have the Aegis advantage throughout a majority of these games that they've played in the last couple tournaments. As Light Collector, Cinderant.
Oh, Light Collector for Doom.
Amar is actually very lucky with the Light Collectors. Gets it every game, it seems. And he's going to work on his BKB, like you said. The Gyro, a recipe away for his BKB. And of course, Pango doesn't need one because of the ult. But is halfway to his Ags for Malrine.
3 Whispers of the Dread as well. This one.
Oh, okay. I mean, Timbersaw, very good on him.
Yeah. Techies too.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
But
And
no,
Elder Titan.
Night Vision suffers.
Elder Titan got the Gossamer Cape, which the evasion here is not particularly interesting, but he didn't get Light Collector offered clearly, so he will take the other move speed item
Yeah,
on
fair.
that hero.
That's good.
Unfortunate, sometimes you
Radiant's
just low roll.
middle tower is under
Yeah,
attack.
that happens. to the
Storming
best of
time
us.
for the side of Falcons. Looks like at least they're grouping through as well. Oh, is this a smoke instead? I don't know.
I think they will.
They kind of seem a bit indecisive about whether they can kill it or not. Snaking's pinging it.
Yeah, they're gonna try.
They will go now.
Let's see if Crit and Snaking can survive this encounter. Crit
This
will
is
back away. Meanwhile, Malrine gets caught off guard and brought down. Snaking, you gotta run. Can Skeeter finish it himself?
Oh, that
like that is
was
the
the
case.
reason they were hesitating. That was really close, actually.
Yeah.
Whereas this one is a slam dunk, easy take for BetBoom with 5 heroes, of course. They will get the shard onto their techies. Falcons got
Crystal Clone.
Yeah, nice. That's a good way to say it.
It's funny when they add these shards, a lot of times they're just so bad. And then patch after patch is a little buff here, little buff there. Like after 3 in a row, they're not a meme anymore.
Yep.
Crystal Clone quite good. Even Glacier. I mean, the Ice Spell's getting lots of buffs lately. Of course, we're not seeing Drow. Has nothing to do with Glacier, though. S tier, of course.
And then you have the opposite case where some items get added in a version and the players are just slow to pick up on it. Like,
yeah, that's true.
The Light Collector has...
Here we go again.
Yeah.
Can you go 1 minute without talking about Light Collector?
I'll try.
Please.
Right, what is it now? 24-21.
Okay.
Right. Light Collector on Doom. Get
No,
to see it
there you
there.
go.
All right,
Perfect.
shit. 24-27. I was going to elaborate, but now I'm not.
Yeah, I was going to say you were talking and then you just stopped suddenly, much to everyone's joy. Skeeter and company are smoked now. Only with this
God,
2K
it's only
lead.
been 20 seconds. I'm getting withdrawal symptoms. See, I can't even speak. It's symptoms.
You're just having a stroke. That's perfectly normal for a grand finals. Is Toronto, Tokyo, and Save going to attempt to defend? Is this Astral Spirit? See if it ends up hitting anyone. Not yet. Oh, okay. It did hit Snaking, so I think that will indicate that the rest of Falcons are shadowing Skeeter. 2 minutes on the Aegis.
Yeah, they want to put
Value
it to
get
use
out.
here, of course, so he'll go here. The whole team is covering him, including Doom with the Light Collector. Feeling very strong here.
Yep. Something tells me that thing's going to get so nerfed that you'll never have to say it again.
I don't know about that, but it's definitely getting nerfed. Lacoste actually had a very good idea for a nerf, which was that it kind of breaks like Tranquil Boots. So if you take damage, the effects are halved, for example, for 3 seconds. So that means you don't get the full efficiency. If you're like jungling, you lose some of the regen, and if you're fighting, you lose the regen as well as the move speed.
I like my idea better.
Interesting idea.
Synderen.
What was your idea again?
The move speed is at night. The regen is in the day.
Yeah.
Both regens.
And then you keep the values the same?
You might need to tweak them a bit, but yeah, similar.
Dire's top tower
Yep.
is under attack.
Eh.
You'll see.
Unsurprisingly, the Lacoste idea is clearly better.
You'll see. Tier 2 tower will be Skeeters, so no defense mounted from BetBoom again.
Yep. They're just waiting out this Aegis. It is a really big advantage. This Gyro is a very good Aegis carrier. Much, much better than Sven. So
Yeah,
they recognize that this power level of the Falcons lineup is not something they want to mess with. They will give up a little bit of ground to avoid a disastrous fight. Now, with it expiring soon, do BetBoom have a clear call to go, is the question. Timber has this 8-second BKB still. The Sven has 9. Obviously still susceptible to getting doomed, but there's the Kunkka BKB as well. This does feel like a pretty good time for BetBoom to try to strike. Aegis out in 20, and they do seem to be congregating around that mid lane to maybe go for a smoke, but ET a little bit far behind, and he's actually the one carrying the smoke. Oh, Techies has one too, so they could have, but yeah, they would definitely want to do this as 5. And Skitter's Aegis will now fade. Still
So
farming the stacks.
They get all but one Tier 2 tower during this Aegis.
Yeah, it's quite good.
Getting a nice juicy stack. The Satanic will be next. And then I would assume the Daedalus to follow.
Oh, this is a big find, by the way. The Defiant Shell on Sven. God tier item on this hero. You get that extra swing if anybody attacks you. major damage increase, especially in the man fights that could be coming up against the Gyro.
Yeah, I mean, Gyro can't even control whether he's auto-attacking because of the Ags. So
True. That's a
could be
good
very
point.
value.
He'll be activating it all the time. Ogre Steel Totem for Amar, also noteworthy.
Radiant are scanning.
Snake King. Oh, he pops the smoke. 4 staffs to safety. Amar looking for an opening. Blinks into the fray, but he gets stunned instantly by Nightfall. Pops that BKB. Trying to go to work on someone. Skeeter's taking some good damage. Pops the BKB of his own. Now tries to run away. Thinking about going back in.
Oh, is that stolen X?
As BetBoom on the high ground.
Oh, I really thought they were going to go for the Blink Doom there, but probably feel like BetBoom has too much of a superior positioning.
Not often do you see all 10 heroes basically colliding there and 0 die.
Yeah.
And now that the Ags is online for Mallory, his damage output will be huge.
Some really good restraint there from Falcons to not go for that when they get the X mark. Amar could have definitely Blink Doomed the Timber, but I kind of agree. This would have ended really poorly. Timber likely to get up to the high ground there, and you could be running into mines, you're running into ET, and like this very tight spot.
He's been
tough.
in these 2 games, he's been very patient with the Doom.
Yeah. Waiting for the right opportunity.
I feel like the Doom in a lot of the games earlier in the tournament had been a bit underwhelming after the nerfs, and just not the case on the Falcons side, at least. Of course, this is one of the big reasons that Techies is being picked by BetBoom consistently. Not only is Save just God tier, but the hero itself, just so much control over the map. Even when you're behind, just in these little crevices, can give some vision, give some idea that the enemies are there. So we might have a collision now. Miero looking for the opening, will get glimmered. Oh, sticky bomb onto Mallory. He's going to roll up, though. Amar gets off the Shiva. Looks like he's trying to run away as Mallory buys some space. As the X, is that going to last long enough? Oh, it looks like Amar gets away with the BKB TP, and Mallory also disengages.
Completely clean exit there. They have the Gyro bottom, so they were not interested in taking this fight, Falcons, and they won't have to. No, gating down. Yeah, Skater is already out. It's just really, really clean map movements from Falcons. They're doing such a good job. Not
This is
giving
the one
BetBoom
team
opportunities.
that you look at and like, do they have vision? Like, do
It's
they have the
quite
same
crazy.
vision as us somehow? It's ridiculous.
They're very, very aware of the map.
Mar opting to go for the Octarine on the Doom. And Nightfall, the Daedalus, almost there.
7K lead. You can't, I mean, you can ascribe some of it to Devour, but Falcons are just more efficient. They're getting more out of the map. And I think it's interesting to see how, when you think back on the entire tournament, this was one of the big ups that BetBoom have over a lot of other teams, was their efficiency and their movements on the map. There's just this one team in the tournament that does it better. And obviously, shocker, they're the ones they're going to be facing in the finals, but it's got to be frustrating for BetBoom when all of the stuff that you've done in every other game, more or less, that generally works, you're just not finding anything. This last game, you got 8 kills. In this game, you have 9. And every failed move you make is money down the drain, where Falcons is just being more efficient, farming around the map. So they keep building this lead.
Radiant are scanning.
Falcons will try to contest this Roche Pit area. 30 seconds until
they scan.
The grand return.
I know BetBoom is here. They have a nice setup. This is where Techies gets really scary once he can have some time to set up these mines. Smoke now from BetBoom's side.
Yeah, Falcon should be moments away from using one of
Not only Techies, the Elder Titan as well. Very scary to fight into. They're actually moving around. They find Amar on the other side of the tree line. He's actually completely isolated from his team, trying to go for the backstab. Blinks to the south.
no
The
idea.
Shiva's for vision, but nobody's in the pit. Instead, he's going to get gone on now. Blast off connects. Stormhammer as well as the ET ult comes out. Decimates him, but he actually buys back instantly as Malrine. The nice rolling thunder. Boat not being used to much effect as BetBoom now trying to run away. Toronto Toki in the pit gets denied by Roche. He's not happy that somebody's entered his pit. He buys back now as Malrine actually scouts him out on the backside. Miero very low already as the boat is stolen. Skeeter, you can see the BKB popped as the Doom applied to the Timber Saw. The Yules is actually going to cancel the TP. And it looks like he's going to get cleaned up eventually, so GPK does die. And now the chase is on, and they're going to be able to surround Nightfall. He goes down as the stolen boat overhead. And Toronto, Tokyo, and company have to try to get out. Only 2 of them alive, just 2 supports for BetBoom. He's just gonna get chased down by Amar, relentless on this Doom. 1 Centaur Stomp, more Infernal Blades, lots of high fives, and Toronto Tokyo eventually dies. And now the pit is all Falcons.
It's just Falcons 101. The way this entire fight starts,
That's a Jenkins joke, go ahead.
The way this fight starts, the Doom specifically is trying to backstab them. This is like it can't really go wrong for Amar, right? Either he gets tons of information and they commit key spells to killing him, he insta-buys back and TP's back, or he's gonna find them and get the jump. So it's like, it's fail-safe. Because the Roche is bottom and they have that contact point, he's very confident to wrap around. And this entire fight is decided by what happens in the first 5 seconds. Doom forces out spells, buys back, and he pulls the fight down into the corner where Pango is insane there. You get Skitter, who gets to just flak the entire team, and Doom's death is completely irrelevant. He's just back after 5 seconds, getting the Doom on the Timber. It's just it's so easy and so hard at the same time. That's why it's so cool to watch, because when you see them do it, they make it look easy, but if you're in that position yourself, it's definitely not the most obvious way to play it. But I really love the way they're setting these things up.
Yeah, they had a huge team fart win.
Yep. Nice.
Into the Tormy.
You waited 20 seconds for me to finish my
You
sentence.
wouldn't stop talking, as always. Skeeter gets the shard, surprisingly enough. Not exactly a core type shard, but he'll take it. As the lead now, 13K at BetBoom. Need to find a way back in this game, because, I mean, it is a best of 5, so there's still plenty of games potentially, but down 0-2 is really tough.
Especially when Falcons are showing the edge of just grabbing first pick gyro, which is something you haven't had to play against at all for like the last 20 games.
Yeah.
When they do that in the second game and you're still struggling to solve it, it just means that they have a bigger toolbox. BetBoom are running a lot of their same stuff and the ideas just aren't really working. It's not coming together. Now Skitter is borderline unkillable.
He's huge.
He's got the Satanic and the Aegis, and we've seen how BetBoom's fights work. It's pop BKBs, it's get in there and try to get the kills quickly. Once the BKBs fade, Pango's gonna pop off, Doom is gonna pop off. Alreen, thought he had a read. Not gonna find anyone.
He'll kill the wave, I am sure.
He has Arcane Rune, so this is a very minor commitment. With the ult.
Kills some creeps right in front of Skeeter. Skeeter not happy with that.
I'll point out
Very angry.
Amar with the Ogre Seal Totem is still choosing to use Light Collector.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, it's been a while since you mentioned
He used it to great effectiveness in the last fight, the Seal Totem. But when nothing is happening, you just got to go fast. You know, he's probably going to swap it in here in the anticipation of a fight.
Yep, Amar leading the way. Stormhammer onto Snake King, gets deleted. Amar has to pop his BKB in retreat. Call down, used as kind of a zoning mechanism for the side of Falcons.
Skeeter.
Toronto Tokyo taking so much damage as Skeeter is just leading the way. They don't want to go on him, but look at the homing missile. The shard actually comes in handy. Amar gets off the Doom onto GPK, but he's all alone. This is a 4v1 scenario, and Falcons, will they actually connect? It doesn't look like it.
He'll live because of the Doom.
That should help.
And everybody's going to TP out for BetBoom. Skater, untouchable. And he's going to be going for the butterfly next.
Yeah. In anticipation, BetBoom will prepare an MKB on their Sven, which never feels great, but you just got to do it here. Skitter is going to become way too big of a problem for them. He already is, but it can get worse than this. Mar,
that was close.
Fishing. Won't find anyone. Speaking of him, he's working on his next item as well. Octarine is very close, and then it's into the refresher.
Oh, Malrine. Oh, blinks away. Nice timing. Gets X, though. Has the roll up into his ult if he needs, and
he'll just get out.
He will use it. Gonna try to hound Miero a bit. Uses the defusal. Gets a random bash on Techies. Just in a drive-by. As Skeeter is in the base. Tier 3 tower looks to be his. The fortification will delay it.
35-second Aegis? Does he stay?
It's close, and
Probably
the butterfly is really close as well. This GPK, again, the ADHD just taking over. really wants to deny that tower, but probably not
The
good choice.
GPKB
Yep.
kicking in, getting impatient, wants something to happen, but every time BetBoom tries, they've found a little bit here and there in the last few engages. Like they burst the CM, but Falcons just don't give you collateral. They're not giving you a big enough win.
Hey, look at this. They're holding on to the Roshan's banner,
You
Syndrin.
just can't stop talking about it, can you?
It's the first time I brought it up, as opposed to your 10 light collectors.
That was the joke. I thought it was a pretty good one. Light collector on Doom.
Okay.
Ready.
Roshan's banner ready to go
I
for
guess-
Snake King.
So how do you think he's going to use this? Are they waiting until they take their first lane, or is he going to incorporate it as part of the next Roche Aegis push?
I think he's trying to combine the banners. He saw how effective that was for gaming gladiators.
This is really big, actually, getting this rune right now on Skitter.
Yep.
Gyro, probably one of the best carries to get this new double damage on.
Yeah,
you have
he's getting
so
both.
much magic damage.
It's true. Oh, he is
I
ginormous.
mean, he's going to pop this and swap in his BKB and just absolutely go to town. They're actually going to high ground because of this, I think.
Yeah, you
Doesn't
don't need the Aegis. Jinx, you can't say light collector ever again.
Radiant's top
That's
tower
not
is
how that
under
works.
Yep.
Dire are
Fuck.
scanning.
They are smoked. They're smoked up. As they will approach for this tower kill.
Oh, he
And
pops the
BetBoom.
rune and chills.
Oh, yeah, he did pop it. Okay. Just
All right,
needs,
here we go. Advancing.
All right, one casual right click. Tower is dead. Mine's being placed, so Falcons, if they try to dive, they could get punished. But Malrine, okay, save actually goes in for the initiates and gets bashed up by Malrine. Very unlucky for him. And now GPK all alone. No one wants to join him. He gets doomed and destroyed. And Skeeter still applying a lot of pressure to these barracks. Oh, the tidal wave brings him back in, pops the BKB to avoid the Stormhammer. Now the call down is there. They have the bashes as well onto Nightfall. He's already at half HP, applying some pressure. Looks like that will be the death of Amar at the very least. And now Skeeter and company on the run. Nightfall want to find a connection. Will do so on Skeeter. The Satanic is not going to help him here. Even the freezing field being expended, but it's not enough. So Falcons completely punished as BetBoom will get another kill onto Crit. A nice X from Miero. And Tidal Wave brings him to his knees. That required 2 buybacks from BetBoom, but still a really good hold.
It's a great result for them, and it makes the world of difference that Amar just gets burst like this. So they're using the Doom in the initial engagement and his BKB. So Amar's fight is over now. Like, he should actually just not be coming back in, I think, at this point, but he will go for the reinitiation here after Skitter gets open upon, and that punish is instant from Miero. He identifies immediately, okay, I can X the Doom here, and we just blast him with buybacks. And Skitter, having used the BKB in the initial fight there, won't have it to disengage with, and they will turn and kill him off. Satanic was 1 second from being ready. Could have perhaps stood his ground a little bit, but I don't think he has a chance of surviving that.
I doubt it. All right, so BetBoom, I mean, it's still a 10K lead, but that definitely opens the door.
That is the face of somebody who learned never go high ground.
Yep, this patch is something else, I'll tell you what. As Miero picks up the Octarine, Roche is 30 seconds away, which is good news for Falcons.
It is really rare in this tournament that we see a team try to high ground without an Aegis.
Yes.
So
They felt that strong.
They got tempted because of the rune. There is no way they go for that high ground siege without that rune on Skitter. But he felt like, I can do this, I'm invincible, but you know, the rune is timed. You don't have it the whole time. BetBoom waited out, and they follow up and clean house with some nice buybacks. So it's not like it came for free, and Falcons are still in a great position, but they were doing better before that push, that's for sure. They were up like 16,000. Now it's down to 11, turned to 13 with the Tormentor kill. Amar will get the shard. Satanic on the way for Nightfall, only a few hundred away from that one.
What do you think of the Doom Shard? That's the healing on Scorched Earth. The old one was really good. The Infernal Blade extra stun was very strong.
Yeah, it was crazy good. I think this one it's okay sometimes. I think it's very specific.
Yeah, it sounds underwhelming, and it's hard to notice, obviously, in these big team fights, but
this is very big for BetBoom to get this for free.
Absolutely.
How come Falcons aren't contesting this, actually? They have the buyback advantage. It's on the Radiant side, and they had all their spells ready. Huh. That's peculiar. That's actually a really big moment here for BetBoom to just get that freely, because if they contest that fight and Falcons do like tie it, they probably get racks, right? Because they just have an advantage from the previous fight having the buybacks that it did expended by BetBoom. But now you buy a lot of time to stabilize the game.
Did they use the...
They used the banner top.
God damn it.
They used it outside of the base, though. They used it close to the
I don't care.
Okay.
Techie's mind set up.
Very sorry for bringing it up, Shannon.
Falcons, just so angry.
Okay.
Onto the high ground.
Pushing into Aegis.
Yeah. Well, the God Strength is down, so BetBoom.
They're trying to pull one on them. They might actually just get this lane.
Yeah, I think they will. Fortification is popped, though. Tidal Wave brings Skeeter a little bit farther back as Mallory finds the connection onto GPK. This is the Aegis target, though. As you can see, the Ag still doing some work as Amar pops to BKB, gets the Doom off.
Goes on the Kunkka, though.
He's just going to run away, though. Looks like he's A-okay. And now Amar might get punished as the Stormhammer will come for him. And they're actually going to try to fight this out, it looks like, as Mallory gets off the second ult now. That's the Aegis down. Nightfall waited long enough that his God Strength is up. He's going to get Telekinesis, though. And he's going to go for the killing blow onto the Rubik, and he gets it. Double kill for Nightfall. But Skeeter is just doing so much damage. Holy shit. That is a dead Sven for 90 seconds as now Skeeter should be able to finish this Rex, although that is backdoor protection. Ultra kill from Malrine. He's the one actually netting himself the kills. As GPK is going to get stunned up. The shield crashes down. Swatch is actually going to miss because of the Yules. There's another bash to come out. That's going to be the set of racks now in favor of Falcons. Malrine wants this Rampage. Is he going to get it? Echo Stomp is going to be missed. He's going to use roll up for some reason to get the basher up again. Swatch again. It's not the Rampage. It should have been a double, though. He dies to the Falcons. Oh, my God. The greed.
That is so greedy.
Greedy boy.
He wanted the ET kill as well. He actually had the clean Timber kill and a full-on disengage. And he got bloodthirsty.
His team's like, you
God.
idiot.
That is... And he's got to buy back.
Oh, my... Really?
His team is laughing at him.
Wow.
They're like, Malrine, what are you doing diving the fountain? He's like, fuck you guys. I'm going back in.
They don't have buybacks on BetBoom. I don't know if they know this, but... this will not be punished, it looks like. This should be 2 sets at the very least. I mean, I don't know how much Mallory's helping with the push exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I guess he offers some protection for Skeeter in case of buybacks from the enemy team.
Yep, Amar. Oh, he's shadowing them right now as well. X onto Skeeter. Into the Torrent. Into the boat as well. His BKB is now up in the Satanic as well as Mallory gets a nice stun connection onto Miero, but just buying some time. Spends up in 8 seconds. Does Skeeter actually want to continue here? They're going to get the tower pretty easily. They're going to try to go for the Megas here. They know that Timbersaw, if he would have bought back by now if he had it. 50 seconds of no GPK. 5 versus 4. Blast off hits. The Gyro already at half HP. Stormhammer coming in. Very long distance. Nightfall. He gets the kill onto the Gyro, who buys back instantly. That's the AoE doom for Mamar. It's not going to matter. He dies. Torrent Storm to follow to delay this. That's a buyback, like you said, onto the Gyrocopter. They want to finish this. They want to get the Mega Creeps now. Torrent Storm comes out. Tidal Wave as well. As Skeeter will get the range. And Nightfall, he's going to have to fight. They want to save these racks, but Malrine goes in really deep with the Rolling Thunder, and that will secure the Mega Creeps for Falcons. Finding the connection again onto this Kunkka. 12 seconds away from GPK. I believe they're going to try to run away, but Skeeter might have to just BKB TP. Doesn't have the TP, though, so we'll just run. As Falcons at a major advantage now.
Yeah, they
See what
outlast.
BetBoom can do from here.
They outlast all of Sven's stuff.
What is this Midas?
What? Wait.
Why? Doom bought a Midas. Why?
35 minutes lower than average.
Oh my God. What the what am I watching? And I'm pretty sure he had buyback. So he bought a Midas and now does not have buyback.
It's turning into a pub game. He saw Malrine's buyback. He's like, okay, dude, you're going to buy back? I'll buy Midas. Watch me. I'll break my items. I'll run down mid and break my items.
Yeah, well, I mean, this is throwable,
funny.
I will say.
Yeah, they could I mean,
it's
the only way they really lose this is if Gyro gets caught. I think Skeeter can play this very safe. He's more or less maxed out. They have a major advantage.
Though, right? So.
Yeah, that's why. So he needs to just be careful not to get caught. we've seen how Falcons can win fights on offense. Imagine their lineup in their own base. Like, it's so difficult for BetBoom to pierce this defense. So.
That's an Eon disc down for a bit for Malrine. Yeah,
It was a
Nightfall has
nice
to go
fight
back.
from BetBoom, to be honest. They isolated and killed the Gyro early before he got BKB or Satanic off. He just had the buyback and the ability to connect back with his team. Gotta say, I know this is not particularly relevant right now. It's just been noticing when Snaking gets this shard on Maiden, you find so much farm with this.
Yeah.
Just go into the jungle, you pay 50 mana to kill a camp.
What shall I make?
As Frostbite obviously lasts really long on the creeps. This spell is way better than Frostbite and it costs a third of it. It's quite funny.
That's true.
You're obviously paying a lot of gold for it, but if you get it for free.
Nice. I'm surprised.
Oh,
not
the attack
going-
speed, Shannon. You love it.
Did he actually go for it?
It's popping off.
So why are you buying Glimmer Cape? Get a Daedalus. Do something cool.
It's getting the attack speed talent so that he can give Timber max stacks as fast as possible.
All right.
Really good win rate.
31% pick. That is shocking. That's
88% win rate. Stats don't lie, Shannon. You use this to destroy techies' mines.
Okay, sure.
And to farm. To deal extra damage. To look cool. To get street cred worth way more than winning the tournament.
How many of the? I mean, that's not from pro matches, is it? Is it just pro matches?
Yes.
That 39%. That seems really high.
Oh.
I like to see it though. The greed.
Look at it.
Oh
Pew,
yeah.
pew.
Imagine a Maelstrom though.
Yeah.
The Glimmer's not really going to help him. Such a novelty. I love it.
It's a real morale booster. You feel so strong.
That's true. And you have the Boots of Bearing as well. All right, the smoke from BetBoom. They've pushed out their lanes a decent amount. I mean, the top lane is coming in, though. As Amar will not be their target. I feel like, yeah, they're just going for like a blind initiation, just hoping someone is on the path. Crit might be the one. Smoke breaks. Crit is spotted. X'd up.
So, yeah.
And eventually dead. They even used the Torrent Storm just in case there's anybody else nearby. That's all they get, though. Oh, that was the Torrent Storm
Rubik's
from
own.
Rubik. Okay. That is a good steal. So 13k lead for Falcons, but that doesn't really tell the story. It's not that massive. It's more so the Mega Creeps on their side, which, I mean, should secure this next Roche, which spawns in, it's a late one, 2 minutes. And from, I mean, do you think BetBoom needs to try to, I mean, tell me what they do. Give me a plan of action.
Well, I would have said the plan of action should be to try to find and blast the Gyro, but that kind of feels like what they just did, but ran into the Rubik. They obviously understand that if they can kill Skitter within the next 2 minutes and not have buyback on him, they could open up for a counter Raxing, but at this point it's starting to look really unlikely they get him in time, as they have to handle the base a lot. Falcons have had good hero placements around the map. So let's say it comes down to the next Roche. I think you have to fight for it. I don't think you can give up that to Falcons and let them go in with a Gyro Aegis and start hitting your tier 4s. I think that's just too difficult. So gotta be kind of some sort of an all-in. It's good news for Toronto Tokyo that he does have the cleave. That
How is he 23?
definitely helps with this problem. This hero actually pushes waves very well with the 100% cleave talent. Imagine that on some other heroes in Dota. That would be quite something.
Yeah. Does Wraith King still have his?
That's a good question. I actually don't remember.
I was shocked that we've had 5 games of Wraith King in this tournament.
Yeah, it was 5 games by Falcons.
Yeah,
I don't know if they were the only ones to play it.
We've been casting them a lot.
He has 35% cleave on level 20. Elder Titan has 100%.
Yeah, quite the difference.
Yeah, Crystal Maiden has 225 attack speed. Now imagine getting that on Sven as a talent. That would be... Yep, the game is, you know, balanced around different things. There was a theory that Crystal Maiden core was going to become a thing because of this talent. It never really caught on. So I think we need to buff it to 350 attack speed.
Yeah. I mean, there's a point where it becomes good, of course.
Yeah.
I mean, the techies, does he still have the damage? I think it's 251, I want to say, at 25.
252. They
Sorry
buffed
about
it
that.
by 1.
That's right. Forgot about that.
The dumbest change of all time. What?
Have you seen the late game techies though? That right clicks?
No, it's one thing to right click, but buffing it from 251 to 252 is obviously just a joke and completely irrelevant. It's because people love to meme on Valve with the -1 armor. It's one of the classic memes, but that is infinitely more impactful than getting 1 damage on techies. The 1 armor changes are actually very massive, but people love to joke about it. But it pushes win rates by 1 to 2% a lot of the time for a hero to lose 1 armor.
Well, we got Roche.
They did not contest it, so here we go. How on earth are BetBoom going to handle this fight?
That is a good question.
The problem you face is you have to pop everything to kill Gyro the first time, and you have to go on him or your base is gone. So you're going to pop your stuff, you're going to jump the Gyro with your Sven and his BKB and everything.
Why did I see AoE Doom before? He doesn't have Ags. Was that reflection from Lotus?
Yeah, he doomed the Sven, and Sven was Lotus, and Sven had Ags.
That's so funny.
So.
All right.
Yeah, it was a bit of a confusing situation, but
Miero.
Doesn't really matter.
Miero's going to be spotted. Amar. Malrine going in with Rolling Thunder, finds the connection. And more importantly, the banner is placed high ground. Trying to defend here. The Lotus applied, but the Doom is already used on Miero. Infernal Blade to follow. He's dead. Does have buyback, though. Malrine, that's ult #1, trying to get rid of some of these mines.
This is an offensive banner, Shannon. It's Radiant.
That's a Radiant banner?
It's a Radiant banner.
Really?
Yeah.
Damn.
It's got a red...
it's died to the creeps. You must protect the banner, for God's sake. Why did you put it there, then? Why? Good Lord.
It had a green health bar.
Just put it down under the stairs, then. God.
I think maybe if you place it a little bit, maybe it was close enough to hit both lanes. Can you hit both mid and bottom if you place in the enemy base when they like converge? I think maybe.
The AoE is quite small.
Yeah, maybe not.
That will get buffed.
Maybe they were placing it as a distraction. But they didn't communicate within the team that they haven't. Oh, that's
the other banner.
BetBoom.
Yep.
I thought they had another try.
Yeah, this is when the banner is actually useless. When you're down megas and you don't have a single barracks to your name.
All right, here we go again. Malrine with another roll.
Malrine finds Nightfall, roll up into the perma-stun. Skeeter doing a decent amount of damage. Homing missiles coming for him. He has to pop the BKB, trying to apply all the pressure now into the Gyro. Telekinesis mode. The Aegis goes down. The burst was enough. That's life #1 as Malrine trying to create some space again in that roll-up. Second Rolling Thunder as well.
He does have Refresh on Sven. That was a key timing to get this just before this attack. If they would have hit the base 1 minute earlier, Nightfall would have not had this item. He just got it, I believe. Or maybe his courier was... He has a lot of gold. Wait, a moment ago he had it in his quick buy.
What is up
What
with
did he sell? He didn't sell anything. I actually don't understand how he got this much gold. Oh, I must have missed something. Oh, well. Well, they hold.
It's probably the light collector that got it for him.
Oh, that makes sense.
So yeah, they hold. What is up with this tournament? Mega Creeps, suddenly the team that's down takes fights and owns.
Okay, well, there is an inherent pretty major advantage to being in your base, and that's usually where fights happen when you have megas, so... You're fighting around your tier 4s. It's also a special case because you have techies. It makes it even easier.
Yep, save.
Covering the perimeter.
It's too bad they don't have anything to heal that tower. Tramp Protector would be really useful right now.
Oh yeah, give me that repair kit back, baby. Everybody loved that stuff. The best tier 3 item of all time.
Or Lich 25 talent.
Yeah. Do you think... Was that the least controversial neutral item removal ever? I think nobody liked repair kit. Everybody thought it was...
I'm sure there's somebody out there. Yeah. You know, there's some sick people in the audience.
In the audience.
That's right, in the audience.
Yeah.
Okay, so Falcons, are they waiting for the next Roche?
Time to farm.
Because that's going to be tier 5 time at that point.
Yep.
And are there some tier 5 items that make a huge difference one way or the other?
Well, we did say at least one of the games in this finals would go over 60. I feel like this one is pretty much a done deal now.
You say that, I think you just cursed the game, Cinderin.
Oh, or I blessed it, depending on your perspective.
That banner is still rotting away in Toronto Tokyo's inventory.
He'll use it when he gets racks in 50 minutes.
Okay.
All right, here we go. Maybe not.
Yep, crit. Telekinesis, offensive usage as Mallory coming with the Rolling Thunder. Toronto Tokyo stunned as well. Save, gets off the blast off. Does end up falling though. The gem drops to the deck as well as Toronto Tokyo. Not going to get bashed. As Mallory hits a wall, but blinks Still finds Toronto Tokyo. Swatch is actually not going to hit him. Shield Crash is there. As the rest of BetBoom now on the run, but on the footsteps of their base is Malrine, the second Rolling Thunder. They take out both supports, they buy back instantly. Nightfall with the God Strength, trying to get something out of this. They're just kiting him right now as the Doom comes out onto Nightfall, has to run away in shame, gets force staff for the time being as Malrine continuing to just be a nuisance. So they force the 2 buybacks out from the supports of BetBoom. And I think now they have to just wait for these refreshers again.
Yeah.
Malrine is doing so much work. As he didn't even have Ags in his... Wait, he just put it in his backpack now. Okay,
Yeah, he used a gem here. Yeah, that was a huge, huge win for Falcons in this situation. Having these heroes without buybacks, it's 2 very vulnerable supports now that if you catch either of them, you give yourself a very meaningful advantage going into the fight. Like, killing someone like ET is huge in the late game, so they can very clearly try to target them now, and, well, BetBoom aren't going to wait around.
Indeed, Malrine is their target. He gets the roll up, and the Yundis actually procs as well. Crit. He will likely be the one to fall, but Malrine, his ult was back up as Amara gets the Doom onto Nightfall. He's dead. Buyback still available, and actually did not use his ult at all. As Toronto Tokyo's going to be next on the list. It's triple kill for Amar. They're getting everything that they want, and that's 2 diebacks on both supports of BetBoom. And now the rest of the cores will have to fall back to base. They have the buyback on Miero, so it's going to end up being a 3 versus 5. As Miero doing some stretches.
That's Malrine.
What did I say?
Miero.
Malrine, yep.
He's playing for...
Thank you very much. All right. 5 versus 3. Miero's Courier gets killed, so no double Torrent Storm. That's a pretty big deal as Skeeter now applying all his pressure to this tier 4 tower. Stormhammer is in. God Strength activated for Nightfall. He's just getting kited again as Malrine with another ult. It feels like he always has this thing up. As GPK tries to use the Yules to get out of dodge, but the Ancient is just fully exposed as Skeeter is just going to continue to right-click and stand his ground. They take out GPK. He buys back in the game as the tidal wave, trying to bring Amar back into the fountain, but the Ancient is what is really the issue here, as Skeeter will pop the BKB, but the Fortification actually comes out for BetBoom. Do they have the damage from Skeeter and company? Malrine will continue to get the stuns onto GPK. And this Ancient looks like it's finally going to go down in favor of Falcons as they take game 2, 11 seconds before those tier 5 items.
Yeah, you're welcome for the blessing. We do indeed end it before the 60 by about as little as we could have. Man, that was a little bit of a grind for Falcons, but it never really felt like BetBoom had a way back into that one. They were trying their hardest to find some fights, but ultimately, I think the real difference maker in this later portion of the game is just the zone control. Malrine was owning on Pango. Amar will frontline on the Doom, protecting his gyro. And you look at the scoreboard, very uncharacteristic. Amar with clearly most deaths in his team, but it's just, I think he still played a really great game. Maybe a couple of them could have been cut, but his deaths are meaningful. You know, he's going in, giving vision, protecting the other heroes, giving them the setup and an escape plan when it matters the most. So yeah, great, well-played game from Falcons, and they just look unstoppable.
Falcons 2-0 in this best of 5. Shiver, what's up?
Well, my main question to my analyst is going to be, well, we saw Amar selling it later on, but Purge, the Midas purchase at 46 minutes wouldn't have been worth it. Was it worth it?
Did I do the math? No,
Did
I
you
did
do the
not.
math?
But I think it was probably worth it for the fact that a couple of their players had diebacks, basically. He was on dieback, I believe. They had gotten mega creeps, and usually what happens when one team gets mega creeps, you have to wait a long time until the next advantage that you get. So minimum, he was going to wait for diebacks to come off cooldown, which takes 9-10 minutes or something.
Yep.
And then they're also going to wait for Roshan. So he knew that he had a good 10 minutes for them to sit and farm the map. So he was estimating and planning ahead. And then if it hits 60 minutes, you get your tier 5s instantly. He was just the gold is going to pay off. As long as we don't get caught in the next 3 to 4 minutes, which they didn't, then it was fine. So definitely worth it.
Glad we got that.
What are we talking about?
The Midas purchase.
Oh, because it's you want to get your tier 5 items faster than the other team.
It was at 45 minutes though, so you bought it
his
real
25
early.
times, and Amar likes gold and fun, so
that's fair.
Yeah.
I think he likes to do a little bit of trolling. But I feel like if I look at these games, Falcons just have this incredible early game. When I look back at the lanes, First of all, I don't think Techies Kunkka should get disbodied in the bottom lane, because the entire early game is they win bottom lane on Falcons, they bring their Pango, like they keep playing through it. BetBoom never made any rotations through the bottom lane. I don't think they really activated GPK. And then the most important part, they also stole BetBoom's like Ancients and Triangle stacks. Then when BetBoom tried to do the same thing to them, they actually counterplayed it and then killed like 3-4 heroes of BetBoom. So they have like a lead of 4k at minute 10, 11, and I don't think this game should be starting off that way.
I think Falcons just play the map so well. Everything they do is so clean. Also, night and day difference in the two Pangos that we just saw. But I think they completely shut down Kunkka's lane to the point where he was a non-factor in the game. And if your offlaner is a non-factor, you can't really do much by way of stopping these early ganks and early rotations. But there was like a TP bottom with a hasted Pango. They killed Miro again. They took a tower. Then they brought Skeeter on the gyrocopter mid, where they got the enemy mid tower, walked into their triangle, warded, saw the stacks, TP'd back to defend the ancient invasion that you were talking about, Kazu. They got a return kill by getting the most high-value target in GPK. It felt like everything they did was so perfect. Then they still had the map control that they laid out earlier for themselves after getting that mid-tier 1 tower. It was such clean Dota, and if you actually looked at the map, BetBoom get their first tier 1 tower around minute 24. Like, they play the entire game with full tier 1 towers on Falcons, and because of that, they get the first Roshan Radiant side without any kind of contest from BetBoom.
Like, looking into the next game, I want BetBoom to try and solidify this. Or if your offlane goes wrong, which it did, then I feel like why can't Toronto Tokyo leave Sven top? He's against Rubik Doom. It's not the most pressurable lane. Like, try to free up your maps somehow, at least in the game. Because Falcons, after these early moves, not only did they open up the map, they also had like 3 aggressive wards around all the tier 2 towers. And I feel like if BetBoom look at this game at minute 15, they're already not happy with the state of the game. I feel like they're doing well in the mid game and like holding on when it comes to the team fighting and everything, but the game should be easier at that point.
It should be easier. Who can ring us at this hour? Flax? Hello?
Hello? Hello? Hello, Shaver!
Hello!
I'm here for the... Hello, I'm here for the pub report, my friend.
Oh, give us it.
It's time for the pub report. That is right. We've been watching the games happening in DreamLeague, and the pubs are following every single thing that is happening in the game, Sheever. It is absolutely beautiful down here.
Is it?
Yeah.
Are you sure about this?
It's great. You know, in the pro games, they ban the Chen, but in pub games, they don't.
You're a Chen player
first
now?
pick Chen. No one is a Chen player. That is the problem, Sheever. We're getting first pick Chen in almost every game. People are picking Snake King, CM. No one wins on CM except for Snake King. There's no reason to pick CM unless you are Snake King or a furry, and that is the only reason to do it. We also have Doom in every single game. Now they're buying 30-minute Midases. So thank you, Amar, for blessing us with one of the 2 heroes you play. The pubs are great. How are you guys doing? Great grand finals so far. Fantastic, guys.
I'm doing good. I mean, I will say, I've been winning with Crystal Maiden, though, not gonna lie.
Yeah, things are crazy down in Crusader. Absolutely bonkers down there. But in real Dota, it's a little bonkies, all right? It's rough. But I'd like to thank the pro teams for the great pubs that they've been giving us. Any questions out there for the pub players that are suffering? I mean, doing great from this tournament.
Yeah, I saw your highlight that you were playing new heroes in your stream the other day. Which ones have you been trying out?
You know what? A lot of great new heroes. A lot of great ones out there. I've been trying a new hero called Techies.
Did you actually play it?
I would never. Fuck no, I'm not going to play Techies is dead. No. Funny Bomb Man? No, I don't play that. Dawnbreaker. 40% win rate. Always pick the bad heroes and then make them good. Like, Crystal Maiden. So, it'll never get nerfed. No big deal. Sven, also, in every single pub game. Why? It's better than PA with the stupid Conda shit, but why? Anyway, great grand finals. Thank you so much to these genius teams.
What is this sound that I'm hearing?
Are you playing a Dota game?
He's in a pub right now.
Are you in a pub?
I'm not.
On broadcast?
No, I'm definitely not using AI technology to maintain eye contact while I play a pub during my official interview. This is the pub report, guys. I will not be playing a pub while being interviewed.
I think you just got assassinated. Are you still alive?
Shut up, Bert. I'm very busy.
His hands on the keyboard.
My hands are not on the keyboard. Can you guys push? My hands are not on the keyboard. Thank you, guys. Grand Finals is really good. The pub report is strong. Seeing a lot of Heroes.
Slack
I don't
one's out.
remember BetBoom's heroes.
Well, I
do not
appreciate the
remember
pub
BetBoom's
report.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. I know you're going to
Guys,
stick
great
with
show.
us as we listen to the social media report. I'm gonna go
The
to Jenkins.
social media report?
Yeah.
Wow.
Why is he still here?
Yeah, he's gonna stick around.
Hi, Shiver.
Hello.
Welcome to the social media corner for one final social media report. We had the pub report, now we got the social media report. But what we're going to do is we're going to take a look at the social media from the entire event so far. We're actually going to use AI to lock into what is the most important stuff that has been happening for this event. So let's go ahead and computer run the numbers real quick and pull up. This is the most important thing that happened right at the start of the tournament. Why is he still here? So mind control, kick, right at the start of the tournament. I don't think we've ever had such spicy drama festering in the Dota scene at the start of a tournament, Shiver.
I think the drama went downhill so fast after this day.
Yeah, but the Dota went up, and that's why if we can go ahead and computer pull up clip number 2, just doing the same joke here that I did before. Yeah, here we go. This is Seb, of course, from which team is he on, Shiver?
I think it's OG.
That's right, it's OG. And this is what happens when you have Whisper playing offlane Rubik. The amount of pubs that Whisper has ruined in North American, glorious South American Dota by being Rubik offlane, and now finally he is carrying 2-time TI winner Seb with the Rubik offlane. It is something great to behold, Slacks.
Yes, absolutely. From pubs to me to you.
Shut the fuck up. We're going to look at the next thing. This is an apology tweet, or apology Dota 2 Reddit post to Tomato, because there's a lot of shit talk on there about Tomato. So there's some check boxes in here. Shiva, if you go ahead and read a couple of those out, that would be great. Thank you very much.
Ooh. Well,
It's okay.
I can tell you, this is fine. I can still
Jenkins.
say things. The reason for behavior was media was convinced that he was done. They didn't watch the actual games. Don't know Dota. I was jealous of Tomato, and I hereby respect Tomato, and I will not talk down on a future TI 13 winner. However, the boxes that were not ticked were I only looked at advanced analytics, and Mercury was in retrograde.
Yeah, I don't know what that means, but this is the one Redditor that is capable of showing that they were wrong on something. Can we go ahead and pull up the next slide here, computer? Let's look at what's the next most important thing. So this is a comment from the top Redditor and this thread. That's what they call. That's what they call members of Reddit. Redditor.
Okay, Redditor.
If OG fans could read, they'd be so mad right now.
I think that's really funny.
I'm narrating this for the OG fans in the audience. We'll go ahead and computer bring up the next slide
That's
here.
Purge. Purge is an OG fan. Can you read Purge?
Hey!
Only sometimes.
Okay. Yeah, we'll bring up the next slide. Get this tweet off the screen.
Get it out.
Jake Paul actually has a great weight to height ratio.
No, I
Some
do
of his
not want to
fights-
hear it,
Some of his
Jenkins.
fights have been complete bullshit. in my
Jenkins,
opinion.
get it off my screen.
Mike Tyson versus Jake Paul, Saturday,
Jenkins,
July
wow.
20th.
Please.
Flax, are you excited about this fight?
Yeah, I heard it's happening in a Japanese forest. So.
That's okay, man. We're gonna move on to the next. We're gonna go ahead and move on to the next tweet here. We'll just go ahead and skip past what he just said. Unlike Jake Paul, we don't want to get canceled here.
Jesus.
Yep. So here
Thank you.
is, of course, the infamous at this point.
Oh yeah.
The Ratchet Pro.
Okay.
And there he goes.
That was painful. I will say during TI, I think, or during the qualifiers for TI, that happened as well. So I think that he should have learned from that moment.
Was it to him?
I don't think so.
It was somebody else.
But it was. I remember it was definitely on Reddit and on Twitter, and it was big enough for me to remember having seen it again, which is pretty big.
Something like that's got to happen to Durachi, or I feel like that he's the guy.
That's
so.
true.
So we're gonna go ahead and I think that's. Do we have a comment from the thread about that? If you could read that.
Ame purposefully sent an illusion near the Tormentor. This is the most calculated play I've ever seen. Yatoro, probably.
Yatoro, obviously a big fan of Ame here. But we'll go ahead and look at the final computer. Pull up the most important Reddit post in the last 2 days, and we'll get that up here on the screen for you.
Yep.
So there's.
Do I have to read?
Yeah.
Do I have to read that?
Yeah, read the whole post.
I won't read the whole post.
I can read it.
So the most important thing here is that this guy is divine. So all the other stuff, like he's a good-looking guy, good job, smart guy, whatever bullshit. He's divine, so he's a good player. So anybody that's, and I'll say that, open your DMs, because I don't think you're reading those, because there were some messages sent by different people. Maybe they're upset that you're not responding to me. But we'll go ahead and pull up a comment from this thread.
Well, this person got a lot of DMs until the edit, I think.
You know what? I respect this guy. I just have to say it. It's not easy to put yourself out there. Like it's embarrassing and cringe, and it takes a lot of courage.
True.
So good for him.
Very true.
Do you think it's cringe
It's
to
pretty
put it
easy
in
to
like
put
the
yourself
biggest
out
place, though?
No, I just think the way you describe yourself can be perceived as cringe sometimes, but good for him.
Good for him.
I hope he
And
finds
good for us,
his
because
day.
guys, that is the last of it. This is the most important post in the last couple days, so there's really nothing else, unless somebody goes on social media and posts right now if you want to be on the next segment. But for now, on the social media corner, that's going to be it from us.
And we're going to obviously have the content from Slacks, maybe if the date situation actually happens. Slacks, thank you for tuning in
Thank you, Slacks.
with us with the social media report and with your own pub report. I hope you didn't lose by now.
Goodbye,
but I
I
think
miss
you
you
just
guys.
dead. So
Goodbye.
you have the time to
Goodbye. Yeah,
wave.
we lost.
One hand,
We
Dota
lost.
2 otherwise. All right. We'll see you. Thank you, Slacks. Of course, we're in the middle of a grand finals. We're still watching DreamLeague. That's right. Game 3 coming at you next. Welcome back. It's 2-0 in our grand finals here with Falcons and BetBoom, and I hope you got your drink ready, or at least the best drink of the night potentially, because there's a chance this will be the last game of the night at this rate, because Falcons... Okay, can I just be real? Was their previous game, we said, Kazu, that BetBoom had a good draft. Is this just a skill diff?
I would say that this one came down to gameplay. I think at least BetBoom have a good enough draft where they should be able to fight back. And I personally think they did a good job in like the mid game, but they already lost way too much
At start,
yeah.
And then, yeah.
I think Kunkka is the weak link in their draft. In that last draft, it was way behind in net worth. It was the reason why out of laning stage, it looked like they were losing, even though Sven and Timbersaw were having good lanes. And honestly, I understand that there's a lot of draft preparation that went into the series, of course, but don't forget that Centaur and Mars are still good heroes.
Yep.
Yes, you're thinking 10 steps in advance. I know that both teams have endlessly plotted their drafts for this day, but there are still meta heroes that you ignored. You opted to go for the Kunkka instead.
Yep.
Maybe reconsider your Centaur.
Yeah, I think they picked the Kunkka to kind of preemptively make the Mars feel bad. They expected that to come out. It worked for them yesterday. That was very close to being a 2-0 with that strategy. And then Falcons just didn't pick Mars.
I agree, but do you guys think they should have gotten bodied as hard as they did in the lane?
Only that Kunkka lane got bodied is the problem.
Yeah, but should it go that badly?
Well, how do you lane into that? Gyro's just flat cannoning and CM is pulling. And then you can't really contest, because if you contest, you're getting double nuked by Gyro and CM. That's what it looked like.
Yeah, but I think even with the other heroes, it's like... I feel like to me it was more down to... It will make it easier, but it's still like a kind of gameplay issue that's going on. Or where maybe if the same thing happens this time, like rotate another hero there. Because I feel like with the drafts that's going on, I'm expecting more from BetBoom. Kind of like out of the lanes. Because they are supposed to be like the best laning team on like the same level as Falcons.
Or Miro just needs to be enabled a little bit more, because honestly, do you think he was set up for success getting Beastmaster into Sven? It doesn't feel like a successful lane. And getting this Kunkka Timber double flex versus a Gyro who destroys either hero anyway doesn't seem like that good for Miro either.
Yeah, I would like more emphasis on, I think, helping him.
It's kind of interesting they actually banned the Gyro in the first phase while also banning the Timbersaw, so maybe that does help protect them and keep Miro's offlane flexible. Like that way he can actually pick Beastmaster in the lane, for example.
At this rate, though, I'm having my eyes peeled on the Lifestealer that is not yet banned, which obviously Falcons already has an answer against with the Bat Rider, so BetBoom have to, like, they have this chance to ban it out.
Also, I like that Falcons took out the Storm Spirit in this game. I was going to suggest just go for the GPK Storm plus IO or plus a Crystal Maiden. That's always what they default to when they need a win.
Yeah.
And Falcons have already identified that because they weren't banning the Storm earlier.
They were. Every game Storm has been banned.
Yeah, I think GPK Storm is...
Were they?
That shit is monstrous, yeah.
Okay, never mind. It was taken out twice.
Yeah, they lost to it once in the group stage in a way that was very impressive, and then the second time they played, Falcons also banned it first phase, so like they just didn't want to mess with it.
I wonder if there's other combos BetBoom could go for, where Save plays Caudle and GPK plays a mid hero that enables it, because I feel like their Storm Caudle combo has always looked like really strong.
But is there another hero that would utilize that mana the same way?
The mana, probably not. Maybe a cooldown.
It's like, hard to use it, maybe. Like, there's probably these Embers, but I think Storm is like the easiest, because he lanes well, he gives you like good like mid-game matchups.
Ember offlane, Jenkins?
Ember's good. Honestly, Puck is not bad either, having the reduced cooldown on those spells.
Is it explosive enough for this Game 3? Because normally when teams are on the brink of losing a series, they'll go for their most comfortable and best heroes. And do you think Puck will be enough to give GPK that explosive game? Because I'm honestly thinking go for Invoker here. Pick something stylistic, something that he could feel very confident on.
Yeah, I'd like to see that. That'd be nice.
I feel like Falcons just didn't want to call BetBoom's bluff. They leave the Lifestealer in. It's like, go ahead, pick it. But it's Falcons in the end that ban it out. They're like, let's just play our own game. They'll go for the Crystal Maiden.
The games have looked completely normal for Falcons when the Lifestealer is banned. So just get it out. That was the only thing that BetBoom has shown that they're able to beat Falcons with.
And it keeps the Sven in, which Falcons has shown to be stronger on. Anyways.
They're the only team that seems to be able to dominate with
Nightfall played it well, but I didn't really like the pairing so much with the Kunkka because it's not as much like reliable stun into kill. If they pick like a conventional offlaner, not that Kunkka isn't bad there, but if they picked like a Centaur that could layer like 3 stuns in a row with Sven, that hero dies almost every time.
Although,
so it kind of disconnected.
I will say, a lot of the heroes that do very well against Sven are actually countered by SD. Like the Lifestealer, the Troll Warlord, like all of these heroes have things that can be broken. If you look at the list, and I feel like I remember we did an interview with Snake King, and he was like he didn't want to speak too much about the SD because there was stuff that he was like keeping from us, and I feel like it could be something like that.
Much better Mirana game this game with obvious setups between X combo and Shadow Demon, so they're not going to have any trouble chain comboing anymore, most likely, at least before BKBs. That's pretty good.
Have we seen Save Shadow Demon this tournament so far?
He's very good at it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, he is.
I hope that this time around, like if BetBoom can look for a carry later that enables Toronto to go and help his offlaner, no matter what Miro is playing, because I agree with Effie that I feel like Miro has not been set up for too much success in this series so far. So I feel like working towards enabling that is very important.
Finally. I just cannot believe that Mars just went ignored 2 games in a row. I mean, the hero, obviously teams are thinking about it and drafting around it, picking heroes that they know will do well. But this hero has been first pick material for a good reason. And honestly, I was hoping to see BetBoom regain that confidence in the hero and go for it themselves, but instead they just give it away to Amar.
It's kind of an interesting result of the tournament format. Like, these teams have had actually a lot of opportunities to play each other, that now that we're in the grand finals and they played each other 3 different series, they have like a developed meta that led to this like first pick Shadow Demon. So it's kind of a cool cascade from that, I think.
What do you guys think about the picks here? I feel like the Sven needs to be answered in some way. If they want to answer it in the lane, you could try to shift the Kanka to mid, maybe pick a Slardar, or you pick some Morphling carry. You couldn't go for mid matchups too, but we also need to remember that the Bad Rider on Falcons could be flexed to mid.
I think Faceless Void sounds good, so does Morphling here.
Oh, I like
Hopefully
Void.
they're eyeing either of the 2.
I think Void is really good.
Yeah, Morphling is a great hero because, on lane he trades very well versus the Mars, gives them the burst damage they need to, enter the game much earlier, and they won't have to be playing on big cooldowns.
Yeah, it also means that Toronto should be able to feel more free around the map. Like Morphling with a good early 5 minutes, he'll just sit in his lane against Mars.
Actually, for that reason, I wouldn't mind seeing this Kunkka just go mid and play for the setups on Mirana. Hey, that's Mark.
And Gork.
He's with us in spirit. Rest in peace. He's fine.
He's
for all the
fine.
people that are...
He's probably streaming
He's
right
probably
now.
streaming right now, yeah.
Shout out to the Gork.
We'll see. They'll see some Gorkception. Gork on the couch, Gork
everywhere.
Everywhere.
I would assume that there's a very high chance for this Kanka to go mid, at least if the next ban is also like centered around helping him to go into that route. Especially because you do see the Sven matchup. I think you would like to slow him down with a new offlaner.
I agree entirely. I think this should be a Miro pick.
I really hope that was not caught on the microphone, just so that we can do it again.
I'm sorry, Effie, please continue.
The cool thing about this Mars coming out for Falcons is that if BetBoom was setting up for the Miro last pick summons hero in either the Beastmaster or the Lycan, they already have a solution for it in Mars Arena. So it covers for that. But we've seen Miro pick his summons heroes into Marses anyway. That never seems to deter him.
I think Miro's had a really good finals so far.
Yeah. Well, he's been struggling a little
I'm sorry, I meant Malrine. My bad.
Yeah, my bro's popping.
I do want to point out, by the way, that Falcons has last pick. There's always the option to Bat Rider flex to mid if the game looks like if it's like a Kunkka mid, for example, it could just be like an insta GG. That is not a good matchup for Kunkka, and they get to see the entire BetBoom draft before they decide. Obviously, SD is feels bad to play against that as a Bat Rider, but as the core, maybe not. Maybe it's not that bad because you can always jump the SD.
I'm kind of eyeing a Miro hero. I can't see like too many mid picks that I feel like really impress me. I can't find it at least.
What about Slardar?
I was gonna say
probably
Slardar makes the carry matchup good between the Morph and the Sven, better than it already is.
Also gives them early Roche, right?
Yeah, and then also it's one of the highest win rate heroes versus Sven, particularly because the laning is really rough for the Sven.
The Kunkka does seem fine. You talked about the potential bad flex, Jenkins, but I think these supports are primed to come play around this Kunkka and help him. So even the bat flex to mid wouldn't be that good if Morphling is self-sustaining bottom and Moran is just sitting mid.
Do you guys think if they put the Kunkka mid, that... So I'm not fully sure if Malrine plays OD, but would you guys need that? Would you want him, like, for that to be banned out? If you have Kunkka mid, Morph carry?
I don't know if it's that important.
No, you can just ban... No, Pango's already banned out.
Oh, they banned the Invoker. FE, they have the same read you did. Just pick Comfort.
And cover your bases here, right?
Yeah.
They'll pick up the Leshrac.
It is a bat mid. I feel like you run bat mid now against the Lesh. It's one of the hardest matchups in the game for Leshrac to play.
He's smiling a little bit.
He is smiling a little bit. I mean, he gets to choose. You want to play bat mid, or do you want to give Crit something to pop off on? Because if is there a position 4 that you'd rather want?
I could actually just see a Lina mid.
Okay.
Because I think bat mid is great, but the one thing that could maybe offset it a little bit is the fact that there's an SD who will help the Lesh with like a purge in the mid game.
Lina mid sounds horrific right now for BetBoom. They don't have many heroes to deal with it.
Yeah, she's just going to stand her ground, pop BKB, and then they can never really initiate fights on her.
Otherwise, post 4s, I'm not sure if they're looking for a crit here.
No, it's a Lina mid. Good call.
I mean, this is scary. This is a scary Lina. Like, she's not really threatened by much except the early game arrow ganks, right? The X into arrow. That could be where BetBoom are looking to play and looking to punish her. But as the game progresses, it's not like she's playing versus a Centaur or a PA. She can easily position herself to do max DPS during these fights. And BetBoom are going to have to play a game where they completely shut down Malrine and play her on that mid lane.
And it gives them another source of heavy single target damage. It won't just be Sven. It could be like Lina or Sven dealing with Leshrac. Leshrac doesn't really like that. He wants to be like up in front, healing. But if Lina just stays far away, like she's going to be able to play her game and pick and choose kills.
Yeah, I have a hard time seeing BetBoom win this game. If I could craft a lineup around my Lina, it would look very close to this. My Mars is going in, my Sven is going in. My Sven gives me armor, which allows Lina to stay alive. Against heroes who have a hard time reaching you, I think BetBoom have to pull out a hell of a performance.
Like how? Like, because I think the consensus is that there's a little bit of an outdraft going on. So this is obviously potentially in that case our last game. If BetBoom were to extend this series, how are they going to do it?
I think you make stacks for your Kunkka because he's not going to win this lane. Miro, again, not set up for a good lane. Make stacks on Shadow Demon for your Kunkka. Start rotating mid with your Mirana. You play around this Lina mid as much as you can. Kunkka farms the stacks to catch up, gets the early Aghanims, and then they try to overpower Falcons before Falcon hit their timings because in the late game, BetBoom don't have a means to address Falcon's heroes.
And if they do, they have to play around their opponents popping BKBs, backing up, and then re-engaging. Otherwise, there's like no way that that the Lina doesn't just dumpster through them, I feel like.
Yeah, I agree with Mira that the Lesh can definitely snowball this game with the, Mirana SD Lesh is one of the strongest trios you can come up with in Dota. It has damage, it has tons of disable, it has catch. You throw Kunkka in there as well, like he could replace any of those three and it's equally as good. There's potential for them, but they have to connect the dots.
Yeah. BetBoom supports need to stack up and find plays in their mid and off lane.
You need to camp Lina, basically. Camp Lina. You're going to regret it if you...
All right, there's a lot of work to be done for BetBoom for this Game 3. We're, of course, looking for an opportunity for Game 4. More Dota is, of course, great. At the same time, if Falcon win this game, they will take their second tournament in a row in the championship. Let's find out if they can do it here with Sven and Synderen.
Game 3 here at DreamLeague Season 22. This is the Grand Finals, and Falcons, well, they're one game away, if they were to win this one, that is, to 3-0 sweep 2 tournaments in a row. That would be quite impressive. But still, have an entire game to play. Do you feel as strongly as the panel do about the draft for favoring Falcons?
With everything we've seen in this tournament so far, I do think probably they do have the better lineup, but I also think we're a bit biased based on what we've seen so far in terms of performance, right? Like, it's always, you're more likely to look a little bit more with positivity toward the team that's up 2-0 and has done exceptionally well. And the thing is, when you think about it, if BetBoom don't blow us away in the draft, then you've got to be concerned already, right? If they don't, like, trick Falcons or catch them off guard or get something where we're like, wow, BetBoom really solved it here, then it doesn't necessarily inspire enough confidence. That's not to say that they can't win any given game, because I still think they can. I think the previous games in this series were winnable, but Falcons are extremely stable. And BetBoom, in my opinion, in this game have not knocked them out of their comfort zone.
Yeah, and I'm not that the Kunkka hasn't been good. I know they've lost both games, but 3 games in a row they're picking this hero on Miero, which is a shame because I feel like there's a lot of other heroes that are still available in the pool that he's very good with, but it seems to be that their strategy is around all the disable that he provides. But it feels like a lot of the laning stages haven't been going their way, and it feels like when you're behind on Kunkka, just hasn't worked out. Small sample size here, but
yep.
Just a little bit sad we won't see Centaur, in all honesty.
Yeah, true. That hero was very high priority early in this tournament. Even in the earlier portion of Group Stage 2, was getting a lot of love and has basically been completely forgotten the last 3 days. So, always interesting to see that meta develop. Nice harass from GPK onto Malrine, but he will be okay. This is a lane that, generally speaking, is, I would say, at least somewhat Lina favored, but as far as Lina matchups go, it's one of the harder ones because she bodies a ton of them in mid. Oh, misclick from Malrine! Oh,
the tower
boy.
hits is there. Right click is going to hit. GPK getting blocked by the trees, trying to get him under the tower, but GPK is the one that dies. Oh my goodness, that is a feels bad if I've ever seen one. And the tips ensue. Oh my god. Wow.
Just a flat out big mechanical mistake from Malrine. Of course gets rewarded because it's Falcons.
Of course.
So somehow this will turn into a win for him as he does get the first blood and he gets the experience too, which is the really big deal there.
That is literally unbelievable.
Yeah.
And of course it happens to BetBoom and GPK specifically. And now the pressure will be applied by Malrine.
Oh.
Dragon Slave onto him.
One more attack would almost have done it with the burn from the Dragon Slave level 2.
Yeah.
But Malrine very careful not to click close to the tower anymore, so that he might just walk into it.
All right, well that's quite the start. Falcons in
the most unbelievable way to get first blood. You walk into tower range by mistake. The enemy hero is 1 hit from killing you. You hide behind a branch that GPK then runs in to chase you behind, and then you still get the first
That is the stupidest statement I've ever heard, actually. Hides behind a branch. How dumb does that sound? But yes, actually accurate. As Skeeter's going to get harassed. Nice torrent set up. I mean, this is the old school Shadow Demon Kunkka lane that it was definitely a Dota 1 thing, and then into Dota 2 it had its time as well. Kunkka was more of a mid laner, though, at that point.
Yep.
Specifically a mid laner. As a pause from... Okay, I have to give a shout out to BetBoom.
Yep.
Let me just click that. Oh, the button doesn't work anymore, Cinderin.
It only works if you're not behind 2-0.
Well, that's really unfortunate.
Let's see if the other one works.
Oh! Okay, well, that's the important one.
Oh, okay.
Okay,
I mean, this kill is ridiculous, actually. Man. My god.
I thought you were going to hit the BetBoom button, but you're just coughing.
Yeah.
Okay, good. I literally forgot what I was talking about. Probably doesn't matter. It's probably useless information as always. Oh yeah, shout out to BetBoom. The first 2 days were riddled with pauses, and they haven't paused since.
Yep.
I believe. Like every pause has been against them.
Yep.
And we've cast every single one of their series in Group Stage 2. I'm pretty sure.
Close to, at least.
But yeah, definitely a good start here for the mid laner, Mr. Malrine. See if he can take advantage of it. Oh, yeah. Any other heroes in this matchup kind of stand out to you?
I mean, we get to see Mars again.
Yeah, that's his signature, otherwise known as his patented hero.
Yeah. Amar, widely regarded as the best player in the world on this hero, for good reason. Falcons were first picking this hero a lot earlier on in the tournament, and then the meta shifted a little bit, but usually the way it goes is everything comes back around because then the new meta heroes start getting banned and then Mars will find his place once again. So, yeah, that's the one to watch. I think that the Mars against Morphling lane is interesting because in theory Morph shouldn't be struggling too much, but Mars is very good in the very early levels to put some pressure and then stabilize the lane. And even when Morph gets farmed, you generally go these double bracers so you can withstand the adaptive strike harass. So I think both heroes will just generally have a pretty good time for the most part. Toronto Tokyo will steal a little bit of that stack away. It's going to cost him a leap charge and an arrow. This crit is nothing, giving away nothing for free.
And what about the Morphling versus Fen match? We've seen this a lot this tournament, just these two heroes in general, but how do they work against each other when you get to the mid-game?
Yeah, that's another one that's kind of funny, right? Because Morphling, in theory, is very good against Sven because you have the mobility spell. You can itemize well against the Sven, but at the same time, Morphling is always this equilibrium hero where if you miss a beat at one point, you can just get burst by Sven in 2 hits. So gotta be...
Nice torrent.
Gotta be careful.
3 stacks of Shadow Poison. Tidebringer to follow. 4 stacks now. That is a kill for save. Nicely done from BetBoom. As the mid lane.
Oh!
Okay, GPK getting some revenge.
This lane is cursed. What's going on in mid?
I don't know.
What is happening?
But even despite the first blood, Cinderin,
yeah,
like
how
the
is
CS
GPK
is very
winning
even.
now? What in the world?
All right, this is what BetBoom needed.
Yeah. Kez wanted them to get off to a better start in the lanes. I think this time around, it's definitely looking better than last game. And of course, the kill on Skitter is very nice in the top lane. And Falcons get to play against Shadow Demon. That is something we haven't seen much of. Let's see if they have the solutions for this hero that's been winning with every game. They've had it.
Toronto Tokyo will be spotted as well, I believe. They're trying to set something up onto Mallory. If they can get that Shadow Demon disruption, they do get the ward. And now the 6-minute runes are coming. BetBoom are going to mostly guess towards the top side as Mallory will not get it. It is a damage rune for GPK.
Snaking's dead.
Yep. And that's the setup for the Split Earth into the Pulse Nova. So panel kind of talked about it, but disruption into Arrow, disruption into Torrent, disruption into the Split Earth. Just this Shadow Demon can be everywhere and always have a good combo.
Very nice pairings for sure. And you also have, I mean, disruption is just an incredible spell, right? Shadow Demon, generally speaking, when he isn't in the meta, it's either because if it's a push-heavy meta, the hero just sucks against that. And if his laning stage is too weak, then that's also a problem. But it kind of feels like this, like, it's been a while since the patch has been this good for the hero. A lot of the meta heroes are these like tanky offlaners that don't like getting purged, that have some key initiation that Disruption is very good at, such as the Mars here, against the arena to buy time. And yeah, if you pick good pairings with it, it's even better, obviously.
It's Nightfall. 39-7 in the CS, so doing quite well in this early stage. Skeeter, it's pretty much the same, actually. Of course, he did die, so that set him back in the levels a bit. Miero, I think, off to a little bit of a better start that we've been seeing. Not that he's been struggling per se, but I feel like they just... what would you categorize it as? Because, like I said earlier, they picked the Kunkka 3 times in a row.
He didn't play it all 3 games, right?
Is that not true?
Didn't
GPK played it
game 1.
Yeah, so
he had the earlier Beastmaster, but that also didn't work too well because it just got to play into Sven.
They do love their Kunkka.
Yeah.
That's for sure.
He definitely is a good hero. Falcons do seem to have a good understanding of how to solve it, though. But this time around, maybe, you know, some of the matchups that they had to face in the previous games aren't quite the same. This time you have the Shadow Demon, so perhaps that's going to help them a little bit. Save, taking a beating, but he will be fine.
GPK now has the Arcane Rune. His Crit wants to play with that Firefly, but he's getting destroyed. Some damage set up onto GPK, though, as Mallory trying to finish the job.
Can't reach the Laguna. Wait, does he even have it? Oh, he doesn't even have it. He didn't skill it. He's
that is true.
4-1-2.
Oh, he's doing so well in lane, but now he's 600 behind GPK.
Yeah.
We're going for... Well, what do you think? What kind of build do you want to see from him this game? We're going to see the Stormhammer top, God Strength from Skeeter. Boat is coming. So, actually does not get the buff at all, but still attempting to run away as Crit has a bunch of sticky napalm stacks. Their save is here. As Crit will eventually get disrupted.
So what build do I want to see on the Lina?
Yep.
I mean, probably Gleipnir is fine. I think his standard build in mid is good against Morph. You could also make a case for the pure damage, this hardcore spellcasting build against Morph, so just blow him out of the map. We've seen Malrine do that one too. But in that game, he was snowballing mega hard from his lane. That's not happening this time around, to say the least. So perhaps the stable build here, as Kezo talked about on the panel as well, it is a really well-crafted lineup for Lina to be able to stand her ground. And oftentimes when you have this kind of a matchup overall in the game, it's very favorable to go the right-click route because it's more consistent damage output constantly in the fights. You just really get to play around your allies very well. So I think I prefer that one, the Gleipnir build, but we'll see. Travels for now, of course, standard.
Yeah, meanwhile, Nightfall going for the Lincolns, not too big of a surprise. Lasso obviously going to be a big deal. Zamar forcing out the attribute shift. Yet to see the arena yet. He's not leveled it as of this moment. As the ward battles ensue, but looks like a haste room for GPK.
A ward battle between Save and Toronto Tokyo, and they will both lose to no ward.
Yep, good attempt.
Both place the exact same sentry at the exact same time. It's unlucky. Minus 50.
It happens to the best of us.
It does.
Nightfall not really pressured this time around. As Save and Toronto Tokyo hiding by in the jungle. Amar catching wind of it though, and will back away as a result. And of course, we've seen the Skeeter's fence so many times before. No team played it better at this tournament, that's for sure.
Yeah, no doubt about that.
And the one weakness against the hero is just playing around that God strength timing. But feels like they rarely miss a step when they have that hero.
The thing that is especially impressive is that they don't lose with it, and they also don't lose against it. So they understand the value of the hero very well, but they also bring the solutions in the games that they that the enemy team snags it. It's just such an incredibly powerful position to be in any meta, is being the seemingly one team that has a consistent way of beating a hero that other teams have given you a lot of times. It just can't seem to break. Snaking in a bit of a pickle here.
Yeah. It gets the frostbite off, but the X will ensure the eventual death. Still many people from BetBoom on that side.
The way this game has gone is just so ironic. GPK with a totally tilting death mid, and then he gets 5 kills in a row, including a solo kill. This is not old GPK anymore that would have maybe broken under that pressure from the death.
That's fair.
He has really recovered nicely. Wait.
Nightfall dies to Malrine.
Wait.
Oh boy.
Oh, he got burst from the fog here, trying to push the tower.
What? What is up with
He
this
had
game?
no health.
Oh boy.
And now he has no health.
Yeah. Good call, Cinderin.
Yep.
You'd be a really good play-by-play.
Yep. He's dead.
It does feel like that happens like 1 out of every 2 Morphling games in like the laning stage. They just get
That's also known as half.
Thank you.
Just helping out. You'd be a good play-by-play caster.
Yeah, it's being specific, you know? It's a small sample size as GPK. He stole a few creeps in a few stacks, I should say, in the Falcons jungle. Now we'll be getting some triangle action here. But still the net worth fairly even. And you can see that a lot of it is on the 3 cores of Falcons, despite GPK kind of jumping ahead of the pack. But he's kind of all alone in terms of the cores on his team.
He does have a good supporting cast this game, though. I think Disruption is an absolutely incredible ability for Lesh to play with. We've seen multiple teams make use of that, especially Team Spirit. But I also think, I guess OG had their own variant of it with Lesh, with Io. It's just having this defensive support to allow you to get off your Bloodstone and to get that reset is really powerful. And Kunkka obviously going to play into that as well with the boat. So I think this is the type of game that GPK can really pop off if the conditions are met from his teammates. And I suppose Kunkka's game is better than last time as well. Miero was having a rough one last game in that offlane. This time I'm sure he's still 6th, but his net worth this time much more matching that of the opposing team. Levels not so much though. Amar level 11 to the level 9 of the boatsman.
He finds a way. A save. Under the cover of smoke. Malrine just reading it like a book though. Diabolic Edict onto the tier 1 mid, so BetBoom.
Oh, now he's not reading it anymore.
Malrine, yeah, the book. He's become illiterate all of a sudden.
Arrow is going to hit, but the TP supports have come. Arena placed by Amar onto 2. Looks like Crit's going to be taken out first, though, as the Godstrike comes Skeeter. He even comes to play. That's 2 supports dead, 1 on each side. The Tier 1 tower now falls in favor of BetBoom. Looks like Falcons are on the retreat. That's a lot of stacks on the Malrine. Arrow. Oh, it actually does hit onto the Sven. The leap in from Toronto Tokyo. A nice LSA from Malrine. Gets the Laguna Blade. They punish Toronto Tokyo, but Skeeter eventually falls to Nightfall. That sounded weird. Now Amar is going to get chased out. Not often we see Skeeter die at this stage of the game center. That's one of the few things that, or not the few things, but one of the main benefits of having him is very stable carry. And he always comes at the right time in these early engagements. A lot of carries will either stay out or get too involved, but he seems to be the one walking the line very nicely. But this time, he does fall.
He did also have 1 death around this time in game 1, in fairness, I think, on this Sven. But that time around, he was top net worth. And this time, it will be a bit different. I also wonder if the dynamic between Sven and Lina is going to be quite different from the previous ones we've had, with how they overlap in farming patterns. Lina actually likes to push out mid and then maybe get some of the triangle sometimes, but Sven really wants to claim that for himself. It's why in the past, a lot of the time, lineups that have had, like, let's say TA plus Sven, for example, can get very awkward because both heroes are a little bit on the more passive side and kind of want to play the map in a somewhat similar way. Don't know if that's going to hamper Falcons too much right now, but it is a possible problem for Skitter. And Malrine is going the full-on caster build.
Okay.
So we'll commit for the Ags at this point. As we said, great against the Morph. It's great for bursting the Shadow Demon. And of course, against a hero like Lesh, you want to take him down 100 to 0 and not let him heal up with the Bloodstone. But I really thought the Gleipnir was going to be the approach in this game, given how the Falcons lineup is built with the Arena as well as the Lasso. But I guess another way of looking at it is if you just lasso someone, you can completely obliterate them if they don't get disrupted. So
yeah,
yes, both builds are good for different reasons, and this is the path he has chosen. Man, GPK though, talk about a lead when it matters the most.
Absolutely.
Really coming together in this game number 3 for him.
He has Kaya Bloodstone and the BK. Oh, not going for BKB next. Going to finish the SNK, I suppose.
He's really relying here on save, which is a good player to rely on, I would say. Probably getting the BKB after this, you would imagine, but I really like the Kaya San's choice here. I think it plays much more into the power level they're on in the game right now. But probably would be a mistake to never get a BKB this game. I think maybe that's a little bit of a stretch. Yep. TP from Malrine. If they see this,
he has his ag. Toronto Tokyo gets the vision. No, not quite.
They don't see him.
Yeah, good attempt, Cinderin.
They see him. They don't see him. They see him.
Now they see him.
Told you they see
LSA
him.
Going for the blow, but a nice disruption onto Nightfall as Malrine using the ability to walk over clips very nicely, but Cricket's taken out first inside this arena. It's a stun onto Malrine, but now he's stuck on the low ground. Doesn't have his Flame Cloak anymore. As Skeeter, he's going to get stunned in the midst of this God Strength, trying to play everything to this Leshrac, but the Split Earth is there. The Spear away, trying to buy some distance. As Malrine ended up falling to Toronto Tokyo, so it ends up being a 2-for-2. Pretty even fight. That is a position 1 for position 2.
Yeah.
Boy, that was... Definitely thought they had vision. You had me convinced for a while.
It really looked like Toronto Tokyo from that angle would get a glimpse of the Lina in the trees, but somehow not able to find the angle still. As soon as Malrine even took a step forward, they immediately reacted on that and got the counterplay going. So Falcons only finding that 2-for-2 exchange. And with Sven being involved in these moves, keep in mind he's not farming. And if these fights are like Collector on Mars, if these fights are even, you're not too happy as Sven, I think.
How does he get it every game? Every game.
Some people are just born lucky.
Yeah. We had this conversation before. It's 3 cores here for Falcons. Nightfall. LSA is going to hit.
Oh, no, he didn't get it off.
As well. And he's dead. I thought the Linkens might be enough, but they get the perma-stun as Skeeter going to be found by Save. Toronto Tokyo in the vicinity as well. GPK trying to catch up. Disruption will slow things down, but Amar, he wants to fight GPK. Arena is coming for you, but a nice stun to start things out. Toronto Tokyo can't quite get inside. GPK doing so much damage, but Skeeter blows up Miero. And now GPK kind of stuck inside of the arena. So Falcons getting away with murder, 2 kills to their name, and they lose nothing.
It's such a clean Morphling kill too. Their lineup has 2 stuns that don't proc Lincolns, and one of them pins him to a tree and gives them plenty of time to break that Lincolns, and the other one has long cast range with the Flame Cloak from the trees. So really a beautiful kill from them there. They get the chain stun into Stormhammer to break Lincolns so they can Laguna with the Ags. And the follow-up fight, just barely escaping on crit, getting out of that arena, which is obviously on his team, but he's escaping the Lesh by flying away.
You had your chance. Light Collector on crit.
Yep, Light Collector on crit. Very nice. Bad Rider loves that because he's a hero, and therefore it's good on him.
It is good on him specifically as well, of course.
Yeah.
All right, so 3K lead for Falcons, and when we get to the Roche timer, which, you know, it's getting it around that time, do you give a team advantage in taking it and or fighting in the area?
I think it's pretty even. Morph is quite good at taking it, and Lesh can do some decent damage too. And in terms of area protection, you've got the Kunkka, who's very good there. Uh-oh.
Good deny from Snake King. It'll cost him his life. But GPK getting that extra spell amp would have been pretty damn good for BetBoom.
Yep.
Now BKB online for Amar.
I guess the side of Falcons aren't particularly good at killing Roche when Lina's going caster build, because you kind of have to pop God Strength for it, and then if a fight breaks out, it can get really bad. Whereas for BetBoom, it's a little bit lower commitment. You just tank it with the Lesh and the Morph goes to town. So
Falcons are going to have to itemize something for Lincoln's Breaker. I mean, Frostbite has pretty low range.
Wait, what?
What?
Amar's queuing Scotty?
Really?
I mean, you're against Morph and Lesh, so I get the idea of the healing reduction, but this is a very unusual build on Mars. I don't know if he's going to commit to it. A lot of the time when we see Amar, he's very creative with his item builds, but just as much as he buys crazy stuff, sometimes he doesn't buy them.
Opener onto the Shadow Demon. And Skeeter and company should be able to get the tier 1 now.
See if he commits for that Scotty. That would be very interesting.
Oh, Arena.
Finds the opening.
GPK. BKB popped as well. Oh, the spear actually didn't hit. It looked like it did. That was really strange. As Nightfall and company actually looked like they want to defend this tier 1 tower. Now Arena LSI onto 2. Flamebreak to follow along with the Luger Blade. GPK is dead. Great find from Falcons. They get the tier 1. Toronto Tokyo will receive a lot of damage from Falcons. And just like that, it's a 6K lead.
That was fast. I want to see a replay on that Mars spear. I actually don't.
It looked like he moved with the spear. What was that pushback?
Oh, he hit one of the soldiers on the left at the exact same time. The spear just genuinely missed. It looked like it bumped him to the left. That's why I was also confused, but wouldn't make any sense. And this game doesn't have any bugs, so couldn't have happened.
Very accurate. Miero and Nightfall will take the Tormy.
This is starting to look really Falcon again, I gotta say.
Really, what?
Yep, that's the one. You press the right button.
Save, gets his shard. So how good is Cleanse this game? Takes off the fire from Dragon Slave, Sticky Napalm.
Frostbite. And Crystal Nova. I mean, it's good against Maid.
Yeah, very good. Not too bad.
A Tormentor trade-off here.
Falcons are reminded that they have a Tormentor as well, so might as well. Snake King doesn't quite have his attack speed talent yet, so not providing much here other than a body. And he will be rewarded with Crystal Clone, and that's how he got so much farm last game.
Yep.
From a free shard. Manta now purchased by Nightfall. And yeah, it's still in his quick buy for Amar. Hasn't committed yet. And it's strange. I mean, one rebuke. I mean, if they're lined up, I guess. Then sure. But Superman is now online for Skeeter. How many times have we said that this tournament?
Probably 8. Save.
Definitely more than that, as the last on the other side into the freezing field. Skeeter wanted a piece of it.
Superman online on Skeeter.
That's right. But weren't able to reciprocate on this other side. As the BKB will be next for GP Keck. Just a recipe away now.
You're really not much of a memer, but you do like that one.
I mean, because the Keck W guy, rest in peace, of course, is a legend. He's like,
okay.
Something makes me smile, which is usually cat videos, then I'm a fan.
You do know Keck is how the Horde says lol in World of Warcraft, right? That's where it's from.
I did not know
Okay, if the Horde says lol and the Alliance read it, then it says Orcish Keck. That's where it's from.
Oh.
So there you go.
Today I learned something.
So it was actually not Recitas that invented Keck W.
It doesn't, obviously. It's his face that makes it good.
Well, then you got to call him GP Keck W.
Okay, well, it might be a GP Keck L after this one if they.
Good one, I like that.
Falcons up 9K now. Miero hunting.
Uh-oh.
Mar blinks just
Not
in
gonna find
time. And it's going to be
See you
a party
later.
through the gates.
Everybody's out. Save late by half a
The
second.
Courier, though, they didn't spot it. Sven Courier will survive.
Here comes Roche.
Roche, yeah. Save.
See you later, suckers.
Would not go through there if I were you.
No. Yeah. Dangerous proposition. Here goes Roche. This will take some time, but they will use freezing. Okay, freezing field and God Strength, and they'll get it done.
All right, so first Roche goes to Falcons, trying to secure their second 3-0 Grand Finals of this year.
Starting to get some, you know, that Year of Secret vibes.
Yeah.
Where they were just dominating absolutely everything.
But you know what the big counter to those teams is, Cinder? It's Ice Frog.
TI? Oh.
Well, yeah. But that's because they get nerfed so much until that point.
Yeah.
And we've seen that with, not to get ahead of ourselves, of course, but Amar had some issues with that where a lot of his heroes were nerfed heavily.
His pool is getting bigger, though.
That's true. I think he's grown a lot since then, so I don't think it's going to be as big of an issue. And Skater will continue the push with that Mask of Madness. And Aegis online for him. Lasso finds themselves a Mirana. Toronto, Tokyo will drop.
And the push is a bit of a ruse. He's completely alone up there, and his teammates are making a move at the same time. And the moment they connect that move, Skitter backs off. So they're playing off the lack of knowledge for BetBoom in that situation where you can't bank on the fact that Sven has backup, and you also can't bank on the fact that he's alone. So you kind of have to take a guess, and Toronto dying is the best casualty BetBoom could possibly have there. So, not too bad.
Well, he did drop a gem, Cinderin, so that was pretty bad.
True. So, yeah, okay, I take it back. That's really bad. Should have been without the gem. It would have been fine.
Harpoon for Skeeter. As Falcons just dominated from start to finish in this tournament. BetBoom are going to have to come up with something. They've had more opportunities than any other team to come up with a solution. It just feels like it's only getting harder.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's ironic, though, because the upper bracket finals, BetBoom should have won 2-0.
I mean, you could at least make a case that they were more competitive than they were today so far.
Yeah.
Because
and I like
looking at it at the flip side, that game one could have definitely been won by Falcons too in that upper. They were up like 7 or 8K, took a bad fight, and lost the game.
Yeah.
So they could just as well have been them winning game one, and who knows. But
I like them
agree, though.
bringing out these aura here, like the Beastmaster, the Lycan. They looked good for certain stretches.
Yep.
Just not able to complete the game. As Skeeter's going to run into Toronto, Tokyo. Oh, he forces him onto Logan. That's a double Stormhammer. It ends up happening here as Skeeter already at half HP, though. That's going to be Aegis. Wants to hold on to that BKB.
Why did he not BKB that?
He's going to try to BKB now. Arrow's going to not hit. Now they're going to try to turn this around onto the Leshrac. The Laguna Blade is there. Pops the BKB and the Bloodstone that's keeping him alive. The arena is making it very awkward for the rest of BetBoom to try to connect with their team. But the burst is there to find Malrine. And now Nightfall has to go to work. Double kill for him. And now Snake King running away in the cover of Moonlight. He'll be able to get this Wisdom Root, but he will end up dropping with that X. Oh, another Glimmer comes out from him.
No.
Do they guess correctly?
Don't tell me.
Into the trees he goes, and he actually gets out. My
he steals the Wisdom and escapes that situation? My God, dude. Okay, I feel like if we get a replay of that, I think if Skitter BKBs on the initiation, they just win that fight completely. Because we've talked about this, you and I, before, that Sven being a transformation here, if you use God Strength on your first life and you initiate, you might as well BKB, because like, what are you going to do on your second life with it? Is it going to be enough? You connected on 2 enemy supports with your stun. It's an amazing setup for your team to follow through. You're going to see it here. So here, if BKB's here, right?
Yeah.
Toronto's dead. He's probably going to kill the SD as well, and he's not going to lose his first life. And then sure, your BKB is going to run out, but you're not going to die. So you have your God Strength ready to play the fight with your team.
Another fight. We have the lasso connection onto the SD. Skeeter trying to kill him off, but the disruption comes in. Save eventually will fall, though. And now Falcons looking for blood. Miro and company on the retreat.
Good torrent slow there.
And Skeeter still with the God Strength applied.
Oh,
GPK harpooned in. No BKB there quite yet as the arrow is actually going to connect onto Skeeter. Amar gets off the arena onto 2.
Oh,
Get a huge reveal to delete Nightfall out of nowhere. And GPK trying to get something out of this fight, but they have the burst for him as well.
Oh, that spear. I think Nightfall was really expecting that spear to get onto the Lesh. He didn't react in time. He just got caught without using attribute shift. He has Manta ready, he has BKB ready, he has everything. He just got killed with 1 spear into Dragon Slave and a couple of hits. Oh boy, that's...
You cannot make mistakes like that against Falcons.
Yeah.
That is for sure.
It's the eternal curse of Morphling as well. Against so many stuns, at some point something's going to catch you that you aren't expecting. Really got to be on your toes or out of the way when this initiation happens, and then come in later. That way is pretty much the worst possible start to the fight for BetBoom. And then Lesh can do everything in his might, but never going to be enough without the Morph at this point when you're this far down.
Yeah, but now for Falcons as they mount a 17K lead at 30 minutes. It's just a waiting game for the old Roche. Nightfall and company, I feel like they're going to have to try to contest, but Malrine, the cover of Invisibility Rune, they scan out. They know someone's there. Looks like, okay, little poke. Poke and run. Very nice. Force Malrine back. Not sure how many heroes are back there. Playing it safe. Yeah, that's slow death.
Nice efficiency from Snaking.
Just leaving his little ice poops everywhere he goes.
Oh, that's a way to look at it. I never thought about it that way. For good reason, because it's really fucking weird.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, no offense.
Can't say that afterwards. 2 sentries placed just in case. So Falcons, I mean, what can BetBoom do here? Do you think that Roche, when it inevitably comes for Falcons, that they have to contest, or is this a high ground, hope for the best kind of scenario?
I don't know. I also don't know if their read on the game is accurate with what the game state is. Like, I don't know if they think they're 18K behind and if the game is in this bad of a spot, because if they do, I think they would be convinced that the way is to just go and fight at the pit, try to contest that Aegis and somehow find a good fight with your Lesh. If they don't, they might feel like they can ride it out and eventually get somewhere with their Morphling. It's been a very quiet game from Nightfall.
Yeah.
I don't know if this Butterfly is going to change much. When you have to go triple defensive item like this.
Amar did get the Scotty, by the way, in case you didn't notice. Crit leading the way on the cover of Smoke Miero is going to get lassoed. Brought back. Disruption is there from Save. He gets deleted by Malrine as GPK jumping in, but the BKB from Malrine will keep GPK at bay, and now Nightfall stuck inside the arena, but will be able to waveform. They will be able to get Mars in the end. So a good start here for BetBoom. Can they get more? They get the connection onto the Sven, already at half HP, but going to get pushed to the other side. The Torrent Storm going to continue on, and he's left all alone, and that is a Skeeter dead for 80 seconds. Ooh! Nightfall almost with the cancellation of the TP on Malrine. As Crit being pursued now by the Waterman. That's going to be a gem dropping if he's able to find it, but Crit, blink, and away. So a good fight for BetBoom, though. Getting that Sven is a huge deal, and Roche is, it's a minute 20.
2 core kills for their Shadow Demon is the best possible trade they could imagine right now. Very good outcome. And this is all because Save has a dagger. Like, without this blink, this is just completely a doomed situation. You would have just lost your Kunkka for nothing. Because obviously, this is the dynamic between Batrider and Shadow Demon. A lot of the time, it's going to come down to net worth. Bat will get blink force. He'll grab someone and push them away or pull them away before you can react on SD.
Flame Break, trying to steal it. Steal his own Tormentor.
Miara will get the tidal wave. Okay, so...
Haven't seen Conquest buy that as much as I thought we would.
Yeah, I agree.
All the time they just wait for the money to come in freely.
BetBoom showing a little bit of life now in this game 3.
Dire are scanning.
But they still need more.
Radiant are scanning.
Malrine on top of that Ags now has a Sage. Kaya has an Aether Lens as well. As we have the Moonlight Shadow from BetBoom.
Circle being drawn, or whatever shape you want to call this, by Toronto.
That is a shape, that is true. Oh, Crit also leading the way. He finds the lasso again onto Miera. The Laguna Blade, the disruption is there to try to save him, but the cleave from Skeeter deletes save to start things out. Miera does get his spells off this time. And Nightfall stuck inside the arena. That's a lot of damage being applied as Miero drops first, so 2 dead already for BetBoom. They lose their Mirana as well. And Snake King with that freezing field, keeping Nightfall away as Amar continues to apply the Scotty on top of him. GPK looks like he'll at least get Snake King, or at least you would think so. The Lightning Storm finishes him off, but the big kill is Nightfall again. And now GPK surrounded. Rebuke is there. The arrow to try to help him out. Toronto Tokyo has pretty much nothing left in the tank. This is the death of GPK again. 4 for 2. So Skeeter is getting killed in these fights, but BetBoom just can't find much more.
It's 5 for 2. Toronto Tokyo even bought back in that.
Oh,
so it was a full-on team wipe side of Falcons. And yeah, despite them really... They're fighting back against Skeeter. I think this is one of the harder Sven games he's had because he's got 4 deaths, which is actually high for him. They are punishing him in the fights, but they have to use everything. And every initiation is Falcons. It's Crit getting the lasso, forcing BetBoom into an uncomfortable position where they try to save their Kunkka every time. Yeah, clearly superior vision as you see here. Very dark map for the side of BetBoom. Just in general, they only have wards bottom here, just which are about to expire. This has not been where the game has been played for the last few minutes, so it doesn't really help them much. Refresher. Yeah, interesting build for Omar. If you go Scotty, you have the mana for Refresh.
True.
Kind of like Faceless Void, so...
He saw that Faceless Void game from earlier. He's like, why not?
I guess if the Scotty is good enough against specific enemy heroes, is actually a kind of interesting idea.
How long does the Scotty last for when you hit someone? It's like 3 or 4 seconds?
I think it's 3.
3 seconds.
It's 3 on both ranged and melee. It's just the numbers that are different.
All right, into the pit Falcons goes, and I don't think that it will be contested. And this is the Aegis and Cheese. Freezing Field again being expended for this. The Aegis on Skeeter now. Going to be even tougher to kill him that second time. And the one thing that BetBoom have going for them, there's not much, of course, as GPK will get his shard. That's going to be great for high ground defense.
Yep, that's a good one.
But when you do kill the Sven, Falcon's not really comfortable pushing. I mean, this is not a physical damage Lina.
Right. But killing Sven twice now is going to probably prove to be quite the problem. If you consider how much they have to drop for the first kill, having to do it twice over now. Let's see what tier 4 neutral Skitter gets. Really thinking about it. Wonder what options he can have that makes this a difficult choice. Or he's gonna go for the Mindbreaker.
Definitely not his first choice. Not bad though. As now the high ground defense is coming from BetBoom. They don't have the techies this time. That is their bread and butter to try to delay these games. But they do have the disruption, and of course these split earths that get massive, especially now that you've had the Bloodstone for a while, but these things are huge. Toronto Tokyo getting some vision here.
Instant D-ward.
Yeah, adding insult to injury as they will Moonlight Shadow.
Snaking with the attack speed talent with a really fast D-ward.
And Crit continually has been finding these lasso initiations. Can he do it again? Does he even need to do it again, is really the question. As BetBoom have yet to find a solution. And the longer they wait up here, they're not getting any farm.
Falcons are doing just that, spreading the map. Nightfall's still too scared to go for the Ancients even.
Radiant's bottom tower
This is
is under
Satanic
attack.
now there. That's probably what they were waiting for Skeeter.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
What are the chances here for BetBoom, Cinderin?
Okay, the BetBoom button doesn't work.
That was a good attempt.
That's quite telling.
Let's try the other one.
All right.
Okay, they both broke
it. They had enough of our shit.
That's unfortunate.
Should have never given us these buttons. Refresher on the Lina. Welcome.
Oh boy.
To hell. She's gonna blast one hero out of the game with double E-Blade Laguna. The Flame Cloak running. She can one-shot combo Lesh now. So
yeah.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
even tougher job ahead for Save. He's going to have to protect the initial target without dying himself, because you could just turn onto him instead. Malrine has become an absolute monster once again. This guy doesn't seem to have a bad game. Like, I'm trying to think of a game this tournament where I was like, man, Malrine just did not deliver here. Like, even when they've been losing, which is very few games, of course. In the group stage 2, they lost... How many games?
Group stage 2, they lost one game.
They lost one game.
And it was to Aurora.
Yeah, so they went 14-1. And in the playoffs, they've lost one game to BetBoom. Which means currently, at group stage 2 and later, they're 18-2.
Yeah, not bad.
That's
Not bad.
crazy. That's actually just a ridiculous stat line. Classic 90% win rate. No big deal.
Yeah, they've just felt on another level entirely. The question is how fast can some of these other teams catch up to them? Nightfall's going to be spotted here in just a moment. Amar leading the way for the time being. Crit trying to go for the lasso, but the waveform away.
Shadows take us. Radiant's top tower.
The
is
Falcons
under
just
attack.
biding their time, taking it slow. Aegis, only 30 seconds left, so they haven't really tried for the high ground yet. Perhaps not comfortable. I mean, are they waiting for a specific item, you think? Or a level? I mean, they are kind of close to a bunch of 25s. Maybe that has something to do with it?
I think they know that they're out farming the enemy team massively, so if BetBoom aren't going to make a move, you're just going to win more and more. You don't have to go high ground with this kind of lineup in this situation. And BetBoom know this as well, so they are eventually going to move out of their base. With the Aegis close to expiring here, they will try to get some ground back. But effectively, Falcons converted this Aegis into 6,000 gold of farm on the map. And they can keep doing this. If BetBoom don't take initiative, don't force them to stop farming more than half of the map, every passing minute, they will be expanding the lead.
Yeah, and they are 5-manning right now on BetBoom. And that means less farm, even when you're able to exit your base. Meanwhile, Falcons have control of literally every other side of the map. Malrine going back to base. What is he even waiting for? He has Arcane Rune. This feels like a decent time for him. Wants to consume his Ags, I would assume.
Probably replace the bottle before you consume the ag. Oh yeah, never mind. He has Refresher. Yeah, you're right. Should probably, I guess, synth into Overwhelming Blink, maybe. Could be a thing.
Okay.
Don't know.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Radiant are scanning.
Scan comes out from BetBoom, but nobody inside the radius at the moment. Skeeter looking to get active. They pop the drums. Onto the high ground they go. Crit looking for a connection. Flame Break will not hit. GPK already uses. Okay, Laguna Blade already applied to him. E-Blade after the fact. Just kind of play this slow as Amar comes in with a massive spear with the arena as well onto 3 heroes. And here comes Skeeter, the Superman himself. Disruption will delay things a bit as GPK on the run, but now he gets lassoed back into the fray. Laguna Blade used to delete save as GPK left all alone. Splitth is doing pretty good work. Frostbite into the final rebuke. Down goes GPK again. Amar with his second arena into the spear, into the death of Toronto, Tokyo. Falcons, they lose nada.
And this is
Skeeter
going to
and
cost
company.
more than just one buyback.
Oh, yeah. They only have the one buyback.
Well, they already used saves, so...
Skeeter hitting that tier 3 now, trying to finish this series 3-0.
Double spear.
Buyback onto GPK. Nice split earth onto 3 heroes. Do they have any follow-up, though? Not yet. Looking for the X, but it's not in range. But Amar wants to come back in, potentially. Laguna Blade and the lasso. Miero melts. And now the spear onto the Lesh. GPK is going to get disrupted as Nightfall trying to apply a little bit of pressure to Amar is getting quite low. Skeeter getting kited, does not have God Strength anymore. LSA hits onto only 1. As Nightfall turned into Sven temporarily, the boat's going to connect onto Skeeter. E-Blade's going to try to save him just a little bit here. He uses the Store Bolt as well to try to get away, but the waveform from Nightfall brings him to his knees. And now Falcons on the run. Disruption finds Malrine. He pops the BKB on exit, tries to TP out. We'll be fine. So BetBoom, they technically defend, but they still need so much more than this, Synderen.
They
do get Skeeter.
They pay 10,000 gold to stay in the game. And stay they will. Look at the damage numbers here. Just Lash pumping it out. Morphling just not there in the game. I really feel like they've got absolutely no value out of this pick.
And what happened to the Conda
so
build on this
difficult.
hero?
Yeah,
People
I don't
aren't liking that one.
Yeah, that's a good question. I feel like Conda might be a better approach in this kind of game with the lineup he's playing with, but they just... It's so difficult for Nightfall because he has to invest so much gold in defensive items, and then when the fights actually do break out, he's still... It's really difficult for him to play. If he makes one misstep, we've seen it a couple of times, he just gets burst from 100 to 0. The enemy lineup has a billion stuns.
Roche is about to spawn. This is actually an opening for BetBoom. I mean, they're down an ass load. Let's just put it that way.
Yeah.
A Gaben's ass load. She's even bigger than normal. As Roche will come out of the pit.
Very insulting.
And they will be able to steal this, essentially.
Welcome to Copenhagen, Sunsfan.
So this is the Aegis Cheese and Aghanim Scepter. Who do they put this on? GPK could get the Nihilism if they want.
All right,
it'll be save.
It's something.
Okay, they have the triple, or the double disruptor. Oh, Malrina's spotty pops the BKB and the cloak to get to the high ground. The dust is there. The demonic purge attempting to TP out. He does get out just in time.
Yeah, refresh the BKB through TP here.
All right, so BetBoom giving themselves a bit of a lease on life, if you want to put it that way.
You know that famous song by the Bee Gees?
There we go again. Which one? Staying Alive?
Yeah, or Tragedy. Which one do you think is more fitting?
Both combined.
All right.
Satanic.
What's that?
Was the choice. See if that makes a difference here. It's just really missing that burst damage, it feels like.
I'm proud of you for knowing a song.
Well, that's an oldie, so it's a little
fair.
different.
You know every movie in the world, and you know no video games and no music.
That's right.
It's quite interesting. Waveform talent, 66% win rate for the Morphling.
Okay, so they
very
have a
high win
chance.
rate on level 25. The hero seems to have about a 70% win rate when it reaches that point. Leshrac.
Oh yeah.
We'll take the Diabolic Edict. We've seen a lot of the Pulse Nova triggers Lightning Storm this tournament. He will opt for the Edict. Needs more damage against the BKBs, I assume. And maybe it's also the Hail Mary of if we win a fight, we can end. Maybe. Part of the consideration.
Yeah, and this has been the talent that basically everybody in this tournament has taken. I think the other one is a misclick if it was taken at this tournament.
I don't think the other talent is that bad, though.
It sounds okay.
It's an extra second stun on a 12-second cooldown that is ranged and repositions you. The win rates were also comparable, right? I mean, I guess the pick rate on the hammer is so low that it's not.
Yeah.
Perhaps not a interesting statistic. And it might. I actually don't know how this graphic works if heroes get level 30, if they've technically picked both talents.
With the damage rune, trying to bait. Oh, Nightfall takes it. That means Falcons knows that they're in the area.
Oh,
Arrow, not
Amar.
going to connect. Blink out from Amar. Like we've seen that several times this game. Remember, the Aegis is on the side of BetBoom. And it's on one of the best heroes in the game at having it in that Lesh.
Yep.
But really, the story's about Nightfall not having much impact on this game.
And it's something, you know, BSJ has talked about this a lot this tournament, the carry versus carry matchups and how important it's going to be for who goes all the way here. If this was your counter pick versus Sven, I feel like it's mission failed, right? Like if this was specifically the reason you picked this hero, considering all of the external factors of both lineups, and it did not do what you had it set out to do so far.
Yeah, we've gotten to the point of the tournament as well that you know in a lot of these cases what the opponent's picking. Like you know there's going to be a Sven if it's available. They take it basically every time. Now a Tormy for Falcons. Who's even missing a shard at this point? No, it's the Bat Rider. Useless.
Shocking.
1,400 net gold injection into the veins of Crit.
Was that Tormentor worth killing?
I mean, you do get gold for it, and then every subsequent one you get gold for.
Yeah. I guess so.
I mean, I agree, though, that it feels... I mean, that shard just needs to change.
I would agree with that.
If it ever feels like it's literally better off not having it because of the net worth, then probably deserves a change.
Definitely not a support shard.
Dire are scanning.
Well, I think BetBoom not looking to use the Aegis. More of a delay tactic so that we can get to 60 minutes, which I do appreciate. If this ends up being the last game in this series, Cinderin, in this tournament, the tier 5s would be a nice way to go out.
I would like this tournament to be remembered for the hour-long games.
I mean, on average, I wonder what tournament in the past had more.
Yeah,
this has got to be up there. I'm sure the next patch will change a bit as well to make high ground a little bit easier.
Yeah, I definitely think the pace is going to be kicked up a bit.
Which Miero's going to be happy about because that means Beastmaster and Lycan will have more play.
Yeah. It's going to be rejoicing in July when it comes out.
Ringmaster hype! BetBoom, they're going to smoke. Okay, now that the Aegis is gone, they're going to start to look for a fight. Makes sense.
Okay.
And now they're backing away.
It's the next level play. Falcons don't think that is happening since they don't have Aegis anymore.
Yeah. Sure. The next level plays could be considered previous level as well, depending on your perspective. GPK spotted. Crit. He's found so many amazing lassos in this game.
That's exact.
Miero onto the high ground. He's leading the way. They find Malrine. Pops the BKB instantly, but he's going to get broken by the Demonic Purge.
Okay.
And bursted down.
That's a good one.
That's
another Purge.
Saying something. Demonic Purge number 2. Attempted TP out. Not going to happen for Crit. All right. BetBoom. They're looking to have quite possibly the biggest comeback in this entire tournament. They were down around 40K. That's a start. As Crit can't believe his eyes. Like, I should be playing Shadow Demon, damn you. But we're still 2 minutes away from the next possible Roche time.
Yep.
So that will likely lead to the split pushing and whatnot.
He's level 25.
What talent did he take?
25. Frostbite duration.
Yeah, that synergizes with Crystal Clone, that's for sure.
4.25 second lockdown, 6 second cooldown.
Seems good.
On Frostbite.
But you do have Demonic Cleanse to counter it.
Yep. Shadow Demon, after getting that free Scepter, Save has found a lot more impact in just that move we saw then.
And look at this, some buildings being hit by BetBoom. It's been a while. They get the tier 2 mid. Daedalus now there for Nightfall. He does not hit like a wet noodle any longer.
Give me your best guess on win expectancy right now. 31K lead for the Dire.
94-6.
All right, let's see it.
52-48?
That's crazy, isn't it?
You're kidding.
That is wild.
No way. It's because of the comment I made about Gaben. I take it all back. I'm sorry.
Yeah, he really, really hates Falcons when you insult him. What?
No, it's probably because of this. You just can't stand
it's
that.
back. Yeah, don't count BetBoom out. I think a big part of this is the matchups later on in the game. Sven will eventually start hitting some trouble in ultra late game, and we are approaching that. I don't know if I agree with the 50-50, but I do think it's very unusual to see a win expectancy graph that close with that big of a lead for either team. But there's no barracks, so that advantage isn't going Falcons' way either.
And keep in mind, Amar did not go for any type of a right-clicky type build, right? Didn't get the talent. That would have been amazing for the Divine Brooch combo that we've been seeing this tournament. Is Skeeter. Oh, Miero. He's walking right into them. Pops the Blade Mail and the BKB. He wants to take the fight, but the instant BKB from Amar. The rebuke to follow. Arena now is there, but everybody has the golden item right now as Leshrac kind of stuck in his own space here as Laguna Blade #1 takes out Miero. Now the Arena comes out from Amar. He's broken for the time being, but they have the burst damage. That is the death of Nightfall. And now another Laguna Blade from Malrine as all the buybacks are coming out from the side of BetBoom as GPK left all alone for the time being. Save gets brought in by Crit as GPK eventually will be right-clicked down as well. Miero still wants to fight. Malrine, triple kill applied to him right now. Torrent Storm comes out. Skeeter falls. He has his buyback, of course. Will he expend it? No. Malrine TP's out on the cover of BKB, snaking into trees. Force Staff. TP. He's fine. Wow. That's a lot of buybacks. It's a 50K lead for Falcons. And unfortunately for BetBoom, it's another minute on Roche, which aligns pretty much perfectly with the Sven.
And this is, I think, a big part of the reason with the 50-50 or whatever you want to call the win rate earlier is when you get this late into the game, the relative difference between this 30K gold and earlier is much smaller. Like if the heroes are close to being maxed out, the amount of impact that you can have is way more about buybacks than about the fight itself. And BetBoom obviously had all theirs, but did not get a good trade out of that whatsoever. So Falcons in a much, much better position. And if they were to get another Roche... Actually, I'm looking at this. I can't believe that this thinks it's 60-40.
Yeah, Amar.
Like, I understand.
Onto the high ground. They don't have their Sven. And Nightfall just still in the pit, hoping against Gaben's best nature that Roche will spawn. As Miero gets a nice double torrent into the boat. It's going to force out the BKB for Amar. He'll blink out as Nightfall will find a connection onto Snake King.
They keep their Rex.
They do. So he gives up on the Roche possibility. Roche up in 10 seconds. Now Malrine is level 30, so... no more XP his way. Nightfall has his refresher as we get into this ultra late game scenario. Still 3 minutes away from the Dream Cinderin.
I think, okay, so in this upcoming fight, if Falcons find 2 good kills, I mean, they're playing 10v5, right? You just need to find 1 or 2 good kills to build up the fight in your favor and you should be okay.
Oh.
Just buybacks galore, and it's a dire side Roche. The Falcons
Roche
should be looking to fight this.
They know what's happening. Amar on the outskirts. Will they get there in time? Toronto Tokyo trying to break the smoke. Crit will be seen. Roche is down. Nightfall gets the Aegis. Do they still want to fight? Amar looks like he does. Gets off the Shivas. GPK is there, gets rebuked. Arena #1 into the spear, but no follow-up. Meanwhile, the wave from Nightfall, he wants to go on top of Crit, but look at that cleave! Skeeter deletes Toronto Tokyo and the Aegis in 1, 2, 3 hits, and now they get the connection again. Down goes Nightfall, no buyback. That was filth incarnate for Skeeter. As Malrine looking for some members of BetBoom on the outskirts here. GPK has to do a 180 to get that split earth off. As Miero with that blade mail has to try to survive against Skeeter. Nice disruption is going to keep him alive for the time being. LSA is there on the sideline. Amar pops the refresher. Arena #2. GPK is going to be completely ignored as Miero gets rebuked. Now GPK TP out, but the lasso cancels it. And now he's surrounded. He does get the kill onto Crit as the Bloodstone doing quite a bit of work, actually. Force Staff to the other side. Now Malrine, the Shiva's going to slow him down to a crawl, but it looks like he will survive the LSA on the sideline. Another Laguna, a beautiful disruption will save GPK. But in the end, it's basically going to be a full team wipe as GPK surely will die. He takes out Skeeter in tow, finally rebuked down, and now the double buyback from Falcons. It's a 5 versus 0 as this game might be ending.
All they have to do is take 1 2. Actually, they don't even need to take a tier 3. They have the 1
Godstrike
mid
is up
from
soon.
earlier.
GG's is called, and Falcons are your grand champions here at DreamLeague Season 22. They take out BetBoom 3-0. Very impressive display.
And if there was ever any doubt whether this is the best team of the tournament, the win rate in the later portion of it just speaks for itself. Over 90%. As Amar will get attacked by Malrine.
He's getting the shit kicked out of him over there.
What an insane
Crit,
team
as
this
usual,
is right now.
Literally no emotion.
He's sitting there. I won again, but
that's a Danish thing, right?
No, he's still
because that's you.
Even in these moments, he's still thinking of our tour and what could have been. But I guess I'll take another championship. What a tournament from Falcons, though. Absolutely ridiculous. 19-2 in Group Stage 2 plus playoffs. They dropped 1 game to BetBoom and 1 game to Aurora, who ended the second group stage in bottom position. Everything else, they just have a solid grasp on what's going on right now. The meta,
Chris
the
just
picks they run,
Reddit,
the way they play together.
What is he doing? Has anybody congratulated Crit yet? He's just sitting there staring. Snake King making his way over. Very buck. Wait, here we go. And is he gonna? Yep, he's looking at the same thing as. Oh, he's like, man, that Reddit post. Why haven't they made a post yet about us winning this tournament? Very impressive display from Falcons, but yeah, you can see the scorelines here, Cinderin.
Crit is not satisfied. They win 3-0, but he wanted to win 4-0.
Yeah, he knows that all their heroes are getting nerfed in the next match. But GPK, I have to give him a shout out here, Cinderin. He got first blooded, but he came back with a vengeance. He really played well in this game 3, but it wasn't enough.
Damage numbers on the Radiant. 82k on GPK, and the Morphling with 27, the same as the Kunkka and the Shadow Demon. Just did not manage to find his footing in this game. Nightfall got absolutely shut out by the side of Falcons, which is sporting much more evenly distributed numbers. GPK, he really tried to put his team on his back this game, but it was not enough.
That's right, Cinderin. And with that, Falcons go on 3-0 here in the grand finals. Shiver, take it away.
Thank you very much, Cinderin. It is Falcons that are our champions here for DreamLeague Season 22. And to be fair, there was a moment this game that I was doubting that we would have a 3-0. But at the end of the day, I mean, I don't even know how much we want to break down this game in particular, Effie. This game was, it definitely was the better game that BetBoom had played so far in this grand finals.
Yeah, it looked a lot more competitive. At some point, that Leshrac looked like it would be a problem, that he could potentially carry his team to victory, but this is Falcons. They are an astounding team-fighting team. Amar just reminded us all why you don't give him Mars. I mean, they played around his arena so well with the range damage coming in from Malrine, and yeah, that was just a masterclass Mars performance, and well played by everybody on Falcons.
Like, this team is just the way they play Dota and what they do, from like just their laning, the items they buy, how they move, like so many different things. They just make it look like art. Like, they make it look very close to like some open AI shit that's going on. Like, even Malrine on this first blood play drops a branch, like outplays him. They do so many like incredible things that it is just... I'm not quite sure what a team needs to do right now to beat this team.
I just can't believe that they've lost so few series total, and the fact that they just feel like they've had a draft advantage the whole time. They've had heroes that they pick that they win with, other teams don't, and when it's that obvious that they're going to pick it and they still win with it, it just blows my mind that other teams can't copy it or find a solution. Their roster is deep. Like in the last couple of games, they had to keep banning Huskar against them, among other heroes. They're just like, well, there goes one of our bans at the end of the game. And they didn't feel like they had the same mountain to climb in the draft.
I agree. This team has so many layers. Like, a lot of the times you'll have a team that's like, okay, this team's like really good at laning. You get out of lanes against them, you're going to win the game. Something like that. No, this team is good at laning. They have the weird cheese picks. They have the ability to flex. They'll blackmail you in the draft by just picking their heroes. Even though you know that they're coming, they have the vibes as well. Malrine, Skeeter's talking like he's got a younger brother now. He's like, I feel like I've been born again. They've got Snake King, the leader. They've got Crit. This man just won 2 tournaments 3-0. He doesn't give a fuck.
He was looking at the replay.
He wants to win TI. I see that, and I'm just like, I got chills, dude. I respect it. I respect it so much. This man is laser focused this year. We asked him, like, oh, playing with Malrine, playing with Amar, like, are they giving you the hunger? He's like, fuck no. I'm hungry. We would be hungry even if it wasn't for these guys. After seeing that, after seeing BetBoom, I believe him, dude. I'm afraid of how good Crit is going to be by the time TI and Riyadh roll around.
I am mostly worried about the difference that we saw, because the start of the tournament, everybody is looking at Falcons because they just came off a Tier 1 tournament win. That's amazing. They have the target on their back, so normally people are trying to figure it out more and more, but I just feel like Kezu, they just got better every time, and I feel like the distance between them and the rest just got bigger over time.
Yeah, I'm also afraid for other teams because I feel like they're not a patch team, actually. Like, when I look at their gameplay, I feel like they're very good at all the small things. They know which items to build, how to move around the map. Stuff like this doesn't really change with the patch. Maybe items change, but if they're the best at figuring out what to build when to move where, how to team fight, those are like, they're Dota fundamentals that don't really change. So I'm just afraid for other teams.
Yeah, they kind of remind me of Tundra for obvious reasons. They have two of the same players. They have the same coach. Sorry, 3?
Well, yeah, 3. One of them's just useless and pretends to do work.
Yeah, of course. He just gets, probably just gets paid money to say good job at the end of the game.
Yep.
But it feels like they're a little different. Their offlaner is more flexible. He's individually higher skilled, which is impressive because 3-3 was so fantastic too. And their mid player has more cheese picks without a doubt, even though 9 had a really cheesy lineup at times. But he can also play super standard stuff too. So it feels like they just have like all bases covered while having insanely high skilled. Like they just work so good as a team.
They're just a lot more fun to watch than Tundra too. Even though a lot of the Tundra fundamentals translate into their gameplay now, they do it a lot more stylishly. And honestly, it makes Skeeter and Snaking are playing the same as they played on Tundra, but it just looks that much more exceptional because of how stylistic everyone else on the team is. And these young players, I know Jenkins, you talked about how well Crit is and how laser focused they would be regardless, but these young players have had such a standout performance. I mean, Malrine in this tournament, we were saying it in the green room backstage, but he looks like the best mid player in Europe West right now. There are so many lanes that he just completely stomped, completely handled. I mean, we saw him embarrass some of the best mid laners in the world in this tournament.
Yeah, 19 years old, by the way. So
yeah, I love the cockiness of both Amar and Malrine because they really let their Dota do the talking. Like, having this confidence at that age, I just wished I had that because I did not. So these guys are just, they're incredible.
But Amar seems a lot more humble now too. Surprisingly, on this team, he seems to be a lot more tempered than what we saw when he was playing with OG.
yeah, even though he's younger than Malrine, he's grown up a little bit now. He also has a baby brother that is Malrine, because obviously in terms of experience in the pro scene, Malrine is the newer kid on the block, Jenkins.
Yeah, that's true. I was thinking maybe it's the Malrine factor where he's like, well, I don't want to be like this guy, dude. I can't be like that. This guy's so cocky, you know. I think Amar, just the storyline that he's had this year, being on and off teams, you know, he had that experience on Quest. That ages you, you know, that he's got wisdom. There's a great quote from one of my favorite books, Siddhartha, and it's wisdom, knowledge can be taught, wisdom cannot. You know, Amar always had the knowledge.
Banger.
Always had the knowledge, but now he's got the wisdom.
So how did he gain it?
Are you saying he taught it to
He
himself?
gained it through experience.
So you can't teach.
It's this idea that you can look at replays, you can read books, you can go to university, but there are some things you have to experience yourself in life to know all of the nuances of it, to know the emotional ties behind the thing and how you're going to react. And I think that's where Amar is at right now in his life.
I can follow.
I can follow. I agree with it as well. I think, that's...
In the first half, I wasn't sure, but towards the end, I see where my boy Jenkins is going here.
Yeah, the question is, in terms of the Team Falcons, when are people going to catch up to them? Because there indeed needs to be a patch? Because I feel like everybody tried especially this last week, everybody tried to copy them. We saw the Sven picks coming out from everybody, but only Skeeter was able to make it work. Like, does there need to be a patch? Because I don't know what was necessarily imbalanced about the game other than Chen, I guess. Probably. But, like...
I mean, nerfing Amar's heroes worked years ago. Is it going to work here? I'm not sure.
I don't think so.
His pool is deeper.
Let's be fair, though. All of their really strong flex heroes, their Malrine Amar flexes, which made this team so hard to draft against, and their tri-flexes like the DK, those heroes are going to get nerfed. And they are a big part
All
of the
7
reason.
of them?
if they're going to get nerfed in the
Some
next
of
patch,
them, yeah.
all these first pick offlane type heroes that can be flexed to mid, of course they're getting nerfed in the next patch. Hughes, we can't keep going at this rate. But I do think this is a great patch for them, making them look even that much more exceptional. But I do have faith in the foundations that the players have, their fundamentals, and Aoi as a coach. I mean, we saw him today. He embarrassed BetBoom in drafting. Like,
Yeah.
he had every scenario planned out and prepared. Like, that gyro in response to the Timber Cell, like, letting it through, letting them have their Kunkas and letting them have heroes that normally they would be fighting, prioritizing the Shadow Demon, ignoring the Beastmaster in that game 1. I mean, Aoi's a really fearsome coach, and he's kind of the unsung champion of this team as well.
Yeah, that's what he likes people to think for sure. I think that people need to look at Falcons and the way that they team fight, and where teams are going to catch up to them is team fighting like they do. Because the way they do it, it's like a dance. It's like every single one of their heroes seems to get out at 10% HP, stay in the tree line on like the vicinity of the fight with another hero going in and like debating a bit, and then that hero jumps back in rather than a guy TPing home. Or like they push these team fights to like the absolute maximum potential. And I don't know if that started with Amar or that's a Tundra thing. I know in an interview they talked about how that's like a Tundra, the way that they communicate during fights based on Tundra is like how they do that, but that's where people need to catch up.
And we'll see. For now, though, there's only... no, this is a high mark camera shot right here. Congratulations. I don't know who's wearing the headset.
Nobody's wearing the
Oh,
headset.
they can all hear me. You can all hear me. Congratulations, guys. Sorry, I didn't realize. Awesome that you're all here together. I just have a question for Grit. Grit, what were you doing when the series ended? What were you doing after the finals ended? We had your camera shut up, and we see your whole team cheering, and you're staring at the screen.
Well, I was just looking at the graphs because the games were pretty clowny, and I was like, it was not pretty Dota, so I was just like, I mean, I'm happy that we won the tournament, but at the same time, we're not playing the best, so it's always space to be better.
I love the attitude, always looking for improvements. This was also you guys' 23rd series win in a row. I don't know if you guys are keeping track, but you should start keeping track because 23 series in a row wins is very high. Obviously, we're all here together. We'd love to pick your brain on a couple of things. And my main question is, Amar, if you can do the honors, what was versus BetBoom the main difference from yesterday to today, like in how you guys dealt with them?
I think BetBoom is a really strong team, and we really respect them. I think yesterday they were stronger. They understood and adapted to draft and gameplay way more. But today I think they came way weaker and understood draft wrongly, in my opinion. So I think yesterday they were in way better shape than today.
All right, cool to hear. Seconds.
Hey Amar, what's your favorite thing about Malrine? And Malrine, what is your favorite thing about Amar?
My favorite thing about him, there is no favorite thing.
My favorite thing, every day I can listen, oh, the only one! Every day, 10 times in per day.
No one understands this.
I don't know what he's talking about. Can you elaborate?
Elaborate.
Music, without headset, thanks God, I got him in my team.
Is that DJ Cal?
Oh, wait,
DJ
so
Khaled?
he is listening to music on his headset and he is singing along? Or what?
I think he listens to it on speakers.
No, it's right now I have my headset. I can show.
Yeah.
I just put it on highest volume and they can all hear it. It's like normal speakers.
Oh my god.
Does everybody agree with your music taste?
I think everyone like it, but they all enjoy it. They all tell me to keep it, but except Malarine, only him.
Okay, I have a question for Mallory. Mallory, congratulations on basically owning everybody this tournament. So I'm curious, I have two questions for you. One, who was the hardest mid lane matchup that you played? Which player was the best? And second, do you think you're nerfable? If your hero pool gets nerfed, are you scared?
Wait, hardest lane matchup for me or Malarine?
For Mallory.
Malarine, the hardest mid laner matchup and player.
GPK is very good opponent. I got new recent third game. I might get punished, but I don't know how I turn it back situation. But I would say GPK he comes to top 3 mid laners for now. It's gonna be some Nishak win GPK.
Okay, and do you think that you are nerfable? If your heroes get nerfed, are you concerned, or do you just have an infinite hero pool?
First of all, my hero pool is 2 heroes. It's Batrider Tinder. And second, I think if I'm gonna get nerfed, heroes. Obviously, team gonna take Bozhidar Bogdanov from OG.
Alright, I can go next. I want Mr. Snake King to answer my question. I would say that you guys look very different from KL to now. What do you think is like the biggest thing that changed? And would you attribute it only to, like, would you attribute it mainly to AUI or just you guys understanding how to get better after replays?
I think it's definitely a big part. AUI is a big part of it. And I think also we've been working really hard in improving it together as a team. And I think it's finally showing off and paying off. I think I'm really appreciative of what we accomplished, but we can always aspire to do more.
And what would you think is like the #1 aspect if you had to go from KL to now? What's like the biggest thing that changed?
I think it's just understanding to be more patient and working better as a team, as a more coherent unit.
Yeah.
I think individual talent is obviously there, but the hardest part about Dota is like having all the individual talents mixed together and doing it well.
All right, and my last question. Who makes the dumbest suggestions in the draft that you guys need to hold back sometimes? Do you have someone who does that?
It's definitely one of the youngsters, you know?
Which one?
Control sometimes.
I need names.
I'll just say Amar because for the sake of saying it, you know? It's definitely Amar.
All right, can I know which heroes he throws out that are absolutely dumb?
He wants Huskar to be picked every game. He wants it on 9. He wants to play versus Viper, Doom. Everyone wants to play versus like these the hardest counters, and I'm just like trying to hold them back.
All right, appreciate it. Thank you.
I have a question for Curtis, if that's okay.
So do I.
Get him in.
Get him in. All right, I need to know you. There's obviously been a lot of games that you've played in the whole tournament. Do you feel like you have revealed everything, or you've needed to reveal everything that you had?
I mean, I don't know if we have like hidden strats, but like, okay, I'm looking at it. I think like we probably have more heroes that we played that we didn't end up using this tournament, but I don't think it's like we're trying to hide anything.
All right, thank you.
I have one request. Can we get better webcams for Amar and Malrine? Because the other three
I mean,
of you guys
if we could
have
all
great
5 of us
webcams.
go on separate PCs so we can hear you guys, it would be the best.
No, I know. I don't mean for this shot. This shot is fantastic. I love that.
Oh, it's good? This one's good?
Yeah, this was great. I mean for in-game.
The webcam
I don't think
quality.
it's a webcam issue. It's like a user skill issue.
Fair enough. I believe that.
Yeah, my question for Aoi 69,000 is it? Do you think it's possible for like a coach to get lucky and just keep joining teams that happen to be like winning almost everything? Is that a possibility?
Yeah, it's probably the same as if like some random Dota person just lucks into being talent at every event. Like probably on the same thing.
Okay, that's fair. Thank you for the answer, Aoi.
Curtis, I have a question
You're
for you
welcome.
too. I know that this year you were talking about retirement, you know, and taking a break. And obviously you changed your mind and you joined Falcons. How has that been for you? Are you happy with your decision?
Your break continued with
Wait, what? Did you ask me on my break? I don't know. After TI, I was just feeling very burnt out, so I went and I played like only no Dota, CS:GO, and then I joined Falcons. That's it.
I mean, are you
don't know.
like what opted you to change your mind about the decision?
Oh, I got bored. Like I realized, I was always intending on like coming back to work in the Dota sphere, but I wasn't exactly sure what I wanted to do. But I think for me, coaching has like the highest like reward factor to it. So I decided I wanted to coach.
All right. I've got a couple of closing questions for Crit, if that's okay. You guys have obviously qualified for DreamLeague Season 23. The next one, that means you have some time, I'm gonna say quote-unquote free, because you don't have to play the qualifiers. What are you gonna do in that time?
Probably gonna do as little as possible because we've been pretty much boot camping for like, I don't know, like 7 weeks. Like we've been in 2 times in Jordan, three 3 weeks each, and then we went to Dubai for 3 weeks as well. So it's been pretty busy. So I think we all kind of need a little bit of downtime just to refresh and get back on it.
That sounds like an intense time indeed. With that, because I know you also qualified for Birmingham, are you going to bootcamp for that?
I think we're playing some other tournament online before Birmingham, the Elite League. That will kind of be our bootcamp for Birmingham, and then I think I'm not sure if we actually have a literal bootcamp for Birmingham. I think we still have to figure that out. But yeah, that's the plan for now.
All right, the most important question: how are you going to celebrate tonight's win at the bootcamp, or where are you going to go out? Are you going to go for food? What's the plan?
The plan is to fly home. That's the celebration.
Literally right now?
I mean, my flight is in 5 hours.
What would you have done if it was? There were 90-minute games, a lot of them.
Yeah.
What would you have done?
I mean, I don't know. I mean, we might have just had AUI stand in. You know, the flight took priority for sure. So.
Appreciate it. Well, going home is also a type of reward for sure, especially after spending such a long time with the bunch of people that you have. No, congratulations once again to all of you, of course. It was fantastic watching you guys play, and you guys seem top tier again against the rest as well. So it was a pleasure. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. And with that, Team Falcons, our Dream League Season 22 champions, and they do seem to be a league ahead, Jenkins.
Yeah, they're the best.
They're the best.
We already buttered their buns quite a lot.
their
It's very difficult to think of any way to beat this team. I don't know if it's patch dependent, because I feel like they can figure it out regardless. Hero spammers, rejoice. That is the way to win Dota these days. Everybody used to shit on them.
True.
But now,
they're the best.
They're the best.
They're the best. Can we take a look at the EPT scores, please? Are they the best?
Where are...
They
so that's
are
for
the
this
best.
tournament.
Yeah.
That's how many they get right now.
Mm-hmm.
They got they got points from this tournament, but we don't have the overall rank distribution from how this updates the new scores. So you guys are gonna have to stick around for socials to come up for that on ESL Dota 2 on Twitter.
Still
and
running the
Instagram.
numbers.
They're still calculating exactly how to do. I think also we don't know exactly how everything goes with some of the teams that were eliminated early, and Thunder Esports comes to mind. I believe that has still to be sorted out as well. So you just be patient. But what I do know is that BetBoom and Extreme, after this event, they are guaranteed a Re-Up Masters at the Esports World Cup invitation. So that's cool. Falcons not there yet, but that's fine. They qualified for the next Dream League, and they qualified for our next tournament, which is ESL 1 Birmingham. Definitely where I was going with that, Birmingham. And they can earn a lot of points there as well. Keep in mind that the amount of points teams earn, it ramps up towards the end of the season. So don't worry if your favorite team hasn't qualified yet, because there's so many more points to gather out of this out of the ESL Pro Tour that they all get a fair chance at it still. So with that being said, any final words, Kezu, over the last 15 days stuck in Stockholm with us?
Last words. I think Falcons are so incredibly good. I'm hoping for a patch where Dota speeds up a bit.
Okay.
And I'm scared for other teams that they will still not be able to beat them after.
Fair enough.
I just love the tournament format, personally. We had such good games that we saw the meta develop from the start of the group stage 1 all the way until the finals. So that was really cool to see. And there's new heroes in the meta and some variety. So I've had a great time.
Yeah, it was a lot of fun. Test of endurance for sure for the teams. So much days of straight Dota. It was really great. Falcons, they're a Jordanian team because they boot camp in Jordan.
Of course.
The Jordanian offlaner. So I'm Jordanian, so they're now my team.
Of course,
that makes sense.
They're a Jordanian team.
Yeah,
there you
Ali 2000. You replace the U, you put in Ali 2000. That's also Jordanian.
That makes sense.
Yeah.
Jenkins, you're also Jordanian.
I'm Jordanian as well.
He's been there twice.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
Got
our
a
people,
team to root for.
Am I summarizing?
Yeah, well, you don't have to summarize. You just have to say
Just say
what you
something.
were grateful for this Dream League.
I'm grateful for the food on the table right now. Shout out to Suns fan and Cinderin. Suns fan rode in on a Harley. He's riding out in a hearse because he had a heart attack after that hype-ass best of 5 3-game series from Team Falcons. Fucking killing it. This is one of the strongest dream teams we've seen in Dota. And I don't know if I'm scared for the other teams, but I want to see what sort of monsters are, because when you put a monster like this out there, the other monsters come out of the shadows. We're in a dark forest, Shiver. There's predators hiding and lurking in the woods, and they're going to come out.
Still?
No, this is a different thing entirely.
The dark forest theory.
So yeah, so you gotta look out for these other teams, and they're going to upgrade, and we might have the strongest year of Dota yet.
Yeah, I would imagine normally when there's one strong team showing up at a tournament, rather than that team, getting weaker, everybody else will join them on their level. Well, that's what we're hoping for eventually, of course, to create some competitive Dota 2 for us to watch, but it's not going to be right here, right now. It's going to be ESL 1 Birmingham, where more Dota will be watched. Of course, every time, I feel like I hold this speech a lot, but it's so true. I want you guys to know that everybody here is so passionate about the show and everybody's had a great time. And to be honest, the Dota, the format, it's been a great ride, a 15 days long great ride. We did have, of course, no tiebreakers on Friday, so that helped a little bit on our agenda. But this was a marathon at Dota 2, and we enjoyed every second of it, and we hope you did too. And so for the final time from here, from Stockholm, for this DreamLeague Season 22, we wish you all good night, but we're not going to leave you empty-handed. We're going to leave you with the amazing PogChamp Pandas!
You should see my baby, she's a spanking new. And she never says no, she's a can-do. Got a smile that shines like rubies and pearls. And I love that little robo girl. And she knows how to do that bump and grind. With 4 on the floor, she'll blow your mind. She got rosy cheeks and strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. And when I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twerks her hips. Says she wishes my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With a high-speed motor and never drive, I never felt a lover who was more alive. My head keeps spinning like a tilt-a-whirl with my kinky little robo girl.
strawberry curls. That's my sexy little robo girl. When I kiss her heated lips, she purrs like a kitten and twirls her lips. Says your wish is my command, telling me to love her like a real man. With the high-speed motors in overdrive, I've never felt a lover who's more alive.
beast is pumping, so join the party. Come join the party. Now everybody around the world can find a boy, can find a girl. So put your hands up.
the street, people pass you by. You don't meet their eye, you don't care. And out in the night, you see a light. From the cafes, there's more singing than despair. Hold me tightly before the night swallows the sun. And I'm done. Too drunk to sit. They're talking shit of what's been before. And the dancing girls, they twist and twirl. They sweat like beads of pearls. The sky scattered before swine. Hold me